This program is rated MA. It contains adult themes, coarse language, sexual references, and violence.
I didn't make it in time. Hey, everybody, welcome to the show. Sorry, I was.
I didn't either. I didn't know it started. God damn.
No, I was like, I got time to make it. I ran downstairs, but we're here. Hold on. All right, welcome to the show. It's Friday. It's me and Dom for now. We got Redline joining us. How's it going, man?
It's going. It's going.
And then Matter will be joining us here in a bit once he's done with his show.
We love him.
I do the same thing every week. Run downstairs, run upstairs. Now I'm like, oh, I had a breath for the intro.
And you never make it either. Like, you always think you're going to make it.
No, I usually make it.
Never do.
But I usually do make it. This time I didn't. I had too many things to grab.
I don't know about that.
All right. Oh, man, it's Friday. Another one. Halfway through the month.
How? We're almost halfway through the year, too.
Yeah, it feels weird. Like, it was going slow early, and then all of a sudden now it's May. Like, mid-May. It's almost June. Fucking, I'm almost an old man.
2021 kicked on the turbo. It was like, hey, my predecessor was bad. I'm on the gas right now.
Yeah. No, it's, I mean, it's good. We got some stuff coming up. I don't know. Has anyone got any summer plans?
I'm moving.
You're moving to
Yeah.
to
Dom's
Carolina.
house. No, I'm buying a house. Closing's at the end of this month.
Nice.
Congratulations.
It's horrible. I hate it.
I've heard house buying sucks. I need to do it, but I haven't gone through any of the processes yet. I need to still get whatever I can get pre-approved for by the bank.
Well, I started in March, so start early.
It's a little late for that, but
Man, it's a rough time to be buying a fucking house, though.
I know. That's why I've been putting it off, because it's
Prices have got skyrocketed. If you can find something that's worth buying.
Houses are like
if you're
double
selling
what
a
they
house,
were.
it's a great time of the year.
Yeah, houses, especially up here, they're double what they were last year. So it's, we'll see what I can find. But that being said, some quick Eve stuff. We could just move into some of the quick little things.
We're going to have to talk about it later, too. Just put that out.
Yeah. The main thing, yeah. We could talk about
What's
the. We are going to get to the nullification stuff, the warp core stabilizers, but we'll get to that. I was gonna wait till we get Matterall in here. We'll get to those things.
Good.
But I'm just saying, like, there's just like a Plex sale. If you want to buy Plex, it's on sale for the weekend.
The prices are not good.
It's like 18
for reselling it to Eve players, right?
It's up to 18% off Plex packs, so up to 18%. So I'm assuming that's if you buy like the $200 pack or some shit like that. So, but yeah, I mean, if you're already gonna buy Plex, then you get a sale. So if you're planning on buying Plex, do it now instead of when it's not on sale. The other quick thing,
buy Plex, support indie game developers.
Yeah, support your indie game. The Webby Award. I know we've been talking about that like every week, but the voting.
Did they announce the winner yet?
No, that's coming up on Tuesday. So Tuesday they're going to announce the winner. You can watch it live. They're going to do a whole stream. I'm assuming they're trying to make it like the Grammys or something. But the funny thing though is like the winners, they get 5-word speeches, and I was like, okay, that can't be what it is. So I was like, maybe that's just a term for something, like shorthand speeches. So I went and I was like Googling, like, what's a 5-word speech? And it's literally a unique thing that the Webby Awards do, where you won. What do you have? Give an acceptance speech that's literally 5 words. Like it's actually a literal definition of what it is. So we'll see. we'll find
What
out
would
what
your
Eve-
5 words be?
What would my 5 words be? That's a good one. A good question, I mean.
See, bicycle, computer, books. What other words I like a lot? Oh, THC. That's not really a word. We'll go marijuana. But that's only 4. I can come with 4 words. I can't come with 5.
Yeah, Darwin's saying they put him on the market. 18 years, keep signing up. That's not bad. That's sounds like you put thought into that, Darwin. I would just say.
See, that's bullshit. He made me sound like an idiot. I don't like it.
Like download
that
my
wasn't him. That
download
wasn't
my
him. That
game
was
and
me.
play.
I made myself
I'd just say
sound
something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like Darwin is like trained in 5 words because the next thing that he said was 5 words too. I think he might have an unfair advantage here.
Maybe he's just always grown up speaking in 5 words.
I give this man a raise. There.
Oh man, we're gonna be looking for
That guy
patterns
sounds
all
fucking
night
bored,
now. It's gonna
too.
be like that movie.
Jesus.
What is it? 23.
I need to do
the Jim
drugs.
Carrey
Oh,
movie
gosh.
where he just gets obsessed with fucking numbers the whole time. Or there's a Nick Cage one, I think, too. But yeah, so that's some of the quick announcements. What's up, Skyhawk? If
Well, we could announce that earlier today. Pappy did feed to the Imperium because that was pointed out a couple of days ago that it never happens and there's never been a time that we've won a fight, but that did happen actually today. So congratulations, Imperium.
Yeah.
Now, right now we're losing a fight.
Not
but
to be
that's
outdone.
Okay, yeah.
yeah, I was just say yeah, there's a fight in what 3 Tac D going on. Oh, you're muted, Dom.
No, I'm talking to somebody else.
Oh, yeah, it's a fight over an iHub. Looks like Pappy has chased Imperium off to Keepstar. So
I should bring Akaroth on here. He can talk about how I made sure he was primaried.
we can get Akaroth on. I'll send him the link route, but let's just say link route. If I can delete that, get that off the, get it off the recording. Another thing that happened this week was the Anger Games. Anger Games happened. Did you guys watch any of those?
I didn't see this last round. I saw the middle round.
I only watched the finals, to be honest. But
I should have. I might go back and watch it like you did. Yeah, watch it again. But
no, it was the finals was actually pretty damn good though. It was there was a couple matches that were back and forth. I mean, some of the games are kind of like not. I mean, game 1 you had World of Darkness, Warlords of the Deep. My God, the Warlords.
Look at your little pad, man. I know you took notes.
I put Wadded, but I just call them Warlords. I never actually figure out what the end of their name is. But
that's a good name for him.
no, but they ended up killing Natana. So Templates Calcif was the other side. They ended up losing Natana. I'm wondering if those are those like getting more and more expensive because they keep dying.
Well, they got it right. I mean, just.
Yeah, I mean that's.
So I mean, so
invested.
South Sale and the guys
That
and
was on
Dirk and all those
Thunderdome.
guys did a really good job from what it sounds.
It's on Thunderdome.
Games.
That's less important. See, that's why I wish that. I mean, I understand they can't necessarily have it on Sissy with all those tools, but man, or not Sissy.
Well,
but,
you want to have it
Tranquility-
somewhere where people can't fuck with it though. So Thunderdome's the way to do it, right?
Well, right. I understand they have to use Thunderdome, but I wish that. I mean, I liked it when there was actual losses, like the Alliance tournament, like the ships that blew up. That shit was blown up, and you lost it. Like, if an Atana dies, I want there to be one less Atana in the universe.
Now that would be cool if somehow CTP could come up with a way to easily and safely move, give people players access to Jove in certain cases. That would be nice. But what do you do?
Yeah, what's up, Agrath? I finally had a chance to send you the link. It's try to do it. The downside of using the push a talk button that I do is that it's often the back button in a lot of programs, so I end up fucking shit up if I try to multitask with that.
That's all good. Do I sound okay?
Yeah, it sounded good to me.
Sound great.
Yeah, or
It's-
what Darwin was saying, move items to Thunderdome and back in a way that preserves losses. I mean I feel like that would be tough, but if it's individual tournaments, I would assume that as long as there was a CCP dev that could be watching what was. I mean, also you'd have to submit all the ships that you're using with all the exact fits that would. I'm assuming that they can look at logs and stuff on Thunderdome to look at that anyway. But So
I
that way
think
they
CCP
can.
is so talented they could do whatever they want.
Yeah, and so I
They're
don't know.
amazing.
It would make it harder though because like we want to use these ships, and they'd have to like make sure that do you actually have that on Tranquility that we can take away from you later. So I
Go double
figure it
fashioning? Yeah.
I figured that it would complicate things extensively for CCP specifically, and I don't know if they would be willing to really, because I mean that was one of the things they kind of got out of the Alliance Tournament for was one that they didn't have someone that could really keep updating the tools, but also it was taking a lot of dev time that they were kind of not really wanting to spend. But so he's saying
Yeah.
tools that would do that would be reasonable, but it would
My-
take some work. I don't know.
My thoughts on actually linking that sort of loss is one of the things that I thought was really cool with this tournament, and one of the few things I really didn't care for in the old Alliance tournaments was that the people who had AT ships, which was your, old boys clubs, they always had some sort of wild card advantage, not to mention, years of experience and a ton of other things going for them. But I didn't like the cost barrier kind of thing to having an upper level option to you. I really liked that it was not restricted. Anybody could use them. They just had rules.
There is that. So I mean, you get because you'd have the teams that would have the money to get the AT ships from previous, like especially the Atana. I think the Atana is probably like the most coveted AT ship to use in
I think so.
in the tournaments just because it's so good, and Logi is usually like one of the most key roles of ships on an AT team, and so having the best Logi ship available isn't bad. So, although this tournament though, when I was watching it, at least with the finals, it did seem like the top dog was the Zarmazd. Or the Zimzam, or people were just, it's like every time someone said it was a different
Well, I do
name.
like the Zimzam. That's a good ship.
Like the Zimzam, the Zamzaws, or just it was
I
never
fly
the
the
same
Zimzam
name.
all the time, dude. That's a good ship. I mean,
I must
it's
not have
fucking
flown-
virtually can do anything.
I must not have flown
I mean,
enough.
just whatever your imagination can come up with,
Triglavian
it can
ships
do
yet.
it, right?
But yeah, the Zarmazd is definitely top dog at least with armor comps, right? So
So is that a
that's the
Logi one?
Logi, right? Yeah, it's a Logi
that's
one,
the,
right?
it's the
Tech 2
Logi. Yeah, it's the big
I'm-
Logi one.
I'm so terrible at keeping up with
The Zim,
content.
all the different Zimzams. Yeah.
Well, Triglavian stuff, I kind of considered almost like Tech 3 cruisers and destroyers. Like, there's some things that I just don't put the effort into learning, and I just listen to people when they tell me things.
I tell you what, the Triglavian ships are awesome. I
You
love
never
them.
They all have
lives
crazy names that are not like
Jeez.
stick to me. I mean,
Yeah.
the main few I know, like Lashak, Bedmac, whatever. I remember the main few key.
But you remember the Zimzam, right?
That's it.
Tonight was the first time I heard.
Oh,
Yeah,
Zimzam and the.
I
the
do.
Duple
Yeah, I
Harbor,
do
it's
hear a
great.
lot of the like. I'll hear like what's the Rindova or the or something like that. The what?
I think it's a
The
Rodiva.
I think it's like
the
Godiva.
Rodiva. I
It's
heard
like
that,
Godiva
and I was
chocolates,
like,
but with an
because
R.
yeah, I'm not with all the Triglavian ships because I never use them. So, it's like, well, I
It's
mean
a Logi
those
ship.
ones.
No one
those
uses
ones.
them.
I mean, like
No one
peop-
likes Logi.
Yeah, it's like use the Zarmaz.
That's why I called
I
Akrot
knew,
out first,
and like the
make sure he
Lashak,
died.
and like the,
He
yeah,
was
the
Logi.
Bedmac, the ones that are actually used in fleets and stuff like that. But like the Rodiva, I was just like, the fuck is that like a recent AT ship? And I had to go look at it. I'm like, oh, it's another Logi.
That's my
okay.
thing. I knew the first handful that they put out, and then they started, trickling in more. I think there was a hack. I think there was a Logi. I don't
Yeah, it was
know
like the
what
slow
else.
roll, and it's like you couldn't even get used to the
is the
first
hack, and it's
weird ass
awesome.
names. So
And all those ones I didn't learn. I was
It's
like,
very
what?
expensive,
They're,
but
they're
it's a
still
great
adding
ship.
more gibberish name ship. Like what?
I don't know if it's
And
gibberish.
so
Yeah, the
they're all
other
edgy
the
names
cool
too.
names.
They all have like V's and Z's.
The
and stuff
Kiki,
in
of course,
them.
is a great. Yeah, that's a great ship. The
Do I
Kiki,
need
the
it?
Lashak.
Yeah, the
I mean,
Kiki was
The
used a
Bedmac
lot.
is used a lot too. That's a good
Yeah,
ship.
so the Kiki was used a
But
lot.
this
and then,
Katurja, if it wasn't so expensive, I'd use that everything I do. I love that ship. That fucking thing kicks
and
ass.
is that a Logi?
That's the hack.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one got popular for a minute. I remember.
It's just it's so expensive.
But yeah,
It's-
It's the best
yeah.
one.
the
It is the best
Zimzam
one,
was
yeah.
the Zimzam was super popular in a lot of the comps just because it had downsides,
It's a
but
good
like once
ship.
it once
I mean,
it spooled
yeah.
up, its reps were way better than you would get with like an Oneros or anything like that. So it had
Just to be
what
clear, is
would've
the
been-
Zimzam the Zarmaz, or is
What
that
would've
a
been real
Zarmaz? Yeah,
cool-
Zarmaz.
Okay,
is
just
the-
I was like,
The Zimzam could be anything you want.
I
it to
was
be.
just like they were saying, like the chat
I
and
wanted to
the
make sure
announcers
it's
were
the
just
same
using
thing.
different terms all the time.
I'm still learning them.
But I do
Would've
think
been
that,
really
that
cool if the other side had
that
ships.
Tech 2 Logi is a really good Logi ship. The only thing I don't know about it, does it have is that bonus, like the DPS bonus, is that applied to the Logi also.
Yeah, the logic, but that's
it-
the
it
thing. They
ramps
can,
up
only
as it
have, they
goes?
can only have one rep. So that's the downside.
lan-
Is
it
they're
ramps
really
up,
bad
right?
at
Yeah.
multitasking
Yeah.
reps. They can't, put
Cool.
a large over here and split another one over here. Like it's like you rep one thing and that's it.
It is
and
its own module, right? It's not even a normal
it's
rep
like
module.
its own
It's
special.
a
I forget
Triglavian
exactly what
one,
they're
yeah.
called, but it's
Yeah.
a Triglavian module.
Triglavian rep module.
And
that's what
but
it's
the thing
called.
is, like, initially its reps aren't spectacular, but each cycle they ramp up and they ramp up. So once you get it spooled up, it's really, really strong. But that's the downside is and that actually one of the matches I was looking at, it was the one where they were splitting damage. I think it was game 4. Yeah, they weren't able to break the tank with the Zarmaz repping, but then they got close enough and they split damage between like the Mauler and the Sacrilege, and the Zarmaz had to pick one or the other. And I don't know if he picked the Mauler. I think he picked the Mauler because at the time the Mauler was like holding down one of the Hyperions, so it was kind of having more of an important role in that match. And so they were trying to keep that alive. But when he did that, well, then the Sacrilege died really quick.
Drop.
And then they just focused all the damage onto the Mauler, and then the Mauler died. So and then it just kind of fell apart for him after that. But so I mean, I don't know. It's like it's cool, but yeah, it has its downsides because you have to spool it up. Because initially, if you're making it swap targets to rep constantly, you have a window of vulnerability a little bit.
Well, you start off like you said with lower reps. Every time
Yeah,
you switch to
it's-
a target, you start back over.
Yeah, but yeah, if you don't break it, then you're probably not gonna break it unless you do something crazy to bring in more DPS. But
But your
there-
friends are super nice,
What-
Akrath. I did appreciate that very much.
Yeah. I was like,
Unfortunately for
obviously-
me, I no longer use implants, so it doesn't really benefit anybody.
Oh yeah.
I stopped using implants because I kept killing myself with them,
Yeah.
and that's
I don't-
bad. Yeah.
I fall asleep or look at another alt too long and put up a tab in front of characters, and I die on gates.
Oh my God, we must have went to the same school of how to play Eve because I did the same thing.
How do you do that?
I get really high. I don't pay attention.
I think
I
somebody
just-
might be shooting me. Maybe.
When I'm playing, I just have too much adrenaline usually. I'm like super excited to be doing whatever I'm doing, so like I super focus on it.
Oh,
I'm not
I am
always
too.
doing engaging things. Usually, if I die on a gate, it's a blockade runner, and I'm moving stuff around with either main or an alt sometimes, and then I'm doing other things, and inevitably I put a tab of something because you can also do other things while you're doing this game. It's silly, but
Well, having multiple monitors
or
is
you,
what
you
been a bane
can,
to
you
me
should
actually.
not.
Yeah. Having multiple monitors has screwed me over because I have a tendency to put Eve up in the corner and do other shit, and not pay attention
Oh,
if
is it-
it's like
yeah,
I'm not real active.
if I'm doing Eve, I'm like
I'm not
doing
an awesome
Eve.
FC like you, though, Redline, so I don't have to pay attention.
I'm terrible at multi-boxing though. Like I only have 2 accounts, so it's like if I'm multi-boxing, it's like I'm flying Logi on one and then maybe a Dread on the other, and then that's it. It's so like, most people are like, oh, that's fucking simple. That's just you only have to manage 2, and one of them's just like
I
a
think I've got
shooting
10
Dread, so
accounts.
it's not even a carrier where you have to like manage your fighters or anything. And it's like, yeah, but I get this weird tunnel vision where I'm just like repping people, and look over, I'm like, fuck, I'm not shooting stuff. Hold on, let me target this. And like while I'm targeting and doing stuff over here shooting, 3 people have died, and I'm like, well, it's not my fault. There's other Logi. They didn't catch them either. So
One thing I want to circle back real quick on the tournament, and that I thought was really fun but meaningless, was the whole predict a match kind of thing, where it was slightly reminiscent of like betting on matches, but it meant nothing. Obviously, it's not a real currency to do anything except for like highlight your message and make emotes or something. But it was fun, people were choosing a side. It tells what side you pick, and they like give you a
Yeah.
little icon of which one you predict. I thought that was a really nice option. I mean, I think that's kind of a new thing possibly on Twitch anyway. They're semi-recent, but it was fun to like feel invested in a team, especially on ones I had no idea about. And I was like, hey, people are talking about them. I'll jump in.
yeah, man, back in the days of like
I get broke on bubbles all the time because I bet too much.
yeah. So where do you bet? Do you just make bets with people individually, or
No, it's built into Twitch chat, and I assume the people who are
oh,
moderating
you're betting points and stuff. You're not betting
It's
it's.
those little channel points that you
Because
get.
I was like, I
like,
think
every
it's
5 minutes,
it's
you get a
against the
few,
rules now to
and
bet
if you
yes,
talk
but-
to well, correct. And so that's why I was saying it's meaningless. It's completely meaningless.
Yeah, but it's bragging
But-
rights.
Well, I mean, you can't even show off the points. I don't think it's for you. It's seeing which side you picked. It gives you a little icon, and then when you're talking shit in chat, everybody's got their little. Did you pick one or did you pick the other? And then it was just fun. I liked it as an option, and it kind of felt like betting. But like I said, it had no effect on anything, which is the proper way.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's I mean, it's like I said, it's kind of like brackets. You know, I don't watch college basketball. I don't like college basketball.
Oh, yeah.
I don't pay attention to it at all. But March Madness comes around, and I get a bracket. And I'm like,
Oh,
all
yeah.
right, I'm invested now. Who's winning? Who's? And it's like, is this team any good? I start like asking people. It's like all of a sudden March hits. I'm like, I'm invested in college basketball, and then
I watched
my
I watched,
bracket
like,
gets
my
destroyed
college-
like after
college
week 1 or 2. I'm
basketball,
like,
but
fuck
yeah.
this game. I'm done with it.
See, and that's the thing. I only did a little bit of college at an actual college, but not one that probably ever shows up on TV, not very often or anything. And so I never felt invested in a school. And not
This
to
year I
mention
did.
there's like a million fucking colleges versus, let's say, for football, there's 32 teams or something. So
Yeah.
I'm doing my best to follow 5 football teams or something, and there's no way I'm keeping up with any kind of college stuff.
Yeah,
And,
well-
I
well-
don't feel that loyalty, obviously.
I was invested this year a little bit just because the Gonzaga went to the finals in the March Madness this year, and that's
Okay.
a local college here.
Oh, neat.
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't live.
Gonzaga's not this year. Gonzaga's every year.
Well, they're
like
always-
the best,
they're-
college basketball team out there.
They're
Period.
always
What?
no.
They're
They don't
amazing.
win.
put
They
together.
don't.
That
They,
small school puts together one of the best.
yeah,
team
they're
almost every year.
always in it, and they always do. Well, they usually do pretty well, and they're usually seeded like 1 to 7, 1 to 8, like almost every year.
I thought
but
Good job,
Duke-
Akron.
They haven't won it in a long. This is the first time they've gone to the finals in a while. But
I was so
but
happy-
they get
I mean-
beat by who beat
Like Big
them?
12, baby. Big 12. Hell yeah.
What's the school
Baylor.
for you, Dumb? Oh, okay.
Iowa State University. But they're
Oh,
Big
okay.
12. So that's
Gotcha.
what
I was like,
happy.
I'm from Texas. I'm familiar with Baylor.
But
I
yeah,
hate,
it's,
hate
I
Baylor
mean, I don't
unless
live
they're
in,
playing somebody outside the Big 12. Then
I don't live in
I'll go-
Spokane
Gotcha.
anymore, but it's only like 20 miles west of me. And
I remember. I'm
that's,
old,
that's where that
so I remember things
college
from a long
is, so-
time ago. And I remember the first year Gonzaga was good. They were like a 15 or a 14 seed, and I think they got to the Final Four, maybe the finals. I can't remember. They came out of nowhere, and I don't know how many years ago. Probably 20 years ago, maybe. I don't know. But they have not left the high, that top tier
Yeah.
since
Well,
then.
Mark
They're
Few
always
is a
good.
hell of a coach. Mark Few is he's so good at scouting, up and
And it's not
coming
that big of a school,
good
right?
players
I
that he brings into the school and the scholarships and just his I mean, not saying that Mark Few is the only one that makes that team good, but he is just so good at finding good talent and getting it on the team. And so,
I think
like
he is
you
the
said,
only
a
one. Everybody else is
smaller
just quit.
college like Gonzaga can, compete with,
Like Duke.
the Tar Heels and Duke.
All the
and,
big, all the big schools, they definitely compete, and if not necessarily just compete, they dominate them some years.
Yeah, Aaron Rod, thanks for the resub. Yeah, it's and it's crazy because a lot of times when they lose, it's games where it's like, oh man, they should have won that one. They weren't even like an underdog. They just should have won that,
Just
and like they
didn't
just
show
kind of
up.
I lost
It's like
money
they always
on them
seem to
in the
choke,
finals
and
because I
it's-
went for Baylor. I went for
There's some teams
Gonzaga.
that
I
do
thought there's
that,
no
though.
way Baylor could beat Gonzaga. I bet on Gonzaga.
Rayo, thanks for the resub. 11 months, almost getting to that year. That's got to be like when we first started.
Like Duke and UNC were like the Alabama of college basketball, and I don't follow college
Yeah.
basketball, but I always hear that like
Well, they
Coach
dominated
K
for
from
many,
Duke,
many years.
everybody
Yeah.
thinks
Duke
about him
Blue
almost the same
Devils.
way as what's it, Nick Saban. Like you either love him or you hate him, and
Yeah.
a lot of people hate him.
I
Well,
actually live
Duke,
in
North Carolina,
now, so-
Michigan.
I don't
there's
like
been,
Bama
there's always a
for
te-
football,
there's
but
a few names
don't
out
either.
there that are
I
really good at
recognize their
basketball.
But my
talent.
stepdad loves them because
Yeah.
it's from Alabama, and that's
Nobody
the
I,
only
likes
thing
teams
I
that
that
really has going
acknowledge
for
that
it.
they're really good and they've been one of the most dominant college football teams
For a
in the
bunch of
last
shady
2
reasons, I'm sure.
decades, but I don't like them. It's kind of like the Patriots. I
Correct.
acknowledge the
Oh,
Patriots
sa-
are good. I
I'm the same
acknowledge
man.
Tom Brady
Who?
is like the best
Yeah.
quarterback ever, but I don't like seeing him win.
I
Oh, you hate-
respect what
Well,
they've
Delana
done.
hates Bama
I don't
because
care for them at all.
She's,
Delana hates Alabama.
well,
Isn't
she's
that where you're from,
LSU.
Redline?
She's LSU,
No.
which is like their ultimate
No.
rivals.
I've played LSU in college rugby, and LSU puts up a really good rugby team, which is impressive in American colleges because most don't like recruit or anything for it. But like A&M, I think LSU did as well. But like a few of the, like big sports schools, they make that a program too, and they
Who'd you
stop
play
the
for?
shit out of us. I went to U of H, so or no, Sam Houston.
University
sorry.
of Hawaii.
No, Sam Houston. I lived next to U of H for many years in Houston, but no, I went to Sam Houston State,
Houston,
which is
okay.
up. It's in Huntsville. It's north of Houston by a little bit.
Oh, is
It's a
that-
tiny little
Huntsville
state
is
school.
Alabama, isn't it?
Well, there's a Huntsville in Alabama, but I was in the one in Texas. the one
Okay.
Where they
Okay.
do the executions and have like 15 prisons.
I lived in El Paso for a couple years.
It was a
That's
weird
that
college
was
town.
awful.
It's an interesting claim to fame.
It's
Yeah,
an
they
interesting
execute
college
everyone
town.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
Well, Texas
20,
execute a lot of
15
I had a
people.
bunch
prisons.
of-
It's like a fucking industry down there.
It's a criminal justice school, and I had a bunch of like rugby mates and coworkers at various college jobs that was their other job, was like being like a what do they call it?
An executioner?
No, not an executor. The guys who work in a prison.
A warden.
Just
An
whatever. Just the
executioner.
regular guards.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. guard?
Death
Re-
dealer.
Regards.
There's a
guards,
better word for it, but I can't think of it.
guards.
A head cleaver.
A babysitter.
I think
Hey.
Basically babysitters. Fucking inmates are all babies. I've seen it.
What? So Rayo Atra lives in Kansas City. I gotta ask why. Is that by choice or are you forced to be
KC?
there?
people from KC love KC.
I just still don't understand why.
KCMO or KCK? I guess there's
They're
like some
both
big
horrible.
rivalry feud
They're
between the
both
two.
horrible, and it's hard to determine which one's worse.
Well, Tech Nine's
Same
from
for Michigan
KCMO,
fans, dude.
so
I
Oh,
was
no, I'm
gonna
talking
say
about
my
the college. I'm just talking about just the cities themselves.
correctional
my courtmate
officer.
from
Oh, there you go.
KC worships Tech Nine. Like they've
Yeah,
got a lot of
well, yeah.
local jacking themselves off.
Kansas
Uh,
City's got the worst freeway system out there. It's
Got a
it's
great
just
football team.
awful.
Did you hear about the? I think it's I-40. They fixed a bridge. It's the bridge that goes over from Tennessee to Arkansas. There's an I-40 bridge there. Apparently, it had a cracked beam. Like
I saw that on
It was
Reddit.
it goes over the Mississippi
That was
River.
sketchy.
They closed it for 3 days, and they're like, yeah, there was a crack in the beam, and it was like one of the main support strut beams. And
So they're
I
getting
saw
ready
a
to pull
picture
up
of it.
like
It was
the
not a
Minneapolis one.
crack. It was like the whole beam was completely severed, shifted
Which
apart.
is-
There was like a 2-inch gap. It's like it was
Which
just
is
broken.
not how metal does generally.
Yeah, it's
No,
like,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
not a
exactly.
crack.
That
That
was
was just a complete
full-on
severance of
break.
one of the 3 structural beams or something like that. So
Well, that
But
happened.
why did it take
Remember
them
that
3
happened in
days?
Minneapolis.
well, no,
On
it took them 3 days
I-35,
to
the
fix
fucking
it.
bridge collapsed.
Just weld it.
Wow,
They have to replace it.
No,
They
they
can't
can't
just
just
weld
weld that.
Welds
no.
are stronger than the rest of the material.
Well,
Actually.
after that Minneapolis thing, I think all states went through and like checked all their infrastructure, and most
That makes
states had like
sense.
80% of their bridges need to be fixed.
We had that up
Fuck.
here. We most of our bridges up here in the Northwest have been fixed and redone, mainly because there was we didn't have a crack. We actually had a bridge collapse up here. It was like 15, 20 years ago or something. I think it was in
gonna say.
Washington, but I'm not
Thank
sure.
God it was a crack and not a collapse.
Yeah, no, I don't remember if it was so long ago. Like I was a teenager, I think, when it happened. But some bridge,
You're
it
not
was
talking
either
about
in
the bridge that,
Montana or
like-
Washington or something like that, and it just collapsed. And I don't think anyone died, but maybe. And after that happened, they just started looking at all the bridges up here, and they started finding like all the bridges up here suck and need to be fixed. They needed to be fixed like a decade ago, and so. Over the last
10 beat-
15 to 20 years, like all the bridges up here have just been like sequentially being like basically redone.
Yeah, it sounds like most states were kind of like, oh, we shouldn't have. Yeah, you
Rain's
were first.
first.
Rain, good job. You were first. Good job, Rain.
Nice.
Thank you.
Hey.
Okay, we can start the show now, guys.
Fuck
How's it
yeah,
going?
I was
Rain-
first, actually, Rain.
No. Rain's first. She said so.
But
So on the 1 to 10 scale, Delana, is that a 2 is like 10 the best, 1 the worst? If she's actually listening.
Okay,
I hope
yeah.
she is.
we'll-
I read that as the I-10 scale, which will make sense enough to her.
I've driven on I-10. It goes through El Paso too.
It goes,
Oh, that's
go
kinda
through,
sad.
goes through New Orleans and Baton Rouge, and there's a ton of
Um,
bridges in Louisiana because all that swamp.
Yeah, where was I? Oh, we should swing it
There
back.
were I-10 bridges. There are 2 on the I-10 bridges, the 1 to 10 scale.
I'm from Houston, and I've worked in the oil field industry, so I've spent plenty of time going back and forth to Louisiana.
I got a friend that lives in Houston. He works, he does like ocean salvage. It's the fucking weirdest job in the world, but he has a crew
Gulf
in a
is
boat,
big.
and they go out like pull shit off the bottom that is sunk. Right? You know, like they don't go like looking for buried treasure. So like if you're in your yacht, you crash
can-
and you sink it. You call. He's like a tow truck for like the ocean outside of Houston. It's fucking crazy.
You can retrieve shipping containers and like claim them, to my knowledge. I mean, I think there's more to it than just that. I wish Brisk could weigh in, but there's
Yeah, I'm not.
there's
He doesn't
treasure
do
out
that.
in the
He-
oceans.
He's more like a tow truck for the ocean. That's basically what they do.
That's pretty cool. My
But
dad
yes.
and brother work on tugboats, so they're kind of tow trucks for.
Well, yeah, but
waterways.
the other side of tow trucks, they're not the wrecker service. They're the actual tow service. Yeah.
Yeah. I met someone on a cruise ship who drives a tugboat, so I'm an expert in this. What did you guys want to know?
Those tugboats are fucking cool. Actually, They're
talked to-
just one big engine, right? That's all they really
I've
are.
talked to Brisk about
They're basically,
maritime stuff, and I mentioned that both my brother and my dad are work on tugboats, and then I also mentioned that I was from Texas, and he was like, oh well, they're probably not union, but I'm rooting for them, or whatever. I'm working hard for them anyway, or something like that. And I was like, oh, that's pretty accurate. Yeah.
So there's a bridge that takes 30 minutes to go across. Is that because traffic's so slow, or
No,
really
it's a
long?
long ass bridge.
Will I get to see it when I come down there in August?
Is that the Natchez Bridge? I think.
Yep, the causeway, so I get to see it. I've actually been planning my route down there. I'm going to drive down, so that's why I'm going to get down there.
I've never been that far. Well, I tell you, I have been that far south, just not that side of the country.
I think Honduras is the farthest south.
I used to live in Tucson. That's about as far south as I've ever been.
Okay.
That's pretty far south, though. That's like,
Yeah.
it's like what, 100 miles, 60 miles
Tucson?
north of Mexico or something like that.
Tucson had the best place you could buy beer in the United States.
Well, I was
Called
6
the-
and 7 years old when I
the
lived there, so
Tucson-
that wasn't anything I would know about. All I know is
Can't
that
remember what it's called.
walking into prickly pear cactus sucks. I remember that.
Yeah.
That really
It does.
sucks. I did wave rainbow. I'll wave again.
Rainbow. Who's Rainbow?
No, rainbow. I said rain, but
Yes. Karen, I'm
her
going
niece
to
is
NOLA.
watching. She's waving at us.
I'm going to drive
Um,
down there, though.
Yeah, no, and then I remember it was weird.
I could
'cause
pick up
school.
Rayo.
We did like
If
a
he wants to
a
go, I can
whole
pick him up on the way. I can go through
out in
Kansas
the
City.
desert camping in like cabins, like field trip. It was like a 4-day field trip. I've never had that with a school before. Where it's like, okay, for the field trip, pack your sleeping bags and everything. We're gonna go out on the camping trip. And there was like people waking up. There was a couple people woke up with like scorpions on their sleeping bags and all kinds of
You
terrifying
don't sleep
shit.
on the ground out there. Yeah, that's kind of dumb.
Well, no, we weren't sleeping on the ground. We were sleeping in cabins, but they weren't like perfectly sealed cabins. Bugs got in that shit. So, yeah,
Well, you
like,
always check your shoes before you put them on. You fucking sleep in the desert.
yeah, it was kind of crazy, but it was a interesting stuff. That's pretty much mostly all I remember about Arizona. I went to the Grand Canyon.
Tucson, I used to get the best acid there.
Fair enough.
I was not in the acid market at that time.
No, not at that age. Probably
I
shouldn't
was
be.
gonna say at that time, passing through.
Actually, I
Arizona,
never
I've
did
been
acid.
in the
That's
It's an
It's bad
experience.
for
I
you.
would-
I'm sure it is, but
Well.
I was like, I'm not brave
Start
enough. I'm
light
not brave
and
enough
have
for
a good
that
time.
one.
That's why you do. That's why you should do it. Right?
Right.
I like
Um,
it.
Yeah.
I've been to Sedona, Red Rock area when I was in like early high school, and then I've driven through Arizona tons of times because I worked summers in California when I was in high school.
Yeah. We can't be talking
And we
about
would
that. Though.
drive.
We got nieces watching.
Sorry.
We have kids.
Who's got nieces?
Oh no, I wasn't talking about you, Akbar. I was just saying.
There better not be kids watching
I was-
this.
Rain's niece is watching.
I thought he was gonna say
If
something
I'm
about
on
like,
a show, it is automatically MA.
I thought he
right,
was gonna be like, we need to
TVMA,
be on topic,
probably
not like,
higher
we
than
need to-
that.
You
Okay,
should
she-
never have
okay,
kids
I
watch
didn't
this.
catch that.
Okay, she can't see it, or she can't hear. I don't know.
Oh, good. Thank God.
She-
You don't want kids to be around anything.
So
I
should we
You're-
talk louder or?
Your body is a.
I'm just gonna go over to Rain's place
You should
and get
live
it
it
that
to
way.
the fullest.
The oh yeah, I was gonna get back on the. We got to swing it back to Eve. We've
We
detoured
don't
a
have
bit.
to, but we should.
Well, we should. Yeah.
So Council of Stellar Management applications are closed. So whatever's on there now that's it. Right? That's the list.
yeah. Well, the
said that, right?
application submission
It's
time
closed.
was Friday, which I think. So I think it was like an hour and a half ago. It closed. So.
Oh, it's Friday. Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
guess
it was
it's
Friday, but
Well,
they're going on
So
UTC.
he's right
so.
then.
Yeah,
yeah,
so
I'm correct.
it's closed now.
I didn't know I was correct, but
Yeah,
I
earlier
I got
today
lucky.
you could have got them in. So yeah, anyone that's applied is applied, and anyone that's not, better luck next year.
I feel like you're splitting hairs.
I mean,
I think,
well,
I think you're just trying to make me look bad.
Well,
And it's
no,
not
I was-
that easy. It's not that hard.
He was like, "Well, my show notes
pretty
say it's
easy.
still open, but I
yeah,
wrote
it's like
3
hold
hours
on here,
ago."
hold on. Let me check out these show notes here.
Oh, nice.
I need to get glasses. Holy shit, that's funny.
I mean,
The funny thing is like
I feel like I should get some too.
these are
Writing is so huge too. It's a huge writing. He puts his glasses on to see it.
no. The funny thing is like these are non-prescription glasses. I don't need glasses. Like
Are you a hipster?
I literally just got them because I wanted to be able to look smart once in a while. So.
I've always wanted to do the
Drayden,
same.
I love you even more than I did before.
No, actually, the real reason I
I
got
fucking
these.
love that.
Funny. So when I got that pork pie hat to fuck around being the Walter White picture I was doing, I ordered these glasses because Walter White wears glasses.
Okay. 'Cause you
they
wanted to
apparently got back
roleplay.
ordered and I forgot about them. And then literally they showed up in the mail yesterday. I'm like, oh fuck, that's right, I ordered those. I don't need them
Now you
anymore.
gotta do a new photo
You
shoot.
know what we forgot to do? We forgot to do shots to fucking open the show.
We didn't do any shots to open the show. We can do shots.
What? We failed completely.
Well,
What
no,
travesty.
you just have to start the
Hey,
show
Liz.
now.
I'm in
Welcome to the
trouble,
show.
though.
Where's Rain? Save the
Welcome
show.
to the show, yeah. First, Rain, do it. Give us a first.
She can't
I'm
go.
gonna talk
she
about
can't
what I've
first
been
on her
drinking
first.
though. I bought this set called Ferryman's Fuel. It's an Imperial Stout. Holy shit, it's fucking kicking my ass.
Okay.
This is it was expensive. I'm not gonna lie. I normally wouldn't buy something. This is more, $20 for one bottle.
I hope it kicks your ass then.
But now I know why.
Yeah.
It's like 15 bottles. Only 12% alcohol, but that's still pretty high, I guess.
All right, we'll do some shots. Shots to
To
Tempest
You want
Calcif
to
for
life.
winning the or to life.
Well, I would go with that too. We're
I
restarting
like-
the show.
I do
so
like
we gotta
life.
start
Life is
talking
good.
about
Life is. I mean, life is.
and my life is fucking great. So I don't know.
Hey, that's always good to hear. Also to Tempest Calcif, who I don't know shit about, but apparently they're now 2-time winners, so they're starting their own little
They-
legacy.
So
They won the Anger Games already once.
Apparently
They
they
won
did
the
the
Alliance
first one.
Open.
Oh,
Was
is
the
that
Alliance
what?
Open?
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Who?
Just remember, repost this carton to fuel
I
the
thought
last Spartan.
Godfathers and Gangbang won the Alliance Open. Was there more than one of them? Was there two of them?
I think they did maybe a couple.
Okay, I didn't know there was only
EVNT,
one.
like,
I didn't
runs
realize there was two.
tournaments, right? Like that's their shtick.
Yeah.
I like the even.
Thank you, Rain. I
They-
appreciate
I
that.
love the They get the display. I mean, I'm assuming CCP gave them that's part of like Thunderdome. I'm guessing where they get the spectator thing where you get the attack and control bars and the
I think it was in
All that.
collaboration. Yeah.
right. So, and I mean, we've talked a bunch of times about how people that don't know Eve that's all they see, but it does help. But the thing is, like, I assume that these turns are more for the people that do know Eve. And so
Yeah.
you get to watch, and like
They
you
are
can see
pretty
the
much,
little
yeah.
symbols. Like, okay, he's catching reps, he's getting neuted, he's getting webbed. You see all that stuff, so you know what's going on, and you can kind of watch on this field. And they do a pretty good job about tracking it. Just
I was gonna say
I-
the camera work was pretty good on some of the matches. Anyway, they had a few hiccups here and there, but
There-
like,
there was
on
some
the
where,
ones
like,
they were
they-
trying, it was pretty good camera work.
yeah, there was some where it's like they'll zoom in on a ship that's blowing up. It's like that's pretty, but we've seen ships blow
Right.
up. I want to see what's happening.
What's happening to the other ones,
Like
yeah.
while that guy's dying, like you're just seeing someone's like shields go down, and it's like they're halfway into armor. It's like someone's fucking dying. Zoom out. You get like invested in it, but
I really think if whether the players or CCP, whoever, can get the shit together and produce a good product that's a watch. If you don't know what anything about Eve, but can get these tournament stuff into a good product to watch, they can put themselves out there as one of these esports because it is fun to watch if you know what's going on. It's kind
Yeah.
of like hockey.
That-
Hockey's really fun to watch if you know
I
the
think it
fucking
would take
sport,
a lot
right?
of user
If you don't,
interface.
it's not
Yeah.
that much to watch.
the thing is like
No, not really. It's just it would take a lot of commentator work, right?
It does,
like,
it would take a
you
lot of
just explain
commentator
it.
work, but it's also
and advertising.
I feel like
And
they would the
advertising it.
visual tools would have to be up to bit in a
I
way
think they've
that
got them though. The tools
because
that
as of right now it's like you see
CCP
the
uses for the Alliance
ships, you
tournament
see
are pretty cool.
boxes, you see like boxes of drones go. I mean, like people can see like
It's
okay, there's
decent.
red going on blue there. It's decent. Like you can.
But that
you-
comes back
but
to
I
the
think it needs
commentary
with
thing.
the life
It would,
bars.
it would need multiple people streaming it from different angles and different zoom levels. You're right. It would definitely need something like
Yes.
that. A good,
well,
a
you'd
good
have to do
production
cuts.
value.
I don't
for
think
it,
you'd want to do
yeah.
like a multi-screen. I think you'd want to be able to
No,
cut
no,
from
but not
one
multi.
to-
Yes.
Right.
cut-
However-
That's a
stream
good
from
idea to
camera
actually-
camera,
However
yeah.
many ships
Multiple
are on
camera.
field, there needs to be a camera for each one
I would
zoomed
agree.
in on
Oh,
it,
you
so
are
that
correct,
you can
Redline.
literally
Yeah.
That's
and then you
interesting.
just have like you could even do it in OBS, but you'd have to have like 14 clients in that
You have to know
regard.
some. Well, even
Yeah,
if
well,
And you
like,
just
fine.
and then
you
have
could
to
use
have
other
producers.
switch
people's
to a different scene.
Yeah, I mean,
Couldn't
like,
you
you
use
look at
other people's
running
cameras as we call it webcams. You could probably do it with OBS without having to do it yourself.
it,
I
it
mean,
would
They
geez,
use other
require
people's
just, like,
cameras to come in.
Just hire me to do it. Like I can produce that shit for you, no problem. Just
I
add
think-
me, bros. Come on.
well, I was saying,
I
it
think
would
making
require
it-
like a streaming
I
team.
will support that 100%.
Because
Redline
if you
should be
look at
hired
some
for
of the
this.
other bigger companies,
Swift, make it happen.
if you look at some of the companies like Riot and like when Counter Strike, StarCraft, like Blizzard and stuff, when they have their esports stuff going on, they have like a full-on professional production team running everything.
Yes, yeah.
And
That's
so
what I'm saying. That's what
Eve would have to kind of
Eve
do something
needs
like
that.
that. Like they couldn't
But
just like
But I
have
think
some
the
of the
product-
devs
I think the
take some
product would
time off on their
sell if
weekend
they do
to
that.
do it. They would need like someone that's like,
Yeah,
your
work
job,
overtime,
what we're
damn it.
paying you for, is to run the esports streaming.
It would
production.
it would need to be a
The-
separate team, but I think the product of Eve, if marketed correctly and professionally done, would be something people would watch. I really believe that.
It-
Three
yeah,
things.
like I said,
Three things. Ready? First thing, every tournament that I've seen on Eve has too much downtime because it's all live, which
you
I
have to
get
have
is
multiple
cool,
things set up.
but it
yeah.
doesn't need to be live. That
Um,
creates a lot of extra work for everybody. Live for the commentators, right? So imagine this.
I agree with that.
So none of like if you watch League of Legends LCS, none of that shit's live until it gets to the finals. It's all
no,
pre-recorded.
it's live for the most
Nope.
part. Yeah, it is.
I don't
I think there's a slight delay, but because I watched the LCS stuff, and there is gaps in between each match because they have to get the new players, the old teams out and the new players in, and they go to the analyst desk, and it's like some ESPN style analyst. Like that's what I'm saying. Like they have full on professional production. They go to the analyst desk. I mean, I guess the Eve and T guys do it as well. And then they sit there and discuss
Right.
the match, discuss
But
the players
the
coming
thing
up to the next
is-
match and all that stuff, and then they
is
go to the
that-
next match because they have to set up.
Some of those matches had 15 to 20 minutes in between them. At least that's what it felt
Well,
like
that's
to me.
what LCS is. It's like 10 to 15 minutes in between each match because they gotta
It's like
get all the
3.
new players in, and all the players bring their own mice and their own keyboards. They gotta detach the old ones, get the new ones put in.
But if you're
test
watching
them,
it,
get
you
them-
don't see all that. You're watching. It goes from match to
It's
match.
not live, bro.
It's
that
not live,
shit is not
yeah.
live. It's recorded in front of an audience.
I can-
Yes.
I can see merit to not doing it live.
What's
the other two
It's
things?
recorded
Curious.
in front of a live audience, but
Yes,
you
it's
watch
recorded in front of a live audience. When
Produ-
you
yeah,
watch
produced,
it, the
yeah.
people that are commentating on it, yes, are seeing it for the first time. But it's not something that's happening right when
No,
you are
it's
watching it.
no, it's live
I-
because
the stream
literally
thing
I've
is a
followed
different
some of the
thing, though.
LCS
There's-
casters, and they will literally like after I like they'll be commentating and a game will happen, and then like literally as a play happens, they'll be like, "Oh my god, that was crazy!" And then so like unless
Drayden,
they're playing into
do you-
the
They are. That's
I
how
don't think they
production
do that.
works,
That's-
man.
I don't
What do
think
you
so.
mean?
I don't
Wave
I don't
again,
think so.
Wave
We're just
again,
gonna
Drayden.
wave nonstop.
They're
it's been a
that's
while.
their illusion, right? That's the illusion of it being live. They play into it just like everybody else could.
It's almost
But
like they're
The
professional.
reason that they do that is so that they don't have the downtime, so that they can get all those camera angles and
That's
everything
fair.
correct.
But
So, like,
that's a
if
tall
you-
order.
Right, kind of, because you can put people together at any time.
But then some
to
of the
play a
bloopers, there's
match.
bloopers and there's like mess ups and things where it's like, oh my god, like they would just cut that out if it was not live.
Yeah, you definitely don't want it too overproduced. And somebody in chat mentioned, and I think there's probably merit to that as well. They got a ton more viewership based on it being live, and I think that's probably sort of a byproduct of just Twitch and people just bullshitting and chatting, even if nothing's going on, you know. But
I disagree. Stream
mean,
like people who watch things don't want to watch nothing. So I would
Obviously.
argue instead that what ended up happening is that the people who really wanted to watch the Eve PvP on that stream stayed and watched the Eve PvP on that stream.
Liz,
But
you're right.
anybody who jumped in and could have been a potential like new viewer to either the game or to the stream, if they jumped in on a delay, they waited
would
maybe
move
a
on.
minute.
But
and
what
then
about when
they
things are
left.
said
They
where it's
move
like,
on.
hey,
You're-
this
you're
was
100%
said,
correct, yeah.
we apologize, that just doesn't reflect the color. There's things that like that'll happen in esports, and it's like that would totally get cut out because like why would we put a PR nightmare on a recorded stream and when it's not live? They wouldn't do that, but
Why not? I mean, that's
because it's a
LCS,
PR
right? This
nightmare.
isn't-
You don't
this
want to
isn't
have your
LCS, right?
casters say something that you're like, oh god, as a company, like you know, you can't
don't
say
think there's
that. And they would cut that out. They would rather.
I say shit all the time. I shouldn't say, but I do it anyway.
I don't think there's a
But
reality
anyways.
where CCP throws enough production budget or staff at this to get anywhere on that level. I think we should aim for better levels.
Of
But I don't think
recording
we-
Vlad,
things and
you should
No,
join
broadcasting
us
I
them
mean,
and
and
said
on the
they would
editing
do
level
one of
of
those
what
things.
other things
Oh,
present
true.
as.
No, we could definitely get at
Take a
least a
shot?
third of the
Okay.
way to LCS, to
What
the
was the other
point
two
where
things?
we're bringing a bunch of people in. The other two things are consistent like camera angles. So
Yeah,
set up the cameras in the
production value.
beginning, like pick a ship in the beginning of the match from each team. that's going to be like a focal point.
Flagship kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly, and then pick an overview. That's 3 clients. Switch between the 3 as things are happening in those areas.
Yeah.
But that's something that you do in post, because you're gonna have recordings of all 3, and then you just switch to
Easier to
whichever has the better
mesh.
angle of the action. But every recording has all of the tools, everything like that, and is perfect.
Yeah,
Hold
And
on,
then-
number 3 for 10 seconds.
in post, I mean, you could definitely make it much more smooth and nicer in post. I think there is an appeal
That's why
to
they- that's why
live.
they do that.
You've seen people turn their cameras around ships on a stream, and it's
Yeah,
just
I feel like
it's
there is
jarring.
an appeal to live view, but I mean, I get it.
Well, you could do that even if it's live.
But yeah, all the multiple cameras. I mean, that's because I mean that's
That's an easy
honestly
gimme,
like being able to smartly go from cut to cut. There's just something about that I mean, I don't know. It's
Good production
just
shows.
screenplay. I don't know if
Good
it's
production,
screenplay,
yeah.
but
It's production value.
There's
Are you ready
there's
Yeah.
a
for the
maestro,
third thing?
there's chemistry to it. Sorry, go ahead.
Remember the first one? What was the first one?
yeah, what was the first one?
I don't remember.
Okay,
No,
good.
it was
I'm not the only one then.
recorded instead of
Oh yeah,
make
yeah,
it live.
yeah, yeah, and I agree. Yeah. Third
Yeah.
Are
thing
you
is
ready
what-
for the third one? I
Second
don't
one
think
kinda
you're ready for
plays
the
off the
third
first
one.
one.
Talk more about the second one.
Is the third one gonna blow my mind? I'm
Did
a
you
little
forget the
worried.
third one?
No, I didn't forget the third one.
Go on with the third
This is my list. I just want to make sure everybody's ready for the third one. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready. Hit us.
Hire me.
Oh, well, you
I
said
agree.
that.
CCP
And I said
has
I
shown
agree
that
with
they-
that one.
That was like the prequel. You said that
That's-
before.
Yeah, but it's
And
that
you meant it.
important.
It needs to be twice.
CCP
Yeah.
hires plenty of its players. Just go try.
No, CCP would never fucking hire me.
Well, not with that attitude.
He's got a point.
I spent the last 2 days screaming at them in any channel I could.
We've all screamed at them for like 15 years. We'll be
I-
I
fine.
had
would bet.
CCP literally call me a dumbass in email. So you've not screamed at him enough yet.
I've never done this before. I'm always really like, I'm always a little skeptical, but usually pretty supportive. But not now. I'm. Talk about
Just-
that later.
Rayo's
Just
correct. You
join
can do
PL
live
for a
cam
little
switches
while,
live.
and then you've got
Yeah,
your-
yeah. Like, I mean, there are live
But
cam directors.
That's
because
copyright,
NFL
it's
does
okay.
it, right? But
Well,
it takes,
it's like you said. I
it's-
mean,
it's like college level shit. You have to have a degree to do shit like that. You have to be smart. You can't
well,
be a
it's
yahoo
it's
like
not
us.
just smart, but you
and
also
do it,
just
yeah.
have to have a
Can't just
have
be
an
a
eye
yo
for
off
it
the
too.
street.
It's like the guy, like, I mean, in shows and movies, you see the guys that, okay, switch to camera 2, and it's like they have a whole thing where they can watch every single camera that's up there, and they can sit and they're like constantly watching all of them. Like, where's the good shot? Where's
they
the
have
best
more than
shot
one
for
monitor,
window?
do you think?
Swap to
I think
cam
I
can I-
4, swap to camera 6.
Can I say something that might be
Always
considered
good.
slightly offensive?
No, not on this
Unless
show.
you're- yes.
That-
as
This
long as
show
you're
is
not
a
gonna
good
offend me,
Christian
you're
show.
okay.
What are you talking about? We don't do
That
offensive
is
commentary
not
here.
rocket science. Production value is not rocket science. It doesn't take
No,
that much
it's
effort.
camera
You're right, because they
science.
don't explode things into space.
It's
You're
all
correct.
about efficiency.
Is
You
that an
don't
offensive
set up
take?
a bunch of individual things that have to work together in
like,
tandem.
one
You
of
probably have
those-
to be sober to do it.
I wish
though.
I had like
You
those like.
create it once.
little like bird dipper things, but
Well,
for, like, a wave.
I was
Kinda like
thinking
I
more
will tell
like
the
the
story,
the used
Bill
car
Anderson
sales
did
lot, like inflatable wavy arm noodle guy.
just going in the back.
Yeah, just have it just
I've
turn it
lost
on in the
them.
background. Be like, there you go.
I
Well,
like the wavy
entertainment for
noodle.
hours.
The wavy
Like
noodle
3 foot
guy's
tall.
awesome. I fucking love that. That guy's awesome. The was it Family Guy where they do that commercial for the wavy arm noodle guy? Is fucking
So-
hilarious.
I see
I
merit
was-
to both sides. I do agree that there could be a lot added to the production value. The downside is the cost and diverting resources and whatever. Unless they
Right.
have a department
You'd have to
that's
hire a whole
doing that.
streaming team, a
So
whole
you'd
production
have
team.
to
It's-
eat. You're right. You'd have to eat the
Nah.
cost for the
It's
first couple
staff
years
heavy, I
to
believe.
get established.
if-
but I
but
think
that's-
those games make a lot of money off esports.
The-
That's why they do it.
Well,
The
yeah. Well, the thing is,
upside
like, if you
here-
have an actual official esports thing, that's when you start getting the sponsorships coming in. That's when you get like Razer and Red Bull and all that stuff coming in, and
Dude,
that's where the
they'd
money
make
comes.
money-
I
in.
proved that, Sikander.
They'd
You
make
cannot
money
do
hand
PvP
over
and
fist
watch at the
just
same
from
time.
the ad revenue.
One
Well,
thing I
ad
will
revenue-
The ad
say-
revenue alone.
Yeah, ad revenue.
No,
like,
that's it-
all
that's
the
what I'm
esports
saying.
have. It's like, hey, this is
Esports
brought to you by Intel.
Brings in a
the
lot of
Intel
money
Instant
for those who
Replay
are
and shit
successful
like
at doing
that.
it, right? But
Anyway,
you got to get
like I
established.
said, hire me.
Just
So
just
something
listen to
they're
Redline.
doing
Yeah.
better now that they don't have an AT, sadly, all these years later, but they're actually doing better with the whole using notifications, putting out stream fleets, giving partnerships to the streamers. Like they're putting down all the foundation for actually being able to do something that they should have been doing all many years ago. But I think we could get to that point if they keep leaning in this direction. Like they're starting to notice that, you know, they have a lot of content creators for our little microcosm, and you know that they can lean on a lot of outside efforts and get pretty far with this. I mean, CCP joined in as like commentation on some of those streams, but they didn't run the thing, to my knowledge. You know, it was based on somebody else's rule set, somebody else's sponsorship. You know, I guess he maybe put like the prize purse or something. I don't know how it worked, but I think they're moving in the right direction. It wouldn't shock me if they could get back to an AT level, and I think these are all good suggestions towards that. But it makes more
I'm
sense
not
now in
opposed to
this
them.
era than 5 years ago, because they weren't doing all this stuff.
I'm not
Look,
opposed
man,
to
all
them
I'm
going the
saying-
third party route though. Like even T has a really solid. I mean, like they're pretty much doing just as good of a quality production as the AT was. I just think that it's
That's
not
fair.
directly through CCP, so it doesn't get the hype and the attention that they should. But I mean, like if you look at, and it's not just the Anger Games. If you look at all the, what was it? I think the last actual official Alliance tournament was run by Eve NT.
The Alliance Open.
The Alliance Open. Okay. But I mean, it's
Close.
And to be fair, the Anger Games was like the event he helped. It was run by Sothrasil, the angry German.
I thought he just
Oh,
sponsored it
okay.
or whatever.
He might
No,
have
he
sponsored it, I don't know.
organizes it.
Yeah,
But
that's
he-
what I was
he's
saying.
a
He-
he
I
is
mean,
the
yeah,
guiding
see-
hand of it. He
yeah.
puts
See,
a
like
lot-
no,
a ton
Rain
of
was saying
work
like
into it, yeah.
AT16 Alliance Tournament 16. I think that was
Oh,
the
you mean
last
the
Alliance
proper
tournament
Alliance
that they
tournament,
actually that
gotcha.
CCP actually did.
Oh wow.
They had Eve NT actually run the thing. I remember watching a bunch of it. And because they had CCP no, they didn't have devs there.
I mean,
but they did
remember
have Jin Tan with his fucking pot suit, which was fire, and his like gold money suit or whatever the fuck it
money
was.
suit is
I
the
mean,
one I remembered.
yeah, I mean, like bring back the Jin Tan suits and the Eve NT desk, please. We need
You
those.
gotta bring back Jintan first.
The bling,
CCP
yeah, bring back the
legs.
bling tan. Like the bling tan is sorely missed. Not saying that the commentators that were there. Also, I mean, Ithaca Hawk. When I was watching this, Ithaca Hawk is fucking excellent.
Anyway,
Oh,
the
yeah.
real third thing is drops on a stream for like skins. Like when you're
Fuck.
doing the broadcast.
100%
Do
got me now.
drops on the
I was already
skins.
with you.
Oh,
Anytime
like
you give
just
away skins,
Sprinkling
gonna
things
Give
Give people a
upon your
reason to
watchers.
keep on watching.
That's fair.
Like
Yeah, that's a good
anything
idea.
that you can do, like when you're
Those
streaming,
little
anything
bubble
that you can
polls
do,
raffles.
Yep. anything that
That's
you
good.
can do to spike and keep a hold of viewers is gonna be good.
I like that. That's a pretty good gimme. Is Darwin still on?
Hell, you could even talk to Twitch and have them feature you on the front page, probably.
They probably could. CCP, I imagine, could swing something like that, especially with
I
their.
don't know if
their
an
new
indie game
ownership.
developer can do that though.
Well, they're no longer seen as that. Now they're owned by a big fucking conglomerate company.
who is?
Oh no, after Wednesday, they're very much seen as that. Sorry, later.
Yeah, it's we're waiting for Matterall to come. Like Matterall's he's doing some talking to stage and stuff. He's gonna come over once he's done there, and we promised. Well, I mean, I don't know if we promised. I'm assuming we promised we would wait till because I was over watching his talking to stage things when he was doing it earlier before the show, and he was saying he's like, once I go over to Open Comms, we'll be talking about the nullification and the warp core stabilizers. So we will get into that. But we're waiting for
a little
Matterall.
later than normal, just because the big fight's going on, unless it's over.
Yeah.
Is
Well,
Canada-
yeah.
is it
There is.
over?
Although, I mean,
I died
unless it's
and I
changed
gave up.
since we started streaming, because I haven't watched it. But like, he wasn't broadcasting the live fight. Ron USMC is, and
No,
he
no.
still
Sikander was
is.
in the fight, like I was.
Oh yeah, I was
in
say, like,
I was
I
in
mean,
the fight.
Ron
I
still
died.
has 300 people there, so I'm assuming that the fight is still ongoing. Which, to me, last time I looked before we started, it looked like it was kind of just settled, like we were gonna kill the IUB, and you guys were sitting on a keep star.
So you're saying bad shit about me, Trey?
No, I'm
What
just
the
saying
fuck?
you
Are
guys.
you
What
in
the
this
hell?
too, Trey?
There's nothing
You
wrong. There's
Sikander says you're talking shit about
nothing
me.
wrong with being a
God damn
coward,
it.
dude. I was.
I am a coward. No, that's true. You're right. There's nothing
No,
wrong with
like,
it.
I'm not one to talk.
It's
I wasn't
Friday,
even in the
not
fight.
Tuesday.
I was setting up the show, so I'm not even in the battle. So I'm
I was
sitting
gonna
there
say,
like,
I
I'm the one
I
who's
made sure
at
Ackroyd
home
died before I
and
did.
not logging in. So
Is that correct?
I
Ackroyd?
was. Yeah, that's correct. 'Cause you told me you died afterwards. I was like, you
I did.
killed me.
I didn't
were
realize
top
you had
damage."
died. I was shooting you when I died.
And then all the other lodges survived, and that's how I know that you guys called me out.
Oh yeah, no, they came up there. I was like, oh, yep, gotta get that guy.
Ain't
don't
it,
worry,
Bob?
Dom. Sikander, you're okay. You're okay.
For a dirty PvPer, I'm
For
okay.
a dirty
right?
PvP, you're a no. He's a PvPer. Sikander.
You guys are Logi. Logi's not PvPer. You guys are PvHers.
Oh. No.
Or PFHers. Players for health.
I always just called it whack-a-mole.
HP.
Putting out fires,
Oh, no,
and then you die.
I had
do
I
have a
had a
special
monitor once,
warning.
and I sold that fucker because they're stupid.
I would say
If you don't have C, you don't need one.
That almost sounds
Yeah, I was
like
like, why would I need a
HVD sounds like some kind of like disease, but I was like healers versus damage.
So
Oh, there you go.
I-
HVD.
Dude,
I
it's like
have
no, I'm not a
Definitely
PvPer.
knows
I'm an
HVD,
HVD. I got an
You know what?
HVD
You get
degree.
those hookers in
Eject.
Vegas again, you'll get HVD for sure.
Yeah, dude, it's like, hey, just broadcast for the HVD. We'll
Do I
give
need
it
to share
to you
pictures
right
with
away.
everybody? Yeah.
Anytime, morning,
don't share a picture of your
afternoon,
HVD.
night. If
No,
you
no,
want
his
that
hookers.
HVD, we'll give it to you.
I got a
Look,
great
I
picture
have
of
I have a
Drayden
warning
walking
to
into
give
a
to all
fucking.
the Imperium members.
Uh-oh.
I'm coming back.
To
Huh?
the Imperium?
No,
Awesome. I
Not
knew
to the
you'd join
Imperium.
eventually.
That's
to
not
kick
the
your
warning.
ass.
Oh, I thought you were joining us again.
I
Damn
want
it.
to reship, but I
I'm
can't.
coming
I
back
liked you.
home.
I may be the only Imperium member out there. I liked Red Lines Fleets. It was fun. We had a
Oh,
good
you gotta
time.
cue
He
that
was
Sky-
fun.
Oh, see if
He
Elby
didn't
was here, I'd be
care.
like, Elby,
You know, he didn't get all
cue
upset when we
Skylar
didn't
Gray.
do well. It was
I'm
fucking
coming
fun.
home. I'm coming.
You
Excited. I
win the
thought
war.
maybe you're joining the Bastion.
You win the war, and I'll join Bastion.
Edward Sharp.
I'm holding you to that.
You hold me to that.
If we lose the war, I'm staying in Bastion. Sorry.
That's fair.
Well, that's a one-sided
That's
bet.
expected.
I kind of got to.
I'm
I mean,
confident.
I'm actually, the head Diplo and one of the
Are you really?
finance
How's
directors.
Pukin? But I haven't talked to Pukin
You're the
since
finance
the last time I was in
director
One of
Vegas.
them, not the main one, just one of them.
I haven't talked to Pukin since I was in Vegas.
I love the
last.
Bastion. I love Carneros, and I have
How's
a
he
great
doing?
time.
I love Carneros.
Pukin is doing great. For the most part, all of MPX has stopped playing Eve, except like 3 of us, because they're
I
mad
feel like
about
MPX
the
goes in
changes
waves.
with
MPX
with
goes
all
in
the
waves.
changes.
Like they all play and
It
then they
does,
don't
yeah.
play and then they all play and then they don't play.
Well, they're mostly
your core?
become industrial. Yeah, it's our
Yeah,
core. Big,
multi-
Drayden used to
multiplex
be in
gaming?
it. Yeah, multiplex
yeah,
gaming.
yeah.
So they're mostly turned into fucking bunch of
I was in
mining
there
Care
for a
Bear
while.
pieces of shit. But so they're mad about the changes. That they're all bitter vets.
The stab stuff.
Yeah, they're all
No,
bitter
they-
vets, and
yeah.
they just fucking get all crybaby shit. I tease them about
It's
it.
not even
constantly.
live yet.
No, the what are
Everybody
you talking about
thinks the sky's
the
falling.
the what do you call it, the resource scarcity thing? That's what's pissed
Oh.
off.
Well, it sucks.
Well,
but
that's
they'll-
a
Well,
Care Bear
well,
problem.
boo-hoo,
That is a Care
hoo,
Bear
I mean,
hoo.
no, nothing wrong with being a
It's a
Care
Care
Bear.
Bear problem. No,
Just
it's a Care Bear
saying,
problem.
that's an industrialist problem.
Well,
that's
sadly
not a
though, that is a
well, it's a
game-wide
PvPer problem.
Yeah, it is.
in
I
the
tease
fact that
you
your
when I
ships
say that
cost
shit.
more now.
I
but-
just don't like mine.
I want to
right?
make jokes, but it
Yeah.
affects us all.
It does affect us all.
It
Eventually,
will. It will at least at some
It does, but
price of
hey,
the ships go up. It affects
changes
me,
happen.
right?
You
I don't-
gotta
until
you
that
gotta
happens,
roll with
I
the
don't care.
changes.
I agree.
Like you can complain about all you want. That's not going to make the changes not happen. So you have
What
to
we're
figure out a
doing
new
now-
way
And,
to
oh my
play
god,
the game.
we do a weekly meeting on Monday nights. Our corp does a weekly meeting, and that's almost verbatim what I said to him. These are the changes. This is it. If you don't, you're gonna be cry about it. It's fine, but it's time to stop crying about it.
Yeah.
These are the changes. This
I
is what
mean,
it is.
And
If you don't want to do it, then quit the fucking game.
right, it
tell
comes
me you
down
don't
to
play
it comes
the game
down to
anymore, I
like
won't
these.
bother you
Yeah,
about
that it comes down to what you just said. I guess I'm just saying the same thing you just did, but it's like stop playing if you hate it that much.
Listen, I'm not
Otherwise-
picking
I
on
don't
you.
want
I
to
love
chase
you.
people away, but
Talking
my thought
stations.
is-
Oh, we get to get to the content. Welcome,
we're
Talking
doing now-
Stations, guys. Thanks for the raid, Matterall. Matterall's going to be hopping in with us soon, and we can get down to the best. No, I won't say that. I was just like the newest update that is going on Sissy. It's not live on Tranquility yet, but it is on
Well,
Sissy.
I
if
call
you
them
want.
proposed changes because they aren't official yet.
I
right?
think
They
there's-
may
If it's
adjust
on
them.
Sissy, it's gonna happen. Like I don't think they've
There's
ever put a
opportunity
thing
there.
on
That's
Sissy
not
and didn't
necessarily
have it
true.
going to
If
Tranquility.
you look at the recent history, not past history, recent history, there have been things that they put on Sissy that they decided not to
They
go
might
with
tweak it.
based on player feedback. So I'm
Very
going
rarely.
to give them all the credit in the world that they're going to do the right thing.
Hey, Matterall, what's up?
My favorite
Hey.
person in the world.
Let me get you a.
Are you gonna? I'm
Zoom
waiting for you.
link.
Gonna adopt, I need you to adopt me. Would you adopt me? That'd be your.
Dude, only if you dress in a baby suit and I can carry
Fuck
you around.
yes, I'll do that.
I want to see
I
that.
want to
I'm
look
on
down
board,
and see
man.
your
Okay.
face when I have a little baby in my
I have a little
arms.
bonnet on and a diaper.
Little
Yeah,
salt and
fuck
pepper.
yes, I'll do that.
Yeah, a couple of hairs. That looks good.
I'm a little drunk. Sorry. Oh, I still got the Eve 18 birthday there. Why did you tell me that was up there still? God
It's still
damn it.
Eve's 18th
I did.
birthday year.
Did you say something?
Yeah,
wasn't
like
listening
when
to
you,
you.
when you came in on Zoom, I'm like, hey, you still got the Eve 18 thing going on in the background.
You should have
and-
said something then.
No, I did. That's exactly what I said. And you just looked at
I
it like,
don't know. I don't
uh-huh.
believe that.
Hey Dom,
Anyway.
where did your spaceship go? You should swap
Exactly.
that
I
back.
can't fucking change it now. I don't know how to.
You got a Zoom link?
Yeah,
for
yeah.
me?
I just
Oh,
DM'd it to you in Discord. And
I was just gonna say real quick, what we're doing right now. Some people are saying it's boring in various times, or it's taking too long, or whatever.
We're always boring.
Blowing up
Fuck off.
ships is helping push faster whenever we get out of scarcity. Like blow each other up as much as possible, destroy as much shit as
Change.
possible.
Blow each other
One
up.
name,
that's
Not
it.
blow each other. Blow each other up.
I'm open-minded, but
I'm too. I'm gonna go with either one.
but
Actually.
cause as much destruction as possible, and then they can rip the band-aid off, and we can just go to happier times or whatever.
That's better. There we go.
So you got like, is that
red
a
shirts.
black screen behind you, Manning? Is that like full on production for
Oh
professional?
look,
like,
we're
production?
twins. Oh no, we're not. Never mind.
Oh, he's a professional.
Don't pull the shirt up again. We look the same. I mean, you're better looking. But yeah.
Show us your
Oh,
abs.
you can be
Ooh,
my
show
baby
us your
now because
nipple.
clearly we're related.
Good. Yeah, we planned this. It
yeah.
happened. Yeah.
Let me. I'll put a background on. Excuse me while I get the background dressed. No, this
Oh.
is.
I need to go
Excuse me,
powder
why
my
whip
nose.
I was saying, like,
Exactly.
do you have like a nice black like background, or is it just
No, it's just me knocked out of a black. Yeah. I mean, here I am in a station.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
okay.
I
You're
think it's
using,
matter all to meet
you're
each
using
other.
the Zoom ones. You're using the Zoom ones. Okay, I was
Yeah.
thinking you had like an actual like full on like black canvas back
Yeah,
there. I
that
was like,
looks
that's
funny.
So
like,
I'll put
yeah.
on my evening wear.
look at you were like in a studio.
Matt's one of those people who actually knows what he's doing, so it's kind
No,
of.
I'm pretty sure
I
he's a
te-
professional.
Definitely, I know how to mute myself in the middle of a.
He's a
production.
professional
You've
shooter.
proven that almost every stream.
I have to remind people like.
I assume it's a meme at this point.
Oh, Pappy got
Actually-
bombed. Is that
Yeah.
that
Oh,
new?
that's 'cause we
Is that
just-
new
yeah.
like fresh?
No, we just
no, that
we
was
just
earlier
paid for
today.
bombs, so that's
breaking
probably just happened.
news.
That was earlier today. He got bombed real good.
Oh no, that was like 10
Oh, they
minutes.
probably just
ago.
got bombed right now because we paid
got
for
bombed
bombers,
again?
so.
Wait, they're saying
Looks like
Mutaro. No,
Yeah.
no. I'm hearing.
The-
are you guys? Hold
the
on. Are you guys
Trash
not
Talk
hearing Matterall?
Tuesday
Because I'm
Discord
hearing him.
is
It should be
lighting
coming through
up.
the stream.
Was it?
I
I don't.
hear.
I don't do a lot of forum bullshit.
Oh, okay, okay, good,
Shit
okay,
talking.
good.
I'm just not good at it, so I don't do
Okay, I
it.
thought you were saying Mutaro like you were these muted. I was like, no, I hear him. Okay,
No,
anyway.
that's just his reputation.
Yeah. So I mean, like, we're pretty much done with the AT stuff. I was just gonna mention a few of the prizes. I mean, like, Templess Calciff got first place. Basically,
games,
just
not
shy of
AT.
28,000 plex as a first prize. 60 Edencom victory skins. That's the victory skins.
Just let
are
it
pretty
become
nice.
AT. Shh.
I can't remember if I did or not,
I'm
but I
just saying,
believe
like,
I
that's-
donated a billion disc to it in our name.
Oh, for like
so.
prize?
Yeah, I mean that's a healthy amount of plex. I mean, if you split, even if there's like there's like
Wait,
6
how
to-
much?
It's 27,900, so just shy of 28,000 plex.
Plex though,
Well,
That's
plex,
a
but
lot
still,
of-
that's
not disc.
That is a lot of plex.
Yeah, it's a lot of plex. Yeah.
that's a lot of that's a good chunk. That's some
What's
that's
it,
some cash
2
money.
million a plex or something? I don't
Yeah,
know,
I mean, like,
2.2?
it goes down like 15,500 for Warlords for second place.
So it was like a staggered prize.
yeah,
for like, let's say, top 3 or something?
7,750 for
Or-
Goondra unloaded, so goons. 4650, 3100, 3100. Yeah, I mean, it was good. It's some solid prizes.
Check us
But-
out, Dom. We're on the red team against the black team. It's like checkers.
Oh, it is. We're the
Oh,
we're the better
shit.
team though. You know that, right?
Dude, how did we? I didn't even do that on purpose. It
on
just
that.
happened.
You know
that way.
why?
Battle
You
report
know
a
what?
lot.
We're just that good. We don't have to plan for
Yeah,
shit like this. It just fucking
it
happens.
just falls into place.
That's how fucking good we are.
Just don't start jumping on each other. That'd be kind of weird.
Now I want to. Damn it.
I wish I could. Figure
Oh
out
yeah,
how to do that.
I'm here. Sorry.
Are you done with supper yet? I think you
Oh,
are. Get your fucking
I
camera up here.
didn't get anything. So
Did-
You motherfucker. You're just dogging us out, aren't you? You're lying to me.
All right. But
no, I
it's
missed my chance.
now that we got Matterall, we've been waiting Matterall. We keep like
Oh.
almost hinting at the
Sorry.
at the
you,
nullification
'cause
things,
you're
and
the
then it's like
expert.
no, we can't talk about it yet. We gotta wait. So we can jump into it now if we want.
I have to ask, Matterall, how do you feel about these new changes coming to EVO Online soon?
I'm always neutral on changes, but I take the side against the masses to have
Devil's
some
advocate.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's the angel's advocate. It depends on. I see it as, well, I see it as basically taking the side of people that aren't really talking about it, because either they're not mad about it or they're just people that don't usually hit the media. But we know,
Sure.
like, Small Gang does, Wormholders do, and Nullsec definitely hits the media cycles. So normally
fair.
I'm on their side.
So is
Whose
that
side?
4?
Whose side are you on?
I'm on the side of these changes.
What?
These changes are
Oh,
fine.
okay. I'm good.
Cautiously
Yeah.
optimistic.
I thought you
Well,
meant you're on
it's-
I thought you said you weren't on my side. I'm like,
Oh,
that's-
always on
I'm-
your side.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
the-
I don't think the changes are crazy sounding either. Just
Yeah.
based on
Sky's
reading
not
them,
falling.
they sound like that. It's going to change things, sure. But how's this not
We'll
going
have
to
to
be
learn some new
interesting
shit.
fucking gameplay?
I kind of
This
feel
is
like
gonna
it gives
be
you a chance.
fun.
It gives you a chance to fucking do something
It-
different. I like it.
So this
People are gonna break it in a new way. It's fine.
very sure. Explain
Adderall,
what they
can you
are.
wave?
yeah.
Can you?
oh, there
Oh,
we
hey,
go.
Ray.
Now we're set.
Hey,
we have two
Matt,
more
can you
cameras
wave
added.
to the
Get six
camera?
camera. Well,
We're-
smile
We're
and
all
do it,
having
though.
to
You
wave
can smile.
periodically because Rain's niece is very into the
Can't wave and not
Oh.
smile. There you go. There you go.
Thank
I,
you.
So-
if I could throw candy, I would.
That's creepy, Matterall. You can't throw
Yeah,
candy.
it is,
To
right?
kids.
No,
You
no,
can't
no, I
throw
meant
candy
it-
to kids unless you
I
have a
was
van.
I was thinking of a
2021, bro.
parade. You know,
I do have a
it's-
nice white rape.
You know when you're on a parade and you have to like wave at the audience. Have you ever been on a parade? No,
I have.
No, I haven't been on a parade.
On a,
You
on
guys
a
haven't
float?
been on a parade?
No, I haven't.
What the?
I've had to drive. Let's see. I've driven an ambulance in a parade, a fire truck in a parade, walked in a parade.
I was in a conga line in Eve one time. We made
That's
it pretty
fun,
long.
too. I
It was
like
it was
that.
about 100.
And there was no candy?
No, it was
I
160.
usually have my own parade on
about
Saturday
160,
afternoons.
170 people in
But that's
Fleet,
just
and
a
we
weird
all
thing I do
somehow
at my
figured out
house.
to go one after the other, and we conga lined 170
People
ships
anchored up
together, and we
successfully?
did some like swirly loop-de-loos and all kinds of good shit. It was great. Probably one of the best experiences I've ever had in the game.
Yeah,
growing,
but
growing
we
up,
got-
my dad was the chief of the fire department in the small town I was at. So I was always, as a kid, I'd be on the fire truck during the parade throwing candy out.
Yeah.
The first time I did it, you're throwing candy. Like we're like a block down the parade route, and all the candy's gone. I just throwing it out like a crazy person. Like,
Machine
we got like
We-
10 blocks, all right, whatever. I had 18 blocks to go. I had no candy left, pissing people off. It's awful.
All right, so we have derailed a little bit already. So hold on,
A
that's
bit.
I've been drinking.
so
really
well,
powerful
I think we all
alcohol,
have.
so I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not gonna make any sense.
So real quick before we get into
is
this
not
thing, let's
anything
just
normal,
give a
yeah.
quick. I was gonna give a quick little overview of like what the actual changes are.
There's
at least
changes
what-
coming up.
Yeah, there's changes coming up. So warp core
really?
stabilizer changes and a new module, a nullifier, warp nullifier. I think is what they're called. It's on Sissy right now for testing. It's not in Tranquility yet, but so essentially they are changing the warp core stabilizers, and they're also adding a new module that you can put on ships. Certain ships, only certain ships can fit them, and
The cool ships, right?
so they are getting rid of general interceptor nullification. They're getting rid of, I think that's the only ship that had it, at least half the interceptors. So what they're doing,
T3Cs.
well, those had to fit a subsystem, but so they're getting rid of that subsystem, and they're now having this module that you could still fit to those ships if
I
you
didn't
wanted.
realize they were getting rid of the
But those ships that had the inherent,
Yeah, well, I mean, the
bonuses
T3Cs
get a
didn't have
bonus to do
inherent
that, right?
nullification. They only had it if you put the subsystem. So that subsystem's
but those
gone.
ships do get a bonus to the new model.
Yeah. So, so the ships that can fit the nullifiers when they come out is going to be interceptors, all interceptors. So not just the ones that had it before. And they list it's all industrial. So like the blockade runners,
Interceptors,
deep
blockade
space
runners,
transport,
covert
and
ops,
just the
deep
Tech 1
space,
industrials,
luxury yachts, strategic,
the
Tech 1
luxury yacht,
factions,
covert ops,
frigates, and
all
subbombers.
frigates. So it just says frigates.
Yeah,
so
I see.
so I'm assuming that's like faction T2, T1, all frigates. And then
Well,
strategic.
no,
cruisers.
No,
not
not
all,
T2,
not all
not
frigates,
T2.
not all.
No?
Like
Okay.
no,
Just T1.
like assault frigates.
Oh,
are
because I
not on
guess
the list.
yeah.
Things like
Because
that are
those
not on the
aren't
list. It's just-
frigates. Those
yeah,
are like
okay.
covert ops.
Tech
those
1
are,
frigates though.
Those are
and
assault
faction
frigates. Okay, yeah. So
which
Tech 1
might make
yeah.
faction frigates more fun to fly.
Yeah, so I
right?
take it back. Okay, yeah. So all Tech 1 frigates. Anyway, so those are the ships that can fit the nullifiers, and it's going to be a module, and essentially between the modules and the warp core stabilizers, there's a bunch of inherent properties that they all share. And so the thing is, like, only one can be fit per ship, so you can only have one warp core stabilizer now on a ship. You can't just load up your lows with all warp core stabilizers and
But it's
basically
as
be
good as
immune to
3.
like, someone scrams you 3 times and you still warp off because you're like, haha, and like,
See, and that's the one thing about these changes I don't care for.
yeah. So you
Because
can only fit one.
There's
And-
no, there used to be a counter. You could
But
put
it's-
multiple warp core stabilizers on somebody countering a faction
Have you-
scram. But
Well,
now you
well-
Have you
can't.
seen the warp strength reduction though?
Yeah, it's 2. It's 2 now.
3.
For 1.
It's 3. on
There's some
CC,
of them are
right?
3. Yeah.
No, I just went on CC. I was just there today and I wrote
They
down
might be
some of these
altering
numbers. It
things,
says
but it was
-2.
3.
So
It was
they,
three.
yeah,
Okay,
they
now
did some
two?
tweaks
Oh,
today.
then
They
I'm
did
better
some
with it. Okay.
They did some tweaks
That-
and put it out. So so I think they took it from -3 to
Ooh, that's
-2
bad.
because I was on there today, like
That's
literally
gonna
right before the
really-
show, and looked at it. So
That's
now
People
it's
paid a lot of ISK for those trees.
Yeah,
right?
no, it's
So
a
that you're
minus
taking
2
away a
now.
lot of value to those.
But anyway, so for all ships, so 1 per ship, all of them give a negative 50% drone bandwidth penalty. So you have half the drones out, negative 50% scan res penalty, negative 50% targeting range penalty, and they don't auto repeat, so you can't just let them just cycle because they only last 10 to 15 seconds depending on Tech 1 or Tech 2, and then they have a 2.5 minute cooldown before you can
All
use
of
them
that
again.
seems decently.
Yeah, so it's like
Intention,
you have
I
to
think.
pick and choose when you use these. The one thing that's interesting is, and I don't think there's ever been a module in the game that can do this, is you can activate these while you're still actively cloaked from jumping through a Stargate. So before you've decloaked and gotten rid of your invulnerability, you can activate these modules.
Okay,
Wow.
so
So
this has been proven
the
on
purpose
Sissy.
of this is so
If
you
your
can
cloak is
activate.
activated, you can still warp off. Now that may not be the final change, but right now on Sissy, you have your regular cloak, like your Tech 2 cloak
Right.
activated. You can use them.
So I'm guessing the ideal behind this is that while you're still cloaked from jumping through a gate, you activate your nullification module, and then as an interceptor, you can just be like warp to that gate. So you don't have to like double click, move, break cloak, activate the module, then warp to the gate, because that requires a bunch of server ticks, which then makes you
I
vulnerable to
agree.
instant
What
points.
I'm saying is your
So
covert
if
ops
you had to
cloak
do that, you instant pointing
activated,
steeples and stuff,
these
they'd
things
get you,
still work.
even as an interceptor. So this
I don't know
allows
how
you
I feel
to.
about that.
This
I don't
allows
like
instant
that part
warping
either. I think that's a
interceptors.
mistake. But
So this allows instant warping interceptors with this module fit to get to insta warp through bubbles still.
Does
once.
anything
Then
equipping
you gotta
that
wait,
mod
but it
have
takes
that
away
same
the super
ability?
fast travel of them, right? Because they have to wait 2.5 minutes to do it again. So it does take away the super
Right.
fast travel of
It'll
them.
let you get
You
through
have
a
to
camp.
you have to
You'll be
warp
fine.
off to a fucking a ping or whatever, then wait your time to do the next gate. So,
So-
it does take away fast travel. That is,
I-
that is a
and
thing.
You're not going to get camped. on
I
the
haven't
freaking
had a
thing.
chance to test
You
this.
shouldn't,
but
you're right, yeah.
So if anyone's had a chance to test it, I'm curious. So they have a 10-second for the T1 activate like duration of how long it works before it stops working, and then the T2 is 15 seconds. Now, normally when you warp, if you can ignore bubbles when you warp to a spot, even if you lose that nullification, like let's say you're in a normal ship and you like warp to that gate at 0, and you warp to the gate at 0, and then you're in warp, but after you're in warp, a bubble goes up, like a stop bubble or a drag bubble goes up. You're not affected by that bubble because
Correct.
you were
Correct.
already
That is
in
correct.
warp,
After
and
your
you will
warp
just
cycle.
go right through it to the
It
gate.
only affects you if it's up before you warp. Yep.
Okay. Okay, so the thing is,
I
like,
would
so
assume
when
that
you warp to a
remains.
gate with this nullification thing, let's say it's a long, like 200 AU warp, and it's gonna take more than 10 seconds to get there.
Shouldn't matter.
You're still gonna be nullified from any bubbles at the other end, right?
I think it merits testing since things are changing anyway. But as far as I know, just on old mechanics, that shouldn't affect things.
Yeah.
If you were nullified when you enter warp, you
That's
I
correct.
would
Yeah,
think
th-
it's
that's
safe
just the way the,
though.
all
the
the
way
way
the
through the
mechanics work. So the one thing I've got a question on, and maybe it says, and I keep glossing over it, on the warp core stabilizer portion of this, is that only are they only usable on frigates now? Can you not put them at all?
No,
ships
warp core
anymore?
stabilizers can be used on anything, but you can only have
Of
one.
that stays.
you can
Well,
only
it doesn't
have
say
one
that
per
in the
ship.
changes. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, you can only have one per ship, but you can have the warp core stabilizers can be fit to any ship that has.
But the other modules are
CPU.
only frigates. Just want to make sure that's clear because I don't
Well,
see anything where it
that's-
says it's that.
Frigates plus.
frigates
yeah.
plus. it's-
T1
it's-
T1 frigates.
I'm not counting the T3
Yeah, yeah,
cruisers.
yeah.
but
Well,
I'm talking, but
frigates,
mostly
T3
frigates,
cruisers, but
where
co-
the stabilizers, the initial warp core stabilizers, have always been able to use on all ships. You could,
Yeah,
I mean, whether
still-
you do it or
still,
not,
you
you
still
can.
can.
you
Yeah.
still can for sure because it
Yeah.
doesn't say that. That's
Still
what I'm
can.
asking.
It gives you a -2 scramble strength modifier.
Oh, Profix, seriously, bombers can no longer use the nullifiers. When did that change? And where
That
does it
changed
say that?
today, actually.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
only,
that's a
it's
sissy
only-
change. Okay,
Yeah, it's only covert
Good.
ops.
I'm
so
okay
that's
with
just
that.
like what, just the
Yeah.
anathema and ships like that.
I was
Hyena.
Again, that's-
just
Or not
getting
hyena.
to the part where I was going to talk in my article about bombers and nullifiers,
they
and
changed
then I
it.
saw it, and I
Hey,
was
hang on a
like,
second.
"All right, okay."
That doesn't change anything that we said, though, Dominarch, Mr. Drunk Dominarch.
It
What we were
does. It
saying
changed,
was
it changed lots
no,
of
because
stuff.
that's a T2 frigate, and we didn't say anything about T2 frigates.
But they were on the list of things that could use them.
Correct.
And sissy, but now they're
Correct.
not, right?
Correct. Changed
So that
today.
changes. Yeah.
Changed today because people pointed it out. They didn't like that change, and CCP is
And
saying,
to
okay.
me, this is a great example
be
of where
fair-
CCP listens to the players and makes changes. Because that's
To
one
be
of the biggest
fair-
complaints I've heard. Oh, they never listened to us. Well,
People
they did.
pointed it out
It's good.
before they published the changes as well.
I mean,
Point
that's
out what?
fine, but at least if they're tweaking
But they
things,
changed
that's
it
not a
based on
terrible thing.
fucking player
This is
feedback.
not a
That's
permanent
awesome.
set in stone just
Who-
sitting on CC for the minute.
Whose
it awesome?
feedback was like, nullification needs nerfed. Yes,
it was mine.
Go.
They probably listened to me a lot.
they've
actually.
been talking about that for a while. Brisk called it. That was one
They
of Brisk's
nerfed.
campaigns.
They already
I was
nerfed
gonna say,
it once.
I thought it was mainly the stabs aspect that people have been kind of crowing about.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
necessarily
No,
outright
I think
nullification.
Brisk actually came out and said, I'm not pinning it on him. He'll have to take responsibility or credit for it if he wants it. But he said shuttles should be the only things nullified. And that's kind of the change that happened.
I've always agreed with that too.
I mean,
Yeah.
who cares? Like, that's it.
I
Doesn't
care,
matter what
Redline, I
what
care.
random people say, right?
Or he's
Nobody
not
cares
random.
what
He's a
random
CSM.
people
member.
say.
Okay.
No, but
It
if
does
you-
matter what random
if you
people
go
say.
to
We're
the
about to see a
forums,
fucking gate to Stain. What are you
if
talking
you go to the
about? This is
greatest
I
like-
mean,
State
okay,
forum
that's
post,
fair.
you can see
That is a
people
fair point.
talking, giving suggestions and feedback, and they listen to it and changed. I mean, I think it's awesome. Fed CCP actually listens to
Yeah,
the
but where
players.
was the feedback
don't.
that
in the
said
forums.
where was the feedback that nullification needed fucked with again after Howling Interdictors?
Oh, they called me
There
like
may
3
not
weeks
have
ago
been.
and asked me, and I told them that. Sorry.
So if there wasn't any like discussion about it, then where did that change come from?
Well, because they
That-
don't just change things because something needs to be fixed. Like, it's not like they're just fixing the game.
It does feel like
They're-
that sometimes.
They're
They're
shaking
adding-
it up.
They're adding
So-
strategy to your
I
bubbles.
like this- I like
bubble
these
escapes.
changes.
Because
So-
before it's like
I
travel
like it.
interceptors, just you basically just pretend bubble
Yeah,
camps.
it
Don't,
was-
So
don't,
travel
aren't even there.
interceptors
You
are
don't
no
have to
longer
worry
a
about
thing.
bubble camps.
Now you
Like,
What's
travel
the
in
use of jump
shuttles.
clones anymore, right?
yeah,
What's
it's
the
like
use of jump clones?
aside from the gate camping,
They're a
you
good
know,
way to lose your
smart
own
bombing
your,
battleships. That's the only
implants.
thing you ever had to worry about in a instant travel scepter. And even then, you generally got through. It's just if you had that really unlucky
Not me. Well, second, I
damage
used to
tick
kick
where
my
you
ass
just
all
got
the
hit by
time.
all the bombs, then you died. But that's
This
about
guy's
it.
This guy's had my
Quick
number.
Well,
Whenever I was passing through
Profix,
Iridium.
Server
what
ticks.
Pro Firix, I think that's how you say his name, in chat just said, is kind of the point I was talking about too. This is my one concern. If you have a faction scram and a disruptor on, there's no way to counter that now.
Well, okay,
Right?
so
'Cause you can only put one
factions-
stab on.
Yeah, okay. So Strobe Cat and I was talking with Lothar Mandrake in chat. So they were asking about the strength. So it's a -2 strength, and your ship already has an inherent 1. So
3.
essentially,
So
you
faction
need
scram
a,
plus one
a
disruptor,
scram
you're
strength of 3 to stop the ship, which only faction scrams have that. So a long point you'll get away from. A normal scram you'll get away from. Multiples.
Like
now you
anybody
could get
can?
away from like
Unless
two,
you're having a
two
fucking,
long points. Now if you're in the what is it the blockade
Yes.
runners, I think have it in
no,
here.
Space Ninja's right.
Okay, that's what
And-
you're talking about.
Unless you're having a battle with a what do you call it, like a warp disruption battle with somebody, like I did once, where I was in a
remember that
bustard,
story.
which gets the
Dual
inherent
scram, you
you
get
know,
caught,
thing.
Space Ninja.
That's how I got caught. Was we were kept going back and forth. I'd get away, he'd catch me. I'd get away, he'd catch me. He ended up putting 2 faction 3-point scrams on his fucking. It was actually a dictor,
Yeah,
on his dictor, and got me that way. So if somebody does that now, there's no way to counter that. That's my
Like your-
only. That's my only concern.
I like your hand gestures because you look like you're playing air guitar. You're all,
well,
I can go get a guitar.
we,
I can't play.
we
but I
gotta
get
do
one.
the
Play the
gestures
thing.
for Rain's niece still. So like,
Oh,
talk
man.
with your hands as much as
Wayne's
possible.
Speaking guitars, man, I went home last
I
weekend.
got a new instrument. Sorry, go ahead.
I got a new guitar because my mom had one. It's so nice.
What kind of guitar?
It's a Fender acoustic.
Nice.
Apparently, they got it from a pawn shop for super
just got
cheap.
my,
and all it's got the little neck buzz, and otherwise it's perfect.
There's some cool shit
Very
in pawn
cool.
shops when it comes to music instruments.
isn't that
For
other
sad,
people's stuff
sad
and they'll come
reasons.
looking for it
For
later?
very
Like,
sad. Well,
I hope it's the people who.
if
died,
you want to
though.
come looking
So-
for it, you shouldn't have sold it to a
I
pawn
don't
shop.
think that
Or a
I have
consignment
any
store.
concerns
I'm
about
afraid
anybody
I'll get,
looking
like-
for this guitar.
some family heirloom that somebody wants, coming.
There's like Lightning
they're
Johnson
haunting
or
it.
some like old
Or
blues
haunting it by
legends
fucking
have sold
spirits and
guitars
shit,
at
yeah.
pawn shops, and it's horrifying and sad. But like that's the way the world works. And then someone else gets a legendary guitar with a lot of history.
Sawyer 83 most eloquently says exactly what I was trying to say. If they limit the stabs, you gotta limit the fucking scram.
But okay,
Right?
but
There
how-
has to
how
be a
would you-
counter.
Even if you're only
Everyone
allowed one
complains
scram
about
per
Kofi
ship,
cameras.
it
Oh,
just
there's no
takes 2
counter
ships.
to it. Now
2
they're
ships
creating
with a
another
scram
thing.
to
There's
get
no
the same
counter
check.
to. So
Well, and that requires a
But
kit,
that requires
not a-
2
not a
people to
solo.
both tackle. But I get
That's
that.
something.
But,
have
but
you ever
I'm-
been in the Imperium?
but
No
I'm
one
just
can
saying,
fucking tackle.
the thing is,
If
like,
somebody gets a chance to actually lock somebody, now they're fucked because
They
no one
tackle
can
each other.
tackle.
But
you. Yeah,
generally,
it's
like
terrible.
I mean,
It's
aside
awful.
from the T3
like a
cruisers,
circular firing squad.
most of these ships,
That's
aside from the
exactly
T3
what
cruisers,
it's
most of these ships are going to be fitting. Oh no, sorry, warp core stabilizers. I'm just saying, like, if you're fitting a warp core stabilizer, it's not a guarantee that you can't get tackled. It's a benefit to a tackle. So you jump through a gate and there's a tackle there with a scram on it, you can get away from that. If they have a faction scram, they decide they're going to spend 60 to 100 million on a single module. You get had. I mean,
Maybe like
maybe
it
you
doesn't
get
give you
one.
invulnerability
But
to
the
get
next
through
time you
every
jump through
gate
that fucking
camp.
gate, you've got 5 fucking
This-
warp core stabilizers on your ship.
This
right?
module
There you
isn't
go, there you
meant
got
to.
6. They need 7 to
This
get you.
module isn't meant to nullify gate camps. It's meant to make smaller gate camps.
That's effective.
It's meant to let you might have a chance to get through it, but you might not. But if it's like a giant
No.
camp with
If
like
you have one of
multiple
those nullifier modules
scammers
on
or
it, you
someone
get
that spent
through
a
it.
bunch, well, then
I'm
you're
just
probably
talking
gonna
about
get
the warp
caught
core
on that. I
stabilizer
mean, I don't
portion
know.
of it, right? With everything else normalized.
I wonder if you'll see
It's just weird, you know.
double gate camps, as a
Double gate
standard,
camp.
right?
Well, I
But one
would
on the
assume
out-
like
Double
you-
rainbow.
you wouldn't even need the double gate camps because being
Yeah,
that,
one
I
on the
mean,
in,
unless
one on
you're
the out,
doing
yeah.
because what is it? Ventures have a 2 warp strength
Yeah.
inherent, and so do the blockade runners. I think.
DSTs.
So
DSTs.
aside from those, one faction scram is enough to stop you even with a warp core stabilizer. So
Unless you put multiple warp core stabilizers on it, which you can't do anymore.
you can't do it
Now,
Yeah. So
now
max,
there's
yeah.
no way to counter
Aside
that.
from
You're
those
right,
ships
yeah.
with extra warp strength,
Before,
your
there
max
was a
is
way
going to
to
be
counter
3.
it.
Your
Now
max is
there's
going to be 3.
That's a
and,
problem, isn't it, Dom? Like
I agree. That's what I said. My only
Yeah.
concern is the fact there's no way to
Three-
counter that.
3 seemed
They
fair.
used to be able to do it, but now you can't
I-
counter it.
because three meant like you can catch me, but you have to have 2
Maybe they
guys.
should. Maybe they should put a maximum number
Or-
of warp core points. Max it at 3.
Or you
But
have
now
to
you're
pigeonhole
you're
your
fair,
ship.
right?
But there is balance
They
there.
takes them to use that expensive module to get you, but if they don't use it, they can't get you. I think that
That's
would be a
one
fair
guy,
thing to
but-
do. That's one guy.
Right,
I'm
right,
talking
with-
one guy.
yeah,
If you have
one
multiple
guy,
guys, it's a different ball game. It doesn't. If you have 10 people,
Multiple guys,
you
yeah.
can't. You shouldn't have to be. You shouldn't be able to counter that, right? That's
Right. You're caught.
I'm talking one-on-one.
But that's
There
a
should
spendy
be
module,
a
right? I mean,
counter.
it's like to have a faction scram. That's
It's not spendy.
I mean, it's not spendy in today's
Any of
history.
them
It
give
is.
+3.
But,
When
I
they
mean,
made
it's-
that change. All of
Okay,
them went
Mr.
+3.
First World Problem.
It's-
Maybe it's
it's
spendy
some
for
of them are
fucking
cheap,
us
like 30
poor
million.
It's
people.
spendy compared to a normal T2 scram. T2 scram is like what, a couple
It's
million,
not saying a ton though.
as
They're
opposed
like
to like
they're
50 or
like
60
200
I
million.
think
million
I think
is.
maybe it should be.
That's
reflected in the
expensive for
fitting
one module.
cost.
So
I'm sorry.
it's like you're spending 20 times,
When you're
20 to
get-
30
when you're
times as
losing
much
a
on a
war,
module.
200 million is a lot of war.
It's like for the added benefit of I can catch people with warp core stabilizers.
In the grand scheme of things, these changes are coming in. The little modifiers that they're playing with right now may change afterwards as well. I think what they're trying to do is
Well,
basically
they're actively
say,
tweaking them too.
yeah, exactly. But that's their entry. That's their in negotiations. That's their first.
Okay.
And I
attempt.
love the fact that they're doing that because in the past they have not.
I think
This
they're
is
doing
awesome
it on purpose.
that they're doing. Yes, I agree too. This is
Yeah.
a good move by CCP to introduce things in a phase like this, where you introduce on Sissy, get your feedback. We may make adjustments, we may not. It goes into the game live, and then they
If
find
they're-
out exactly how it happens. They're in the past, they've always kind of like been hard headed about it. Well, we're not changing it back. This is the change.
Right.
Now they're willing to go back and make adjustments.
But
That's a
I-
fucking big move by
but I
CCP,
think
and I support it 100%.
I think what they're doing, and it's just a thought, is they're actually putting stuff in they mean to change anyway. And I think when they put that stuff in, this is just maybe I'm a little. In other words, they always meant to have it at 2, but they're going to put it at 3 because they can negotiate that away and say, "See, we're
Ooh.
listening to you."
Yeah.
maybe.
You
So
offer
they're
that's what
being,
they're doing
they're
with
being,
bombers.
they're being
Yeah.
sneaky.
You're selling something for
Three.
X, but
And-
really you want Y. and
I,
that
I'm going to
gives you the
be more
plus.
Bombers
positive
were
than
never
you,
supposed to
Butterall.
have
I'm gonna think
nullifiers right
they're
there.
actually listening to us, and it's good because of our good feedback,
Yeah,
not
so-
because they're sneaky fuckers and they're just trying to trick us.
I-
I don't
I-
think
They
that's the
have-
case.
They talk to people
I've
like
got to be positive, man.
they talk to people already that say what you guys have all said. They talk to a Satonia off the record. They talk to all kinds of people we don't even know, I'm sure. And they have Rise and other people who look at this stuff all the time, and they know.
They have the CSM as well.
Yeah, so I think they pump it a little bit more, and then they have things that they can fall back
so they're
on.
like
Yeah,
Scotty from
negotiating
Star Trek.
tactic.
It's going to take him 20 minutes to fix something, but he tells Kirk it's going to take an hour.
Overpromise.
So, right, they're
or
over.
no,
Yeah,
underpromise.
under promise,
Overdeliver.
over
They,
deliver.
they
yeah.
passed that on to like
Okay,
all the
I
engineers
can
in
accept
Star
that.
Trek.
Actually,
I
I
mean,
can
like
accept
Geordi,
that. I do the same.
Geordi was the
I
same
do the
way.
same thing at work.
Yeah, but
How
what
long
if
is it
Kirk
going to take you to get to this
self-destructs?
hospital?
So was
It's going to
Trek
take me an
in
hour. It's going to
Enterprise.
take me 30 minutes. Yeah.
That would be a lot of forethought, but at the same time, in the last year or so, CCP has really, in my opinion, been coming around to starting to listen where it kind of counts here and there, and showing some more interesting results as a result.
I think the reason behind that is because of Matterall.
Oh, basically,
I
What
think
did you
it's
do,
all
man?
him.
not following.
Everything. He's fucking amazing.
But I do
we
think
talked
that
about it every night.
this
Yeah.
see what this reminds me of recycling and plastic. I saw this recently where the people who put out a commercial that said, Dominark, you and I talked about this before.
Okay.
The people who put out a commercial that said, my God, these litter bugs, they really ruin the world. Please recycle. And then a tear drops down the Native American's eye, was actually put out by the plastic industry. Now, why would they do that? Because they're saying if only people would recycle, it wouldn't be a problem to build all this stuff out of plastic. When originally the problem
They're
was
passing the
everything's built out
onus.
of plastic.
Right.
They're passing the onus on to the consumer, and
Yeah.
in the
it's
same
a
way, kind of
trick.
the oil industry of being like, what can
Right,
we all
so
do
I-
better?
I don't
And
think CCP.
So here's how I can
is
relate it to
intentionally
CCP.
hurting fucking American Indians. I don't think
Are
that's
you
true.
guys done
See-
agreeing with each other yet?
Not yet.
No.
So
Are we
CCP,
agreeing?
All right,
See, it
all
feels
right,
like
all
we're
right.
like aggressively agreeing with each other. Is
Let
that
me
what
just
it's
finish
for?
this thought so you guys don't think I'm just taking it off there. But the same idea is we're putting these changes through. Pay no attention to the changes, just the dials on the changes, and we'll make some adjustments there. So, in other words, people feel respected and listened to, but they got the changes in without anybody rejecting the overall change.
if they
they-
tweak them.
Yeah, if they let some things go that they were thinking of letting
That's
go
fair.
anyway. Just a thought.
I mean, I still
That's fair.
wholly reject the changes,
Well,
in
that's
spite
fine.
of the tweaks.
I
Red
hate
line-
Yeah.
the changes
Continue to do
too.
so.
I love
Be a
changes.
brick
All
wall
changes
and
are good.
see
Oh.
how the erosion
I'm gonna go
works out.
change things right now by getting.
But-
more
I
boost.
mean, sure, whatever. I'll be the brick wall if everybody else is just going to be sated by a couple tweaks that don't actually change the core of it. Then
I'm
that's
not looking
cool.
to be sated. I'm just gonna have to
So-
deal with
so-
whatever they put out is what the reality is.
Well, so I want to get so Redline. You're not as upset about the warp core stabilizers. Your issue is with the nullifiers.
I mean, my issue is with the entire set, and not because of any specific change, but because of what introducing changes like that as they were meant. So, like, if it's to be believed that they had these levers that they could turn to satisfy us when we complained, then that's even more messed up. I don't think that was the case at all. I think they fully intended to put these things in, and they didn't really think too much about the implications of it. Like, if you think back to Howling Interdictors, right? They changed combat and fleet interceptors. They split them up, took nullification away from one, made them super fast, and then made the other one nullified and kept it the same. That took the oppressive, like the super oppressive state of interceptors, at least in my mind, and brought it down massively.
I
Now,
think the biggest thing was when they
Why-
got rid of
why would you think that?
Sinos on those interceptors. That was the big problem. That I think,
because there were no more Fozzie Claws, dude.
I
we
think-
still had Ares running around doing a lot of sob work.
Yeah, doing Sov
Sov
work,
work.
Fleets
but
of stilettos,
that's what-
getting all
that's
sorts
what
of work
it-
done.
what
what
were
Fozzie's-
Ares really accomplishing though? Like, what
Quite a bit.
I
what,
don't-
what did Ares do to you?
Killed
Uh,
plenty of people doing work.
The point is, the concept wasn't erased; it was just modified a little to an Ares. So you didn't use
You're
a
correct.
Tyrannus, used an Ares. Like,
But
That's
I
good.
honestly think that the interdiction nullified interceptor became much less of an issue once they did the Sino change.
Like bifurcated.
Because the thing is, like, an insta warping interceptor
Yeah.
that's interdiction nullified, you can't stop them. No matter if you know they're coming, what you put in front of them, you can't stop them from getting into your system and lighting a Sino and bringing in a whole force. So it's essentially like,
You can stop them.
Either
I've done all
way.
the time in
It's
interceptors.
very difficult to
So
stop a
going
fleet.
back to
No, it's
the
not. I've done all the time in interceptors.
So if
you're
we-
interdiction
if I
nullified, you put
continue
all
my point,
inertia stabs
if-
in the
if
lows.
I
You basically get through everything
continue-
except for smart bombing
You can't.
battleships if you're not unlucky.
And insta lockers, I've died to instigate or
How?
install
So-
It's
gate
an
camps all the
insta
time.
warp. You
But a
shouldn't die
fleet
to
of
them.
you.
No, I still
You should be
die.
getting warp
I have it
before
on
they can
stream.
even lock
all right,
you.
let me finish my
But
point
anyway,
real
okay,
quick.
go ahead.
So the thing is though is that they are reintroducing the combat interceptors to have nullification. Now, being able to warp in exactly where you want to be isn't a problem when you go 10,000 meters per second in a combat interceptor, but being able to warp out at your leisure is. That was the problem with that's the problem with interceptors in general. They warp in, they alpha something, they warp out. And the best counter to that was Cloaky smart bombing T3Cs that were interdiction nullified. Guess what? They brought back the oppressiveness of combat interceptors by giving them back nullification and are removing the best counter for it. That screams to me that they're not thinking through what they're actually doing, which makes me lose confidence in the future of the video game.
That narrow use case, I don't even think is.
It's not narrow. There's nothing
It's-
narrow about that.
Of course, it's narrow. It's like how many people can put together a fleet of interceptors? Maybe only.
5 groups.
Yeah, like this that means nothing
Any
to
large
smaller
nullsec
groups.
alliance.
Yeah, 5
exactly. That's
groups.
who you're talking to.
Okay.
This
And I play a nullsec primarily, so I
Right.
mean that's, and most of us do, to be honest.
I'm a
Those
high
of us
sec
who
not,
still
only.
not
play.
most of us do.
I'm high sec
Uh,
only.
I'm high sec only.
Same.
I need a tattoo that says high sec only.
Actually, I don't ever.
Dude,
go
we
high
should
sec.
get
I
that
was
in
like, are
Vegas.
we-
We should
I'm
all
not
get
like
high,
there,
we should all
but
get
I
high
can-
sec
yeah, I don't go
tattoos in Vegas.
But no, you're not
Right
wrong,
above our
Redline.
asses?
But you're also
know.
right
you
above
also-
the
it-
Pfizer
that is
tattoos
a
we're all
smaller
supposed to
group
get to.
of the player base, right?
The barcode.
I mean, no, it's not. The player
It
base
is.
that it
Nullsec
impacts
is not the
is the player base
is not
that
the biggest
people
group in
write
the
news
game.
stories about.
True, it's the most
Oh,
vocal.
Come on.
It's the
that's
most
I'm
vocal.
just
and
saying,
most-
dude.
old.
We are the
It's not the
most
biggest group.
important group in Eve. Prove me wrong.
No,
The-
you're not wrong. We are because I'm
By
part
what
of it. So
measurement? And then I'll
because
prove
I'm
you
part
wrong
of
on
it.
that.
Measures. because I'm part of it.
Every
That's
single
why
one.
it's the most important.
You make
But we're not
one
the biggest
counterpoint
group.
and you prove me wrong. Go.
The part of this that I
That nullsec is
have
the most
not-
the most
Yes. One
Or
counterpoint
important.
against nullsec being the most important group in Eve Online, and you prove me wrong. Go.
I'm not
that's
gonna do
what
this
I'm
on a
engaging in.
clock. You're not gonna like get me on a clock, but I can
God
make
Damn it,
no,
music.
no.
Do 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 do
Yeah,
do
the-
do.
The idea that nullsec is the most important group because they get the headlines is something I've heard a long time, and I've disproven it many times. I'll go
We're the
and look
most
right
important
now.
group because we say we are. And
Yeah,
we're the
some of
only
this-
one, but we're the only ones saying anything.
Eve Online
That's the
being
pro- that-
free.
that's why
huge
it's true.
headline. Eve Online, a guy transversing the universe, big headline.
Yeah, NullSec, member of NullSec.
What was the latest one?
Doesn't more
NullSec member? That
active
person's NullSec
accounts
too. I
live in
guarantee it.
HiSec, and so that's
All
more
nullsec.
paying
By
customers live in
far-
HiSec. So wouldn't
by
that make
far, but you
HiSec
don't know
the
who
biggest
those
customer base of
accounts-
I mean,
CCP?
those are all nullsec alts
They're all,
anyways.
they're all
Yeah,
NullSec
that's
whatever.
alts, for sure. That's
It's a hard
100% proof. That's
statistic.
100%.
No, it's not true. There is a whole world out there. I mean, the people who are represented by
Of course
media-
there is. NullSec is
are
actually the
nullsec
second largest group,
centric.
right? They're not the largest group of people, but they are the most vocal, right? That's just a thing. There aren't. Show me 5 null or HiSec streams. Show me five of them. Or not streams,
With-
shows.
Without nullsec, there would be
Right.
no Eve.
I don't know if that's true or
That's-
not, but they are the most
mining.
barely
there-
true, I think.
Without mining, there would be very
Yeah,
little.
without
No,
without the,
I agree with Matt
I
on
think
this one.
without
Without mining, there would
any-
be no Eve.
I
Okay,
mean,
that's
now,
fair.
now
That's
hold
a
on.
fair
I mean,
point.
I bet you could probably get rid of wormholes and low sec,
I mean, I
and
like
the game would
miners,
still be
but
around.
They're
Not saying that those don't matter. I'm saying like those are,
Minority
lower
sports.
populated areas that aren't like crucial to the game. But HiSec and NullSec, I think, are both. You can't get rid of one or the other. Like those are both like crucially important to Eve being.
I mean, whatever group I'm
alive.
part of, that's the most important in Eve. That's just a fact,
Right.
right? That's a fact. So you have to work around that type of thing,
My thoughts
Okay.
is based
So-
on
right,
what they've shown
Metal? Am I
recently-
not wrong? I'm right,
Sorry.
right? It's a fact.
It's one of
Say
those
it.
things.
Just admit it. It's one of those things.
You're
right?
wearing
So-
red. You're right.
So the point is, though, the point that I'm trying to make is that when you see things like having bombers be on that list of ships that could be nullified, knowing or not knowing full well the kind of problems that could create, just seems that's kind of the straw that broke this camel's back.
Okay, but
And I
then
was
they
just like,
take they
what
took
are
stealth
you
bombers off that
doing?
list
They did.
because
But
of
the thing
player
is that
feedback.
they
Why is
were
this a problem?
told they were told that there would be an uproar about it, and there was like just
How is that not-
we
but how is
as
that not a
group
good
of
thing?
players elected these people to tell them when things are wrong, and they did, and they're just like, oh, we'll ship it anyways. If it had
That's-
stuff
But they
happens, stuff
didn't
happens.
Well,
ship
first off,
it
that's
anyways.
not true.
That's
I know,
my
okay,
point.
they didn't
Secondly,
ship
that's
it.
not
I
how it
got it.
plays out.
I
It turns
know
out
it's not.
we didn't listen to
The-
to CSM. Because they whine a lot. We don't listen to them anymore. Let's throw this into Sissy. See what the players say. Oh,
Yeah,
players agree
optimistic
with
point.
CSM. Let's go ahead and remove that. That seems like a process that works.
The
Right, doesn't that-
optimistic point is they've been slightly more reactive than in many years past. They
Yes,
showed that
all
they
I
can,
love
years
that for
past.
them.
they can
Yes.
curb things, they can carve and tweak things a little bit better, and ideally, even if things roll out that are not
Yes, it was. Drake was
100%,
saying exactly that.
hopefully we're not going to see another, and I mentioned it earlier today, even like 3 years of like this people is the only thing people fly. You know, it's just what it is because they broke the game and this is what the thing is. You know, I don't think we're going to see that as much, hopefully, at the moment. They seem like they're a little bit more reactive. They're going to hopefully do a little bit more tweaks, and ideally we'll see this be ambiently changed, not as quick as we'd like ever, because you have to break it before they change it. That's 100% understood, I hope. But I don't think we'll see it as terrible as in years past. That's again, I'm just being
I am a
optimistic.
hardcore CCP fanboy. That is correct. I love them. I fucking love this game. I want them to keep making it, and I think the shit they're doing right now is on track.
Well,
I think
here's
it's
the
mixing
thing.
things up. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was answering somebody in
Nullification.
chat, but I've talked a lot of shit about CCP over the years. I've been doing this stupid shit for a long time, and until recently, I've been pretty fucking negative about CCP. I'm really happy about some of the changes they made. It's really a positive effect on the game. Their ability to fucking change things based on player interactions, that's never happened before. Never. I mean, we had
one's
some
kind of
really
a
stupid
slippery
shit.
slope.
Yeah, I think if
You
you
had
those are
players fucking
somewhat
you had players shoot a
predetermined.
monument in HiSec for how long over a fucking change? They didn't change anything. Players just finally
yeah,
got fucking
dude,
sick
they
of doing it
changed
and
the whole
stopped it.
thing. Like,
No, they didn't do it. That's my point.
2011, they did.
So they
They
had
changed some
you
things
can walk
for
in
that.
stations now.
We still
They-
ended up
Can
where
you walk
we
in
are.
stations?
Exactly. They changed away.
Can you walk
from
in
that.
stations?
No, you
No.
can't walk in stations. You can't even walk in
wasn't
captain's
about
quarters.
quarters.
No,
anymore.
I had
You
nothing to do with.
well,
yeah,
we
yeah,
never
that's-
saw
yeah, it
what was
makes me
behind the
sad.
door.
You can't do anything because the players complained and CCP changed direction. So they did listen to players.
Oh,
and they
you're
did
right.
figure
Okay,
Was
but they
that
didn't
too-
implement.
was
They didn't
that-
implement it and then take it back. That was my point.
Although with the
Well,
the
it was
new
already
Aura
done.
update, with the
But
new,
it wasn't
complaint-
implemented. But it wasn't implemented in
the new
and then
Aura
brought
update.
back.
They
Maybe
went no
they're
further,
heading back that way.
and they said, "We're listening to you.
We could hope.
We're going no further." In fact, eventually they just took away that whole line of
And then,
things.
what's then again pissed off the players because they didn't do it. Right. So
Which
that
is
was a
funny
no-win-
because
that
everyone
was a
got
no-win
pissed
situation.
about how
If-
the captain's quarters wasn't walking in stations, and then when they took it away, everyone's like, "Oh, why would you take it away?"
But that was a no-win
I
situation
like
for
sitting on
them.
my couch.
People were
Yeah.
pissed when they didn't do it. People were pissed when they were going to do it. It's
Yeah.
like, what do you do? You know?
There was
Okay,
a lot
I'm,
of
I'm sorry,
excitement
I
for it.
misspoke. They took away nullification from plate interceptors a long time ago. Then,
But
in
they, added,
2018, I guess.
they just switched it, right? They went from one
Yeah.
to the other. They
Right.
didn't like take it
Well,
away.
I think it went from both
Yeah.
to one.
Was
Yeah,
it both?
and then they
Oh, okay.
buffed.
Yeah.
And then they
Right.
buffed other interceptors in the Howling.
I do
Air
miss the
Defenders
Fozzie
patch.
Claws. They were
I
a lot of
mean,
fun.
So
Buffed
with the
The speed.
I was gonna say with
wasn't
with the
much.
nullifier thing. I know that you hate the nullifier thing, Redline. Well, that specifically, I know you're saying everything else, but
Redline hates all change, is what he said.
It's not.
is
so
it because
it's,
of the interceptor thing?
that's
Because
the
it's
that's
not
what I'm
like that.
saying. It's not. I don't hate any specific change. Like, I think that all of the things that are coming are manageable things. I just hate the fact that it takes an uproar for people that are developing the game to see that there's a problem with something that they're proposing. That's it.
Well,
I'm sorry,
I'm just
my-
wondering. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Rain.
I was gonna say my niece isn't watching the show anymore, but she loved every time you guys
You're not
waved.
supposed to say that.
She would look at me
I
and
waited
go,
a
"Wave
long
again."
time to do that,
Oh my god. So
and
sorry.
Dom did it. But he was the
I
only
did.
one, and I was gonna keep
I saw
it up.
you
I was
doing it. I
counting
kept
in my
it
head.
going.
I was like, I'm gonna go for a minute, but I'm not gonna look like an idiot for 5 minutes. Like, I'll
See-
wave for a minute and hope they don't look at chat.
I do most of my things based on what you do. I figure you know what you're doing, right? I don't.
I was trying to get everybody waving, and this was long planned, like weeks ago. But it's fine.
But Liz, we are the only
Liz-
ones that count.
Liz, I was obviously kidding when I said that nullsec was the only space in Eve that mattered. That
He wasn't kidding.
I thought it was dripping in
Redline is
sarcasm.
not
I'm
kidding.
so
he
sorry.
he's the
I
president
love
of the
high
NullSec
sec
fucking
Care
People's
Bears.
Alliance.
This
I
is
love
illegitimate.
low sec pirates.
He's lying.
Right here.
He loves.
Well,
he hates high
well,
sec. I know he does.
What I was essentially getting at with my question was, so you have the nullifiers now. You can only fit them on certain ships. It allows nullification to more ships that didn't have it before. So there's more options now. But at the same time, now you have to strategically use it to where, oh shit, I jumped into a bubble camp. I have to use this now. And if you somehow don't get
It's an oh
pointed
shit
in an
button.
industrial,
I like this change.
on your way out.
That's
But the
bad.
thing is, this leaves
Dude,
open other
in-
other opportunities, other strategies. Like, people are going to set up double camps. Like, okay, they got through this bubble camp, which means it's a pipe system. They got to go to the next one. We have guys on the other side of the next gate. They aren't going to have it active unless they sit and hide by a planet
So,
somewhere. So I mean,
That's correct,
it's
Drake.
going to be
Man,
like this
in
whole
the-
new
in the grand scheme of
strategy
things,
to
how
play.
common
Gotta
are
create
double
new
camps,
things,
though?
and that's fine.
No, right.
Here's-
So they're
Drake
gonna
is
have double
correct.
camps, so we can get around that too. Because if you were smart and you're like, maybe they have a double camp. If you are solo flying and you don't have a scout, I wouldn't just warp to the next gate and jump through. I would warp to
But many
a
will.
random
I-
planet or a moon or something,
fast travel
or a random
scepters
thing.
are no
set
longer
it
going to be a
safe,
thing.
So,
go back,
so now you're
activate my
slower.
cloak, which I would have on my hauler, and then I would wait for my cooldown to show up. But then I would
Yeah.
also scan the gate that I was
You
going to
can
go
do
to
it.
make sure they don't have.
But
Safe,
now you're
safe
slower.
travel or fast travel
It's
is
way
not
slower,
ended.
but it's you
Fast
have
travel
safe options
interceptors are
now.
Yeah, but you're slower. You sacrifice the speed.
You
Okay.
sacrifice
Interceptors
the
aren't
speed,
for fast
but
travel,
So
so
here's
they're
the thing,
for
though.
a fucking tackling thing.
If
You might not
think
want to do
about
it anymore.
if you
Go
think
ahead.
about bubble camps,
Dunk has a point. Slower
how
moves better for the game. I don't
common
know.
how common are bubble camps really?
Not
on where you are.
super
Well,
common.
because of interceptors, they're not nearly as common as
In,
they were
in
before
low sec, null
nullification
sec
ever
gate
existed.
systems, they
Do you think that they're not
they-
common because of interceptors or because it's
Yeah.
not engaging gameplay?
it's
No,
not?
it was
but
very
they
engaging
do
for many
exist.
years
It's
before
just, but yeah, it's,
interceptors became nullified. See, nullification is new. It's not old. It was never at the
Correct.
beginning of the game. It was put in there, and people were like, "What the hell is this?"
I mean, it's yeah.
Gate
It's,
camps did used to be more common.
if you're going from a low to a null sec system, that's where most camps are, I would say, or like pipe systems between regions.
Right.
That's
Good
generally where you
bottlenecks.
find your bubble camps. So if,
Sure.
if you jump and then usually when you jump into those things, I would say it's a 50-50, maybe even like less than that. Maybe it's like a 60% chance you're good to go.
I think it's higher than that.
You
I
think
mean,
higher? 75? I don't know. But it's like
so like
it's
the
not,
thing is though is that even with the bubble camps, if you know that they're consistent, then you just take a different route.
yeah, but sometimes the route is like 20 jumps around, which could have
Well,
3 other
then-
bubble camps
then
on the
you're
way
making a
too.
decision.
So I mean,
Is
that's
my
counterpoint.
time?
there's like
worth
3 other
the
risky
danger,
bridge
right?
jumps that you have to go
That's
through
the
on that way.
balance.
That's a good thing, though, Drayden.
I mean,
That's a good
being
thing. You want
realistic,
choices like that. I can go
established-
safely, but it takes me 20 more jumps, or I can take a chance. It takes me, 20 less jumps.
Correct. That's
That's a
seems
good
like
thing in the
balancing
game.
factor.
I like
and,
that.
And I want to bring attention to Dunk was saying is because he was I think he's against these changes too. He's like, so slower movement is better for the game. I don't know if
Sure, it's more content for miners.
I was gonna say I don't know if I would look at
But-
it that way. I mean, like that is a way to look at it because people that are actually trying to haul stuff and move stuff, yes, it could cause more issues with them. But at the same time, maybe this
never
could
been nullified
increase bubble
anyway.
camps because they know they can catch those interceptors. They know they can. I mean, they,
Well, here-
that
here's
don't
the
have
thing.
the
Yes,
work.
let's put more
Fast
people on
travel
gates doing
interceptors.
things
They
that
know they can catch
do
those
nothing for
haulers if
anybody.
they aren't being smart.
Fast
They
travel
can-
interceptors are
does
no longer a
something for
thing,
them.
right? But if you want
Okay,
to fast
that's-
travel, you can
that's
still
true,
do
if
it
they
in a
wanna be
shuttle
bored.
because they're inherently nullified.
There
right?
are people who PvP
It doesn't go
in the
away,
same way that
it just
people
changes what
mine,
ship
where they
you can
want to
do it
watch
in.
Netflix and just shoot
Well,
something
no, they
when
get
it shows up.
It's social time too. Like you're at a fishing hole, basically. It's how you
Exactly.
used to shoot the shit, really, literally.
It was the mining of PvP.
Shoot the
You
ships.
sat there and bullshitted until
Yeah.
something gate fired.
But
And
but
that
here-
I
bonded
mean-
corporations.
but here's the
Not
thing.
everybody
I've
wants to roam all the
participated
time,
in
not
those.
Everybody wants to
I've-
crash through wormholes.
No,
I've
I
had
agree.
fun
I
on
disagree
those.
with you, Dunk. It is debatable. How does this slow the whole game down?
well,
it doesn't slow the
I,
whole.
I want to ask Dunk to even just come on because we can talk to him that way. I'm just saying, it can slow down for certain. But here's
A
the thing:
portion of
you
the
can
game, it
only
doesn't slow
fit
the
these
whole
on
game
certain
down.
ships.
I'm sorry.
If you're not doing a hauler or a
Which wasn't
now,
nullified
I
anyway.
think the biggest hit is to the strategic cruisers. The T3 cruisers, I think, got the
Not
biggest hit with
nullified.
this because now they
Right,
had this
sorry.
like shittier version of their nullification subsystem. That was like I think the biggest hit, and interceptors too. I guess if you're just trying to travel, but like it opens up options for like frigates and covert ops and all these other, but essentially industrials. Oh, he's on vacation. Okay, sorry, Doug. But so it's like it's not like it's every ship gets to put these nullifiers on. It's gonna slow travel because most of the time people traveling around aren't necessarily doing it in haulers, interceptors. I mean, if you're just going from point A to point B, you might use a travel scepter. But aside from that, like most people are just like I'm roaming in a ship looking for combat. You're
if
not going to be flying a
anything-
ship that's going to be nullification viable, and so
Dude,
this
there is
won't even
not-
bother you.
In
at
all
all.
honesty,
single
in
there's not a
anything,
single
this
person
speeds up
that
the game.
travels in something that's not nullified right now.
If,
But
you
in
travel,
fact-
if you're just traveling point A to point B, but most people
You're
jumping
not
through
sure at all.
gates
You're
are
nutty.
doing something.
Adding
Most
that
blockade
people
isn't-
runners.
travel point A to point B. What?
Okay, but adding blockade
You've never
runners
been
and
like,
deep space
hey, I need to go
transports
somewhere.
Well, no,
to
no.
be in the
Burn.
nullified list speeds up the game.
Well,
I
right.
said disagree with him. Completely.
I'm saying like now the travel interceptor being gone is going to be a hamper for you guys are saying like I just need to get from point A to point B. But what I'm saying
Then
is,
you
like,
do
let's
it in a
talk about
shuttle.
the fleet
You do it in a
analogy.
shuttle.
Most
My
people-
thing is, right,
nullified.
most people
Like, so
jumping through
this is
gates aren't
making-
travel interceptors. Most people jumping through gates are in a ship that is out to do something that can't probably even fit this module, so it doesn't have any effect on them.
Does this change your
my
scouting
only
abilities? Yes.
concern is that this right. So I just taking travel scepters for example, right? So something that's not really PvP fit. Its only goal is to escape either a gate camp or a smart bomber, and it's just trying to get you from point A to point B because you have expensive implants, or you're trying to go somewhere where you don't have a jump clone, so blah 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 or whatever. You're scouting or something. My only concern with that, right? So most of the time people just click warp, right? Do you guys remember when they made the change and you couldn't click warp on the next gate? You had to select the gate and then click warp, and people were so upset by it because it added time
I
to
think that was a
something
bug.
super mindless, right? Yeah, it was a bug. It was something, but the thing is it's something super mindless, right? Like besides scouting, you're not really doing anything. You're warping point A, point B. Maybe there's somebody in system, so you might ping to avoid like a smart bomber, or you just spend more money on your ship to survive smart bombs. So what it's doing is taking that sort of like passive, like kind of do it while you're trying to figure something else out, right? Maybe you're managing inventory or another account, or you're watching Netflix, right? It's taking that passive activity and making it active, but it's not making it active in a meaningful way.
Yeah,
So
except you
now
can do that in a
instead,
shuttle.
well, now you can do it in a shuttle, which can't survive smart bombs.
Neither can an interceptor.
Yes, it can.
No,
I've
it
survived smart
cannot.
bombs and intercept. Yes,
A
it can.
good,
Sometimes.
a good
If
smart
you can
bombing
build
camp
an
is going to get an
interceptor to
interceptor.
insta warp and survive
No,
gate camps
I've gone
easily.
Sometimes.
I've gone through smart bombing camps with an
Sure,
interceptor,
you
but it,
can.
like I said,
But
it's
there's
all
a chance you're not
on
going.
those. It's
Like,
luck.
you
It's-
just
it's-
said it. You're
not
going to
that
go to a
hard.
ping if
Those
you
are-
think there's ones
things like
anyway.
that.
Those
you
are
just
based-
said it.
ticks.
You're going to go to a
Maybe.
ping if you
Those
think
are
there's
just
smart
based
bomb
on
camps,
luck.
But
right?
I do
How
that
long
because
does it
I
take you
don't
to
put tank on
land?
mine.
And I've been on the side where it's like, oh man, they didn't. Because it's like they either put all their smart bombs going off
Yeah,
at
there you go.
once,
Aeronaut
or
is
they
correct.
stagger them.
One
If they
can
stagger
survive
them, they
through the
won't
camp.
catch you. If they put them all at once, you're either gonna get no damage or you're gonna die. And
Yeah,
So
there's
that's-
chances to get through
so
it for sure.
with
but
these
if you think there's
changes,
going to be there, you go to a ping,
a
whether
lot-
an interceptor or a shuttle. It's the same thing.
A
Now
lot
you
can
can
of
still
pay
be done.
attention
people,
to the module and all this other dumb shit you really shouldn't have to, right? So now instead you have to be like, oh, there's a bubble. Let me click this button and then
Oh
hit warp.
no! You have
Oh
to be
no!
active
Now
and do
that I
stuff.
used it, I have to wait before jumping
you can click
through,
it
or
before
I'm
you
not
even
going to be able to
decloak.
use it again if there's a gate camp.
it does
And
make
it's taking-
traveling a
Right?
long ass fucking
And it's
time.
taking something, right? So gameplay in Eve, right? And I always meme about this on streams. Warping gate to gate, like warping simulator. This game's boring. It's like when you play video games where all you're doing is running. You're not doing anything important. You're not scouting. You're not like sightseeing. You're literally just clicking warp, jump, warp, jump, warp, jump. Really boring, shitty gameplay. But it's part of the game. We get that. And CCP has done a lot to make the game smaller, such as like antiplexes and more wormholes, etc., whatever.
That's
now-
the problem. Yeah.
But now
Go ahead.
that like this passive gameplay is now active, and it's not active in the meaningful way. Like it's not saying, "Hey, like let's take like back when like drone fleets were like super passive. You just assist drones and go AFK. Now it's like, oh, now they're more meaningful. Like you have to actively participate. Same with fighter mechanics, right? Like you have to actively participate. You can't just leave it off and just kind of, oh yeah, it's doing whatever. Like you have to actively do something. Same with Abyssal Dead Space. You have to pay attention and fly your ship and use your guns and be smart about it versus anoms, which are also like kind of AFK gameplay. And that's my frustration. Like I'm all for more active gameplay, but make it meaningful, not just tedious. Because now not only am I doing something extremely boring, but I have to actively pay attention to how extremely fucking boring it is.
But here, the problem with that, Rain, is that's from your perspective. TDM
Well,
is from your perspective. It's not necessarily everyone's perspective, right?
Right. But
That-
let's
that's-
let's
TDM is-
assume that
is-
everybody's
Talking, but I disagree. I don't think it's tedious. I think that's a cool. I think this adds something to the game. It makes every time I jump through a system, I've got to make a decision now, right? I'm playing the game. I'm not just mindlessly pushing the button and going. I think this is a good change.
You're saying travel is the game, and they're thinking travel's not the game.
I don't think
travel
travel
is
is
in
the
my way
game.
to get to the game. And she said something that's very important, I think, and I disagree with her conclusion, which is the game is smaller. CCP is making the game smaller. I don't see that as a good thing. I think the game needs to be bigger, because the bigger it is, the more local you become.
Correct.
And that becomes more interesting because it opens up more roles for people in a local situation, as opposed to everybody trying to compete with being.
You have everybody dogpiling in on the
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
fleet
that was
No,
the
I
comment
agree
about
with Big Bagger.
antiplexes, right?
Travel
Like
adds depth.
what do you
Let-
mean? The bigger the game is, the less there is in it. Like, okay, I'm sorry, not the less there is in it, but the less it feels that is in it. Like,
That's the
if
opposite.
you've ever
The bigger I am, there's
roamed
more of me
through
to love.
nullsec,
It's the same thing as CCP.
like
right?
in the last, I don't know, year, well, maybe not even the last year,
just
the
because you
last
drive
2
through a
years.
town doesn't mean nobody lives there. Like,
Yeah,
there's
but if you
little-
don't see them, then you
So-
don't feel like they live
Well,
there.
get
So
off the
all
Wait,
small
wait,
towns
and spend
shouldn't
some
have a
time
fucking
in it.
stoplight. What you're saying?
But
Right?
5 and 10
stoplights.
It's all
years
these
ago-
houses. No, I didn't see one outside, so they're all empty.
it's hot outside. They come out at 6 o'clock.
No, I'm kidding. I mean, if you look back to the before they like condensed Eve down to where like systems were more self-sustainable. I mean, I guess I could see where Eve was too big was kind of you had this expansive like tons of systems that were completely dead, and then you'd only get to certain systems that actually had people in them because
in
there was a bunch
nullsec,
of there was a
that
bunch
was a
yeah
problem.
nullsec there was a bunch of garbage
Not-
systems that
yeah.
it was not
Not
worth
the
farming.
game. You're correct.
the
There was
game,
no
Yeah.
there was no ratting that was worth it. There was no mining that was worth it, and so you would
Worth
have
it
to
to
go.
you. Not to say worth it completely.
But the thing is, like, you
worth
would
it to
go
you.
through. The thing is, like, you'd go through nullsec and you'd go like 10 jumps, and all the systems like there'd be no one. There might be like one guy in the system. That's it.
But that doesn't mean it's not worth it. It's not.
And then you
worth
would
it
get to these
them
big hub
because of the
systems where there's
safety
like
aspect. It's
20
not
or 30
necessarily the
people
system itself.
hanging out in them.
We focus on like the actual thing at discussion because like I feel like if we talk about the expanse of the game or like small versus large or groups and clusters and stuff, like that's a completely different
But
topic.
it's all about small versus
know
large,
it is.
isn't it?
I think it actually ties in, but
If you
Maybe.
maybe. Yeah, we don't know.
It's like I
Anyway,
don't know. I mean,
one-
I don't know if you guys played games or like, or have you guys seen? Maybe streamers is the option because I don't think you guys ever do this. But like, have you ever like watched a streamer who's like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna go solo roam in my battleship," and they fit up their battleship and then they fill them into space, and then it's like 20 jumps to the nearest system that shows any sort of activity or players, and they're just like, "Hey guys, super engaging gameplay," and it's
That's me
warp
when I
and
solo
jump
PvP. Yeah.
and warp and jump. And warp and jump, and like that's all they're doing for like 30 minutes before maybe they get a fight, and then it's over in 2 minutes.
Because they all got
So,
blown
Well,
up.
here's
You just described
here's
Eve.
a counter thought.
Your content is very PvP ship to ship combat based, and that's only one facet of the game. I can see for streamers, you need to entertain people by showing them free ranging.
Yeah, but you
fighting.
Got people that do
But
stuff
that's like
without-
going
Yeah,
into
but
the
I mean,
forest
that's
and
what
saying,
people
That's a
do
very
normally.
small
There's
percentage of the game.
Watch
For
me
every
kill,
one
watch me
streamer,
kill
there's
this
probably
animal,
dozens.
and you walk through a forest, and you're like, "Where are the fucking animals?" You know.
Here's the
But
yeah.
no, like,
Oh my
so
God,
I
Metal,
use
that's the
streamers as
greatest
examples,
analogy I
right?
think I've
Because
ever
if
heard.
you don't participate in that gameplay, you have no idea. Like
Here's
I've
the
never
counter-
solo
I'm gonna
roamed in a
use that as
battleship,
soundboard
so I have no
thing.
idea. But I watch other people do it, or I've heard of people doing it, right? And so that's sort of this thing where you're just like, wow, this fucking sucks. Like for every big video out there of some dude soloing like 50 people in his solo dread, like God, who was that? There was like some big, like
It's
Mr.
probably
Hyde was one of them, but
Phoenix.
like all these
Yeah.
big
But-
streamers and shit.
I
Like
don't
it
think
takes
any change is ever made for streamers or streamer content.
no, I'm
right?
not saying it's made for streamers, but
right.
think of all the people who do that normally and then they can't like they have to suffer through all the boring shitty stuff.
so
Like imagine every fleet is like, "Hey guys, we're going to go on a fleet. It's going to be 3 hours of absolutely nothing and then we're going to have maybe 30 minutes of fun. Are you guys
You just
ready?"
described
that's,
Eve.
that's
I don't-
every fleet.
No,
Eve.
I
fleets
don't
aren't
think
like
that's
that.
representative of this change.
That's every
Well,
fleet
none
I've
of my
been on.
fleet, none of my
That's
fleets
every
have been
fleet
like
I've been on
that.
that wasn't
Here's-
a big op. Well,
Eve
Here's
is
a counter
lots
thought.
and lots of
Oh my
boring.
God, dude. I
with-
have
with
all my
small
fleets are
amounts of
like
fucking
20 minutes
excitement.
of form up, 3 hours of action and then 20 minutes burning home.
Here's a
that's
counter
not
thought.
me, no.
Part
That's-
of what made roaming so much better, quote unquote, in the past, and I won't even say quote unquote, it was better. Part of what made going out and hunting and solo and small gang stuff was that there was people moving around and there was opportunities. You would catch people in transit, you would catch people, ratting or mining or whatever. There was a lot of opportunities. In this current era, if everybody just gets to wherever the fuck they're going in an interceptor like that, and then they don't need to be traveling, that's less opportunities to catch people out there either slacking on the job or just not, let's say, even
Why-
fit correctly, whatever.
Would you rather
but
catch an interceptor or catch a solo roaming battleship? Or some dude
I
mining
just
in a
wanna catch
site?
people moving is what I'm
So
saying. and I
why
think
are we
there is some
focusing so much
positivity
on
to that,
traveling? Like
because
that's what I
that's
don't
all what
mostly
interceptors
what you have to
do.
do in this game.
Yeah, but that's just interceptors. Like everybody's thinking about what's being taken away, but nobody's talking about what's being given. So like these ships that don't have interdiction nullification right now that are about to get it, like, haulers and
Haulers?
stuff like that, would you rather catch a nice hauler or an interceptor? Like you're
A
making
hauler,
that
but the thing
trade,
is,
like you want to catch something, I get that, but at the end of the day, it's making it easier for it's literally making it easier for the people that you are complaining about right now.
No, but here's the thing, Redline. You can the haulers. I think even with this nullification thing, you can catch the haulers.
Yeah, I don't
so
think
maybe
that's
they
gonna be
get
a
You're
through.
assuming people can tackle,
Maybe
which I
they
already
get.
pointed out.
Here's
Most
the
people
thing.
can't.
They get through your bubble camp, your first one. So well, they can warp even though you have a bubble. But if you now aside from the cloaky
No, they're not-
haulers,
They're
aside-
not nullified.
They're well.
DS
They,
But
Warp,
but if you
warp
put- you
core
put one of these
stabilizers
nullified-
too, without having to like fitting both on a hauler.
okay,
is
if you
what I-
fit
what I was
both,
Oh, you put
so,
both-
so
you put both
let's
of these-
let's
you
say
put
they
this
get
module
away
on
from
a-
your
on a fucking
first
bustard.
bubble. You can. They're slow warpers. You can follow them. You can get to whatever gate they're going to. You can get to that first, and now you're waiting for a guy that can't activate either of those two modules for 2.5 minutes. So
Why either? They activate their what you call it? They activate their nullification to get through your bubble.
and the warp core stabilizer, if you
And
have an
then
intercept,
when you
if you have
tackle
anyone
them
with
on the
a
other
point, you're going to
side,
be able
they
to point
activate
that
the warp
hauler
core
before they
stabilizer
warp
and
off
fuck
through your
off.
bubble.
I think a
They-
new
I
skill.
mean-
A new
Well, if you
skill
got
might
bubbles on
be-
both the fucking
Well,
sides,
well,
then
but
they don't go away the
if
second
you have a
time.
dictator, you can just launch another bubble, and they can't use the
Yeah.
nullification thing
Here's
again. But
the-
also,
here's the
it's like
thing.
even if they nullify the bubble, if they don't activate the warp core stabilizer, also, you're going to be able to point that thing before. Like, haulers are slow; they do not align and warp off like interceptors. You're
Deep
gonna be able to
space
point that
transports
hauler and
with
shoot
this
it.
change, if you put a nullified module on a deep space transport, it's not going to matter. Their align time is greater than the activation time of the nullified. Now, will the nullified module knock off a scram that's already on you? Is that how it works?
No.
So it
It's-
doesn't
it's
matter.
interdiction.
You're going to catch a
Like
deep space
nullification.
transport almost every time because their align time is like 18 seconds. The active time for most of these modules is 10 to 12 seconds, or maybe 15 for the Tech 2. I can't remember.
I mean, if I'm flying
So
a
15
hauler
seconds,
and
you got
I'm
3 seconds to be able to get 'em.
warping through someplace I know is a bubble camp, I'm gonna align first and then activate my nullification module, and then enter warp, and then I'm gonna skate right through that bubble,
With
and
your
then
deep
unless
space
there is a
transport.
dictor there, waiting for me, I'm going to jump in to the gate. And if a tackle comes through and tackles me, I'll activate my warp core stabilizer, and I'll just get out.
And maybe
Unless
you
they
will.
can kill me before I warp.
And maybe that's how you equip
So,
your next
the-
guy
to-
with his gate
Yeah,
campaign.
to me that sounds like that adds a whole bunch of fucking fun gameplay and strategy. How do I make a fucking gate camp and catch these things? Maybe I could do a double gate camp. I could do it. Does it change things? Yes, it does. Does it
Oh,
make things more fun? I think it does.
I have a question for Rain. Can you smoke on screen?
I do all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long
You
as
can,
it's
right?
legal.
I
As long as it's
apologize.
legal
I
in
heard
your
you guys say
state,
that
yeah.
the other day.
Yeah, we're trying to figure that out
Well,
because
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can
I
smoke on
think that's
screen.
more in reference to drugs. And I heard you guys mention
I
like
smoke
Europe.
crack all the time. What are you talking about?
You
Yeah.
were like, "Can you smoke on whatever?" When
Yeah.
you were talking to
Well,
Caleb.
yeah, it's just
Yes,
cigarettes.
you can smoke on stream.
I-
and
I was
apologize
also
because a lot of people
told,
don't
If
like it,
it's
but
if it's legal where you're where
have
you're
to
Yeah,
be careful with
I was
drugs.
trying.
Yeah,
If
it's perfectly
if
fine.
it's weed and it's legal where you're
Thank
at,
you,
it's
guys.
What
actually
about banana
allowed.
peels?
So I don't know.
I'm gonna smoke.
This
some
is
banana
terrible
peels, too.
I would
tobacco.
not recommend smoking banana peels.
It sucks. I've done it before. It's not good.
You smoke banana peels?
It's
I
supposed
once
to-
told
it's
someone banana
supposed to get you
peels
high.
were poisonous to humans, and
You
they
don't
ate
eat
a
'em.
banana peel to prove me
I
wrong. It was
trust
so
people that
gross.
smoke
Jeez.
And it turns out I
You
was
should have said
actually wrong.
Roundup.
No, they are poisonous to people. It just takes a lot of them to die.
Oh, okay.
Kids, please don't smoke.
I smoke crack all the time too.
Oh
yeah.
my God! In college, these guys said, "Hey, we're gonna snort nutmeg," or they drank it, or whatever.
Nutmeg. Oh, I got to try that.
Or
Nutmeg,
they
yeah, because
drank
that's how you get high
nutmeg.
in prison, apparently. And they did. Got
try
high
that
for
one.
3
Did
days.
it work?
I didn't do it. Yeah, for 3 days they were totally like up and down high. And then we read that they
By
had
snorting it
enough
one time, or
enough
I kept doing
nutmeg
it.
to kill a cat. That's how much they each took.
Fuck yeah, I'm trying that tonight.
Yeah, my friends reminded me of you, Drayden, for some reason. I don't know.
I'm going to
It's
the
in college.
grocery
Why, dude? I don't eat nutmeg.
I've got a few days off work.
We got tons of nutmeg here because my wife.
They,
loves
you know
it.
where they found that secret?
Loves to cook.
Malcolm X biography. Check it out.
He's talking about nutmeg eating.
Yeah, you scrape it into water and then you drink it.
Fucking
It's
trying that
weird
right now.
the MA turn this is taken because way earlier we were talking about
I remember,
acid, but
I remember hearing about nutmeg, and then I also heard about like morning glories can be.
Oh yeah, morning glory seeds. are
Yeah,
fucking
flour?
awesome.
morning glory seed.
You can't.
Yeah,
Not the ones you get in the United States. They've been genetically altered.
yeah.
if
There's
you
some
order them
morning
from
glory
other
seeds that
countries,
can fuck you
they-
up.
no morning glories.
I'll be
Fuck
right back.
Yes, they're good. I've done that.
Leave it to Dom. Like, I got a drug question for you.
Tried that. I tell you, you, you,
I-
go, you
I've
can go to
been
the store right now.
selective
Buy
Enjoy
morning
things.
glories. United States, they don't do anything to you because they've been
Viewers?
genetically altered. But if you get Morning Glory seeds from outside the United States, they still have what's in them that makes you, and then you trip your balls off. I'm telling you.
Enjoy
I've-
things in moderation.
Yeah,
That's
Not
what I
that.
put out there
No,
to the
excess.
viewership.
Everything is an excess. That's the only way you
It
have fun.
generally ends up there, but you want to coach moderation and then let them decide for excess. That's what I'm hoping.
I promote excess.
Wait, does Matterall smoke?
No, he's checking for me. I think.
He's
yeah.
he's hitting a bullet.
Oh, okay. He's like, he
Wanna get
asked that, and
high?
I look, and he's not on camera.
He would
It's
smoke
because
his
he started
crack.
talking about drugs. He doesn't want
It's
to be
crack. No,
associated
he's
with
smoking
it.
his crack.
I think he was just like making sure he's looking out for the channel. He's like, you guys are gonna get in trouble if he's smoking on stream. It's like,
So he mentioned that the other day though on his stream with Caleb, and Caleb smoked cigarettes. And he was like, I'm not
well,
quite
cigarettes
sure
are
yet.
fine.
Like, can you?
Dirk
That
smoked
was the
cigarettes on
thing.
this show. Dirk chain smoked on this show for like 10 years. So
Well, and that was my concern. I was like, no, like 100% know that unless someone's very progressive, and I don't know the entirety of Europe's laws, but I'm just saying, that's not a thing in Europe as far as
I don't know.
smoking.
I just feel like as
But I
far as
do know
Twitch, it's, they
Weed smoking. I
excessive
understand, yes.
drinking is not allowed, and
Well, I do that all the time.
People
well, I know, but
legally they can't encourage.
I think
binge
it's more like
drinking,
if
that's
a
why.
complaint is made, but like as long as
Bars-
you're coherent, it's fine. If it's excessive, it's not. And then illegal drugs are not allowed.
Bars are
that's
not
the
supposed to
rules.
encourage drinking games because it also encourages.
But
like, binge
illegal is
drinking
in
and
quotes where
whatnot.
it's illegal where you are. So that's why if marijuana is legalized in the state you're in
Right.
and that's where you're at, then it's allowed, I guess. So
What if you want it to be legalized, but it has?
I think that counts, too.
that don't work.
What?
Laws don't work like that.
That's
dog.
not
I think
fucking
they need
fair.
to dox you first, and you.
Yeah,
you
laws
gotta
don't work
ask,
like
"Do you
that."
have a warrant?
That's not right.
Wait, 6
If I
months. Yeah,
want
I
it to
mean,
be legal, it should be
it's
okay.
definitely like it's
I
moving
think you
along.
need to be
so-
reported for it to be any concern, so probably shouldn't concern.
I live in Las Vegas, so there you go.
What?
I'm definitely in one of those legal states.
I'm not.
When I stream the show, I fly out to Las Vegas, stream the show, then I fly back home.
He
That's
said
I'm
it's
in
kind of
Vegas right
high
now.
budget, but I'm
Well,
committed.
yeah, but we get enough money. Drayden pays for it for me. It's nice of him.
Thanks for those.
Where do you
bits.
think the wallet money goes?
Also, thank you, Manscaped.
All of your guys' sub money goes to getting Dom to Vegas every 2
Every
weeks.
weekend. Yeah, yeah.
I thought I
Every
was
week.
getting you to Vegas.
No, just
that
the
was
one time
hope.
for Drayden.
No,
me
no,
every
I'm
week.
hitch-
I'm hitchhiking to Vegas.
because
Awesome.
he ate up too much
It's
of
safe.
the budget.
I learned how to do that on Jay and Silent Bob with
Success is not a
The-
relative
the,
term.
the rules of the
If
road.
somebody's beating you,
the
you
rules
do
of the road. Yeah, it's written in the book. Yeah.
What were we talking about?
got that
I don't
right.
think we were talking
no,
about
we,
drugs to start
no,
with.
we were
How'd this
talking
get on
about
drugs.
We were talking about the work.
I like it.
Cunnilingus, but it was slightly veiled.
No, Idaho
Driving
did.
down
No,
where?
well, sorry, Idaho did not. Washington did, and I'm like literally right on the border of Washington. Basically, everyone
Totally
around
Washington.
here that wants weed can just go drive 10 miles that way and get it, and then come back home. So
I know a
basically,
couple
in
drug
this
dealers, so
county,
I'm good.
it's illegal, but everyone just gets legal weed here anyway. So, yeah, no, Idaho. I think Idaho will be like one of the last states to pass it. Idaho just has this.
I felt that about
Idaho
Texas
just
for a long
feels.
time.
Idaho is living in the 50s or something like that still. That's just like how the state operates.
Oh, the beavers.
Yeah, we just. It's not even the 21st century here anymore.
I thought there was like that huge hipster movement with Boise, and like it was gonna start seeing some.
Maybe
you know,
Boise,
some
but
momentum.
that's so like Northern Idaho and Southern Idaho are like two different animals. Like you have this whole giant mountain range. It might as well be a different state.
I can
Honestly.
believe
What?
that, but
Yeah, it honestly, like Northern Idaho and
But
Southern Idaho are so
legislatively-
different. They're so different.
they're gonna get reined in the same way. So
Like Northern Idaho
just
is
show that there's a
Northern
tax
Idaho
base
is like
there.
it's like half the people are more like Montana and the other half are more like Washington. It's like this split. Like Northern Idaho doesn't even have an
I've
Idaho.
only been to Montana, so I'm gonna go with that half.
Yeah, like Southern Idaho is like
Montana was
Utah.
awesome.
It's like the Mormon backup area.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Boise, well, aside from Salt Lake City, Boise is the other. Like it's like the Mormon backup.
Is that how you role played so well? Like you had a lot of local experience?
No, Boise. I live in Northern Idaho. Boise's like 400 or 500 miles away. It's like a 6 or 7 hour drive to
Oh,
get
that
to
means
Boise.
nothing. I'm from Texas.
Yeah, no, it's Seattle's closer to me than Boise.
That's fair.
Mormon
What?
battleship. Yeah, more. Oh man, The Expanse. We're getting off
Oh,
track.
I
though.
love. Have you watched it all, right, Drayden?
I've watched all of it. I'm
I
caught up.
fucking love The Expanse.
it's-
I've read all
I
the
have
books
not, no
too.
spoilers.
So
It's
do we?
fucking good.
I mean, like,
I'm gonna spoil it for you.
If you
After,
could, okay,
if you
go
like-
ahead, fine.
it's the greatest thing you're ever gonna watch. Spoiled. It's
I've
fucking
heard good
awesome.
things.
Blast
I
him,
actually,
what's up?
If you like,
I heard
if you like
somewhere that it was
science and
based on
space,
Eve.
it's
Is
good.
there
No,
merit to
no.
that?
yeah, I'm almost Canadian. That's true.
There's books.
It
It's
might
like
have been on friggin'
60
Talking
miles,
Station.
70
so-
miles.
Oh
Canadian
no,
border?
I'll call
they
him out when he comes
modeled
back.
several things off of Talking Stations, but it's actually based on books.
Wait, no, Eve. Not Talking Station, but I think I
Oh,
heard
I'm talking
on
about The
Talking
Expanse.
Station.
The Expanse
what
is
I'm
based
saying.
on Talking Stations. Yeah,
Is it?
very
God
very big
damn.
contributor to The
The
Expanse.
last season was pretty good. A Wild Star. I liked it. I would say it's probably my least favorite season of
And
the
it diverted from the
five.
story of the books a lot in that.
I never read the book, so I can't go on that. I would say it's my least favorite season of the five, just because I didn't like the Rocinante crew being broken up across multiple storylines. I liked it when the Rocinante was together
Don't- is
doing
that
stuff
100%
together,
correct?
and I didn't like
Five-
that you had
5
this
billion
like
is-
Amos story over
you're 100%
here,
sure that's
and
it,
then you
right?
got the Naomi story over here, and then you have Alex and Bobby, and then you got what's the main character's name?
Will? No.
No,
Bob.
John. No,
Call him Billy.
Jim.
No, Jim.
Ralph?
So you have Jim. I didn't like the split. It's like I want the crew together, like, and so I think that that's all. They all got back together at the end of the season 5. Sorry for spoilers, but this shit's been off
Whoa.
like a year.
Matterall, you came into like an Expanse
And
conversation.
yeah,
that I
we're
also
doing
don't
Lucky,
TV
lucky
time a
I
little
saw
bit.
it.
And so
Are you not one spoiled? either?
season
You wanna
6,
watch
I
it?
hope that season 6
I saw
gets all
He
the
just-
crew
Okay.
back together and they're
halfway
rolling.
conversation.
Although Alex is dead, they kind of had to kill the character off because of the real life
God
shit going on with Cass
I'll never watch
Anvar.
it.
He's a pedophile. You can say it.
No, it wasn't pedophile.
Yeah.
Epstein?
I
Isn't that what
guess.
he did?
Well, no.
It was a Comic Con. He was.
He did some-
wasn't he-
some-
There was some,
janky
yeah,
shit,
with some
right?
like, yeah. So I guess they were like 17.
He's messing with,
17 and 16-year-old
fans?
girls, but it was
Yes.
more.
Oh, like
hey,
the real
hey,
person,
17
not
and
the character?
16-year-olds are called children.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're in
yeah,
trouble
well,
for
well,
that.
Rain, can you do me a
Children.
solid?
You're right. You're right.
and
I was
not
saying like,
start
but
riots?
even
Starting a
more than
riot,
that,
by the
there's,
way, in Trash Talk Tuesday.
no, there's even
What are you
more
doing?
allegations aside from.
Cesspool.
I'm saying there's even more
Don't
allegations of
look.
like just sexual misconduct and harassment with plenty of people that
What are
were
we
of
talking
legal age.
about
So
right now?
it's Cass Anvar, the guy that plays Alex, the pilot in The Expanse.
Expanse.
Yeah.
He's
Can we talk
in
about
under-
EVE Online
They're
again?
basically spoiling Expanse.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Okay,
what
sorry.
all
We'll
this
get back
is
to EVE
right now.
Online. I'm
They
just
were
saying,
like,
like,
hey,
that guy's under a bunch of
Ackroyd hasn't seen
investigations,
it.
so they had to cut him.
Yeah,
They had to cut him out of the
That's
show,
my
and so
fault.
how do you cut a guy out of the show? You kill him off. So
You're not coming back, but
Yeah,
oh
it's-
my God.
That's
Someone
a
just
good way.
passed a
No,
virtual
unless
Yeah,
it's
he
a-
was-
unless
he
it's a
was-
soap
yeah.
opera. Then your twin brother
yeah,
might
what
come
Delano
back,
said,
or
he
your
was
Well,
creeping. He was
yeah.
creeping a
That's fair.
bunch of
I've
sexual
seen
harassment,
soap
and yes, there was underage creeping as well. But I was thinking like when you're saying pedophile, it's not like 5 and 6-year-old children, but it's
Well,
like,
I agree, Black.
Doesn't
Women
really-
under
doesn't-
18
doesn't
are
make
called
it any
children.
better. You're right. Doesn't make it any
Yeah,
better.
if they're
I would
less
agree
than
with that.
18, they're children. That is correct.
Doesn't make
See,
it any
matter of fact,
better.
if they're less
Just
than
saying.
25, they're children.
That's the boomer
That's-
version of
that's
a
a rough
child,
one.
yeah.
Well, okay, but Blossom, the best thing of any season is Amos. So
Yeah, Amos is the best.
I
man.
mean,
Fucking love him.
what was that one thing that I don't know if it was Elise or it might have been Convict, but they were like, who's your favorite Expanse character and why is it Amos? It's like, yeah, you're right, it is, and because he's the best.
I like the
What's the favorite condiment and why is it mustard?
fleet commander. What's her name? She's awesome.
Avasarala?
Nairobi.
Yeah,
She's not the.
She's
She's like
great.
the.
She's
She's
a
like the
great
head of
actress.
the Earth.
The UN. She's the head of the UN.
She's the head of the UN, but well, she's not anymore, but she might be again.
no, I like her a lot too.
Yeah,
but
Avasarala. She
I
was
was
like
thinking of the
she was like
Russian-
this weird
the
dynamic
Mar-
character. Like I.
Oh,
hate,
you're talking about the
The
captain,
Martian FC. Yeah.
No, she's
Oh,
not Martian.
Bobby?
She's a belter.
Oh, she's a
She's a belter. Yeah,
you're
no, talking about the one that's
Oh, Naomi Nagata.
no, not Naomi.
right. Not
The one-
Naomi.
One's in
I said
charge
don't
of the
like
ship.
Naomi.
Drummer.
Yeah.
Drummer.
My favorite
her
characters.
and the actor
my
guy.
favorite characters are Amos, and then easily number 2, although rest in peace, is
God damn
fucking
it.
holy shit, why can't I think of his name now? The guy that got spaced at the end of the season 4.
Yeah.
trying
that
not
guy
to
is
ruin
awesome.
things for Rackrock, remember?
Stroth.
No, not Stroth. It was
No, that's his actor name. Stroth.
Oh, dude, it's
It was like Rock something, wasn't it?
no. Why can't I think of
They're
his
not done yet,
name?
Rob. They're not done yet.
Kamina
not
Drummer
done
is
I'll never get to
excellent.
watch
But it
It's
was
my
her.
fault,
It was her
I
guy.
was-
It was Holy shit.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I gotta look it
I
up
don't
too.
look nervous, floppy knickers, you fucker. I check IDs. I'm telling you.
His name is David Stratharm.
The guy with the gray hair, the
Strathairn,
fucking
that's
scars.
it. He's a
fucking
great
awesome, too.
actor. Yeah.
He is a great actor. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, not Callis. Class Ashford. Class Ashford.
Ashford.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ashford. Class
yeah.
Ashford.
Yes.
That guy. That was like, I think, one of the best characters ever made in that show. And also the actor that they had play the guy was Clace. It was Clace Ashford. Clace Ashford. Holy shit. It's like he started off as a guy that you're like, oh, when he first came into the Behemoth and he was like stepping in on Drummer's role.
Yeah.
And you're like instantly, because Drummer is already
Oh,
established
you
as a character that
dick
you
at
like,
first. You
right?
didn't like
So
him at all. Yeah,
it's like
for sure.
everyone likes Drummer, and this guy's stepping on our toes, but he's being subservient. He's the under officer and all this stuff. But it's like, so you don't like him, but then you see
would
sides
like
of him that you're like, I
Dutch
do.
inappropriately.
Okay, so his minds and his goals are in the right place. Like you like, it's like he is honest. He's where he's trying to go. You can agree with, and he does have the belt's best interest in mind. And he's not this kind of crazy, like, power-hungry guy. And then he becomes a bad guy again, an antagonist, because, you know, the whole shit with the rings opening up, and he wants to, like, blow it. He basically is, like, counteractive to, like, what should happen. But if you look at it from his point of view, he is taking the right actions. Because if it's like, you can't expect him to believe that this guy seeing random visions who's crazy, doing this stuff that could endanger the entire human race and the entire solar system. It's like, we know from a third person omniscient point of view that Jim is right, but Clace doesn't know that. And like, he's actually taking probably the best courses of action to save humanity, and he thinks he's doing that by stopping Jim and Drummer when she goes to help and all those people. So it's like, he's a bad guy, but at the same time, he's not doing it for some megalomaniacal reasons. He's doing it because he honestly thinks that he's saving people. And then once he figures out he's wrong, he admits, like, yeah, I was wrong. You guys saved everything. Good job. My bad. And then he like goes into, it's like everything about his character is just excellent. And then they fucking spaced him, and I hated it.
Guy's been around a long time. He's a really good actor.
Yeah.
Oscar nominated for Good Night and Good Luck. Played a really good role there.
Yeah, I didn't
But
mean to
yeah,
go on
anyway.
a rant, but that was a rant.
Yeah.
We're over time.
We're way over time.
What?
But you know what? It doesn't matter. We're having fun, right?
I mean, if we got more stuff to talk about, we
I
can,
got lots of booze to drink.
I'm just saying, we got,
Oh, sorry, not on Twitch though. This is
No,
actually
you can-
fake
you
booze.
Brown water.
but I mean, do we
Did
got
we
more
solve the world's problems in Eve with the?
I
consensus?
did, but I'm not gonna share
Sadly,
my
the-
fucking results with you.
The house is divided.
I'm
Good. I think we consensus is changes are good. We're gonna
Well,
have
I
fun
don't
with them.
understand-
If they don't,
consensus.
if they don't work, then tough shit. That is a consensus. You know why?
I-
I said so.
I think it's. I can't tell. Yeah, Redline's still here. The idea that every change that CCP has to do has to fix the game. Where's that come from?
I don't think it. You think this is a fix? I think this is just a change.
No, but I've heard that. He's not the first one to say it. That like, what were they trying to fix with this?
See, I don't. But I don't think they are trying to fix things. I think it's just a change.
Why,
I think you're
understand,
wrong in
but-
that
I
question.
mean, the
why
ultimate
not
goal
a
is to
change
make
like
people.
Logion Kill Mills?
The ultimate goal is to
something
make
super
people.
important.
Sounds like a good change.
That
They're
needs to be
making
changed, I
that
agree.
change. I'm sure. It's a. They said they had the new technology to do it. I've heard they've made some progress.
3 years ago.
That
Actually,
will
what I heard
happen,
is every
but
time Rain mentions it, it's
a
one more
technical
month they're not
hurdle.
going to do it.
it's a technical
damn it.
hurdle. It's a-
So we're like at 7 years now, Rain. So keep
I
it
heard
up.
I heard my name through the cess.
We didn't.
What
need you.
happened?
You messed it
Well,
all up, and we're blaming you.
You said something that other people are saying, which is, what were they trying to fix with this? Like, I hear that. I don't know where that's from, but does every
It's
change they
probably
make
from
need to
me.
fix something?
Ideally, yes, because that's kind of how balance works.
Balance.
If something
Balance,
is
not features, not
imbalanced,
changes.
if something is imbalanced, then that is a problem that needs to be fixed. So if something is changed in order to promote balance, that indicates that there is a problem that CCP feels that they need to fix.
I don't think that it's
So,
been declared that this
yes.
is in the favor of balance.
Then what's the fucking point?
Because it's fun
Because
to change
sometimes
things.
you change things in an 18-year-old game.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. That. Yes. 18-year-old game.
We're not
If we're not
playing
changing things, we're not
2000s Eve anymore
moving
because
forward.
of a bajillion changes.
No,
Not
see-
all of them were positive, and I think at this point they're more reactive to how they, lean into them. Hopefully, again, I'm gonna always crow, hey, if we're gonna get stagnant, nobody wants to see 3 years of Speeples again. Like that's just, we hope to not be at that point again, but at this point we've seen them be a little bit more reactive, a little bit more responsive. I don't know. It seems like they're listening here and there. I'm not gonna, shill too hard, but I'm optimistic. It's a change. It's gonna mix things up. It's gonna suck on some things. It's gonna be good on some things. The fun thing to me is that people are gonna break it in a handful of unique ways, and we're gonna see new metas, evolve. That's just how it is. This is gonna be broken for some things. Every change is gonna be broken for some things because of the amount of nerds and focus that people, throw at this game. People are gonna find a way to break anything they do. And some people are going to exploit it. And if it's vastly broken, then a lot of people exploit it, and then it gets changed again. That's just the way it is. But hopefully now it'll be changed slightly more rapidly, and we won't suffer through it for ages if something is vastly broken.
I heard something about people sucking on things.
People suck.
Mm.
I'm not sure.
That's where you got stuck, right?
Sorry, I got stuck, man. You lost me. Sorry.
Kept swirling over and.
I'm sorry.
But that's the age old, and maybe it's okay in this case because it comes from Talos Team, I think. So Talos Team is supposed to shake up the game and put more.
That blaster damage.
I think I think they're supposed to balance the game for elder players. Like I think that's their job. Keep these guys interested. We'll work on new players. Talos, you keep these guys interested. And
It's an
what they're
interesting
doing is they're making choices. They're putting more choices in the game. The nullifier that was innate took choices out of the game. I think it also
No, it didn't.
it certainly did. It certainly killed other gameplay. You can't
What
possibly say
gameplay did nullification kill?
like
Gate camping was
BTAC-R.
vastly affected, actually.
Yeah, BTAC-R was totally bubbled.
Gate
There wasn't
camps
even a
used to be
gate camp.
vastly more prominent before nullification was everything. That is 100% effect.
And even
Okay.
if there wasn't a gate camp there, you used to put bubbles up to slow people down, right?
Like I get
Even
if you
it
don't
wasn't
care
guarded.
about gate camps, but that was a thing in every
No,
nullsec
I get
drop-off
that.
checkpoint.
I understand.
Every alliance had a gate camp. That was a thing. That was your evening mining PvP content. You just
Yes.
hung around until gate fire, and then you got involved. That was a way more vast thing. There are so many just entries into nullsec at this point that are not even looked at, much less
Yep.
camped. There's certain ones that are notoriously camped, and that's fine. Like some people just love a system, but that was vastly interrupted. And it's okay if people don't care about gate camping. I don't love gate camping. I don't want to be caught most of the time. But I appreciate that there used to be gate camps in almost every drop off into nullsec. Like that was a thing. That was the first layer of the boogeyman if you're roaming off into unfamiliar space,
Dunk Dinkle small indie people will not have as many slots to crank out all of
That
their
was in
kills.
response to my
Sorry,
comment,
okay.
I believe. So, yes, sir.
Yeah. Look, if you
They shouldn't.
if you slow a hunter down, more prey come out and take their chances. I mean, that's just a
That's a
natural
fact.
Correct?
ecological balance thing. So when you make it so that it's very effective to hunt with an interceptor, then you make people learn very quickly. I actually can't go out there for 10 minutes because I'm going to get killed. That's what happened in Blackout, right? Became very effective to
Mm.
hunt in Blackout, and all of a sudden everybody said, "Well, I'm not going out."
Right.
That's a big
And
problem.
that's why fucking cloaky campers should never be fucked with.
No.
Well,
I think
I
they're
disagree
going
there.
I think they're going to
because-
fuck with them because they
That's-
mentioned,
that's a
they
mis-
mentioned
it's a
something
mistake.
about more
It's a
intel on
mistake.
cloaky camping.
The
They-
cloaky
disagree.
camping is the
They've
greatest
hinted at
gameplay
it.
in this fucking game.
They've hinted
It
at it.
needs
We
to
talked
be,
about this,
It
but you
needs
know
to
what
be
you need?
interacted with.
you need natural disasters to uncloak you every once in
I
a
agree.
while, like in a
Well,
storm.
I
RuneScape.
think that's what they were
Yeah.
hinting at. Now
Just needs to
bullshit.
be
it's all
an
bullshit now.
activated
it's all
module.
speculation now, but
How about
they,
you catch me when I come in the system?
they did
You can't do
mention
that. Fuck you.
Cloaky
I'm camping.
they
I
did-
think you
You
should
got
be
two
able-
chances to catch
Sorry,
me:
go
when I
ahead,
leave and when I come
well,
in.
I was saying they did mention that cloaky camping, intel on cloaky camping was going to be a
Your
thing
goddamn camp. Your
with
camp up.
some of the things coming out later on. So who knows? There's been tons of ideas, but like, maybe a pulse that decloaks people, or maybe a timer on a cloak to where you can't AFK cloaks, where it's like, you know,
No, if
After
you're not
trying- you know,
if
there's
you're
a
not
lot of
AFK cloaking
approaches.
camping, you aren't doing it right.
The
I like a
underlying-
try.
if you're actively cloaky camping, I'm okay with that. If
You're
you're
not doing it
AFK
right.
cloaky
AFK
camping,
is
I
the
have
only
an
way
issue
to
with
do it.
that.
I
So
fucking love it.
I would be okay with the cloak that has an hour
Oh my God,
cooldown.
no.
and then
No,
That's
no.
gameable, but
It-
go
It's
ahead.
That needs to
gameable,
have-
but without
Yeah,
using
look.
bots, it means you have to be there every so often.
Sorta
go ahead,
kinda, but
Manuel.
Manuel.
Well, I'm thinking like you just can't create counterplay to that. A cloaked ship makes sense. I don't know. Maybe you make it run on fuel, and then it makes sense that it runs out of fuel. But that's kind
Yeah,
of silly.
fuel, something like
Whatever.
that.
But I think that's kind of silly. But what you can do is create counterplay for people to affect anybody who's cloaked. Like maybe modules that can triangulate position, and then you can go into a certain area and uncloak them by throwing out drones or a net of some sort.
So
that
they're not really
uncloaks them.
cloaked then.
That's kind of almost
Well,
like the
they're
pulse idea,
cloaked.
though. Like
Not really.
use
If you
some
can
kind
find
of
them
a
and catch
pulse to
them
decloak
easily,
people.
it's not cloaked.
It won't be easy.
That's
though.
the thing,
You get
though,
a
is that
certain range.
if you're at your computer, even if you're cloaked, you are not at risk for people catching you because you can stay moving and stay bouncing around pings.
Right,
You can do all
right,
sorts of
right.
things cloaked.
You'll
That
putt,
is
but you'll-
effective, actually.
Yeah, and then the person doesn't know exactly where you're at. They don't zone.
Exactly.
They just know like maybe a grid, and so these guys can then do local.
Though these are
stuff to
two
try to
separate
cloak you.
items, though. It's AFK versus cloak. AFK thing, I agree with you.
That's the thing,
The-
is as long as you keep
They are very meshed together, but they are separate items. If
If
you're
you
there at
made-
your computer cloaked, right? This is way different than AFK cloaking. AFK is, I agree. I was just kidding in chat. I agree. AFK is bullshit. So don't attack the game. Attack the system. You know, I know there's ways to tell whether or not somebody's doing input to the game, right? They know whether or not you have a tick and so on. So if you haven't done anything in the game to change any type of ticks after a certain amount of time, maybe it logs you off. Or,
that's,
you know,
see,
'cause,
that's
why not do
gameable,
something like
and that's
that, as
moddable
opposed to
and-
changing the mechanics of the game to catch this problem? Why not catch the player instead?
Give it counterplay where somebody actually can, with some work, decloak you, like dropping depth charges. To find the submarine.
Once again,
Yes.
that's fine, but that's not that's attacking.
if they're there, they're moving.
I would be okay
pinging,
with something
they're
like
warping,
that.
and
But
that's
nothing
fine
that automatically
because they're there.
decloaks
They're an
people.
active hunter. If they're
Yeah.
not there, maybe the depth charges start to close in.
Man, you know what? This sounds a lot like something that they should have changed instead of nullification.
No,
And there's still time.
They could do
It's
both.
funny.
It sounds like they're working on the cloaking thing, though, because they talked about it. So they hinted at a thing coming up in the future.
I
It's
feel
almost
I feel like a broken record at this point.
It's almost
honestly,
like you've heard our ideas
give up.
and you're trying to get hired, and so bring those with you.
give up.
Uh,
Why do you-
but-
don't
but,
give up on us, man.
Yeah,
we're
Redline, we're
fixable.
listening to your.
We're fixable.
We're
We just
listening
don't
to
agree
your
with you.
arguments, but we're presenting counter arguments, and then you're not really countering our counter arguments.
I mean, I'm doing my best.
I mean, your
Well,
best
do
isn't
better.
to say that we're the only important group. You should design the game around us. That's not your best. You're
I
smarter than
mean,
that.
that was a joke. Don't say that again. Liz will kill me.
Okay.
And I like Liz. And she shouldn't want to kill me.
I think that the cloaky camping thing is obviously in the talks. They've hinted at it a few times. It's been just a murmur amongst the community, the vocal community, which we know is HiSec and NullSec apparently, or whatever. But
I don't think it's high sec. I think it's just nullsec.
well, obviously for that. But I'm just saying the vocal community being the only groups that play or talk about it, because apparently wormholers and lowsecers don't talk. But
I just think this AFK thing, it really should be dealt with at a player level, not
and I
a
think
game
there's
mechanic
a way.
level.
I agree, and it's a weird reference, and I don't know how many people ever played RuneScape, but there was various times just
Way
throughout
back in
your
the day,
playtime
yes.
where they would just throw out like a mini game at you, and you warped off to a funny place, and you had to do a puzzle. And I'm sure puzzles are gameable and bottable. Most of us are not botting, so that's not an issue. So it literally just doing, like, I agree, kind of like Matterall said, some sort of environmental effect that, like, hey, there's a space storm blowing through. What are you gonna do about it? And then you're either playing it, and it hopefully is not super easy and bottable, or you're not, and one way is gonna either get you decloaked or logged off, or whatever. I would hope decloaked versus logged off. You should be a kill available, but I do think that there needs to be some counterplay. Cloaky camping as just a blanket
Cloaky
concept
camping, yes,
is not
AFK
positive.
cloaky camping though. There is a difference between
Yeah,
those two things.
I respect cloaky camping, and
Yeah.
I do think that there is a strength to
I have no
demoralizing your
problem.
enemy and taking over their space and lowering their ADMs. I think that is a
But
valid play style.
I've got no problem if they add something
like you
that
said,
actively
active.
can
A random
actively
solar
takes away from
flare.
KP.
A random solar flare accidentally decloaks you every once in a while. Totally
Yeah.
random per system. And you're right there to say,
And if you
"Doop,"
were there,
turning it back on.
maybe it plays a little noise or whatever, like, oh, your cloak deactivated.
Or a warning. It's
But
coming,
I'd be
yeah.
I'd be fine
You're-
if it's a player activated thing, as long as it's an active thing,
I
not
would,
a
I would
not
hope
a
it's
passive
not easily
or
bottable,
something
but
like
again,
a fuel
most of us
thing.
are
I think
not
those are bad
botting. We
ideas.
just want to
Yeah.
do warfare, and some of us will cloaky camp as a part of warfare.
I love
without
cloaky
the
camping too.
assistance of
Not
bots.
camping, but I love
Yeah,
being cloaked
AFK.
and watching traffic go by.
Like I
AFK
said, yeah, there's-
camping is not.
It's
well,
a
that's what I'm
totally,
talking about. It's a
it's
totally
a
different
totally
thing.
valid gameplay tactic, and I do not want to see cloaky camping
Yes.
leave.
D-
I agree
Dunk, you're
with it.
correct.
I
Randomness
agree
is
with
not
it
counterplay.
for demoralizing the enemy, for lowering their
randomness
ADMs,
creates
for just putting
opportunities.
fear, but
Not
there has to be
counterplay
something
though.
behind it.
It's not something you did to counter it. Not counter.
No, you
it's
should
just-
take advantage of it.
Take advantage of it, but it's not counterplay.
Okay, fine. It's not counterplay, but counterplay isn't the only solution. Like,
It's not. But I think in this case it would be.
Well, and again,
I think in this case it would be the best thing. Be
we
counterplay.
spoke about counterplay, and I'm not
you could do
Gonna-
both.
I'm not going to go so far as to suggest you need to have like a virtue implant set or something to find these people, but I think there should be some sort of counterplay. I think there should be, hey, if you're cloaked, you can't sit still. You need to be moving because people are going to have some sort of, maybe just a gamey ship
I
that
got
is maxed towards probing or
A
something. Sorry,
giant
go ahead.
space foam machine. Just sprays like
And
you're
you're-
watering your lawn.
And I'm stuck.
And there you are. It just totally makes you like a white mushroom or a marshmallow. Yes, glitter bombs. Yeah.
Also
But
good.
That
Because
is
we love fireworks if
counterplay
you're not playing. I'm
because
just
you
saying.
did it. So I'm good with that. I can see the.
So something I've been watching a handful of like newer streamers that a handful of people have rated very nicely over the past few weeks, and one of the few things that like it recurrently comes up is like don't stay still, because a lot of them warp to something, a celestial, to either pop out probes or do whatever, but they stay still a lot, and it's a terrible idea to just
Okay.
stay still.
Well,
But-
we got to change subject here. Hold
Sorry,
on.
go ahead.
Randy, are you serious? Redline, what's wrong with you?
Stop it.
Oh, what are we catching?
He
Yeah,
also
this
just
is
said that I
Randy.
like to wear I wear socks in the shower.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
goodness.
Okay, sorry. I thought he was serious.
He
I'm
is
like, what
spouting the most
hell?
heinous things I've
That is
ever
one of the most.
heard.
That's awful.
That's
I mean,
pretty
that doesn't.
foul.
That's probably not makes you not human if you do that, right?
I
Well,
understand.
I'm a
the
lizard
grip,
person.
You are a
appeal,
monster, right? Yeah.
but that's pretty foul.
Socks
So
on
What'd
no
you call
shower?
me?
lizard people can't wear socks.
Not in the shower, you probably should.
Did you
I
call
mean, I
me a
have
heel?
before.
Depends on where you wear them, I suppose.
Did I ever tell you guys? Oh, I told Redline this earlier. I had a dream we were doing a talk show like this and we were all on Zoom. And then Redline was just doing lines of coke. And I was like overly concerned because so Matterall's comment of like, can you do drugs on stream? And I'm like, it's legal if it's in your state. So Redline was just like, oh, I'll duck out a camera to snort coke.
Wait,
And
wait,
I'm
wait,
like, oh my
wait,
God.
Redline,
Yeah,
what
you
state-
can.
Redline, do you live in a state where coke is legal?
Whoa, let's
state is
break
that?
this down. Like, wait, you had a dream
Coming to your state.
where all of us
Legal
were
is a
on the
state
talk
of
show,
mind,
and
man.
Matterall
Okay.
specifically asked if you can do
Yeah,
drugs on stream, and then
Raven
you.
and-
No, 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 no.
Oh.
Raven
No,
and
my,
fucking
my
Redline just got a
dream
fucking
was like
cam, though.
me, Redline, and like a couple other people. And all I could
Oh,
remember
okay.
was Redline was doing coke, and I'm like, should I DM him and tell him to stop doing coke? Like, what the fuck is this dude's problem?
And now people
That's
are
a
wondering
weird
if you
dream,
can.
man.
I was
on an
like,
actual
holy
stream.
crap! Because if you were like imagined half of the truth there, I was like, you're like a precog, and
I mean, I
Can
do
we-
get deja
Drayden,
vu,
we've
like,
both
Can we
been
enforce
caught doing it
you?
on stream before, so
Can you tell
Not
anything
me.
else that's coming up?
I caught you once.
no, I've never done it on
I'm
stream.
pretty sure.
What's
Yeah, I
that?
think you did.
What's that white line
I'll
in front of
bet
your
you.
nose? What is that?
Why's your nose all white in the end? What the- what the-
Nothing. it's,
You're
my- it's my
snorting- you're
power
snorting
cord.
USB.
Do you guys mind if I do a bump on this stream real quick?
No, you're
Little
fine.
bit
I'm
of
gonna do it right now
sugar.
too.
Like a
Yeah.
fist, like a fist bump. We can do that. Yeah, sure.
Oh, I'm not doing fist bump. I'm gonna
Oh,
fucking
wrong
give me a
kind of
little
bump,
fucking
man. I'm
rail.
sorry.
The,
Cough.
Tradition.
the idea is to block the camera with your fist while you do whatever illicit substance you need.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
that's
you
how
gotta
you, that's how you
no,
cover it up.
here's- here's what I do.
It's like I'm not doing anything
You
illegal.
get your fucking camera
You're not even
on.
on
Anyways.
camera.
Redline,
Oh my
you
God.
promise.
Do your
You
drugs.
promise.
Let's
Did you see
Let's
it?
pop
Redline,
back to these
you
changes
promise.
real
Even my
quick
knuckles
because I
have
want to make sure that
freckles.
my arguments are
You got
clear, okay?
freckled
Dude, I got
knuckles.
Because
freckles on my
nobody,
knuckles.
nobody's
Oh my
mentioned anything
God,
about
I'm
what
so
my
freckled
argument
everywhere.
was, right?
What was your argument? I don't remember what it was.
What was your
Well,
argument?
Matterall's on the phone now.
No, he's not.
I
Okay.
was arranging something.
He's
Yeah.
Don't.
all
Your
right.
head
He's not.
disappeared.
He's on the
Spread
phone.
those
He's
lies.
off the
Yes.
phone now. All right. Fair.
Go ahead.
He's
So
here.
my actual argument is that things are being proposed without putting a lot of thought into them and what kind of impact that they will have in the greater ecosystem and the meta of EVE Online. My secondary argument
Go ahead.
is that the people who are laser focused on specific parts of the changes, like travel, are only focusing on what's being taken away and not what's being given.
So you agree with these changes
Ooh,
too?
Dunk, I got your bottle
I
opener
don't
still.
agree with the changes on principle.
Totally dumb.
So
Well, I mean,
It
prove that
feels
they
like
haven't
you
thought
agree
about
with
this,
them,
though,
right?
because
That-
that's
that-
just conjecture.
That's my first thought.
I
Yeah.
I can because obviously
Can
they
you?
didn't. Otherwise, stealth bombers wouldn't have been on that list to begin with.
That's
Okay,
not
Granted,
necessarily
but
true.
they
I told
took
you a
them
good
off,
reason they
Took
could have,
them
a good
off.
plausible reason they could have left it on there.
Yeah,
which
that's-
would have
that's
been what?
completely not true.
That they put some, what do they call those?
Fluff
It's called
to
the
be
Scott.
removed
It's called the
later?
Scotty
Some
Gambit.
sweeteners,
It's called the
yeah.
Scotty Gambit.
Yeah, no, that would be
Uh-huh.
worse.
No, I
It takes an
disagree,
hour to
actually.
fix
That's
something. You tell them
a
it takes them
reasonable
2 hours to fix
negotiating
something, so
tactic
you look
that
like a
CCP
hero.
has in the past never shown to have.
I need to do that.
Like if they have an idea and they want to sell it to us, and they know that we will yell as loud as possible for any idea, which is, I would hope we could mostly agree is a fact. Overselling and dialing back a little bit is a 100% understandable negotiating tactic.
I
Yeah,
think
it is
Metal might be
not.
right. They may
It
have
is
done that.
This
Yes,
is not a
100%.
negotiation. This is a
Well-
video game.
But they
And
And
took
if
something
you
off.
are
based on-
going to
no
develop a
evidence
game to
of
fuck
showing
with the
any
people who
waiver
play
to the
it,
players. They've
then
never wavered
why?
to the players. Is that what
Do
you're
you,
saying?
have you ever heard of the
No,
game of Eve?
I'm
or
not
the-
saying
how
that
things
at all,
work?
but I'm saying stop it.
You're saying
Okay,
stop it, but you're not
This is
saying
the way
that's
they've
not
done
what
things
they're
from the
doing,
very beginning.
which is very possible.
I
that
don't
they're
know if
doing,
that's
which
what
is
they're doing.
He
But
suggested.
But what it
I hope
what
so.
it
Metal,
makes it
you're right,
seem
I
like
agree.
they're doing is not thinking everything through.
No one can think everything through. That's not
I mean,
how
you
things
can
work.
You can think one of the biggest things
I
that
mean, here
people
it-
have complained about over the course
And
of
Well,
the
you
yeah,
last
think
2
they
you have
years.
to see people
Yeah.
play with it and break it before you can figure out how everything works, and that's literally what they're going to try to do. Hopefully with CC, I'm not going to discredit that they might roll it
Lothar,
out
this is not
early
twist
or
off.
premature.
It's a pop top.
I think that the stuff that's being
But-
objected to are they're very edge case. I don't think they're totally irrelevant and whatever, but they're edge case. They're people who have done a thing and this is how they do it and it affects them. But overall, I think if I just look at it in a general sense, this takes care of 85% of most situations and it makes sense in the most situations. But then we get to the 15% where it's very specialized gameplay and you guys are like, how can you be so dumb not to have thought of this? And it's like,
Here's-
they're not 10,000 people playing this game. They're like 5 people deciding how things work.
I would agree with
Well,
Dunk on this.
But
In the past, they have not done this. I think this is something they are starting to do, though. I agree. In the past, they didn't ever looked at this game from a player's point of view. That's true.
Rarely.
It always felt like that. I honestly believe that recently that has changed, and it feels like they actually are at least starting to look at more from a player's point of view, in the fact that they're willing to do something in CC and make changes based on players' feedback. This is something new for them.
All right.
At the
And
end of
it's
the day,
big.
I feel like
New
I'm
for
stuck in
them.
your armpit because
Can I just say
'Cause the
something
camera's
really
off or something.
important that goes
No,
along with
there
my
we go.
argument?
Go ahead.
It's I'm doing
love-
something naughty. Screen.
Oh.
I love CCP as a game developer.
Okay.
I
Sorry, dude.
love the way that they have people that regularly communicate with us. I love that they listen to feedback. Every single change that has come through that I have disliked at first, I have found something to like about it. Okay. I
Redeeming
will say that
features.
on
That's how
the
we all
record.
survive our day to day.
However, this one here, I can find nothing where any of it makes sense, where any of it is needed, where any of it is fixing a problem that exists, which is what balance changes should do. I can find none of that in this. So I'm more than
And-
happy to accept people telling me that, some of the things I'm looking at are edge cases, and that's fine. But I'm currently like I'm not seeing through to anything that makes sense to me.
Red
And
Line, you know what?
I know I'm
There's nothing
echoing
wrong
what
with
everybody
that.
else is
Oh
saying.
shit! Drayden's got something to say. Look at this important gentleman.
No, there's
Oh,
nothing
no,
wrong
no, I
with
was
what
just
Red Line
showing
just
off
said.
glasses.
There's nothing
I
wrong
had
with
to
that.
acknowledge you. Though.
I
Like, how
actually
couldn't I?
have felt like that before too. When they first implemented the capital jump changes, I felt exactly the same way. I didn't see any reason why they should do this right at all, and I couldn't agree with anything until I experienced the changes. And I thought, you know what, this doesn't. Now, not the first ones, but the final iteration of them. It got to the point where it's like, you know what, this does make sense, and this does improve the game, and I like it.
I
So
mean,
you're not wrong in your feelings, but it's a situation where maybe after you play with it, you'll like it. Kind of like
I'm right there with you,
with
but
me, I play with it, I like it.
I'm right there with you, but I just experienced a situation where a bunch of people couldn't warp through a Stargate and they all died because of it. So like
But maybe they
I
should
have I have little
And-
confidence in
And
the
maybe
ability.
that's a tactic waiting to happen.
That might be a
maybe,
good
I
thing,
don't know.
Red Line. You don't.
But what I'm
Here's the thing.
meaning is that I'm not seeing a world where making things more complicated in a game that regularly slows things down to 10% of time, at least for me, is gonna make things better.
Oh no, see, I disagree. We need to go back to complicated. That's the
Well,
reason I
and-
started playing this game. It's the reason I kept playing this game.
I was gonna
I
say this sounds
like
like talking in
complicated.
stations now.
Does
Well,
it?
I've been following a bit. Yes, it sounds a little Caleb-esque. I won't wholeheartedly disagree because player count and there's a whole ton of. I'm not going to try to juxtapose everything together, but there's a ton of reasons why there's less players at this point. But I do think that might be an aspect. Obviously, there are some parts of the game that we want to streamline and make more accessible to newer players and try to benefit player retention. Not every part of this game needs to be the easiest part of this game, and I do think that there needs to be skill involved and more player interaction involved. And I don't care if it's tie-dye, because even if it's delayed, you should hit your module. You should not rely on the servers just not playing, so I can half-ass it or whatever. I think there's a huge opportunity for this to expand into new and very possibly broken game mechanics that the people who give a shit about edge case game mechanics or how to maximize upon certain game mechanics will find and exploit those holes, and it will create a whole new meta for a short time. And hopefully, if it's vastly broken, they'll tweak it again or change something else.
Oh, thanks for the gifted sub, Lothar. Also,
I kind of feel like
I was just saying, these glasses, I could do a Gordon Freeman.
I would
You really
trust you on
could.
like most things you said.
I
Holy
was just saying,
shit,
I
you
mean,
could
like,
do it.
if I got an
Do you have an
HE
orange shirt?
if I got an HEV suit, I could do Gordon Freeman.
Do you
with
have an
these.
orange shirt?
I don't.
Oh.
No.
Like where?
An orange
Where did you-
jumpsuit that's like a prison outfit, but that's not the same.
Do you have suspenders?
Do it. Nobody will know.
join the red team.
I feel
Join
like this
the red
guy
team.
has a
Join
doctorate.
I'm just
in-
saying,
Red
I'm just saying,
team.
like, I got these glasses as a joke,
It's
like the
checkers, it's like
Walter
you got
White
'em.
thing, but like
We
I
just-
think
we
I
just-
think
no, we
it's
just
more.
cleaned
I
them.
think it's more.
Yeah,
Gordon,
right.
I think it's more Gordon Freeman.
Hey,
Drayden,
you know what?
Tell me
Here's a
about
change that I think
radioactivity
would be
real quick.
great. You ready for this? I think
I
when
am.
we reload our guns, the guns should just automatically start firing again.
What?
I think that'd be a terrible thing. Have you ever actually used a machine gun before?
I think it'd just be fantastic.
Yeah, but well, here's
Like,
the thing.
that's
That
a
means,
fucking
obviously
terrible-
video
Yeah,
terrible
have you
thing.
ever
I
used
wanna
an
keep-
autocannon on a Rifter? Hello.
I want to
Yeah.
keep firing game. Like
Also-
if I wanted to stop firing, I would click the
No,
module
If my
to turn it
machine
off.
gun ran out of fucking
Yeah,
bullets,
but
But you're
But-
probably
and I
watching
reloaded
a
and
video
just
on
started
Reddit
shooting
at the same
again,
time.
that would be terrible.
I'm okay with the reactivation action because that basically means that you can't just be like, this is a long structure shoot. Let me push F1
I
and
don't-
I'll leave for
Let me
2
turn
Or
my
hours.
maybe the
character on
target's
during
changed,
tie-dye.
and
I
I
don't
don't
even
want to
think
shoot
you
the
can
target.
reload. Like what's
And,
reloaded?
and now, aside from like your
Well-
FC going like, oh
How does
shit,
that make
we're in
sense?
Not at
trouble, let's
all.
warp
You're
off
kidding.
somewhere.
In order to reload Matterall,
The
you have
guns
to
are actually on the
shoot.
ship, and the ship is
Concord
not
will
in
kill
space,
you
right?
if you shoot.
See, like, as long as nothing
Do you
goes
have little guys that go in
awry,
the cargo bay
if you
to
just
take ammo out and to run it over to the gunning
Yeah.
area?
Have you
Like-
seen
Yeah.
Matrix 3?
You-
The
you've
guys
been
in the big
spending too
cars
much
pushing
time
them
with
around. That's what we
Astro.
got in the
yeah.
your hold of your
Well, I'm
ship.
just saying, as long as
Bunch of
nothing
those
goes
dudes.
awry,
Millions
It's-
of people
you
die
just hit-
every fleet
you
It's just a
hit,
guy in a speedo, right? Because they only have strippers on
with
the ships.
goggles.
With
you hit
goggles.
Well,
F1
the
once,
speedo
and you will
does make
just shoot
the
the
person
structure
more
until it dies, and I
aerodynamic.
don't like that. I like the
I can-
fact that it requires people to be there to apply
When you
damage.
get that one slacker guy, he
I
doesn't
can
load quite as
understand-
fast. That's why we always have that one gun that doesn't shoot that first cycle.
I can understand this gun is overheating, it's less effective, or something like that, like a diminishing return.
But if you have
But
a
the fact that you have
if
to
you have a
reload
reload
it-
cycle, it shouldn't overheat.
Have you ever seen a weapon before?
no, I've never.
I've seen.
I've fired a real gun
I've-
at least.
You have to
like,
reload them. I mean, they
35
only hold
times.
so
I've
many.
fired real guns
that-
plenty of times.
that
Multiple
makes
real
sense to me, I
guns.
guess.
Oh,
I don't know.
okay, all right. Well,
But
I could be
the
wrong
fact
about
that there's
this.
ammo-
Dom, here's the thing, though.
I like
right?
guns. Guns are fun
Is
to
They
shoot.
that
perfected a lot of things by the future, so maybe
Yeah,
they perfected
they
reloading.
did. And look, what do lasers? Do you reload lasers?
that right there to
No, you
me,
do not.
No, you don't.
That right
Lasers,
there
you
to
don't have
me-
to reload.
That's
You
just
can
they
put out
didn't-
crystals.
No,
Look,
you guys
if you
know-
reload them, you have
listen,
to,
one second.
that's not the same thing.
That
If you
that
burn
to
'em out, it
me,
is.
being able to automatically keep on shooting after reloading, is like the nullification changes to you.
So is that a thing currently?
No,
Can you
you're,
keep
but you're
shooting
saying
after
you
reloading?
didn't like you lose
No,
lock. You're
I mean,
still,
you have
you're
to
still
click it.
locked on the
You have
same
to
target.
click it, right?
So
I'm saying that it's a useless change,
are,
and that
are-
it just
are they making that change where you just keep
No.
That
shooting?
would be a useless change. You're
That's
correct,
the-
Redline.
That's what I'm asking. I'm trying to
no, they're not.
put
It
the
was a
points
meme.
together.
It was a meme.
So
it was to
I
illustrate
agree
a point
that
that it's
should not
useless.
be a thing.
It doesn't do.
I agree with Liz. PvP guns should occasionally jam. That'd be fucking fantastic. That
I'm
would be
sorry.
that would be
That's the
gameplay that's
RuneScape
immersive gameplay.
minigame
That'd be
again.
kind of fucking
Look,
cool.
I
Did you
just
guys
have
know-
nothing
I
left
could
to
see
say.
people
jump
hating
drive
With
that.
should misfire.
lasers, you
They
don't have
will.
to reload, but with every other gun or missile type, you do. And literally nothing in the game tells new players this. You have to find it out on your own.
What?
Or you
i-
just push the
but what
fire
about
button on the
the
laser and
crystals
realize,
that
hey, this
burn
thing doesn't
out?
have fucking end.
Exactly.
You have to
Only
eventually-
higher level crystals
crystals
burn
burn-
out.
Well,
It's
yeah,
like
not
faction or
non
Nature.
T1
non T1
crystals do not
crystals
burn
burn
out.
New
out.
ever.
players are using
But
You
the
T1.
have to
first time
shoot
you
them
use
for
one,
like
you
If they're
an
can't
using
hour
figure
to
that out,
T1, then
burn
they
right?
don't
out.
burn out, and there's no concern for learning.
So when a new player is like, "Hey, I want to try lasers," they buy 200 lasers, not realizing they don't need to
Crystals,
reload.
crystals, right?
That dude.
I've done that
Yeah,
before too.
crystals.
How do you
Unfortunately,
think? How do you
Tech One
think the
Laser
people in the
market is
laser
not
market
gonna
make
kill
their
you.
money?
Right, that's
Don't
not gonna
don't tell them. Don't tell the
Well,
new
to
players
say
that.
maybe in
Hey,
the
wait a
description
second.
They can mention they don't.
I have
Crystal
something really
manufacturers need their
important to
money
say.
too.
Well,
Is
red
it
light.
really?
Hold on, red line. Go ahead.
So this is important. This is important information for every single person alive on this
Mm.
planet
You
currently.
have the floor.
I promise you that you will use this information more than one time in your life.
Hype it up more.
I would like to inform all of you that you can get unlimited soup, salad, and breadsticks at any Olive Garden in the world
Where do you find these
Any
Olive Gardens?
time that Olive Garden is open.
Are they
If
gluten
Olive-
free?
In
If
our world,
Olive Garden is open, you can get soup, unlimited soup, salad, and breadsticks there.
what do I have
That
to
just
do?
that fucking changed my life.
Just go there.
You,
just
you
go.
literally just have to show up to get.
Just go.
unlimited soup,
Buy a
salad, and
drink.
breadsticks?
And say,
Not
I'd
at all.
like the
We're
soup,
going to
salad,
Olive
and
Garden next time I
breadsticks.
see
They'll
you,
make you pay
so
for
no.
it, but it's
Just be
unlimited.
prepared.
You could
Watch.
sit there all day.
We're going
You
there.
could move
Just be
into
prepared.
Olive Garden and just get it all the time.
I bought a
Well,
new jaw harp. You know that?
I hope to find the 24-hour Olive Garden that I can pay.
Yeah,
for my
they-
entire
they'll-
my
they'll kick you
God,
out.
that would be
I
awesome.
used-
There's 24 hours.
I would say Redline. I used to work in an Olive Garden when I was in my teens, and they'll kick you the fuck out if you're there past close time.
They're not
Bet. I'm a
24.
big
I have
dude.
not
They
found
can
Yeah,
that.
they're
try it.
24-hour Olive
Oh,
Garden.
they will.
Seriously?
They'll find a way. The dishwashers are
squatters'
usually
rights.
sturdy.
If
Oh my
squatters'
God,
rights,
I'm
once
the
you're there
happiest
for
I've
like
ever
12
been.
hours.
You think
So
they're
look,
big, but like they
if-
work in the kitchen,
if
they
there
lift
is-
a lot of shit.
If there is anybody that can hear the sound of my voice whose life is not changed by the revelation of unlimited soup, salad, and breadsticks at any Olive Garden anytime, I
They're
will
dead.
self-destruct my dreadnought that I am currently
I-
shooting a Fortizar with right
I hope
now.
you do now because at almost any establishment you could get unlimited.
There's no one
anything
who's ever heard
because
that is
You
gonna be
also
for-
admitted that
they're
you're
effective.
paying for it along the way.
You don't
Let
know.
me
You can
look
get
at-
unlimited anything.
What if you
Yeah,
get free?
just order and order
What
and
if you steal
order, and then when they're like,
Until
here's
they
your
run
bill,
out,
just
which
leave.
Olive Garden would also be obligated by. They can't
just
give you
leave.
unlimited. They give you their supply, vibe, but
No, they'll
You can
fly,
do
they'll
that
fly new shit
anywhere
in from other
because you're
stores.
paying for it.
It's unlimited.
Dunk, I
They won't
love
stop.
Olive Garden. I love Olive Garden.
So
Why did you diss
self-destruct
Olive
that drug.
Garden?
You
Their
know,
Alfredo was the best
sorry
thing
about
ever.
the op, but
No, actually, you know what?
This wasn't the
Their super,
timer.
their salad and breadsticks are the best thing
Zuppa
ever at
Toscana?
that place. That fucking they are
Zuppa
good.
Toscana and Olive Garden Alfredo are my two favorite things there.
is that like a Zazmar guy?
And
or
I
is
used
that
to-
the
Zimzam?
I
line?
What is
used
it,
to work-
Zimzam?
I
What
used
is
to
it
work
called?
there, and so
Zimzam, right?
being that those are my two
Zimzam.
favorite things, I kept those two recipes. I can make Olive Garden Alfredo, and I can make Zuppa Toscana.
We have a kitchen in our fucking room in Vegas. You're making that shit for me.
Okay.
Wait,
I want
wait,
that.
I'll bring
Drayden,
a
you
hot
can make
plate.
Zuppa Toscana?
Hell
The
yeah.
kitchen.
Yeah.
Dude, it's
Stove and onion,
gluten
everything.
free.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what this thing says. So I can have Zuppa
Yeah,
Toscana
it's-
forever.
So it's,
Oh,
it's
what
basically
exactly
it's
is that?
spicy
Are you
Italian
what?
sausage, garlic and onion,
Celiac,
and
yeah.
butter,
Did you know my
and
wife's
red
Celia?
pepper flakes
Is she really?
grilled,
What's her name?
and then you grill them and saute them a bit until they
Your
cook.
wife's name's Celia.
And you pull those out, and then
That's
you
not her
put
name.
What'd you say?
the water and the cream
has
and the
celiac.
chicken base.
Oh, she has. I think you said my wife.
And
is
then the
Celia.
sausage and all that
Like,
in,
that's
and then
weird.
you put the potatoes and you boil it till
She's
it gets
Ukrainian,
soft.
so
And you
she
mash
could
half
be.
the
That's
potatoes.
actually a cool name. I'm gonna name.
You mash
I'd
half
name
the
my kids
potatoes so
that
you
if I
get
had any.
the potato grit in there, and then you put the kale in there, and then you get the butter and all that. Yeah, it's like
You
I
lost
can-
me on
That sounds
grit. bud.
delightful. Well, he
It doesn't sound
added-
good at all.
He
You
added
gotta put the
butter.
potato grit in there. a
No,
little
no,
bit of
no.
dirt.
It's,
Yeah,
it's
you
like
fucking-
butter.
you
You
slide
had
Dude,
me
it.
at
it's
butter, and then
literally-
you lost me at kale.
No,
I'll
kale is
pass
op.
the
What's
Kale
wrong
is
with
the
kale?
kale is
Everything.
No,
It's from
actually,
the sea.
those dried
It's a
kale
sea
strips are pretty
plant.
good.
No,
I
it's
like
not.
those.
I'm not a-
Everything is seaweed.
That's
Ca-
seaweed.
That's
No,
not
yeah.
seaweed. You're thinking
Kale-
of
Oh,
kelp.
that's kelp.
You're thinking of kelp.
You
That's
think
kelp.
of kelp? Yeah.
Kale is
I grew kale in our
is-
garden last
it's a
year. So
leafy
I know that's not true.
Kale is like a little bit slightly
It's
more
the same
bitter,
shit.
like crunchier lettuce. I guess.
Look,
No,
it's
it
the
is.
food
And-
that
and
my
you do
food
those
would
dried
eat.
kale.
Not
you
crunchy,
know,
I'm not
that's
interested.
thicker, I
like
guess.
potato
thicker.
chips
It's like
made out of
coarse.
kale. They're
It's
fucking
coarse
good.
lettuce.
But yeah, it's coarse. Yeah.
It also gives you chubby.
Here's the thing: the kale is not for flavor because kale has a bittery flavor. I like
What
kale,
taste
but
of
kale
kale?
has a
It's
bittery
like
flavor.
spicy lettuce, yeah.
Who
But-
actually is spicy?
It's-
What?
Yeah, because it's bitter. We're white people. Only white people eat kale.
No, but
Yo,
here's the thing.
I'm
so,
white and I respect spice.
Let me tell you the
fuck?
reason for the
No, you
kale.
fucking don't. You
Let-
probably think sriracha
Hey,
is spicy.
Yo, hey, wow.
Ketchup is spice, right? I think he's
Sriracha.
saying.
Wait,
Ketchup
wait,
spice.
wait. This
I
is
love
Oh,
spicy
that's it.
food. Sriracha
Yeah,
on
Rain.
everything.
Wait,
That's
wait,
it, Rain.
Rain. This is coming from someone
Battle
who says
Blast
ketchup is
Sriracha on
What's
What's
everything
the
does
next
not equate
This
to
is
evening
spice.
you're
coming
going
from-
to, Rain?
This
Tell
is
me
coming
now.
from the woman that said
Look,
ketchup
I
is
think mayonnaise is
spicy.
spicy. Don't call me out.
Yeah.
What is the
Somebody said
next
ketchup is
Eve meat that
spicy?
you're
Well,
going
wasabi
to?
mayonnaise is.
Nola.
Nola?
No,
All
no,
right.
that's not
I'm
true.
going to Nola.
We're going to do one here
I'm gonna
soon.
bring meat and spices, and I'm gonna cook you a chicken
good
breast.
You need to host one in fucking Alabama.
I don't
dude.
like
Come on.
spicy food.
Yeah, I was saying, Rain
I
thinks
choke
ketchup is
when I
spicy.
eat
Nobody's gonna
spicy
go to
food.
Alabama.
We're
Okay.
from Iowa. We
Anyways,
like things that are bland and corn
I
flavored.
want to host an Eve Chicago, but
Let's
I'm
go.
there,
I'm
dude. I'm
down.
there
I
for
don't
sure.
think that
Yeah.
Eve players can afford bulletproof vests.
Dude, I'm telling you,
Then we just
I got
stay
friends
in
that
the
live there.
north
We
side.
can do
South side
that.
Chicago's bad.
Is-
not
is
north
You'll
that-
be
side.
fine.
Then let's do it in Milwaukee.
I'm kidding. I love
Milwaukee.
I have
Chicago.
core
Just
members in
Miracle
Chicago,
Mile
you'll
that
be
shit.
fine.
Isn't that
Or
what
just like
broadcast
Eve
for reps is
Midwest.
for?
Midwest.
You
is
just like,
stupid.
oh, I got
No, I
shot.
host the
Hashtag
Midwest
B4R.
Eve meetup. I can prove that to you.
That seems
That's-
safe, trade.
That's
There's a
Drayden,
whole
no.
organization.
That's what I would rely on.
Drayden. No.
Damn. That
Don't
doesn't work like
discredit
that.
them.
It don't
They
work
do a
like
good
that.
service.
Drayden. No.
Damn.
No, but like Eve
Rain, is that
Chicago
not
would
true?
be fun. I
Did we-
think.
the Midwest
or like-
meetup. We,
or like
we hosted
Eve,
that, right?
Or like
Yeah,
Eve,
we do that.
Gary, Indiana.
That's ours. No, it's in Iowa.
Wait,
Midwest
who
meetup is in
slandered
Let's
a
Iowa.
do
pork
Iowa. Yeah,
tenderloin?
let's go
Pork
to Des
tenderloin.
Moines.
I'm just
We
gonna
can all go
say
to like
No,
the garden or
Iowa's so
something.
far.
in Des Moines.
What is in Iowa? You have
Did-
Olive
I
Garden?
am in
You
Iowa.
got Des
We do have
Moines?
Olive Gardens, but the
We've
garden
got,
I'm in.
is
we've
the
got the
best
Olympic
gay bar
flame is
ever.
better.
And then we also have a
No,
zoo.
no,
We can go
garden
to
is
the
not.
zoo.
The
You
garden
literally
is
just
not.
said the
You
best
have a
gay
you have a
bar
corn
ever.
zoo?
It's a good gay bar.
It's
They have like
not
a
the Blazing
massive dance
Saddles.
floor.
Blazing Saddles is way best.
Who
than the
even
way better than
dances?
garden.
If you have Olive Garden, I'm
Are you
in.
serious? Who
Yeah.
dances?
Yeah, 3 of them, I think.
Have you
Yeah,
ever
what
heard
do you
of
mean who
Beat?
dances? You can't talk to me unless you dance.
I'm talking about
Do
Olive
you
Garden.
not
What
hear
do you mean?
music?
Did you not see the Las
Dance right
Vegas? Did you
now.
not
If
see
you
Ray
dance,
Nice like
dance right
tip
now.
top
Yeah,
dancing on the fucking
the last Las Vegas together.
like
we were rubbing
shoulder
against
arm
each other.
of
It was
the
great.
what was that? Like we were just sitting there going like,
Drayden, stop it. You eat kale.
hey, I
I
eat
like
kale
kale.
and
Whoa.
soup.
Kale is terrible.
No, but here's the thing. Did you not hear
He hit it
the
in
purpose
butter,
of the
he said
kale?
that.
The purpose of the kale is not for flavor because the flavor gets drowned out by the soup. The purpose of the
Yeah.
kale is because it's very ruffled
high
and like
nutrients.
absorbed.
that
so
sounds
it
fucking
basically takes
very
as
hot,
much
actually. Can I
broth
watch?
in with the piece of kale as it can. So it's a delivery vehicle of broth to your mouth.
Yeah,
with
and
a
it's
crunch. With a
covered in
crunch.
bugs.
It's a
That actually
crunch.
sounds
covered
good.
It's
in
a,
bugs.
it's a
That's the
texture and
crunch.
and
Ooh,
It's
what kind
raw
of
covered in
bugs?
bugs.
What kind of bugs?
That's why it's bitter. Is
It's
because
not, there's
kale
no
is
bugs
covered
in the
in
kale.
bugs.
You
It's
wash the
flavor.
kale. There shouldn't be any
There
bugs on the
are
kale.
hundreds of tiny micro bugs on
Oh,
every
fuck yeah.
plant that exists.
I like microbugs.
And
though, they're
there's
good.
Exists.
That's
no
why you
little,
cook it.
You
And
know,
there's no
No,
little
they're
micro
good.
anythings in the meat
please,
that
no
we
one
love
tell.
so much.
Don't
There
anyone
are
tell Redline
no-
about dust mites, please.
There are
He'll
no
die.
micro
He'll
things.
die.
There are no
He'll
He has
micro
die.
nothing but
things
little
in meat.
mites living
Well,
on your
enjoy
face.
your
Yeah,
pork.
there's literally dust
The
mites
pores.
on
That's
you
why I lick
all
my
over
fucking-
all
lick
over
my
your
face all the
entire
Stop.
body, on your clothes,
Stop.
in your bedding.
Stop it. Stop.
You're not-
No.
Redline, they're everywhere. They're
should lick your arm
everywhere.
right
There's
now. You'd be
dust.
licking
Like
all
when you
kinds of
go to
bugs.
sleep, there's hundreds of dust mites, thousands of dust mites
They're
crawling across your
living
face
off
as
of
you
your
sleep.
dead skin cells.
They
This
eat
is
dead
why
skin
you
cells.
They
exfoliate
Dust are-
and
no,
no, no,
helps
no.
get rid of them.
Yeah,
enjoy
see, I
your
don't have dead
demise.
skin cells because
Randy,
I exfoliate
that's
often.
okay. So
100%
Randy,
true.
those
That
are
is
not in everyone, but those do exist. But those are kind of creepy and gross.
I've gotten so old now that I'm
do
all,
not
all
have
I am
bugs
is
on
dead
me.
fucking skin. That's all I got.
You
Stop.
100%
I do
have
not.
bugs on you.
I do not.
I'm not
have
telling you
bugs
to
on
claw
me.
your skin right now.
But I've
because
seen
I
that,
don't
Randy. I've
endorse
seen
that
I
that
am
sort of habit.
literally going to rip my own face off. I do not have bugs
I
on
do
Put
me.
on your
endorse that.
eyelids.
I'm
There-
not-
Fucking-
there's
hairs
bugs
your
on your
eyelids,
face
they're all
right
kinds
now.
of- yeah.
How do
Redline.
you shave your
100% there
eyelids?
are also
hard.
bugs on your
You can
face
do it,
right now.
though.
I'm not telling you to claw it off, and I
How
hope
do
you
you
don't.
shave your eyelids?
I'm just
Your
saying.
eyelids
It's
don't
very
have
carefully.
pores for
The-
skin.
but
For
the
Redline, you go even
Can I
smaller.
just pull them?
You go even
Yeah.
smaller. You look at
you
bacteria.
can plug
Bacteria
them.
everywhere. Bacteria are on the outside of you, the inside of you, everywhere. Like, and they're
Okay,
basically
but bacteria
bugs.
and bugs. No, they're
Oh,
not.
no, you also have bugs.
They're smaller.
don't have bugs.
Basically.
Oh, you do.
They're
They're
fucking
s-
everywhere.
They basically
dude.
are just
I'm
like
telling
bugs. They're just
Speaking
like.
of bugs, did I tell you
realize
guys
there's,
about
like,
the wasp that
bajillions
got
of
into my
things on
house
this earth,
again?
right?
No,
And
did
a
you
lot
get
of
it?
them
You
live
kill
on
it?
us.
Yeah, so it was by the
Again?
window.
Fucking
So
hate
it's stuck
wasps.
in through a hole in the window screen. So I put a cup over it and then scooted
Sneaky
it back
fuck.
towards the hole so it could fly away.
No, you killed him.
Oh,
Wait,
nice.
I
No.
killed 4
You
tonight.
gave him an
They've
escape
been-
after he
Hey,
saved
good
you?
Yeah,
asshole.
they haven't attacked me. They're
Kill
fine.
them all. Kill them all.
No.
Jeez,
I'll
the
give you that, I'll give you that.
No,
They're-
kill
they're
them
fine.
I'm
all.
gonna
I'm
go
gonna
out
rain
and
on
put
this.
water and pollen for them so they recognize me as
Oh.
a
I
friend.
have given a
And then
water
when
to
some
a
dude
few
tries to
wasps,
break-
and it's very wholesome.
Wasps don't do the
they're,
pollen
they're
thing.
very appreciative.
I'm gonna
They'll
I'm
just,
gonna
like,
feed
hang out
them.
and drink some water and then just hang out.
Yeah.
for a bit.
And you do that, and then when someone breaks into your house, the wasps are like, "Oh, fuck this asshole," and then you have like
I'm not gonna
three-
encourage a
no,
wasp
'cause
nest
wasps-
for my home security.
Wasps are assholes
That-
themselves,
Yeah,
so they
that-
won't do
that-
that.
They don't
Somebody
communicate
break
across
into your
the
house,
colony
they'll
about
attack
my
you just to help the
generosity.
fucking robbers
in
because they're
the-
such dicks.
in the
No,
world's
wasps are dicks.
ecosystem, there are
Dicks.
always assholes.
wasps
if you-
and
You
hornets.
can
Hey,
always
Matterall.
befriend.
Yeah, how do you feel about this, Metro?
Wasps, hornets,
Wasps-
assholes of the world.
Ma-
Of the
Matterall,
Do you
fucking-
encourage
they're-
wasp nests
hey,
on
wasps
your
are
house
related
No,
to
not
security
that's
or not?
that's not.
I
what I'm
killed
asking.
4 of them tonight.
They're related to
Matterall.
ants, not bees.
Matterall, I want to say two things to you. One, I don't have bugs on me, and two, if you ever want to have like a real discussion about these changes, and you want to talk mano a mano, I'm
We
down.
did have a real discussion about him, motherfucker. What the hell are you talking
Yeah,
about?
but it was
Why don't we
It-
do a Trash Talk Tuesday crossover talking in stations where you guys are both hosting a show?
Okay,
Astro
Rain,
Rothy
no,
rating
Rain,
was
let's throw
60.
this out
What's up,
now.
Astro
Rain and I
Rothy?
were talking about this.
Oh,
What
that's
about we
interesting.
do a
Never
fucking
thought of
show with all the shows on, all the show
Dude,
commentators?
Yeah!
we
From
should
every
do
show.
like
And
a.
on one
Everyone's
show.
streaming it, yeah.
That would
Because
be
there's
fucking
not a
fun.
filter for silencing the noise.
No,
so
that would be so
anyone
much
can
fun.
hear
Watch it.
All the
Watch
people
it
from Trash
wherever
Talk
you wanna
Tuesday,
watch it.
Yeah.
Talking Stations, Meta
exactly,
Show,
and we'll do
Lasers and Lace,
Oh,
us. That'd be fucking
do a
No,
fantastic.
it would
contest.
be fun to do,
we'll do a
giant.
contest.
One time.
You know
We'll
the
do a
one show that
contest,
won't
a
do it.
charity stream, okay?
You know,
All
I know
subscribers,
the
all
show that wouldn't do it.
subscriptions.
you know the one show
all
that won't do it.
subscription- Yeah, INN, fuck those guys, whatever.
Meta
Oh,
show
but
won't do it.
all
Meta
the
show won't do it.
subscribers
Everyone else will be like,
that
yeah, that
go-
sounds fun.
That sounds fun.
Everybody who subscribes, the money goes to charity. And whoever
yeah.
gets the most subscribers over
I
the
don't want
course
to
of the
put no, I don't
show,
want to put pressure on
No,
people.
I
Let's
don't
just
want- I don't
one
wanna
show
do a
together.
competition
All of us
thing.
on one
money,
stream.
Dom,
That
money.
just sounds like a minigame.
I don't want to do a.
No.
I don't want to do a
That's
competition.
a sign.
It would
Most
just
people are
be
already
fun.
subscribe to.
I
any
want
of
to be
these
able to rub my
followers.
fucking head on Matterall's arms
Yeah,
without any
arms.
fucking worry about money.
No, it'd be a fun crossover. Just I would have a blast if we
I think
do
it'd be a
that. Like
fucking great time.
TTT, talking to stations, open comms, and lasers and lasers all at the same time.
TTT.
It'd
So-
be fucking awesome, right?
probably-
It'd be fun.
TTT, X TIS,
It would-
X OCS,
So,
X LAL,
this has actually
X
been done
B2K.
This
Who
has
is
been
the
done
journalist that you trust to
We had,
moderate this?
down the
conglomerate of
pipe,
voices?
No moderation.
down the pipe,
Obviously,
Big
Hot
Bill
Side
the
and,
Boss
and
3.
Cool Space
Wow.
News did a fucking combined show once, so it has been done before. And it was very successful.
Boom. Drop the A bomb. No moderation.
We
Fuck no, I
routinely
love it.
combine
Wait,
Theta
was
Thursdays
that
and
moderate
Trash Talk
themselves?
Tuesdays.
Was that
Yeah.
so? Ash Rothy rated this. I thought I said that. I might have been muted.
Oh, I like Ashrathi
No,
sometimes.
you said it.
You
Okay,
said it.
okay.
We
I
love
thought
Ash
I thought I
Rothy.
did.
We waved to our nieces.
Well,
I
thanks
just
for the
wish
raid.
that
Welcome
he
to the show,
didn't
guys.
stream
I'm
on
just saying, like,
Tuesdays at
I
9
thought I said
p.m.
it, but
Eastern Standard Time. That's
okay.
all.
I was told I was muted, so thanks for the raid, guys. Welcome to
No,
the
you
show.
said it. I heard you.
We were all muted or just you?
I think it was just me. So
But I said some pretty profound shit there. I
well.
want to point that out.
I don't know.
I mean, fucking world-changing shit.
Hey, Matterall, what are the chances you could do your daily news show like an hour earlier in the day?
No, don't do that. East Coasters.
Why?
hate
So I
it.
don't conflict with lasers and lace?
So
Trash
that
Talk Tuesday.
you
but
j-
yeah.
yeah, so that we all
Wow.
can stream at our own times.
I think there's too many
I
talk shows
actually
now
do-
to like make
this is a
everyone
Why don't
like.
you stream your shit an hour?
Serious, no irony. My family day is switching from Saturday to Sunday. So I'm thinking
What's
I
that
have to
mean?
move Talking in Stations weekend to Saturday.
Is that
Okay.
bad though? Who's the
No.
competition on
So,
Saturday?
so I can have
Well,
a
Meta
Sunday
Show's gonna
time
gain
slot
so
for
much
crossing the
intel
red
off of
line.
us.
I'm
Ah.
going to collide with either Push to Talk or with Meta Show.
They deserve it.
Well,
You won't do it in the
I'm just
morning,
saying,
though.
There's
The
so
men show in
many.
the morning.
There's so many talk shows
The
now that I
audiences,
think.
the audiences are exclusive. I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think they
I
do
don't
much
think
catch
Yeah, I
up.
Sorta,
agree.
But
I watch
think
them
they
all,
mostly
but
are,
I'm
but
a
not
fucking
fully.
anomaly, right? I'm a weirdo, so
I think they mostly are, but not
Well,
fully.
people
But
don't watch ball.
I think the thing is like, there's so many talk shows now that I think if you're trying to find a slot that no one else has, it's going to be tough to do if it's going to be in any kind of people's time schedule. So I think it's just
Yeah,
if you want
See,
to
no,
do a
back
show,
in,
do it
back
when
in
you
the
can
pod,
do it.
back
If
in the
you want to
podcast
just
days, it
do it
didn't
when you
matter
do it.
how
The
many
people that
Sunday
watch will watch,
and
and if
just
they
do
don't, they
weekdays.
want to watch something
No,
else.
don't
Then they
do
watch
that.
something else. I mean, you can't really help
That's
that.
it.
So I don't think that you need to schedule your show around other people's
I
shows.
think that's true.
Now, before when it
But
was just
what if we
podcasts,
did?
it was different,
So let me.
right? When it's live
Yeah.
stuff, you do kind of have to schedule around things to get because we are really all competing for the same audience. In all honesty,
Sort
we
of.
are.
It overlaps a
There
lot.
are there's a lot of overlap. There's not a lot of
Let
of
me
other than
position something to proposition this.
Yeah,
I
positions
found
is str-
alcohol. I found alcohol, by the way. Sorry.
Hey, well, catch
So
up.
look, I'm caught.
I did too. I found a lot of it.
Anyways,
Hey.
I have vodka gummy bears that have been sitting in my fridge for like 3
Those are
months.
disgusting.
So
Months?
Anyways.
Those are expired,
Okay,
man.
hold on.
let me.
Shots
they're
of
not.
vodka gummy
They're
bears.
not.
Let me do shots of vodka
Those are
gummy bears.
spoiled.
Shots.
So look,
Shots.
they're not.
Oh, they're
now.
not.
Gummy
I'll
bears
drink
can't
some,
spoil.
peach
The vodka
Moscato to
keeps
that.
the bugs off.
Okay, there you
them.
go. No,
Anyways,
vodka
let me-
gummy
let
bears
me
are actually bug
proposition this.
fucking machines.
I'm sorry. So what if everybody who who's willing to do it made a channel, one channel, right? We all had
Swing
our own
channels.
individual channels, and then we used Restream to stream on both at the same time, our individual and this main channel, and everybody who wanted to participate would just set up a schedule to stream, and we made it like a proper like 24/7 news channel, except not 24/7 because that'd be ridiculous, but we all had our own time
seeing
slots and
this.
anybody could watch anywhere and all of this, and nobody overlapped, and we just shared all the viewers
because
all
somebody
the
would be
time.
in
There's-
charge, and eventually there would be abuse on one side or the other.
There's
That's
not
it.
a
That's
way
why.
for nobody to.
That's
overlap.
honestly-
So
if you're
we've
honest
tried
with me,
that
that's why.
before.
So
we
is
tried
MPX
that
has
with
done it
Even
before.
T.
Yeah.
It's a lot of effort.
It's hard. It's hard because not
Cartelling
everybody
and
agrees about
streaming
everything. Is the problem?
Doesn't
You know?
seem like a winning strategy.
Well, we're gonna switch Trash Talk Tuesday to Friday.
No, we're not.
What the
TTF?
fuck? No, we're
It doesn't
not.
even ring.
Trash Talk Friday.
No,
kidding.
there's literally
It's
no
flip
ring.
flop Friday, and I'll go for
Flip
that.
flop Friday.
It'll tank.
I
Called
don't
it.
think it will.
It'll-
I
it's
flip flop
already-
everything I'm on.
It's already the terrible show. I don't
I'm on
think it
both
can
sides
get
of
much
every
worse.
argument everywhere I go.
Oh, it can.
I don't
Have
think
faith.
so.
Have faith.
I
I'm
think
just
Tuesday
waiting.
was probably a decision made because that's when patch day was.
I
No?
enjoyed Tuesday actually.
It-
hearing you guys.
Because
It
I think it's
is-
because it rhymed.
Well,
It is
Dom was
also
there.
because it rhymed, but I've noticed that all of the things that I disagree with get released on Wednesdays or get announced on Wednesdays.
Believe me,
think
they're-
that there's
they're
some
not thinking
strategy.
They're
of
announced
you
on
when
Wednesdays,
they
but
do
released
that.
on
That's the
Tuesdays.
goon.
Yes, they
Correct,
are.
yeah.
Yes,
Is that
they
the
are.
good thing of moving
They're
your fireside?
There's a reason for that red line.
They're deliberately making sure that the first chance that I get to talk about it on my own show is a week after it's been announced, when no
Yeah, no,
one cares.
Hilmar
anymore.
That
contacted
seems
us and told us that
entirely
personally.
plausible.
He
He
doesn't like
contacted
either
you?
one of us. Yeah, He didn't like us. That's why he does
See,
it.
But
we
he
used to
told me
we used
that.
to always think that everyone
He's
thinks
like,
that
Dominar,
with their
come
own
into
show.
the
Like,
sauna with me.
there used to be a thing like when
Follow me.
Well, like I said earlier,
talk
I've been
business.
probably the only person here who's actually been called an asshole by CCP.
there's been
Really?
times,
no,
like,
sorry, not
anytime
asshole.
something comes on a
Dumbass.
Saturday, I
Dumbass,
remember
not
like
asshole, dumbass.
Dirk and BC would be like, "Oh, they probably didn't want us to talk about it." It's like I doubt that's why they released it on a Saturday.
Do you
I mean, to be
remember
honest,
when-
but
Do you remember when, for like the longest time, all the news was announced on Friday, and we were like, "Oh shit, we
Yeah,
need a
it was
guest.
like, hell
what
yeah,
do we
heyday.
do?"
It's
And we would,
like
like
you-
panic.
you guys giving us the first dibs on this. Are you sure you want to do that?
And you fucked it up every week.
Hot
Why is
take.
that?
Well, we did.
Check out
And
this
that's
new
why.
scoop.
I think that's why they did, because like, okay, open comms
You
will
think you
fuck it
couldn't
up, and then
handle it?
everyone else will fix their shit throughout the week,
Everybody's
and
gonna
it'll
have
be
a
good.
narrative. We're just
So
gonna talk about it raw.
God, I wish when we talked about. I missed when we talked about Olive Garden.
I like Olive Garden. I
Someone
still go there
What's
said
up,
sometimes.
good
Mr.
right
Let's
now?
talk
Olive
about
Garden.
Olive Garden again.
how can
I
you
want some
not like the soup at
breadsticks.
Toscana Red
Don't
Line?
God
say
damn it, shut up.
kale.
I
Kale
can't
is
eat
bad.
So,
breadsticks. They
you know
have
you don't have
bread
to
in
eat
them.
Those are
Kale?
no. Those are gluten-free breadsticks.
You know you don't have
trust
to
me.
eat the
Why?
kale.
Wait,
The
what?
kale
Are
is
they
just
really?
the kale's a garnish. The soup is the
God, no.
meal.
Extra.
It's a
fucking-
potato.
Kale-
It's a spicy sausage potato soup. That's all it is.
Kale is fuel for the
Is kale ever a
food.
garnish?
You use kale,
Kale is
to
No,
what
feed
kale,
the
kale is a
animals
garnish in that
that
soup.
you
It
kill
floats on the
and
top. You can scoop it out if you want. You don't have to eat the
You
kale.
don't have to though.
You know
I
what
thought
else
garnish
floats
was
on
like
the
the
top?
stuff you put in the middle, and
Hey,
you never know if you should eat it or
you know-
not.
Garnish, a garnish
You
is
should always
something
try
you
it.
add
Nibble a
extra
little bit.
that's
They
not
always use, like,
necessary.
mint
Kale,
as
if you have to
garnish.
scoop it out, that's not a
No,
garnish.
a garnish is
You
something that's not
wanna know-
necessary, but
Go
something
for it.
extra for either looks or just
I think we lost
or
Mario.
texture. Or
You wanna
slight,
know-
upset
it's
with
a
us.
slight variance.
You
The
wanna know
kale
what
in the
else
I'm
soup
still
is for
floats on
a
top?
light crunch.
Hey, Drayden,
Hi.
wasn't Open Comms opposed to Trash Talk Tuesday as a competitor because
I was never.
they?
well,
I
yeah,
was never.
that's what-
Dirk and Brisk were like, oh, these guys start their own
You
show.
hated us?
No.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they did.
No, Dirk
I
and
supported you. When I was
and
Cool
Br-
Space Nerds, I made sure you guys were a thing.
Well, no. Here's the thing.
God damn
my
it. That's
bad.
Dom was
ridiculous.
one of the
Flush
first
his
people on
face.
TTT. It was literally me, Dom,
It was you, Dom,
Andrew
and
Redline.
Redline,
you,
like
Dom, and
I was
Redline,
jealous when you
and
picked up
Billy,
Dom.
I think, right?
a couple
Billy?
others. Yeah, Billy was
That's
there.
fair.
There were like a
Billy-
bunch. There were like 6 of us.
But,
But,
no,
the
no,
four
here-
of us
here's
are
the
the
thing.
ones who came up with the idea,
Here's the thing,
right?
Dirk
and Bruce
Redline,
were like-
me,
Us,
Rain, and
Dom,
Tom Flood.
Loki, Mike Flood.
No, Loki came
and
later.
Billy.
Mike
Keep calling
Flood.
Tom.
Mike Flood. Okay, so
Oh, Mike Flood. Yeah, sorry.
no, but the thing
And
is,
then we
like,
brought
I was
Soto
not
in,
opposed to it
and
because
he
I was like,
never
why do
showed
we
up
give a
again.
shit about a show that's on a different night than?
Because
It's
we're
like,
awesome. That's why.
If
We're
it
awesome.
was like if they
should always
went and
care.
made a show that was on Friday night at 6 p.m. Pacific time, I'd be like, that's
I
kind of
think-
rude.
I think TTT's got a good thing going.
Fuck
Like,
yeah,
not-
they
No,
do.
it
Redline
does.
is-
It
What?
does.
Yeah, no shit.
Redline has done
What?
a
It's
great
such
job.
a good show.
No,
with
it,
this
it
show.
totally does.
You've
But
done a
it's
great
like,
job, Redline. You do all the work, and you've done
Are
a
you
great
guys
job.
on drugs?
no, but
You're
here's
doing a
here's
great
my
job.
thing.
I'm
So
fucking
so
done.
Dirk
I
and
remember
you have
my
guys-
week.
We're on-
My
we're on
week is
Olive
based on
Garden.
Tuesdays.
so
I
Dirk
fucking
and Brisk
plan
were
everything else
Dirk and
around
Brisk were
Tuesday.
shitting on it, and I was like, why do you guys give a shit about a show on Tuesday? We have no show on Tuesday. Why do you guys care about what they're doing on Tuesday? And they're like, because it's a show. I'm like, because it's a show.
Should be happy there's more shows. There'd be more people.
Like,
yeah.
do you,
This
are
one
you
is after I left
are you
because they
listening
never-
to yourselves
Yes,
right
it
now?
was.
Like,
Probably- we didn't
Yeah,
start till
because
right
they
after you left,
never
right?
had an issue when I was doing both TTT and Open Comms.
right? But
How long was it? It wasn't very long though, right?
They didn't. It
was
was
like-
yeah.
It was like February to May was when I was
Oh,
doing
is that
both.
long?
'Cause
Okay.
I quit in May.
Again,
Okay.
it literally just came down to spite. Like
Because
to
I
be honest,
was there.
to be
everybody was
honest,
jealous.
it came down to
That's why.
spite.
Made boys
That's
jealous,
all
yeah.
it was. So
Everybody's jealous of me. I get it.
and that's why
I don't
mean,
know why.
to be fair-
I thought it was
people-
friendly because they
To
did
be
Wash
fair.
Walk Wednesday, whatever the fuck it was.
Oh, no,
yeah,
that
No,
was,
that
uh,
was
yeah. We
Spite.
did
That was
Wash Walk
mocking,
Wednesday.
not-
That was
That was
I
not
thought
a
that was a
flattering
funny
thing.
thing.
It was
Oh.
mocking.
It turned
Oh,
out to be a
okay.
fun thing because everybody that
they
came on
did
there
it as a mocking
talked
thing. I thought it was
about us,
funny
how
because
great
I was
we
like,
were.
yeah, Wash
Fresh
Walk
and
Wednesday as a joke, as a meme, but they thought it was like more of like a
I mean, it kind of
okay.
doesn't
We
matter
won, we get
because
it,
the
we won.
same guests show up on all the shows pretty much.
pretty
Yeah.
much.
That's what I was trying to point out earlier.
Well,
you guys argued with me.
Yeah.
It's the same
No.
audience for all the shows. It
So,
just
Yeah.
is.
And no,
Adderall,
it's-
you're never on
Recycled
TTT.
guests, recycled
I bet- you
audiences.
see,
I,
Like, he
I
was on
wouldn't
there
do
once.
well. I
don't-
wouldn't do well.
I I think
You
I've
came on once,
So-
didn't you?
I think
think
you
I've gone
would
on TTT
actually. I think if we
one
I
brought out
invited
your
you.
trash talk
You
vein, that
told
you
me
would
no, I
shine
cried.
there.
I think I went on one
I
time.
think
I know
it-
I'm
no,
welcome, but I just haven't really had anything to say, so I've
I just
I
want
don't
to point.
think you
I
would
just want
do
to point
well on
out
that show
something
either,
from last
though.
week.
I think I
Brandon.
would get eaten fucking live on
You
that
know-
show.
You would be good
So-
on.
Just do what I do. Get really
You'd
high
be
and
good
don't
on
talk.
talking in stations, Drayden. I think you're kind of that kind of guy.
Well, I mean, like I could.
think it would-
well, I think I'd have to know more about the game to go on
Yeah,
talking
I
stations?
would go on talking
No,
stations.
I think talking
We're never-
talking stations
We're not
is like
accused of knowing too much about the
talking
game.
to stations like your Neil deGrasse Tyson, Albert Einstein, like Michio Kaku, like the
What?
big.
Those are
Drayden,
not.
It's like your big brain.
As Matt All
No.
can,
It's like
as
your
Matt
big
All
brain
will-
show, and then like talking to
No.
Trash Talk
They would
Tuesdays
like
is
you to
like
think so, however.
Trash Talk
As
Tuesdays
Matt
is
All
like
will
okay,
confirm,
come
one
in
of the
here
first
and
people
we're
on
gonna
talking
debate some
stations
shit,
was me.
and you better
It's
know
not
your shit
about
because you
smart
have to
people.
hold your own on some shit. And I'd go in there and be like, yeah, I don't really. I just like push some buttons on this game. I don't
You just
actually
have
don't
to
like
stick
break
to your
down the game, and like I would.
It's not
get-
true, Drayden. You do good commentary. You look at things. You analyze things. That
I don't
playing
know.
them, and I pointed this out earlier on Matt All's stream. Actually, playing the metagame is playing Eve. I'm sorry, it just
think
is.
I
It is
like-
a big part. The community is
I
such a
like-
huge part of Eve
I like
Online.
Trash Talk Tuesdays. I just
is
think
the
I would
game.
get
part of
fucking
the game.
dismantled by
Why?
the people that are on there.
So look, here's my thing, right? Why does anybody like Trash Talk Tuesday?
It's a fun
Everyone
show.
likes
It's
it. I like
entertaining.
it.
It's a fun show.
How? You can't even tell what people are saying half the time.
Well,
That's the fun part of
I
it.
said a good day.
yeah, but you could tell what people are saying in
better when
between
no one
those
knows.
Like it's a-
times.
It's an FFA,
People
right? Like a
like
free
that-
for all.
Someone is
For-
passionate
is,
about
yes,
a
for
view
people
that
who need
maybe
some-
they agree with, and they
who
want
need
to
some
hear people
airtime,
yell
I
about it.
To be honest though, the nights we have the big fights where people are yelling at each other are our best nights. They
Those
really
are
are.
best
I mean,
nights.
fair.
Max
I mean,
is
they
fair.
are. I mean,
Okay,
that's what it's about.
It's
That's
literally
true.
It gets
how
old
Eve
on
gets
our-
its
It depends
As
on
a
what they're yelling
moderator,
about. That
it
Dread
does,
Bobby
but
I just
guy,
want to see people yell.
he was yelling and he wasn't very informative. So
But people still like watching that because it's fucking funny
Well,
and entertaining, right?
mean,
that's
you
really
may
what it boils
have-
down
Sure.
You may have
Jersey
Trash Talk
Shore, fucking good for it.
Tuesday
Never saw
confused
it,
with
but-
a reputable news source in Eve
No,
Online. We are
didn't.
not that.
We did not.
to. No, I make shit up all the time.
No, I think,
if
Trash-
people figure that out yet. If
Yeah,
I'm
it's funny.
spouting facts, 90% of them are untrue.
it's funny, you know. I was gonna do this to kind of spite everybody. I was gonna say, TIS 2 weeks off, no news, like news blackout,
Oh no!
and
Whoa.
let everybody
Whoa,
else.
fam.
Yeah,
Whoa.
no, I was gonna do that. I wasn't ever really gonna
Get
do
the
that,
canned beans.
Blossom,
We're
that was
going to the
great. You're right.
shelter.
Get
So-
all that gasoline. Stock up.
Bottled water.
Stuck on the gasoline.
No,
Toilet
to be fair-
Toilet paper.
To be
who
fair,
doesn't
Matt
toilet
Aldo,
paper?
Put the
There are a
gasoline
couple
in
news-
the plastic
news shows
grocery
out there.
bags. Store it up
well,
for the
talking stations really
winter.
isn't one of them. You are editorial,
Sorry.
and yeah, that's what you're about. There are a
And-
couple
and
of
see,
just
here's
flat
the fun
news shows
thing.
out there. There are a
Oh,
couple.
it's-
Here's the fun thing is that this person in chat says TTT is good if you don't get enough cringe in your life from other sources,
They're correct.
but you're still watching, bitch. Thanks for the views.
Because they don't get
Right.
enough
They
cringe
They
That's
don't
the
get
Bruce-
in
enough
their life.
elsewhere.
That's
the
why.
Bruce narrative, and
If
that's
they got
not
it, they
a false
wouldn't watch.
narrative.
Where are
They
you gonna
know.
get your cringe if not from TTT?
Like,
I'll watch my personal
It's not
stream.
if you want to watch
cringe.
about, well, that's the
No,
point.
no,
He's
our
winning.
show's about cringe, but you guys are good.
No. You've
Or-
taught
or
me more
cringe.
about nuclear science than anyone ever.
No,
Dude, I told
the
you about
cringiest
heavy
shit
water.
ever.
I told
was
you
part
about
of the
heavy
cringiest
water,
shit
that's
ever,
it.
so
And I
this is
fear
not cringy
water
compared to
now.
that.
Like, what did you want?
You drink heavy water now?
No, I just fear it.
Oh, I was
I
like, you
fear
should see a
all
doctor.
water.
If you're just drinking
I
heavy
don't know
water, you
what's
should
in
see a
it.
doctor.
I think.
actually.
By the way, Trash Talk Tuesday. The reason
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to
sure.
go
Drinking,
on
I
that
don't-
show
I don't like water.
and
Fear it.
is
Aw, don't make me
because I
sad.
feel like the majority of people that attend that show are coming from the same perspective.
It is. You are correct. It's 80.
Is that just a long way to
80-20
say it's
split.
an echo chamber?
No,
No, I don't think so.
No.
It's not an
The
echo
same
chamber
perspective
necessarily.
Can be from different sides.
no, because this is where the echo starts. That's not the chamber. The chamber's later on. The
I'm
statement
winning.
starts on Tuesday, and everybody else echoes it. That's why
It's like when BC invited me to be part of Open Comms at one point. I was like, but I don't drink, so it doesn't work. You know, and he's like, yeah,
Yeah,
you have
that
to
was-
drink. So
Sadly,
you don't have
that
to drink.
Was, that
You
was
were able
back
to
when,
keep
that was
up with
back when we thought
my
that drinking
fucking
mattered.
Weird thought train. Just
So
finding
I'm,
sober.
I'm sad.
you
that
remember
that
No,
was
I've never
actually-
there? You remember that,
Really, it
Drayden?
was
You
The
were looking for a
Simpsons.
fourth.
Yeah.
This was-
No. I remember that, and I was sad the fact that it's like he doesn't want to drink. It's like, is that a disqualifier? Like the drinking is a fun thing on the show, but like it doesn't have to be a necessity for the show. And I was sad that the fact that
Well, if you're going to be on the same show
Matt,
with,
you
with
could
Big
have done
Country,
what I did.
you
and
need
just
to drink.
like you could have
Sorry.
just done
Sit-
shots of water like
I
I,
could
did
not
the whole
handle him.
time.
honestly,
no.
BC
Wait.
did shots
Yeah.
of water like the last
This whole
year.
time you weren't drunk.
Nobody has to know.
No,
No,
the,
it was
the
definitely
last year.
trash as
Definitely
fuck.
drunk.
I was saying, are you
Yeah.
kidding me? You're a great actress. You need to move
I
out.
was
of
like-
it.
I'm just normally a really angry person, so the
That is not
excuse
true
of-
either.
She is.
You're a great actress.
She
You
is.
need to
No
be
way.
fucking Hollywood.
No, I was definitely drunk. But yeah, wait, was that
That was
before
a
you guys
total
picked
sober.
me as
Shut
the
the fuck
fourth?
up.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, immediately.
I think they're saying you were the reserve.
No, no,
Well,
no.
they
no.
didn't really know me. I
I
don't
was
think.
kidding.
No, no.
Your
the-
first
so-
I
episode-
started out as a
I
guest.
mean, we
Your
can go
first
into
episodes, you
the.
were
I was
very
saying like
quiet,
so. The weird thing with the matter, like you were like, oh, I don't drink, and I don't drink. It was funny because like at the time, like drinking was a focus of the show, which was I was sitting there going like,
Blast
like, I
them.
mean, like we
Come
don't
on,
have to
man.
drink for the show. I'm like,
You
yeah, we're
did.
doing the whole. It was
Now
like
you don't,
literally
you did.
when we started the whole Tito's.
Oh, that's right. Tito's
Subs-
came around that
It was
time,
literally like when we started the Tito's like subscription, Tito's, you know, sponsor unofficial sponsorship because
Yeah,
Tito's
yeah.
didn't want anything to do with us, but we were like, yeah, but Tito's.
but we like them.
But yeah, so it was one of those things, and like Matter was like, yeah, I don't want to like get drunk on a Tuesday night.
Well,
Because back then it was
wasn't a good fit
Tuesdays, and then
anyway.
we went to Thursdays, and we went to Fridays.
I think even if I did drink, it just wasn't a good fit because
glad of
I
that,
was really
Akraf.
into news at the time.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it was
You
like,
you were like into like the breakdown. We were just into bullshit. So
yeah, well, conversation, which is
Yeah.
different.
So it was a different beast, and then
But I killed the show whenever I get on it because it would just get too serious. It would get too like.
no, you didn't kill the show.
But you have got past that,
you
have you
made the
got?
show. Here's the thing: when you came on the show, the people are like, I just want to watch people get drunk and have a train wreck. They would leave, and then the people are like, I'm interested in Eve Online. They would come in and stay. So
I was gonna say, I think there's quite a few people who would actually stay and watch.
it was like about a neutral field, but like we would have a changing of the guard essentially of viewers, and that wasn't a bad thing. But it was like
Well, yeah.
Some people watch Cops, you know. It is what it is.
singing cops too.
I'm not
There's
gonna lie.
actually-
Is
when I-
that a thing now?
There was a show called Singing Cops or something.
There
Cop
was a
Rock.
show called Jail. There was a show called Jail made by the producers of
Rock.
Cops, and
Look
it was
it up.
essentially like, let's show jail habitations and jail riots. And I'm not gonna lie, I was only in jail for 2 weeks, but when I was in jail, the people in the
That's not where I thought
pod
you
were
were
like,
going
we're
with
gonna
that.
watch Jail. They would watch Jail while we were in jail.
What?
Yeah. And
Instead
we
of a
would-
fireplace on
What?
TV, it would
What?
be like
and-
bars.
No, we would be in jail watching Jail. It would be laughing at how disparaged it was to like, okay, maybe that's prison. Who knows?
Yeah, at least
but,
we're not in prison,
but it's
we're
like
just
that
in
ain't no fucking county jail because that's some fucking.
No, that's fucking true though.
That's like
Prison
some-
jail are way
That's like
different.
some Real
situation
Wives of
based on a
Atlanta, Georgia
reality
shit.
show
And
That was worse.
this is like a pretty calm fucking pod, except for the guy that tried to change the channel from football.
Don't change it from jail.
It was a Sunday.
I
And
like watching
it-
myself.
It was a Sunday and it was football day, and we all had commissary items like, you know, bags of Doritos and shit bet on teams with a commissary pool. And this guy walks up and is like, fuck football, I'm gonna watch some NASCAR. He changes the channel and everyone's like, whoa, bro. Like, what the fuck you doing? Like,
How many
we're
times
all,
would you shank?
like, you don't know,
20, 30 times,
we're
maybe?
all watching this football thing, and like no one gives a fuck about NASCAR. Dude, I got some fucking Doritos riding on the fucking Bengals winning that game today,
Like 3 packs of smokes. What are you talking
and,
about?
and like the guy's like, fuck football, and this guy with
Yo,
the teardrop
Drayton.
tattoo.
You got a plastic bag full of gasoline because I'm about to light your Twitch chat on
Yeah,
fire.
no. Here's
I
the
wanna
thing.
see
So
it. Let's
guy
see
with, the guy with the teardrop tattoo. You think like teardrop tattoo? Oh, fucking no.
You would think.
Most calm, chill, most like
Well, yeah, that's
probably the most
subtle,
dangerous-
subtle dude ever. Like he's like
because
the
he's murdered
coolest,
people.
most mellow
He
guy
doesn't
you've ever
stress.
met, easiest to get along with ever. And like he's sitting there, he's like, "You're gonna change that back to football."
shivering
And the
nerd?
guy's like,
Who's that? Is that
"Fuck
you,
you,
Roland?
bro!" And like
What does that mean?
before he
I wanted
even
to see the
says
kickoff.
"bro," the guy, the teardrop guy, stands up, runs over, and clocks the dude into the face. Like fucking his head, back of his head
Living
smacks against the
to a
cement
teardrop
wall.
tattoo.
Smacks against the brick wall, whatever.
No
smacks
bullshit.
against the brick wall. He's like fucking flops over, and the guy's just like boom, boom, just starts like going on him, and then like the guards run in and tase both of them. I'm like, oh fuck.
Both of them.
Okay, all right.
But real quick,
Are
While
we?
he's being tased, the second one's like,
Well, they're just
yeah,
they
I
just
was watching
tase.
that game.
They tased both. They tased the guy that was on the ground.
Of course,
Yeah, why not? For goodness
you gotta break it up.
They just was like, we don't give a fuck. You're all tased.
Yeah.
Um,
Break it the fuck up.
and I was sitting there. I was like, We're still watching football. We all watching
Did I win
football
my
still. Like,
Doritos?
I still want to know if the Bengals
You guys
win.
mind if I change it back?
I want some Doritos.
I
But
don't want to start a fight, but I kind of was watching the football game.
yeah, it was. It was
I'm telling
pretty
you,
good.
the guys that are dangerous are the guys that aren't talking, or the guys that are very calm.
Wait, are you
Those are
saying
the
this
most
from?
dangerous.
No, that was me.
Jail
I was very calm and very.
No.
Well,
I was
actually.
never in a gang. No teardrop.
I was pretty talkative, but I was very calm. But I was not dangerous. The worst thing I did was
Oh, I
make
think you're dangerous.
a
the
chess set
tallest
out
guys
of
in the
paper that
joint.
was
He's
contraband.
fucking very intimidating. He's very intimidating.
He was very
You
intimidating.
don't fucking let him bullshit you. The dude's
Towering
8 foot
over.
tall. He's
I'm
8 foot tall.
6'6".
He's got fucking. You look at his
All
arms.
the
He's huge
assholes in
guns,
the drunk
and he
tank.
fucking knows how to talk shit. Right? You don't. Drayden's a badass.
Yeah.
Don't fuck with him.
Let me have your cornbread.
Yeah, he gets all the food he
want
wants.
your
Because
Doritos.
he's
Water
fucking
passes.
Drayden.
Cornbread.
Give me that bag of Doritos right there.
You eating that? No,
I
you're
want
not.
that.
Give it to me.
You're pretty full, aren't you?
He fucking bullied the shit out of me in Vegas.
Give me those all-dressed potato chips. You can't handle
Dude,
the
if they had all,
vinegar,
if
salt,
they had
and
all
barbecue.
dressed chips in jail, I think I would have been like a mafia boss.
I think so.
Oh, it's a Canadian classic.
Blastum told me to stop shit posting in Twitch chat.
Well, don't do it poorly though.
I
You're,
feel like
you're a fire
Blastum.
starter. That's why your shows are about drama, except lasers and lace. So that's not about drama.
I don't think
but-
Redline starts most of the fire
You
though.
can't succumb
He
to
gets
that.
somebody on there and he like hopes.
Oh, he does.
He's good at pushing the people who start
watched
fire.
the show.
You're
watched
more
the
Sets
like-
up the canvas.
He's like the bellows guy. He's working to bellows, right?
Redline,
He gets
he's
people
sub
doing
now.
this shit, and he gets them
Fan
fucking
in the
going.
flames.
But he didn't
Gifted.
start them usually. He just gets them going. You know.
And
No,
then
he
every
does.
once
Does
in a
this
while
mean I can
interrupts.
shit post
Thanks,
for you
Levi.
now,
Well,
Blastum? Now that I'm
well, this is my
subscribed?
show.
Yeah,
but...
you see that? Redline's now subscribed to the channel.
Oh wow.
May
Oh.
I shit post freely?
Oh, why did it say first?
It's not.
You've subscribed before.
Fairly-
That's why.
he's a that's the
No,
that's
he's
a
given
gift leader.
18 sub gifts, but it's the first sub gift to Redline.
4-month subscriber. Or no, sorry, he's a
Fucking Lothar giving 18
he's a
sub
3-month
gifts. What the
subscriber.
fuck?
You've subscribed before.
I have subscribed before, yes.
That's what I was trying to say, and you said no. Don't fucking argue with me. I'm always right.
And I've given 10 gift
It's a
subs,
Richard
as
episode.
you can see by the
Lot of
blue
heat.
package next to my name.
That's fucking amazing.
10 gift subs.
So I'm just looking for permission from Blastum to shit post, and then I
I mean, like,
will.
you
Go
can
ahead.
just
Nope.
shit post. I mean,
I don't
anyone
see why
can-
you would.
He'll ban me. He said.
Anyone can
He
shit
said,
post.
and I quote, "You see the sword next to my name? Please chill," and that's a threat.
Yeah, it
Well-
is. It is a
Wait,
thret.
what did you
Don't
say before?
fucking.
Oh,
if you
did,
don't chill,
oh,
shit's gonna
oh,
happen,
did
man. I back up, blast him.
well then, you know what?
There
Hey,
you go.
if Blastum says chill, then you better both chill. Because I gave him
That's
that.
what I'm saying.
I gave him
Sure.
that sword. I
I-
ignited.
I don't have one
ignited
still. I just
Blastum.
gifted shit, and I didn't get a
He's
fucking
literally
box.
got a
That's
sword.
bullshit.
You
I
have a box,
ignited
Dom.
Blastum, and he's got the sword. Thanks,
You have a
Dom, for
box now,
giving
you
all
don't
the
have a crown
subs.
Trace
anymore.
says, I can't do anything about this.
I still show
You
you
lost
the
your
wall.
crown, dog, but you got the box.
I don't want to be
guess.
king. Being in fucking charge sucks. I've done that before.
It
Absolutely.
doesn't
Don't want that
suck.
anymore.
It's okay.
Wait,
Heavy
how do you
lies
have
the
a
crown.
Anyways,
Fuck yeah, I'd rather be the guy
I
who you get to yell
resent
at.
the
rather than be
remark
person
that
who
I'm a
yells.
fire starter. If
Oh, you
anything,
absolutely.
if anything, I'm a fire watcher. At
No.
best,
Have you
I
played
just
the
press
game?
buttons.
Fire
not sure.
stoker. I'm calling you a fire stoker. You like to stoke
I'm not-
things.
If you were in
You
World
stoke
War
I
II,
don't
you'd call it
very
start
good.
drama
How fast do
anywhere.
you stoke things?
What?
Look at the like
Sorry,
the
I've been drinking.
grammar war going on right now.
Where is there a grandma war?
Wait,
Where
would
the
you use
grandmas
grammar?
are?
Grandma's.
Oh, I would love to see Grandma Wars.
Grandma's War.
That would be a fucking successful show.
Can we please have a grandma
Oh my
war? Like
Fuck
Grandma-
USA
no, no, no.
or TNT needs to make
Ender's
Grandma
War,
Wars.
but
That'd be
with
fucking
grandmas
awesome.
in E
instead.
Vegas.
Fuck
It's
yes, that'd be
Grandma's
amazing,
War.
yeah.
In E Vegas, can
Thank
we
you, Lothar.
please have anyone
Well,
that's an
hey,
actual
It's
technical
gonna be like a
grandma?
fiver or
Like
something towards
Dom?
the
we can have a fanoodle fight or like a
Dom, I
something.
think that Lothar just
Lothar.
took your box back, dude.
Yeah, Lothar. Thanks. Oh my God, it's a gifted war sub.
You're gonna have to gift 10
gift a
this
sub
time.
war.
Nobody got some.
Oh,
Thanks
you
for the
have a
gifted
box
subs,
still.
Lothar.
He just took your blue box away.
Liz is a
Aw.
grandma. Liz can start a war. we
Lothar,
need other
why?
grandmas.
Liz, name one grandma you'd go to war with right now.
Fucking
Betty
Gwyneth
White.
Paltrow.
Grandma Thatcher. Grandma Thatcher for sure.
Betty
Gwyneth
White.
is not a
Mm.
fucking grandma, Drayden.
What?
Good night, Newt Kane.
Liz
Love
just
you.
said in chat she's a grandma.
Who?
Liz.
Liz's, but not Gwyneth.
Well,
I
but
could be.
Gwyneth
Thank
Paltrow
God my
has
kids have not
Goop, and
produced
you
one
gotta
yet,
go
but I
war
could
with
be.
that.
That's not being a grandma.
But it's a
don't
grandma
wanna be a grandma. I
site.
can't wait to
It's-
have
it's
grandkids.
Goop. She's swindling grandmas into like youth creams that
that
don't
guy-
work.
I'm gonna support Liz. I'd go to fucking war with Liz right now.
Don't go to war with
She's a
Liz.
grandma.
Liz, blast! Oh my God,
Thank you,
blast
Boston.
him with the gift of tears. I'm just saying, like Gwyneth Paltrow is like she's a snake oil salesman. Look at what she's selling. It's bullshit.
Gwyneth Paltrow?
And she's
No, she's
swindling
crazy as shit
people
house
out of
rat.
their money
She
for
sells
bullshit.
Gloop.
vagina scented candles. Crazier than a shit house rat.
No,
That's
she's
by
literally
definition.
selling
Yo, hype train.
egg that
Dogs.
you put in your vagina and it
Ow,
helps
ow.
vagina health. It's literally
How do you
just
do
a
it?
plastic oval.
Hype train.
Well, level
I'm just
5
saying,
already.
she's selling
Yes.
bullshit. She's selling bullshit.
Yeah,
Gwyneth-
crazier than a shit house rat.
Gwyneth
That's just the
Paltrow
way
is
it is.
crazy. Gwyneth Paltrow
Yeah.
Oh
is
my
nuts,
God.
and she's
Her-
crazy,
I just
and
saw
she sells
Akaroth.
bullshit.
I just saw Akaroth creep back into the frame, and it was the scariest thing. I
Her-
thought he was a
Oh,
predator.
can you do it again? I missed it.
I
Do it
thought-
again. Come on,
I
man.
swear to God, I thought
Now,
he was an
Toriga,
intruder
she's
in his
figured
own
out
home.
a
Did
market
he have his
ploy.
hood up?
Gwyneth
Toriga.
Paltrow's
Well, no, he didn't have his
company
hood up.
is
Market
worth so
ploy?
much.
Absolutely,
I just
but
didn't
it's
notice he
bullshit.
left. So like when he
It's
came
worth
back,
so much
it-
money.
It's one
And
thing to sell a product that is actually desirable. It's another thing to sell a
It's
product
another
that is
sell a
garbage.
vagina smelling
and
candle.
you-
Yeah, that's
and you,
disgusting. That's
like,
weird and
trick
dumb.
people into buying it, and that's what Gwyneth Paltrow does.
Her
She's tricking people, I
building
don't
was
get
right
it.
next to my building, and it is a gigantic, beautiful
Goop.
glass.
Did you smell
new
her? Did
structure.
you
Yeah, I
smell
know
her
Goop
making
is
her
a big
candles?
business. Sadly, Goop is a
Can you smell that
garbage
shit?
business. Goop is a
Kind
swindle.
of want to smell one. I'm
If you
not gonna
buy
lie.
anything from Goop, shame on you.
What the fuck is Goop?
It's Gwyneth
That's the name of the
Paltrow's
company,
online
but-
thing. It's Goop.
He
Literally, it
sells Goop.
Yeah, no.
Paltrow's
Literally, the reason
The phrase is
Right.
pseudoscience.
like if you watch John Tron's video, it's like she literally said she's like successful internet and online companies have two
No, Liz,
O's
you
in their
can't
name,
like
like
that.
Google and Yahoo. And so she literally was like Gwyneth
That's-
Paltrow, G&P, and put two O's in between, so Goop. That's why
I mean,
she
that's
came
a
up with the
fair
name for her
take.
company.
Okay, now I'm back on board. I like
But
Goop.
that's
now.
not
Yeah.
the underlying.
I'm okay with
thing.
that.
It's,
I thought you
it's
meant she's like pooping out
pseudoscience.
something or
No,
squeezing
well,
out something
she's
out of her
literally-
body. And
Jade
'Cause I
eggs,
mean-
She is
stuff
literally
under
saying,
reach
this
of
is some
Flubber.
weird
not
compound that
healthy.
will help
that's kind of what I was
this
imagining.
aspect of you. This will help your skin, and it has
Fucking
no proven
flubber.
contents to help skin health. Like she's literally just.
Oh,
like,
that was yeah.
she's
look, I
literally
get
a
this one.
snake oil salesman saying, "This is
You
the
better keep
next
going, man.
ailment. This is the next like fucking elixir to help your health.
put out a
Do
documentary
this.
on
Just put
Netflix.
this fucking
What kind of
stone
elixir?
in your
That sounds
vagina.
weird.
Put this fucking." Like oil on your ass, and it does nothing. It's literally like coconut oil or something. It's like
Putting
she's
things
selling
inside
this
you
shit for like
will make
hundreds
you
of
absorb
dollars,
things,
and it
and
does
that is
nothing. It does
dangerous.
nothing.
You know what
It has
I'd
no
love to put
scientific
inside
proof
me?
of doing anything
What would
for
you
you.
love to put inside you? I
But
would
people are
love
like,
to
"Oh,
hear.
Gwyneth
Several
Paltrow said it."
hot
And
dogs.
let's-
Oh, we'll do it. Do you
can
have
do that.
that?
That's
Endless
understandable.
Buy
soup,
it.
salad, and
Do you own them?
breadsticks.
I do. I
Well,
have
she
there's
doesn't
hot
do
dogs
soup.
here.
If she
I'm
sold
gonna do
soup,
brats
salad,
tonight, I
breadsticks,
think.
I would not be on her case. I'm on her case because she's selling like fucking.
If she sold
Vagina
salad
scented
She's
bread-
selling
candles?
salt that you put on
She
your
could've just
forehead
done
and
an
it
endorsement
makes you
deal.
live 50 years. I don't know. She's like that's the
Selling
kind of shit
Italian
she's
food.
selling.
You know, I think next time.
Madral, you
I think
make me
on
want-
Tuesday.
Miss my hair, damn it.
I think the Trash Talk Tuesday, the next TTC episode will be sponsored by Olive Garden, and I'll change all the portraits to breadsticks.
Hell yeah.
It makes sense. And if you don't, then I feel like
I'm gonna be
missing out.
fucking disappointed if you don't. Yeah.
I will. I will
Well,
absolutely do. it.
do a soup,
And that's gonna give
a
us free
salad, and a
breadsticks, right?
breadstick, and that way you get.
If I take a
some
screenshot of
variety
that,
across
take
the
it there, I'll
channel.
get free breadsticks.
Do you
correct?
need the salad and the Alfredo? I can make a picture of that for you if you want, because I can make.
You're
that.
making it for me in October, so
There you go.
don't
Yeah.
worry.
Wait, you have a
He's
house?
like, I
are
can
you
cook it,
you
but I
get
can
a
also
spot
just
with a
take
kitchen?
picture.
What do you need to make a picture for?
Our rooms have kitchens in
For
them.
your
Yes.
stream, damn it.
Dude, I'm gonna make you some Alfredo.
I'm a-
Seriously, we got me
I'm a
you-
full
graphic
stove,
designer.
are you-
oven, everything.
Are you ready for the Alfredo dome?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, hit me up, dude. Make me 8 portraits.
I
of
like
Olive Garden
Alfredo.
dishes.
Hell yeah.
Alfredo is
Oh,
great.
whoa, whoa! I
It's-
don't
it's
know
all-
all the I don't know all the
can't warm it up,
dishes.
though.
I just know
Google
the
it.
They
one.
don't have to be legit. He's just saying put them as pictures of his
Oh my
like
God,
speakers
Lothar.
and commentators on his stream.
Lothar gifted
Lothar
all
So
the
did.
capture
subs.
8 pictures of
We
salad.
got a
and/or
hype
pasta.
train, hype E
Nice job,
train.
Lothar.
Nice.
That is the end of a
The
hype train,
E is
actually. That's the
silent.
level 5.
But there's like 8 of them. Which one is Silent Rain?
It sounds like Climax.
At the
Thank
end
you.
of Train, or at the end of Hype,
Fuck
the
yeah.
E is silent, so you don't have to say
Which
Hype
one
E.
though?
It's hypey.
But
Oh, I
at-
always said
at
it
the
wrong.
end
I'm
of-
sorry.
have
If
to
it,
say-
if the silent is at the end of Train, then
I
you
didn't
go
know it was
Hype
hypey.
E
I've been saying
Train
it wrong.
and no E after that.
Hype.
Oh, is that how you say
Train.
that? Okay, sorry, I didn't know.
Is that how that's said?
Oh, all right.
I'm sorry.
I've been saying it wrong, and telling other people wrong too. I apologize. I'll fix that.
I blame the public school system.
Anyways, you know what's funny is that the reason Trash Talk Tuesday exists is because of Matterall's Discord moderation.
Oh, really?
Really? That's what made you mad?
I got my messages deleted because they contain swear words, and I was like, fuck this, this will not stand.
Yeah. Clean it up.
How dare you be clean on your channel, Metaro?
He's trying to talk to all the.
That's why you haven't had me on there, isn't it? 'Cause
Well,
I can't fucking speak without being.
no,
dickhead.
not, if you look at what's on the channel right now, it's terrible.
It's
I know
worse
it
than-
is.
You must have changed
And
your
you know
moderation
why?
stuff,
You
yeah.
know why it's terrible, Matterall?
What?
It's because of me.
That's
Where? On
patently
the
not true.
Eve Discord? The Eve
Everywhere.
discussion group?
Everywhere.
You were responsible
I
for all
have-
the terribleness.
I have
I can confirm
I
that. He
have
sent out
brought-
mail to people. Yeah.
I have brought the toxic people in Eve together
No, that's
to fume and seethe together.
patently
It
false.
has
I-
actually had that effect on
seething
some of these
And the
fuckers, though.
fuming has
You
spread.
know what? I think we do
everywhere
the. I think we do
else.
the.
I get that would
I
be
think
a
we
lot
do
of
the
notoriety and
anti-hero.
you would wear that
Oh,
as
shit.
a badge.
Are we dropping frames?
But that's not an
Yeah, I
idiot.
saw
sure.
something.
Oh,
I
yeah, we're dropping
am
frames.
the
Oh,
creator
Human
of
equivalent
chaos.
of Reddit. Oh no.
Also, I feel
bet
really
that's
bad
what
about
you
it.
Think about yourself.
Okay, so
but
I
what
feel
about
really
what-
bad about it
Headline.
because Brisk said that I was one of the most toxic people in Eve just because of what I represent with Trash Talk Tuesday.
What about
made me
this?
feel bad.
What about this alternate universe
You should
narrative?
feel bad.
I
Why
have
would
one.
you do that?
So
I,
Redline is the anti-hero that has gone
I like that.
from.
I think I gave Redline a lot of publicity when he first came out and
It's
switched
true.
sides to
I'm not even
NC
gonna
Dot,
give him
right?
that.
You did. You made me famous, dude. I appreciate
Well,
that.
no,
I'm just saying,
but I
we have the
boosted your
anti-hero that
profile
comes
because I was
in,
focusing on you
comes in
as
on a new
a
light.
new person to watch, and you delivered. Look at you.
Now I'm a person that they say, do you even play this game anymore, Redline? The answer is no, I don't.
Welcome. You have arrived. This is the afterlife.
Now you can commentate.
How do I die in here?
Welcome to the veteran table.
Can I still die here? 'Cause I
What's the
want
veteran
to.
table?
Sure.
Try.
Sure.
I miss
happened?
playing Eve so much, though.
I played it
I
tonight.
can't wait to come back.
Ackroth got me killed.
We played it tonight, and it was one of our rare occurrences, and we both died, and that's why we don't play it.
Within seconds
Oh,
of each
shit.
other.
Yes. Well, it's because you called me.
Literally, you
this-
died, and I died. immediately
Nullification
after
changes
that.
will bring you
Wait.
back into the game.
Wait
Fuck
a
yeah, they will.
second.
I play
This
the game
Fortizar-
every single day.
I'm
That's
still
right.
I'm still shooting this Fortizar. Nobody else is here though. What?
Then you're
Um,
winning.
Well, then you're
you-
gonna get top damage.
Oh, he will, won't he?
Is it
Yikes.
which timer is it?
The second one.
I'm out of Straunt. Fuck.
Well, you
Well,
can't
then
do
shoot
that.
it the regular way.
Self-destructed.
All right, that's fair. How did I run out of Straunt though? What
I
the?
don't-
You didn't have enough in your fucking
End
carnival.
of Straunt is
That's
the
how
end
it's
of
Called
life.
bad map.
That happens often, I think.
It's bad.
I'm just gonna
math,
eject
and
from
you
the
should feel
ship.
bad about yourself.
Yep. Wait, what system are you in?
ATAC B04V.
And you're injecting
I'll
in what planet?
Send a
moon?
helper.
I'm ejecting from a Naglfire. I am 1,130 kilometers away from the UHK LTAC endgate.
Are you on
Where did-
Tranquility?
There you are.
I am not.
Rain, why aren't you on
Oh.
camera?
Oh.
I don't
my
know, she won't-
apartment's not fully unpacked and pretty
You've
yet.
been there for more than a month
Hmm.
now.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on now.
I've been doing my day
I
job.
haven't even opened my boxes, Rain. Come on now. You can't see them, but they're all closed still.
That excuse no longer flies. Put the camera on.
No.
Like I live here, but
You'll
I
be
have
fine.
not
No.
opened the boxes. It's just a house
You
of
should have seen it
boxes.
last time. It was pretty bad.
It's embarrassing. That's why I'm not showing them.
What the fuck?
Turn
Also,
your camera on.
if anybody didn't hear already, I'm coming back to
Excellent.
kill all of you.
Why?
In
I
game.
doubt it though.
In what system?
Huh?
You just
Well,
gonna
it's
die to
not-
bombers
How are
like
you gonna
everyone
kill all
I
else?
of us?
probably won't kill you, Akaraf, because
I believe it.
You'll probably
He's on
be
the
in
same
my
side,
fleet.
yeah.
No, well,
Be
there's
on
a
the same
multitude
side,
of reasons,
yeah,
but
and
You
he'll
won't
get in
kill
trouble if
me,
he kills you.
Redline, because if I see you, I'll shoot you first.
I mean,
you don't
shit.
I've
play as
already
Raiden.
blacklisted you.
If you log in, I
Nick
mean,
Tim.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
but-
that has to happen first, right?
Blacklisted from where?
From all of my fleets and all of my watch lists. He's
Oh.
just neg 10.
Why?
Makes it easy.
What?
It was silly. It was a joke.
Oh,
Oh.
Like I'll get you first. Haha.
who do you fly with? I forget. Slice.
I'm with Slice.
Slice.
That's right.
Don't
Jake.
look at us.
Did you guys defeat Initiative, or did
We did
Initiative?
not.
What? So what does all mean? What happened?
I mean, it's ongoing. Initiative is still stationed nearby.
You guys did put Kenneth Feld into the CSM, though.
Possibly. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you did.
Kaz has done a
So
good job
You
from what I've
did,
seen.
you did something good.
Slice has done a lot of things,
I'm not
and
sure.
most things we would rather not talk about. And you should stay away from procures. That's the only thing. We're a
There
humble,
was a time.
we're a humble mining alliance, and I don't want
Where-
anybody to think anything otherwise.
There was a time where a young man named Riot Rick lit a Sino
Oh my
on a
gosh.
gate in Losec and murdered a poor pilot in Enosis who was streaming. He said
It's
to said
possible.
pilot, "You don't want the smoke." And the pilot responded, "Give me the smoke." Spoiler alert, that pilot did not in fact want the smoke.
He didn't?
Sir, it's
Huh.
called a gnosis. Thank you.
Thank you, Rain. That is correct.
It's called a shut up, Rain. No one cares.
I cared. That's why I said something.
Yeah.
You notice that
Slice is a B-list alliance. I'm a representative Slice. I've been with them for many years. It's a fun place to be, and I like a lot of the people there. We're not an A-list alliance. We're not trying to go out there and poach or steal anybody's anything. We have fun, and we
You're on my
fly with our
list.
people. We mostly fly, mining ships, which is procures, and you should tackle every one of them and have a good time, because that's what we encourage. We want people to get tackled and have fun.
It's neither Blastum, it's Gyla.
What?
Also, Slice is on my A list. Don't ever say Slice is a B tier alliance.
I would
mean-
say don't knock the B tier alliances because some of us are really good.
I'm not knocking anybody. I am in Slice, and I have flown with Slice for 5 or 6 years now of my 16, 17 year Eve career. Like, we'll be fine. I absolutely encourage people to go out there and shoot miners and just play the game and see how it plays out.
What about Nosai?
I've never heard of a Nosai.
Well, that's the Pearl of Gnosis.
I've never seen them.
You've never seen a Gnosis?
I've never seen plural of Gnosis.
What about, like, a group of Nosai? Gnosis.
That's literally what I just said, is I've never seen it. Usually it comes as one, and it makes a mistake, and the procure is very strong. It happens. And the Gnosis doesn't bring friends because the Gnosis is gone.
But what if the Gnosis is embarking on an elite solo PvP adventure?
That I couldn't say. I've never seen it. That's what I just told you.
You-
let me jump in here if you don't mind. I wanted to ask Rain, did you work on Anger Games?
She did a great job for him.
She
Yeah.
was in.
I was a participant. I didn't actually. Well,
Or did you
I
commentate?
technically moderated the Twitch chat, but that's not really anything I consider important.
You were
It's fairly
important.
important. There was hundreds of people there.
I think the bigger part of like moderating the Twitch chat, because I only had to ban like one idiot, but the rest of it was calling predictions. So if you guys don't know, Twitch chat can do predictions. So we would call predictions for each team, and people would like submit, and then at the end we would like declare
That
the
was my
winner,
favorite
and they
part.
would like people would just get tons and tons of channel points, and people were like going mad with like, "Where's the prediction? I want to predict." It was so funny.
They were like, it's just
Earlier,
it's a show round, and they were like, I want to bet on it though. It was very fun.
I wish that you
Wow.
could still bet on things. I'd be broke.
That's what we did. It just didn't mean anything. You can still bet.
Yeah.
I
It
committed
was
it
it
earlier.
was fun though. But
So-
I thought Anger Games did really well. It was kind of nice being on the outside looking in and actively participating rather than doing staffing work.
Yeah. Who's in charge of your corp now that Elise's away.
His name is Otaka Shawa. He's the guy who runs
Oh yeah,
the Sarah Shawa overview pack.
yeah, I know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's a good
Terrible
lad.
rest player.
Well, isn't everybody terrible Rush Bear? It's a goddamn game.
Terrible, terrible rest player. Don't tell him I said that, please.
I didn't
I
know he
hate that
was.
game.
Makes sense. He was Habit.
Yeah, no, Habit's got a bunch of groups, or a bunch of good group of people. It's him and a couple other directors kind of doing things, like all the paper push and stuff.
Yeah. And how is PL doing these days?
I would say good.
I thought they
It's
disbanded.
what
They
the
just
fuck?
got new walkers, actually.
There was a thread apparently on Reddit because like so Habit has Iane, who I met from Eve Echoes and recruited her to Eve Online, and she's like a brand new player. Like she tried to get into Eve and just didn't like it, and now she's like going hard in the paint for Eve. And there was like a thread on Reddit that called her out, and we were like, it was talked about in my Corp Discord because at first it was like implied that she was like bad, but then we read the thread and it was talking about how Pandemic Legion is the superior alliance because we use jackdaws and all this like random shit. But honestly, like the thread just pretty much got to the point that all of PL just plays the game to have fun and flies ships that are needed to have fun, and that's what we do. We had a new Harpy fleet out today, and that everyone like after the fleet, like we all
Saw
got
that.
bombed. Yeah, but everyone after the fleet, they're like, "Holy shit, this was the most fun I've ever had! Like, please let's fly this Doctrine again," because we were trying out like a new comp or whatever. It was a shit ton of fun.
Tonight or earlier today?
Tonight, I saw
Tonight.
them getting
Tonight.
tackled on
Okay.
Yeah,
game.
yeah, like
Because
during the
there was a
show.
fight.
Killing
There's a
each
fight
other.
earlier today too.
I saw all
Basically the
the
same thing.
pop-up logs of
yeah,
that
that-
PL Harpy scram.
What's the pilot's name?
Iane, Eanae.
Hmm.
But no, she's great.
Have you talked to Fish lately?
I have not. Is she doing okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no,
What's-
I got out of Echoes. Like their developers just seem to be making the same mistakes for Eve as the Eve developers did, and I was getting really salty about it. And then like some of their content creators were just like dog shit, and it was really annoying.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you got along with her or not, but I
Oh
think
yeah,
she's-
I like Fish.
yeah, she's coming to Eve.
Is she really?
Oh shit.
Does she
Yep.
know, or is she just gonna like do her own thing?
I don't know. It's probably just in the beginning, the transition of moving over.
That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah, she has great energy. She's really positive. That said, it's late and I should probably go.
I don't think it's that late.
So like it's like 9 o'clock there, you boomer.
Is it?
I feel like that was a good time to also
Yeah,
to
I am
show
Later
over
than that,
like the
it's
whole.
Are we watching a movie
It's
tonight?
almost
What
10
we gonna
Western
do?
time.
Watching a movie tonight? Or
Are
what
we
we
watching
doing?
a movie? We can watch a movie tonight.
Sorry, I thought it was like
Oh,
11:30. I
what were we
didn't know it
supposed
was
to do?
9:30.
We watched movies in the TTT Discord a couple weeks ago.
I bet you do.
We can watch a movie. We can figure something out.
We do every Friday night, don't we?
Well,
Well, we haven't because I've been busy, but
I
can
have though.
tonight.
I haven't been busy.
see what I got on the old movie list. I got anything you want.
I can find something.
Well, but Rain,
Well,
you don't
let's
really
we'll find something. Let's see what
like
we
on,
do.
on Trash Talk Tuesday. You only jump in a few times.
Yeah,
No,
I
she
usually call
started
people
it.
out for like when either like to move the topic along or just
Blatant.
call people out for when they're just saying something that's like completely false. Like I'll let people
Right.
dig their own graves and then I'll laugh at them.
Rain
Ah,
doesn't
definitely
like
a
to talk
veteran
about the war.
broadcaster now.
I want to point out
Yeah.
that the only reason CCP Swift is because of me. He acknowledged that when he was on the show last week.
Really?
Is that so?
Nice.
We were the first ones to interview him when he went for CSM the first time, and he had never been on a show or a podcast or anything like that. We're the first one that he did.
Oh
and
yeah,
that's where
with
he said he fell in love with
Clueless
fucking doing the
Nerds,
media
Clueless
stuff.
Space Nerds.
He started doing his own things.
Basically, the
That's
foundation.
why he started streaming. He said he was kind of almost an introvert when it came to like being on
Wow.
on camera and stuff, and we broke that on my
Nice.
doing.
And that's what that little trophy in the case is.
Fuck yeah, it is.
That's
right.
Did you-
impressive. I was wondering about that.
Did
I
you
walked
introduce
by
him
it.
to like Taylor Swift records too, or
No,
like,
no.
as a-
That
No,
was that
you
was my
introduced
only,
them to
my
you
only
could
other
find that
interaction with
mess on
him.
your own.
The only other interaction I had with him was with Black Legion. No, it was with technology, and we needed some like PL backup, and they contacted him out of the blue. I hadn't spoken to him since the Close Space Nurse thing. Said, "Hey, do you remember me? We need some help." And fuck, he came to our
He
help.
did. Oh
Yes,
my
he
God.
did.
Stand-up guy.
He is. He's fucking awesome.
Bat phones are great.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Very good.
I
Very
don't know what
good.
that is, but I don't want to hear it again. Don't describe
You know what that means?
Lolly. I like that. Lolly.
Oh, he took his headset off because he thought I was playing it again.
If we don't hear that right now, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
I just wanted to hear afterwards the manic, like, I don't think you're ready for this, Joe.
Oh,
or whatever.
Lolly. I like that.
Oh, what did Lisa say? What, forbidden jelly. I gotta fucking
Oh,
make that. A forbidden
Drayden,
jello.
that's- I,
Oh,
That was
I
awesome.
don't think Drayden liked anything more than that. I think.
I was very happy when we got your permission to use that sound clip.
What- when did I want to go back to the video where you heard it for the first time because there was something about it that cracked you up.
Well,
We
no,
laughed for like 30
we just
minutes,
found,
yeah.
No, we found it funny because you were talking about some various alliances, and you're like, "Oh, Lolicon Monopoly," and their ticker was Lolly, and you're like, "Lolicon Monopoly, Lolly, I like that Lolly," and you're sitting there like, "What does Lolly mean?" And then someone else and
Like you don't want to know.
someone else that was in talking stations with you like, "You don't want to know. You really don't want to know." And everyone that knows what a lolly is, it was like, oh.
I
But
looked it up, and I was not happy I did.
I should find that episode
No,
because it's lost in time somewhere.
it was back there, but yeah, no, lolly is it's bad. It's like it's essentially
No,
it's
I
underage
figured out what
anime
it-
girls basically that are presented in sexual things, which is terrible. But the thing is, like, you didn't know any better, which makes it so wholesome and funny. And the fact they're like, Lolly, I
love
like that.
Lolly.
It's so fun, Lolly. And we're like, oh,
I
he
was thinking,
doesn't
that's so-
know, does he? Matt
that's so
Earl would never
creative.
say that if he knew what that meant.
It's so
Got a good
creative
ring
and
to it.
original.
What's that all about?
Yeah, so it was just so funny. And I was like, that sound clip is like perfect because it's like the absolute innocence of ignorance. So we're like, we have to use that. Can we have that? You're like, yeah, you can have that and use it. We're like, thank you.
I'm glad you like that. I feel
Yeah,
like,
no, it's
I feel like
hilarious.
that was a
It's
present for you.
hilarious, and I think even now that it's past the point that most people don't know what the hell it means, they're like, "What?" Like whenever they hear, they're like, "Huh?"
Is it really out of favor now?
No, it's not out of favor. It's just I think it's just more
People know what it
confusing. I think it's just
means.
more
Dated.
confusing than anything. So we use it sparingly is the thing. Like we only use it when you come on or in a very specific situation. So it's a very like seldomly used like reserved sound clip.
Oh my god! So today I did the trying to deconstruct the messaging coming out of Imperium and test 2.
I tried to tune in on that, and Dom
I-
shot me a few times.
Have to sit through
What?
so much stuff.
So much.
I don't-
You talk about so much fluff and garbage to get to the content. That kind of what you mean?
No, it's just like the amount of like abusive like stuff coming out, especially in Matani stuff, is
He's not abusive at all.
no. It's
Uh,
just,
I mean,
Uh,
like kind of like I would call
I
it
just,
like
I just
a priest,
misinterpreting.
maybe? It was,
Yeah, I'm just not getting it right.
you're just not
You're
getting
not getting it the way
He's
he
just not
means
getting
it.
it. Yeah.
Just not getting it.
Come on, man. Just not getting it. I mean, he's less abusive than I am. So I mean, that's something, right?
That's
I
not
find
true.
that very hard to believe.
Which is funny. I've met the guy many times, and he's just not like that. It's weird. I don't know.
I mean, it's possible. It's entirely role playing.
I assume it is.
I would be
honestly believe that's what it
impressed.
is. Yeah.
Oh,
But
I think he's kind of
15
like that.
years
You've met him in real life, and he's not like that in
Outside
real
of
life.
Vegas, I mean, in Madison, he's
Is
not
false.
like that. Yeah.
No, because he can scream at you like that. It's
He
he's
could,
very
I've
but he
capable.
didn't act
never
like that.
seen
Very
Matani
capable.
scream.
I'm sure he is. I'm
Well,
too.
yeah, but
but
you're on
what I'm saying
his
is, I didn't see that from him in real life. It was enjoyable, very very polite. Had a good time. I mean, had partied. It was different. Yeah, it just was different.
I would
think
would
it
actually
needs a
be
lot
like,
of role play, honestly.
I would actually like to see Matani actually get super mad. Like I know it happens. I've just never seen it. I think it's one of those things that is like only seen behind closed doors between leadership. It's not like something that's seen in
Mad or
public.
angry?
Both.
There's a difference.
What's the
though, right?
difference?
I was
There's
gonna
a,
say,
there's
I
a
think that's
difference.
the
No, there's a
same-
difference. You can be mad at like your people that are around you. I'm angry at everything, right?
I just
think
mean
there's
like
a difference.
a very
I don't know, you
loud,
can't be.
angry, aggressive response to something like because everyone sees Matani as like, yeah, he's smug, he's like talks a bunch of shit, but like you don't ever see him just like yelling and
I
getting
feel like I
mad, like
have a couple
screaming and
times
yelling
mad,
at
but-
someone. Like, you don't. I've never seen
Oh,
that.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
I've
if-
never seen that. I've never seen.
I
him
don't
screaming
think
yelling at
anyone's
somebody.
really
You're
seen
correct.
that
Yeah,
except
I've
for
never
like
seen that.
leadership behind the scenes people that are in the close backroom channels that Matani's in with them. And I think those are the only people that have either seen or been on the receiving end of Matani.
I imagine
rage.
it's more of a.
Compartmentalization.
But I still don't even see him screaming, and yelling in that kind of situation. I think it's
Same
more
as
of a
what's up.
making the person feel bad about themselves. I could be good at that.
But yeah, I'm just saying, like, I would love to see it. I mean, like, no one
I've
likes
never seen
watching
it.
people get upset, but it's like in that case, I would make an exception
Don't make that.
for someone that I've never seen get upset. I would like to just see Matani like yell and scream at someone. Not that I want to see someone get yelled and screamed at.
don't-
It's just because it's like
I don't wanna
it's
encourage.
like that rare, like animal that no one's ever seen. Like this is like the fucking mating ritual of this fucking animal that no one ever gets to see in their lifetime. It's like, well, I don't really want to watch mating
Like a
rituals, but
toucan.
in this case, I'll make an exception because of that
Well,
fucking like masked lemur in fucking Madagascar. I don't know, like Madagascar. Sure, I'll watch a fucking hoot and hollering thing going on there. I don't know, like that sounds pretty redneck, but don't worry about it.
it could become Jerry Springer, and you know you.
It
wanna
could
look
be.
away from a
It
train
could be
wreck
one
or
of those things
something.
that you want to see, and
The
then when
down-
you see it, you're like, I wish I didn't see that. But
The downside is that it could become just a pseudo intellectual talking down to a subordinate, and
yeah, just
it's gonna play
imagine
on how
that.
you
Like, you're like, oh
imagine.
man, we finally get to see Matani rage. He's like, I'm really disappointed in you. And you're like, that's it? That's all you got? Just some disappointment? Get mad, motherfucker.
All right, I should get going.
Oh yeah, it is getting late. Man, we're like 2 hours.
I don't think
over
it's that
time.
late.
Look at this.
It's not late. You guys.
I'm gonna
should
drink
stick
some
around.
motherfucker. I'm gonna.
Don't dare Dominic with a good time.
No. Stick
No, I
around.
make the good times, but I'm telling you right now,
It's a red
anywhere
shirt
I go,
episode,
it's a
apparently.
fucking party.
Red
That's
and
just the
black
way it
shirt
should be.
episodes.
I mean, it's very
You're
themed.
gonna
and I
upset the
appreciate that.
dichotomy here, Matarel. It's
I know the balance, right?
I told you. That
Balance
was
is
one of my
important.
favorite
I'm going to
people in
bed
the world.
too.
man.
I'm
I've-
tired.
Something else we learned this tonight.
Oh, before you go, Ray, I need to talk to you.
All right.
Not on the stream though.
Oh,
oh
okay.
shit, it's a secret.
I think it was
talk.
assumed, but maybe.
All right.
I don't think it was. 'Cause she's
Good
a
night,
okay.
guys.
All right,
Good night,
see you,
Matarel.
Matarel.
Thanks
Thanks
for
for
joining us.
hopping on,
Appreciate
man.
it.
Bye. Bye.
Look at that
Hey, jump down to
smooth
gaming one real
transition.
quick. Can we talk there? I don't know if we can or not. Just end the stream. Are we gonna come back for a movie or not? Are we just,
Yeah, we can come back for a movie. I'll find a movie. So yeah, let's just. This is a good time, if any. We can end the stream. If you want to watch a movie, I'll play one.
My
Yeah,
vote
we're
is
gonna
Fifth
do that.
Element.
So
okay with
down
that.
below,
I haven't watched it, so.
it should be. Hold on, let me find the spot so I can direct you to it. So right below the stream, in the About OpenCom show box, there should be a little link to the right. It says Discord. Click that if you haven't joined the Discord already, and that will put you in the Discord. And we are going to there'll be a voice channel. I think it's called Chillin'. We'll be in there. Join that Discord voice channel, and I'll be in there in a little bit, and we'll play a movie, and we can watch a movie. So
and
anyway,
talk and stuff too.
yeah,
You don't have to
and
be
talk,
told
and there's a movie night.
unless it's a new release. Then we
Well,
get
there's a movie night
Little
chat
bit of
channel
commentary.
that we generally talk. So click on the movie night chat channel. That's the channel we use to talk about movies. The Chillin' channel is the movie you watch the movie in. And I'll figure something out.
I didn't make it to the end of the movie last time. I'm just not gonna lie.
No, that's fine. You
I
don't
kind
have
of
to-
wandered
you don't have
off.
to make it
I
there.
had shit going on, so
I will find a good movie to play. Don't worry about that.
no problem.
Anyway, so
Trust.
give us a few minutes. Anyway, other than that, thanks everyone for tuning in. I know this is like a double length.
We didn't do a shot. No, hold on. We can't go yet. Shots things. Play the fucking thing.
Shots of
Oh,
Final
shit.
You all do it one time, but we just gotta do it real quick.
Okay, yeah, we gotta do final shots, final thoughts.
Matterall would have been interesting.
Yeah, I don't, can we talk down in the gaming one? Oh, let's
Yeah,
just go.
let's do
Just
that.
do it. Just do the thing. I can talk to Ray while you get the thing going. Yeah.
All right, there we go. Final shots, final thoughts. I guess I'm first, and then I mean, I'll just say thanks, Matterall, for coming on. This is, I think, the first time. Yeah, sorry, Zanus, you joined a little bit too late. You came in right at the way end. Sorry, man. Like, I mean, we were actually like we would have been done an hour before you guys came in normally, but we just kept going.
A lot of good talk.
Yeah, I mean, we had some shit to talk about and some
That's
bullshitting.
quite a bit.
But yeah, I mean, like, thanks to Matterall for coming in. Like, I think it's the first time we've had Matterall in for a long time. So, shots to the guests, and also Akaroth as well. Thanks for
Thanks.
coming in, giving us some content.
I'll smile along.
There we go. You're the Phil of the show. We need the Phil.
I like to hang out.
That's
and I also
that's the PHIL Phil.
Sorry, guys. I'm back.
I drink regularly, and that's why I was like, hey, I would love to hang out.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean, like-
already doing what you're doing, and I'm thinking and or talking about Eve. So
Yeah, no.
This is the first time I've ever drank tonight, so I kind of like it.
That's true.
it's worth another try. Like,
Agreed.
I know this
Yeah,
was
yeah,
an
you're right.
adventure,
I'm-
and I'm
it's-
not going
it's
to say
worth
if
another
good
try.
or
I'm gonna do
bad,
that,
but
yeah,
like,
that's right.
just
Do we already do
do
our
it
shots
twice
for things?
just to see what it's like.
Dom, you're up. Well, you're up now because you would have been before me.
Okay. What are we doing?
Final shots, final thoughts.
Final shots,
Just,
yeah,
just
final
whatever
thoughts.
you feel.
Final
like.
thoughts. You know what? I had a great time tonight. It's a lot of fun. We'll talk about it. I know we talk a lot of shit, and, kind of make fun of stuff, but I think everybody here likes Eve, and we have a good time. Thanks for joining us.
There we go. Akaroth, you're up.
I'm gonna kind of coattail on that, in that I appreciate that people show up and or care about Eve or want to talk about Eve or hear about Eve. I think that the most redeeming thing about my Friday night is that I went out and whelped a couple scimitars on the warfront, and Domino
I
was the
believe,
top
I believe it
damage
was
on my
3.
second one.
3.
I didn't go out on the third one.
Oh, you didn't?
because I
Okay.
was like, now I'm streaming and talking, and I can't give that much focus. But when I shut it down, it was, oh, Dominar killed me, and then I poked him, and then we started.
I was
talking.
dead. Yeah.
I hope people are not too bored or done with the war or whatever. I think that there is a lot of merit to just people shooting each other, and I hope it goes on for as long.
That was. We totally missed that whole topic because I was going to bring that up tonight.
the war.
Yeah.
We just skipped.
I don't think any of us have missed anything about the war, guy.
Well,
No,
you and
no,
I
no,
were
no,
in
not
the
missing-
war, and we shot each other.
Not
and
missing
then-
anything about the war, but there was a whole article that was put out today, or I think today, maybe yesterday, about, oh man, it's like a whole talking point. I mean, not for like hours, but like at least a good 10, 20 minutes.
What sort of?
I think it's been covered in a
Bullet
lot
point.
of things, though.
It was just a thing of like, so the war is reaching its final phase. Like, I mean, like it's literally just like one
Sure.
pocket left that,
Constellation, yeah.
Imperium has. But sieging 1DQ, even though it's just the last
It's the
pocket,
hardest nut to
1DQ
crack.
is like a ridiculous fort. The amount of fort or citadels in that system is ridiculous.
Oh, absolutely.
And
It's
they
the hardest nut to
overlap and
crack.
stuff to the point where it's like, yeah, you can't have citadels overlap to the point where they can shoot things that are on top of the other one. They have to have a distance between them, but generally fleets aren't that close. So fleets are off a ways. So, and there's enough citadels around that it's like essentially when you're sieging the capital citadel of 1DQ, there is other citadels around that are going to probably be able to shoot portions of your fleet somewhere.
Possibly.
Possibly, but
I think that's less of a
if you
concern,
don't want to be in that
actually, but-
position, you have to position very specifically, and that
Sure.
could be gamed on. So that's the thing you have to take into account. The other thing the article was talking about is that it specifically mentioned goblins over and over, and so I know this is like final shots, final thoughts, and
It's a long thought.
I'm
but
going
we
into
Sure,
a
sure.
topic now. So, because I want to get this out before the end, because otherwise I'll forget about it. So the thing is, like, Gobbin, it mentions Gobbins over and over and over. So I think that the only person they talked to was Gobbins, and not
Or
necessarily.
they want to rail on, you'll be disappointed.
So I don't think they necessarily talked to Brave or Test or like Pan Fan. It sounds like it was just like a Gobbin's opinion, but he was basically saying that they aren't going to be using supers for the 1DQ Siege, which is, and he goes into this whole thing of like, okay, so they don't want to use supers because it's too risky, but at the same time, that means sieging a bunch of keep stars with subcaps, which we've seen how that usually goes, usually not well. It did. Now he did mention it did work for goons in FWST,
But I think that
those were against keep stars that were anchoring. They were anchoring, so they were not rigged. They didn't have the tank on them. They didn't have the gunning abilities on them.
being
They didn't
an
have
enemy aside of that fucking statement by him, his little thing, I did not take it that way. I took it as we're not going to use supers to do the most of the majority of
The
fighting.
grunt
When it comes
We
down
will
to
press
killing
the
those
button
keep stars,
with
they'll
that.
have to.
Yes.
Right, and I think that I that's the way I took it. I know what
I
it sounds.
agree with
You
this.
can definitely fucking spin that to make it sound like anything you
It
want.
sounded.
But to me, it was more. We're just not going to use them willy nilly. We're going to go do
Yeah,
some
I-
caps until we need them.
And I would say, like, honestly, so
That's coming from the enemy side. Honestly,
So
that's
I,
where
yeah,
I do
this
agree with
was
that,
an article I think from a goon perspective, so it could have been a thing of like, oh, they aren't going to use supers, so they're going to suggest
If you think we're going
siege
to use
these with all
capitals, you'll be
subcaps.
disappointed.
But the thing is, like, he did bring in the thing of like that Twist and all those big battles had massive impacts on groups with SRP. Because, SRPing, a bunch of, subcaps is one thing. SRPing a whole, like 50 to 60 Titans dead is different. And I didn't do the fact checking, but the article mentioned, like, a bunch of the Titans that were lost in that battle still haven't been SRP'd because of financial
Something like 10 or 11,
struggles.
12.
And Brave, I think, Brave had a leak out there saying that they were having trouble replacing losses, and so it's kind of like the financial hurt supposedly is showing, and so if the financial hurt is showing, is it worth using super capitals? Because if you throw the super capitals down again and you put that risk out there, what if you lose? What if you lose that battle? That could basically end the entire war. You're so close to achieving victory. You have one last constellation, essentially, one or two, but basically the one main constellation left to take, and you lose the war because you threw down your the last remaining, but enough of your super force that you can't recover a second twist losses.
But let's say they kill everything. Right? All they got is keep stars left.
If you win, then good. But what if you lose?
But let's say they do. They kill everything
That's
except the last keep stars. All the keep stars in 1D kids. All they got left, right? So now now we'll use our supers. We're gonna pull them all out. You still could lose them in that first fucking keep star,
Right?
And be
True.
screwed, right?
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
That fucking scare is there the entire time.
The risk
I
is
think
high.
they will wait until it's minimalized as much as possible before they use them.
Well, I'm just saying
If they
that-
don't,
so-
they're idiots, and they're
so-
not idiots. They've proved that.
But here's the thing. So the risk is high using supers. But supers are essentially the best way to siege keep stars. Especially gunned, rigged, and
Not
like
nearly
defended, fully
necessary.
defended keep stars.
Fighter swarms, you'll be fine.
Well, right. But the thing is,
The thing is, we
It's
have
been-
to be pragmatic until
it was
opportunity
essentially
knocks.
shown that
Somebody has to show their ass first.
and one of the examples with the just throwing shit at the keep star to siege it was like, well, goons made it work in Twist. It's like, yes, they made it work against anchoring keep stars. So if you have a bunch of keep stars out there, like, now obviously if you were attacking the one that mattered and you were doing it right, you would make sure that you were not in range of other Keepstars to shoot you, right? So I don't think that you take that into account. Like that was one thing that people were mentioning in the article on replies, like, oh well, other Keepstars around are in range. It's like, yeah, but you would siege the outside ones first, so that the inner ones can't shoot you, and you would like work your way in. Like that would be the smart way to go, right? You don't want to siege the central capital Keepstar and be shot at by like 4 or 5 Keepstars around you because you're sitting off like 100 kilometers from that Keepstar and you're in range of the other ones. So, like that, you wouldn't do that. So it's like you would make sure that the other Keepstars aren't shooting at you, so you're good. But it's like, I mean, sieging with subcaps, you would have to feed. It would require feeding like goons did, honestly, because they would defend that shit tooth and nail. So it would require feeding.
That's what they've made.
I mean,
they've crowed about as well.
I feel like it would require feeding, like they did before, and would eventually the losses of that kind of feeding supersede the losses of the potential losses of super engagement. And so where is the risk reward line drawn, where it's like, this is the risk of using subcaps. It's very high because you know you're going to have a shitload of losses if you use just subcaps and no capitals, or no super caps at least. But if you use super caps, you run the risk of a big, dick on the table, smash down engagement like Fwist, where you have a ton of losses on both sides. And what if you lose that engagement? And if you lost, you lost Fwist, you lost enough losses in Fwist, enough losses in MTAC 2 or M2 TAC or whatever it is. And then again, here in 1TQ, once you lose that number of super capitals, it gets to a point where, like, when does it get to a point where it's no longer sustainable, no longer replaceable?
Here's the thing. I don't think it has anything to do with super capitals. As
but
we saw in
those
multiple
are
other
like the
systems.
linchpin of sieging Keepstars, effectively.
And I understand that. And yet there's a number advantage, and despite a little bit of economic upsets, because there are some changes, battleship fleets are not hard to do, and from what I've seen from the first offensive Keepstar to the current Keepstars that we've seen die, if you throw enough at the wall, it dies. That is a fact, 100%. You can just throw things at the wall, and it dies.
When does the enough at the wall become too much to afford?
Not at all. When it's mostly like characterized of like T1 battleships.
Right, but if you
even
look
with
at,
the new economic changes,
where it's like over like 1,000 to 1,200 battleships die, it's like, what if you can't even supply that
5,
many? But also, like,
there's no way we can't supply that many, or anyone can't supply.
I'm just saying,
I don't mean
it
that
gets
like
to a point where it's like,
boast.
yes, you can throw battleships at it, and you will kill it if you have unlimited money and ships to do it with. But eventually, that supply does run dry, and the money becomes too.
Certainly, I
much to
understand
lose.
and I agree when we're talking about capitals and super capitals. When we're talking about Tech 1 battleships, which even with the industry changes are not some sort of like unicorn by any means, you literally just have to throw things at the wall to an abundance to make things happen. Like it is a numbers game. This is hardwired.
It is a numbers game. I'm just saying, like,
it's N+1. This is.
It is a
none of
numbers
us can
game,
phase
but the
it.
thing is,
It's
like,
how Eve works.
I'm just saying it's a numbers game, but the thing is, like, look at
not
how
saying it's
many
easy by any
Keepstars have to be taken. Like, it's down to like
it's
one,
uphill.
one constellation. But like,
Definitely
1DQ
uphill.
has so many Keepstars. Like, look at how many are there, and look at how much forces we have to take. And it's like, the cost of just suiciding battleships in might be too much and too unreasonable to make it feasible. And therefore, it's like, you have to bring in the super carriers and the and the Titans. But if you
How
bring
does the cost become
like
too
that
much
would
and
make it
unfeasible that you have to
bring
risk
in
super carriers and Titans?
Well, I know,
because
but
that
there's,
is a whole new equation of.
I honestly think that if you want to win this war, you have to be able to rely on your supers and Titans. And if you can't rely on them to win you the battle,
press the button, sure.
then you might just not have enough to win. Is my
That's the thing.
That would be my take. And so
I
there's
would
like, and you
agree.
have to rely on the supers and the titans to win. You have to be willing to use them, and if you are willing to use them, you're putting your risk on the table. And if you put
Here's
the
the
risk
thing,
on the
though,
table, you might lose. And if you lose, if you put your risk on the table, like, we're gonna siege 1DQ, we have to throw everything we have at it to win, because we have to. Because shooting battleships at it is just not monetarily feasible. So we have to throw the supers and the titans. And if we throw the supers and titans, and what if we lose? The whole war is over. Like because the amount of fight that I think we'd have to throw at 1DQ to win that with supers and titans, we'd have to throw everything. And I think that goons would throw everything back.
Of course they would.
And on a defensive
That's
thing,
the idea of the
on
war.
the defensive, Keepstar, that puts them at an advantage already.
Absolutely it does.
And so we would have to
And server loads,
overwhelmingly do them with
server
numbers.
weather.
And so that throws this
100%.
weird dichotomy of like, it's such a big gamble. And I understand that
That's the thing, though.
with this
It's
article,
not-
Pappy's like, we don't want to do that gamble, but if you don't do the gamble, you're probably not going to do well. So you have to
it
throw the
should
gamble
not be a
to
roll of the
guarantee it.
dice.
But if you throw the gamble and it doesn't work, you're done. It's like a one. I feel like, now I could be wrong. I could be overhyping this. I'm not like a strategician or whatever it's
You're
called.
selling the goon narrative
I'm
right this moment.
well. I'm just selling. I'm selling the.
I'm kidding.
Not just the goon. I'm selling the whatever. I'm selling the narrative of realism. I guess.
No,
is that-
I agree. I'm just kidding.
It's not one side of the. I'm saying, like, I would like to see us throw our super side at you guys,
Absolutely.
or not you, but I mean, like, at goons. And I would hope that we would win. But what if we lost? What if we lost? Because I feel like we'd have to throw everything, and they would throw everything. And if
Death
it
could be
went
an
their
awfully
way,
interesting,
we might lose to
venture.
a point where it's like, we lost to a point that we can't push that anymore, and we have to abandon the war when we're at the edge of victory. But at the same time, if we pushed it and we won, it would guarantee victory. So it would be, if we threw down another super fight like Twist, it would be like the linchpin. It would be the deal breaker. It would decide one way or the other. But I think that both sides might not be willing to do that. But if they don't do that, it's gonna drag on for fucking ever. And who knows how long subcap Keepstar
exactly.
sieges will last.
So that's why you guys shouldn't use your fucking capitals and let us win.
No, we should use everything.
Let us win.
I think we should just use everything and hope for the best.
I think it should be.
But honestly, that's why I'm not alliance leadership, because I'm willing to gamble that bullshit. So
I'm all for the let's all in thing. I go out when I play poker. I go in all in all the time, right? And I lose a lot.
And the reality,
I get it.
funnily enough, in EVE is that because the way various groups are aligned, that even if the various groups that are deployed right now go basically all in, there's still hope at the end of the tunnel, because, people hate to say it, but Blue Donut and we'll
But
find
here's
a way.
the thing: let's say you guys go all in and you beat us, but it hurts all of you. Yeah, it's
I'll
all.
be
It's
okay.
gonna be fucking really interesting to see what happens
Yeah,
when
I
there's
mean,
no more goons to fight.
I
Because
am.
I guarantee you, the
People are not afraid of fighting each other, though. That's
I know, but if
don't-
you're already depleted, let's say
I'm
you're
not gonna
depleted.
like
Let's say
goons
you're
on that,
depleted,
because
and when the other people aren't, it could matter, right?
people actually do.
so
wanna
who goes
shoot
all
each
in
other.
will matter.
Most of Pappy doesn't want to be blue to each other.
No, of
and
course
it's not
they're
a-
not.
It's not
Of
a
course
huge,
they don't.
It's not a huge burden. I'm not
But
going to
if-
sell as that.
If one
But-
group goes all in and one DQ, and one group does not, right?
Well,
that's a
we
problem.
absolutely know that's a
Right.
likelihood.
Yeah, well, I mean, if one group goes all in, the other group
No, but-
doesn't, then the one that went
all
all in
your
is
groups
probably going to win.
aren't all in all time zones. What I'm
I mean-
saying is, let's say everyone's going all in, but one group has a
All
smaller
in-
participation
I'm-
because it's time zone.
I'm
wise.
saying if
they
you
could
go,
come out looking a lot better than
if
others
you go all
and
in
be in a
su-
position to take what they want.
yeah, I'm saying if you go all in super wise on a major
It's gonna
target,
happen. I mean, they're not, everybody's
you
gonna
have
come
to
out of this.
respond with all in,
even.
because if you don't, you're going to lose. So, I mean, if Pappy or Fan Fam or whatever goes all in with their super Titan fleet on a siege target, and Imperium doesn't
everything.
respond with all in, you're not winning. We're going to take that target,
I agree, but here's the thing: is if all
So
your
if
groups
but
go all
the thing's
in,
like if we go all
we
in and
can't
you
win
go all
anyway.
in, now it's up in the air.
That's
Who
not
wins?
those are numbers.
Who wins?
Yeah,
I don't know.
if
It's like-
all groups go all in, it
M2
is
says
true.
otherwise.
if
Not all
both
groups go all
sides
in on
go
that one.
all in, it's up in the
Only,
air.
only
even
half,
tried
It's
to
up
go
in
only
the air.
half got to go all
The
in.
server would not allow them to go all in.
Well, I
Exactly.
mean, like,
But it didn't
But
it's
happen.
up. It's
They
up in
were
the
all
air
in.
until the
They
server
tried,
dies.
but
But
it
I'm just
didn't
saying,
happen.
it's up in the air, and that is
Yeah,
where
technically I'm correct.
that's where
What's
you
the best kind
have
of
to
being
throw
correct?
your forces,
Technically.
and you have to throw it down. If you decide to throw down, you throw down, and if you throw down, the other side is like, if we don't throw down, we lose. So they have to decide. If we throw down, do we lose anyway? Because if that's the case, then we don't throw down. We choose to just lose that target and hope to defend the next. But if they're like, if we throw down, we think we can win. They throw down, and that's where you get the big boom, twist, and BTEC-R fights. And
Or someone makes a mistake. That happens.
Mistakes
well,
are the best kind
well,
of fights.
obviously there are. I'm saying if those sides think they have the advantage, and sometimes the mistake is they thought they had the advantage and they don't. So it's one of those things
Or
where it's
if
just
you're
like
pushed into a corner, eventually you have to fight.
you either
I say that.
fight
I say
or
that
you,
is if everything's gone except what's in 1DQ,
you
and
either
all of our
fight or
capital's
you
still left.
accept your
We're gonna
loss
use
and
them.
move.
It's perfectly understandable that,
That's the
the
thing, like,
1DQ
you either
constellation
fight,
will be the hardest. And
you
I agree
either-
with
yeah,
that. And
exactly. Yeah.
you either
I think it's funny when people are narrative-wise crowing about, like, blah, blah, blah. Why haven't you made progress? X, Y, and Z. And it's like, well, this is literally where the actual war is.
I mean,
like,
you-
the rest was buffer zone. This is where people are going to fight. They can easily get there.
Right.
They're going to fight.
Well, are gonna fight and gonna on our side have to fight. That's all we have left.
Absolutely.
We have to fight. I mean,
And
that's
the-
just,
you
and
fight or you
it-
lose.
it's one of those
right?
things.
We
right?
shouldn't expect anything other than that.
You
I
shouldn't.
hope people
I don't
don't.
think. I don't think they are. But people, like you
Narrative-wise,
said,
I
people
understand
narrative-wise,
they
people
will,
are.
but-
Yeah. I don't
but
think anybody believes that.
I
though, yeah.
don't think people should believe it. Correct.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's coming down to, I mean, it's the last defense, right? It's like the Battle of Berlin.
Are you
if
about to
wanna-
say fuck or walk?
if you want to do like a World War II reference, this is the Battle of Berlin right now. So
Well, I don't think so. Right now,
I mean,
what's going on right now
I honestly,
is D-Day.
I hate making that analogy. It's a good analogy, but I hate because Nazis. I don't want to put people on Nazi level. Please
The
don't.
History Channel is
Please
not
don't
holding
take
itself
me
to its own
associating
standard for
any
many
side with
years.
Nazis. I don't want to do that. I'm just saying the Battle of Berlin is a good analogy. Take the bullshit out. So I'm just saying.
From our side of things, it's more like the siege of Saigon. We're getting the fuck out.
Okay, it's a last stand. It's a last stand. That's what I'm getting at. It's a last stand. You have Pappy and PanFam coming at you from two sides. That's like the Western Allies and the Red Army coming in, and you are in your last
And
defensive
then you
state
throw in Citadel
in
mechanics.
the 1DQ constellation. That's where I was getting with the World War II thing. Please just fucking.
But it turns out we have the
eliminate
bomb
Nazi everything from that analogy if you can, because I'm not talking about
too.
stances.
We know you're not. We get
know,
it.
I
It's
know.
a good
but
analogy.
I feel like it has to be said though, so I
A
just
lot
had to
of
say it.
people will, though. So it's
I-
It shouldn't
because
have to be said.
If I didn't say it, people
Yes,
are like,
you
"Oh
do.
my god, Nazis."
I
Anyway,
know.
so
I like Nazis.
With,
and you're the good guys.
with that being said,
They're a good
I'm-
color scheme.
With that being said, I'm just saying
They had great uniforms.
it
They had great
is-
uniforms. Yeah.
It is a last stance, but here's the thing. A lot of people don't know that the Battle of Berlin was not a quick one and done. It wasn't like we're done and they gave up. That was a long, grueling battle.
We just
took
got there
for
fast 'cause
fucking
we didn't
ever.
want Russia to
It
get there
seemed
first.
like,
Wait.
we're down to one city and we just have to take this and we're done. And that city took for fucking ever
Traded.
to take.
Are you telling me that war took longer than 11 months? Because
Well,
this
no.
is literally the longest war anyone has ever
I'm saying
known.
once people got to Berlin, it was not a cakewalk. It was not like we're in your capital,
And
just
it
surrender.
shouldn't
Unless you were on
It
Cakewalk
went
Boulevard.
And it
on.
shouldn't be.
It
Then it
went
wasn't
on
Cakewalk.
and on, and the Battle of
well,
Berlin
you
went
gotta say
on,
what-
and there was a lot of casualties, a lot of losses. Like, it was not a we're at the capital and here's the easy street. We finally conquered Germany. No, it was.
It should not be.
So
And
that's what I'm saying.
and
Like,
it
just
will
because
not be.
we're at the quote
And
unquote
it may not
1DQ
even happen.
constellation
Exactly.
does not mean that
It-
we're in. This is like the long haul. And I remember seeing a
This
ping.
is literally the
I remember
hardest part
seeing a
of the war.
ping saying that it's like, yes, we're in the 1DQ constellation, but like, you do not realize how
You haven't
many
seen the Brandenburg Gate yet.
citadels are in 1DQ and
This
this
is
constellation.
the hardest part of
This
the
is
war.
going to be a long, hard siege, and this could take months to a year to finish
And-
sieging all these citadels out of here.
I know you mentioned the Patriots and Tom Brady earlier. Like that is where we are, and I feel like, it'll get lost on Reddit or in anyone's bitter minds, but like that is the reality, is that goons are a huge, organized, very
Shots.
bureaucratic and very I'll drink to that.
I mean, sorry
Very-
to interrupt you. I'm just like,
No, you're
I
fine.
feel like one.
They're a phenomenally functional group. They do amazing things. They weaponize a lot of people's talents. They do very well for themselves.
And we're not a
And I-
democracy. Is it opposed to what other
absolutely
people
not.
think? We're not
Absolutely
a democracy.
not. Not a democracy. And I also understand that. But I do have a ton of respect, because as far as player interactions go with the game, goons have done amazing things, and they weaponize people's
The
talents.
infrastructure is mind-boggling.
It's amazing. Like, if anybody wants to talk shit about it, have your fun, but you should give respect. It is the Patriots, it is the Bradys, it is the people who do very well when they look into or lean into various mechanics.
I believe, though, that don't all the major groups have good infrastructure? I know Test does. I was part
I
of
would-
Test for a long
I
time.
mean,
They
most
do.
have
I know they
decent.
do.
Yeah, it's decent. Like I don't
Imagine
want to
Pandemic Horde does
anything
and
out.
Brave does. I mean, I'm sure they do.
Yeah, the major
No, I'm not
groups are
talking about.
Red
I'm not
Hood,
talking about
like
in game. I'm talking about
Stepchilds or
outside of
anything.
game infrastructure. Like all the different. I'm sure they're all good. They got people that run it.
It's
People that IT it.
comparable.
Yeah, I'm
It's
sure.
not the same or the best, but it's comparable as far as I've gathered. I've never been in Goons, but I've been around.
I can
for
tell you,
many,
it's
many
amazing
years.
in Goons. It's
Yeah.
fucking amazing.
And that's the beauty of this game, and that's the weird thing, is that the strongest thing of the Goons is still a very much like loosely like volunteer action of just talented people who are, getting off work and
No, I
going
think
and lending their services in other ways.
Gooey
It's
Key,
beautiful.
he's right though. You do need to have the talented people in your group, otherwise you won't be successful.
Yeah, no, it's like with anybody who has a more robust services than just what you could download off GitHub or something.
Yeah.
It's Goons have done very well with many game mechanics, and I do give them a lot of respect. There's various ways that I'm going to knock them and have my fun, but
Those some are
overall,
true.
it's a very functional and efficient group. And I hope we all respect that. And that's why they are warranting of, a lot of people coming to shoot them, because, hey, look, if you do it the best, then
Hey,
It
we're
takes-
not
it
from
takes-
Rome, and we have not been saints.
it takes, sometimes 2 to 1 or, let's say 8 to 1, because we're just going to throw out numbers. Then
I think it's closer to
It
11 to
takes-
1 now.
it's
To take
last
me
I
out,
heard,
it takes at least 100.
last
I'm
I
just
heard it
pointing that
was
out.
13 to 1, but I don't trust that source. So,
Yeah, it might not be right. It could be closer to 12.
but yeah.
I'd say
Overall,
yeah.
I think it's healthy that we respect that people play this game and they figure out this game and they lean into the various mechanics of this game in the same way that we were talking about earlier with the stab changes and the nullification changes.
They'll have to
People
lean
are
into
gonna
those
figure-
too, but I feel like they're gonna have less effect than people think.
People are going to figure them out. They're going to break them, and we're going to have a new meta.
I
Like
think
people are going to go off and do new things. People are going to be wailing in new ways because somebody's going to figure out how to break it. Obviously, we 100% know that someone's going to break it.
I mean,
Everybody will break a
people.
mechanic.
People will game the best way to catch people with these things. I'm just saying, like, I was mentioning earlier in the arguments of these, like how people could get around camps. Maybe how people catch the people trying to get around camps.
Right.
It's gonna be, but honestly, when you look at these things, it's like how many people are gonna be flying around with Orc Core stabilizers? Not everyone.
Sure.
It's gonna be people in trying to go from low six systems
It's
to
gonna
low
be
six
less than
systems.
just a
It's like,
NT.
oh, I'm going through a slightly dangerous area. Maybe I put a warp core stabilizer on there to where if I get into a gate camp, I can warp away from a scram. Or it's like I'm bringing a hauler to here. I think here's like the main thing you're gonna see with it, a guaranteed safety, right? Is I'm going from nullsec, I'm going to lowsec. You get to an MTAC-O or some like like pretty popular nullsec system
Bottleneck
that's on a
system,
on a
yeah,
border of
drop off.
lowsec, And it's like they generally will have a gate camp almost always, right? You're like, I need to get into low sec, and after I'm there, I'm generally safe. Yeah, you can get like suicide ganked there. Well, low sec, it's just gate guns.
But the bubble option, yeah, I understand that.
You won't have
as
a
long as
bubble.
you make it in, you'll be
You
fine,
won't have
and
a
then you can
bubble, and maybe you
sail.
have War Corp stabilizers too. You can get away from the point that's going to get you if they want to suicide gank you. But the gate guns are not as powerful. That's the weird thing, right?
I do understand. What
Low
you're saying.
sec
As far
is
as going in,
not
there is a
safe.
little
Low
bit of
sec
a
is not
detriment.
completely safe, but it's safer, right? So
Right.
maybe
and also no bubbles.
right, but no bubbles. But that's the thing is like we're like, okay, I'm going for MTECO to the low sec gate.
Cheetah.
Well, you're headed to G, but you go into low sec.
Okay.
I forget what that
Tasty.
system is, but and you're like, well, there's probably a bubble on the gate, so you activate your warp immunity thing, your nullification, and then warp to the gate. You're like, fuck a safe, fuck scanning for bubbles. I'm safe from this bubble, and you warp there. Land on the gate, jump through, boom. And then if they want to gank
Obviously,
you
you're
on the
right.
low sec side, they can, but they're going to lose ships. But, you know, so I'm just saying like, that's a practical use for it. And there's a shitload of that's the thing, like everyone's like, oh yeah, but like, it slows stuff down. It's like there is a bunch of uses for this module and the warp core stabilizers that will make people use them, and they're like, I have this situation that I think I'm gonna get pointed on, or I might get bubbled on, or I might get whatever the fuck's on. And it just adds gameplay mechanics, and it adds tactic. Like, I know Dunk was kind of shitting on it, but it's like I was like, I'm looking at this thing. It's like this adds tactical gameplay, offensive and defensive. Well, defensive
Right.
meaning like catching people with this, so also offensive. But I'm just like this adds tactical gameplay to the game. Of, oh, they're gonna do that. Well, what if we do this instead? There's going to be
Yeah.
people knowing that you're using war core stabilizers and nullification things, and they have things in place to catch you anyway, because there are definitely ways to catch you anyway with something that has a 10-second activation usage and a 2.5 minute cooldown. So
I mean, unless everybody's gonna warp away, wait 2.5 minutes to go to the gate, then do it again.
yeah, but
people
when
will
you're
do
doing
that.
they're still going to
People
chase
will
you.
do
So
that,
you have
but
to
not
warp
everybody
away.
will.
They're still going
There'll
to chase
be
you, so
people
you
that
have to
do that,
warp away
right?
to a safe.
There'll be people
and
that
then
do
make
it.
a deep save.
Not
and
everyone
then
will do it, though,
If you
yeah.
don't have a cloak, they're going to probe
Just a
you.
few.
They're going to probe you possibly. So you're going to have to like
You just stay moving. You have to
you're
worry
going to
about
have to
those.
run a cloak on your thing, or keep moving and keep making saves. You can do that, but that's
They're hard,
has
I mean.
potential risks as well.
And
Not
that's
really.
active
Against
gameplay.
good,
But
good
it's active gameplay, exactly. That's what I was
good
getting at.
probers will catch bad warpers. I will say that.
No, they will never catch you if you're warping and moving.
Good probers
They only
will
catch you if
catch
you're sitting
bad
in. No, they only
warpers.
catch you if you're sitting in place. If you move, you're fine.
That's not 100% true. I've played with some very
I
good probers.
have played.
And
I've
can
never
stay
been.
moving.
I've never been caught.
And
Make
they'll-
it probe
I
down. They'll
have
get close
played
to
with
you.
FCs that
Then you're
have
doing it wrong.
sent us to dip. I've played with FCs. We've caught people, not on my
Very
doing, but
questionable
my FCs
catches.
doing. I was like, you go there, you go there, you go there, because they're gonna keep making saves, so they have to warp to these locations. Warp there, and they're gonna warp to
But
the
that's not
custom.
probing them down and catching them.
And they're gonna
That's-
warp
That's
the-
But you
anticipating
have
where
to
they're
have
going.
No one
I
just
I
warps
agree,
blindly
but I'm,
to
what I'm
them.
saying is, if you're warping, microburning until you pick a new location and go, you're not gonna get caught.
I
Or you
know,
can't
but,
get. They
I
can't
don't-
probe you down and get there and bubble up.
but you
I
have
think
to
if you-
make the saves first.
If you're,
and
I'm talking if you're by yourself.
you have to
not in
make.
a group,
Actually
by
created
yourself.
saves.
I know,
There's
but
the
you have
chance
to
you
you have to
wouldn't
make
get
the saves first. And I've
It
been with
seems
groups that will literally think like they have to warp to these safes. They have to warp to these moons or these planets. And they watch where they go. Like they warp to that moon, so you're gonna go to that spot, and they're gonna like because they essentially assume that they're not gonna warp to the moon itself. They're gonna warp to the customs office at range because that's safer. Because what if you warp to a moon? You're like land on a customs office. It could bump you. It could keep you from cloaking. It could all that stuff.
I'm telling you right now,
they're
if you're by your, if you're
warp
solo,
to that
you're
customs
not
office
getting
at
caught
30,
if you're doing
and
it right.
we've caught people. Warp
No,
to
you
the like.
You've caught groups. You've never caught a person.
We've caught
It's
a
all right, I believe
person
that.
several times. There's been a shitload of
Not,
people that got away.
as part of a group, though, if you got somebody who's by himself, and you're trying to
There's-
throw him down and get him, if
there-
they're doing it right, you're not going to catch them.
There's been a shitload of people that get away, but there are a few times where you catch that one guy that's trying to get away and trying
He's
to
not
be
doing it
smart,
right. That's my
and
point.
you just basically like he's gonna warp to that shit at like 30 because he thinks that's safe. So warp to that customs office at 30, and the interceptor lands before him. He lands at 30 on the customs office, and the fucking interceptor points him, and we're like, we
The
all.
guy wasn't doing it right.
I'm saying-
you don't pick a direction when there's
I'm
only
just
two
saying, like,
choices.
people-
you pick a direction when there's multiple choices.
People fuck up. People make bad
And
decisions.
if you're fast enough,
And
you
And
land, you're
sometimes you
immediately
make a
burning
good
towards something
decision,
with your micro
and the
drive on,
FC
they're
of
not going to get you.
the following force is like, he's going to make this good decision, so we should counteract that good decision. And they make the counterplay to your good decision as you make it, and they catch you. I'm just saying.
Not gonna,
It
your
happens.
your
It
microwave
happens.
driving away, you're not going to get you.
Maybe.
Even if there is a fucking scepter
That's,
there,
that's
they're not
just one
getting you.
gate,
All right,
one
it's-
system.
I
There's
love
lots of
the
gates in
cat and
path.
mouse shit that happens, but it happens. Sometimes
No, you can chase all that you want.
sometimes you
I'm
catch
telling
that-
you right now, if you're
engaging
doing
for
it right,
people.
you're not going to
Sometimes you catch that fucking bomber that seems invincible, and you fucking catch him.
because they made a mistake, right?
Right.
That's why
Well,
you catch them.
But
Not
that's
catch
what
them
we're-
because the mechanics of the game are going to make sure you catch them almost every time. That's
Either
not.
they
That's
made a
not a thing.
mistake, or you just made a good pick.
I don't think every time would be good enough for people to actually be sold on it, but I do think that this also opens up the opportunity for catching them.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't say it's
They're
not
still-
possible.
This
I said
also-
if
yeah,
they're
I'm
doing
not
it
suggesting
right,
that
they're
for you,
not
I'm
going to
sorry.
get. You're not going to get.
So
it, right?
this makes it more. It now I understand. Doug was like slower
Slightly more
movement. It's
active.
like it's slower movement, but also it makes people want to catch people more. It makes more content. There's gonna be more people out there like, we got to catch these industrialists. They can only activate this shit once in a while. We got to catch these interceptors.
And
Interceptors
I think it
are
makes
gonna
the
be,
game faster because those ships have
it's
never
going
been
to
nullified
be
before.
a increase
They're gonna be able to
of
move easier.
let's catch this shit, and it's going to also be a here's some extra tools for ships that didn't have this before to get around this shit. So it's a hit and miss, right? It's a benefit to both sides, in my opinion. It's going to cause more dynamics in the game, and more dynamics causes more fun, more gameplay. Now, who knows? Maybe
More
this
chance
shit
for
doesn't get
mistakes.
used enough. Maybe it is boring. That could be true.
Well, here's the thing with that.
Could be
I just
true,
thought
That
of
we
but
this.
can
what
only
if it's
find out
not?
In
What if it's
high
not?
sec,
practice.
in high sec, it's going to basically make deep space transports uncatchable because you're not going to have
I don't
multiple
think so.
systems camped when you're
I mean,
ganking in high sec. That's
going
going to
I
be
don't
very
think
very.
deep space
it's gonna make it
transports with
faster.
the War Sailors. That's a 4, right? So 2
I don't think this
scrams
changes
get
them in
them.
high sec.
2 scrams get them, or a faction
Nullify. I'm
scram
talking
in
about.
one.
If you're nullified,
one
you
point
can't
gets
catch them, right?
They generally can't be caught under the
Yeah.
right circumstances anyway in high sec.
No, not a deep
DSTs.
deep
This is
space
the-
transport could be.
In high sec, yeah,
This
but
is-
'Cause they're
in
slow
most
to
of
launch.
low
No,
sec.
it's the micro drive cloak trick. Like they're not going to be fundamentally
That's
changed.
that's the blockade runners.
No,
I'm talking about the deep space
DSTs.
transports, the slow ones.
I'm talking about DSTs. Yes.
DSTs
Why
are the
would-
cloaky
you have a
ones,
cloak on
right?
DSTs use the micro drive cloak.
Yeah, they're the
Blockade
cloaky
runners
ones. Yeah,
wouldn't
they're
need
the-
to use a micro
they're the
drive
cloaky
cloak. They
ones.
just cloak. That's what they do.
I've for my DST never used that trick before.
The
I-
DST is
I don't
what
see that.
uses that.
I
D-
wouldn't use
DS
it.
yeah.
No,
Well, that's
I'm
fine.
gonna
if you
help you in
don't,
high school.
but
Yeah, fuck it.
Okay,
They're not catching
Akrath,
them.
But the
I know
VR
what you're
just
talking about.
cloaks.
You basically you like go in that
But
direction,
that's- I mean,
activate
they
micro
align
warp
so
drive,
slow,
and then
you're still gonna
cloak.
be able to get it in
And your
break
cloak
fucking
will shut your
cloak. I don't
micro
see
warp
that
drive
helping that much.
Your cloak will shut your micro warp drive off, but you get the
I know how it
one-
works.
You
But
get
I'm
the
just
one
saying,
cycle
They
first.
align so fucking slow. You're gonna be able to figure out where they're going and break
You
your
can
cloak.
dodge
And breaking
bumpers
cloak is
sometimes
a-
though. You can dodge bumpers.
I
And
don't
then
see that as a
cloakers.
viable fucking option. No.
I've done it
Being
before.
no-
Well,
nullified,
decloaked is
on
an
the other
active
hand, is
gameplay
awesome.
mechanic, and that's perfectly
I've
fine.
done it
What I'm-
before.
But activating their
it's
nullifying
hard. It's
module
hard,
is
but
gonna
you
make
can-
them kick ass in high sec
with
because there's
with
no bubbles.
With one cycle of MWD, like
There's no big groups that
align to
go
the
from every
skate,
gate,
and
you
then
know?
like the second you cloak, you go straight like down or straight off to the side, and everyone's like, "Oh, they decloaked. They're going to this gate," and they all go in that direction, and then they missed you, and they're like, "We missed them."
I would
But
venture
you've
to say
already gone
catching
off
people
like
in high
a
sec
kilometer or
is
two to
not
the side,
priority here.
and then they start
it's not.
spreading
I'm
out.
talking about this is an
They
effective,
start
though.
spreading out and looking for you.
You're right.
and-
These changes
and
are not for high
It's
sec. They're
literally
for null
like
sec.
it's literally like
But this is
a
an
U-
effect of those changes.
it's
It's gonna
like
make a difference in all space.
It's like a U-boat sub, but in space. It's like Once
And
you
yet
dodge that
they still
initial
turned it into
decloak,
World War
you're like, I'm close enough. They can still
Well,
find me if they
here's the thing, Drayden. Yeah, they can, and good
if
gate
they
camps
burn
will.
the right
But
direction.
they're
They
not
can
going to
still
have
find me.
multiple of
But
them in ISAC.
the
It's just not
longer
gonna
it
be enough.
takes them to decloak you, the better chance you have because you can
Sure.
still change direction.
But a deep space transport, a line so fucking slow, you're going to know right direction.
Right. So deep space transport already has the
that's
two.
not a good option for that.
has
ship.
the
That's
two
all I'm saying.
bonus warp strength plus the
Stabs,
negative 2
built-in
they've
stabs.
used. So it literally a faction.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't
Stabs
matter if
are
they're
not
doing
the
the
biggest
micro
aspect
warp
for
drive
DST
cloak
and
trick.
ISAC.
Their stabs don't matter because
I
they
know,
can't
but
warp
a
cloak.
faction scram. Well, but a faction scram won't even
So,
stop them. They need
we're talking about-
4 warp strength to stop them.
One faction scram does stop them.
We're talking about multiple different topics.
No, deep space transport
I'm
has
saying
a
deep
2
space, that's not a
base,
good
2
option,
base
in
warp
my
strength,
opinion.
right?
You may
Base
have
two,
been very
correct.
good at it. I don't think. I
Deep
would
space
never say
transport has a 2 base warp strength. -2 from the warp corp stabs. It needs
3 from a faction.
but you have a 4
What?
warp strength.
He's
4.
talking about the base on the hull is 2.
Base in the
and then
hole
if
is
you put
2.
a stab.
-2 from those stabs.
Yeah,
So you need
good.
a 4. So you need a faction scram plus another point to scram you.
Correct.
Okay.
So deep space transports
So then why would you
are
put a
slow
cloak
as
on it and
fuck.
do the micro drive cloak trick? You wouldn't
Because
need to.
that's
You just warp away.
But they
Because that's
can't.
a
They
workaround
can't
for a
use a
different
cloak and
attack.
warp. They are not a cloaky transport. They are a.
Drayden, you're looking well over the cloak micro drive trick.
Well, I know.
You don't warp with the cloak. You have a cloak fitted on a DST. They cannot warp cloak. They can't use cloaks
Right.
for the most part. They can use them, but they don't benefit from
Yes. You use a cloak
them.
on
In the warp sense, you can still.
I use a cloak on every transport I ever use.
So-
But I'm saying, like, but if it's not a deep space transport, they can't warp cloaked. It's not like a covert ops cloak.
But that's the thing is with the micro warp drive
you been
trick,
drinking?
you essentially do is because you decloak within about a second
been
of
drinking,
when you're
haven't you?
warping. So you are getting into warp cloaked ish. You're using the cloak to buffer until your micro warp drive cycle times down.
Okay,
and
so
that
you
way
micro
when
warp drive, cloak
uncloak,
up, and then
you're
you
already at
speed
max
up, and then
speed
you decloak, and then
you'll
you
hit
warp, right?
immediately. Yes.
Okay, so I
So
get
you
I get
essentially
that.
use the cloak for a DST that is not.
I
bonused for a
I
cloak.
get that, but I'm just saying, like,
You're agreeing with me without agreeing with me.
well, I mean,
So you're
I
doing
get
it.
that. So you
I
have
think
to
so.
use the WCS to fix that one, but I'm just saying, like, the WCS.
You forgot what we're talking about, didn't you?
No, the WCS that gives them a 4+ warp strength, so you need at least either a ship with a
Can't warp
faction
while cloaked.
scram and a
Can't-
second
still
point,
can't warp
or
while
two
cloaked.
ships to scram you.
Can't warp while cloaked.
Can't warp
But you
while
mentioned
cloaked. But if they
It's
get
still not a necessity,
fast
though.
enough, and then decloak, and then get enough speed to warp, what I'm saying is, like, with the deep space transports, or the blockade runners.
Nope, you're
They-
right.
First
You're
one.
Notoriously bad about swapping them. DSTs,
I am
go on.
too, because they don't make sense. They should.
DSTs
The
are
names should be
ones that
flip flopped,
struggle and
right?
Need those stabs, and can't fit a cloak naturally. Go on.
Oh,
Well,
really?
they're
I
running
thought
the blockade,
runners
not-
were like the.
Not deep space safe.
Wait,
I don't
blockade
know.
runners are like the cloaky ones?
Blockade runners are the cloaky ones.
Oh,
Yes.
that's okay.
Much smaller holds. And this is
I
every
don't.
time I've come on, it's a
You've
skill,
been drinking.
Which is why it's
That's all I'm gonna say.
hilarious.
You've been drinking. Let's
No,
go to
I
a
don't-
And I'm
milk
always like,
I don't
DSTs.
run I don't run transport enough. I have the ability to
But
use
that's okay.
like a
T2 haulers are
sigil,
amazing.
but I
And
can
just
I
fly
can
up,
fly a
no matter
sigil,
what
but I
you
thought
fly.
that was the I thought the blockade runners were the ones that were like, I'm just brazenly just like taking your fucking
I understand where you're coming
scrams.
from there, because if you had the built-in like warp core stabs or whatever you're
Blockade
running
runners makes it sound
blockades,
like
just
you're getting
blowing right
scrammed,
through
you
the camp.
break through anyway. So
I get
blockade
that.
runners sounds
Then
like
they
the one.
explode
The
too. and
reality
they
is
kill
that
everything
you
around
cloaked
them.
Yeah.
and you had eye stabs and you like slowly moonwalked out
Well,
the
Crane
bubble,
versus
and then
Buster.
you went
I
back
don't
to
even
whatever
remember
you're
which
doing.
one is which, right? Like the Crane.
Well,
Which one's
Crane
the-
is cloaky and Bustard is not.
Okay. Like I don't fly. I don't fly
Well-
logistics, but well, not
Well, that's how
like
they work.
transport logistics, except for jump freighters. But
What
anyway,
sort of logistics do you do that's not transporting things?
just jump freighters.
Wait, that's transport logistics. Like
Oh,
you're transporting a
that's
lot
not.
of shit.
Oh no,
No,
I
you
fly
put a cloak on
larger
that,
ships.
too?
I fly healer ships, but
You're saying you don't fly T2 haulers.
I don't fly T2 haulers.
But
I
you
Why
fly
are you
fly-
arguing with us about them?
I fly the occasional.
Why do you have an opinion?
I fly
Okay,
the
okay,
occasional cloaky, like sigil.
Oh, so you do fly them?
I don't know. Not often. Not enough to know what I'm talking
I feel
about.
strongly about DST.
You know what time it is? It's time taking a shot.
It could be.
I
But
hear
what
that.
I'm saying is like, so okay, so the ones that can't cloak, they have the extra warp strength, right?
They have the built-in warp strength.
Yes.
And overheat bonuses for their tank.
Okay, so
And I saw recently on Reddit somebody
So
said
I
their
was
main thing is
naming them-
tank. Why would they need escapability?
I was
It's
naming
like,
them
that's
wrong,
not
but I
their
had the
main
right ships in mind. Okay, so naming them wrong,
Yes.
right ships in mind. So the ones that have the extra warp strength, they put the WCS on there.
thing. Okay.
4 warp strength. That basically required, because how many people are going to have a faction scram plus another point? Probably not.
One saber.
They carry both.
So they're gonna fire it?
Well, I'm saying, like, do you think a saber is
So
going to
they're
carry
gonna
a
do the-
faction scram and another point?
No, I mean just the bubble is enough, right?
But you can have the nullifier.
Right. So if they're carrying both,
That's what I'm
then
saying. You
just-
can have the
just one
nullifier
time,
and the
then-
WCS, and you, unless
So you made it through one gate.
2 pilots point. That's what I'm saying. That's the thing. Is like this gives those transports, the ones that don't have the cloak, to get through bubble camps, unless there's multiple scramming pilots. If there's multiple scrammers, if they have 2 tackle, and I think that this change will cause gate camps to have 2 tackle. I guarantee it, because they know that they're like, we're gonna catch transports, and if we get a, transport with a WCS and a 2 warp strength, we need 2 scrams to catch them. And even a faction scram's not going to catch them, so they're going to have 2 tackle on their bubble camp. So it's like they can activate their immune to bubble, they can activate their WCS, and we still got them. Because those transports do not warp fast enough that 2 frigates can't lock them and scram them before they warp off. So that's going to change gate camp mechanics, I think.
And I think for the better.
I mean, it's just for the better or not. It's gonna.
And I like.
It's
to
gonna
run
be a
around on
change.
these
It's
ships
gonna be an
trying
adaptation
to
in the
evade them.
gameplay. It's gonna be a
Yeah.
change of the game, and I'm fine with that. Like I know there's a
Okay.
lot of people like, oh, this is gonna
I
make this
wasn't sure
worse
which
for these
direction
people. It's
that
gonna make
was
this
going,
worse for
that's
these
why.
people. But it's like this causes a change in gameplay. It changes the meta, and games need a change in the meta. So
Oh, I 100% agree.
if you want
Like I
to
said, I couldn't tell
transport
which
and
side you were on
logistics
on
shit out there, you have to either adapt to these changes or die. And the people that want to camp these people have to adapt to the fact that more ships than were before have the ability to ignore your bubble, which you might not like. And also you have the workhorse stabilizers, which you might not like. But the thing is, like, if there are options to adapt to that as well. It obviously requires not just you solo, so it's either you and your alts have to adapt, or you have to get with your buddies and adapt on your gate camps, but it does require adaptation. So
I agree. Yeah.
I'm fine with it. I know people hate it. People will always love and hate changes to a game. It happens.
All we've had for the last like 3-4 years is changes to curb the 2 or 3 years before. I say 3 or 4. It's been about the last year or 2 to curb about the last 3 before it. But
Your
we're
dog is
just gonna
upset.
just
Your
wants
dog agrees with
attention.
your dog agrees with me.
Yeah.
Just
And
wants
he's
attention.
letting you know it.
But they're gonna counter steer and they're gonna ride the bumpers in the bowling alley, and overall we'll be fine. I think.
They've
and
always had the problem of the ping ponging from one side to the other of
Sure.
every issue, right?
oversteering's
It's a thing. It's a thing that they. In a lot of, it's hard not to
it's
do
a
that.
human tendency.
It is, yeah.
Proven by.
And I feel like
statistics.
since I'll call it a debacle, the resource scarcity change, this last one, that one felt like pendulum, right? One side to the other. But it seems like the changes they've made since then, and I agree with you, it's kind of a reaction to that, I guess, have been more toward the center than they have been on either side of either issue, whether it comes to Mark Warp drives or everything. The changes they made, it seems like it's more, I don't know, common sense driven maybe, or that's not right either because some of them are stupid, but they don't seem as polarized on the whatever issue. Maybe that's just me seeing that. I don't know. I'm getting old.
I know that it's being optimistic
Glasses?
to say that we're in like a whole. Yes. Wait. What?
See, glasses.
Oh shit! Who's that?
This is Smart Drayden. Ask me all the questions you want to know.
Who are you, sir? We can't recognize you with the glasses.
I'm the
Like
Smart Drayden.
Superman
I'm the one that knows all, except anything.
It happens.
Well, you can't admit to it. You just have to like profess like you know all. Just be like, oh yeah, absolutely.
I know
and
all.
Just start just jabbing off into something.
About space. It's space. There you go, Striker. You got your answer. Next question.
Is there any more questions? I think it's time for movie.
His authority was recognized.
Just movie like that?
I
Oh
looked
no,
at him,
hold on.
I looked at him and I could tell
Space.
he knew shit,
No,
so I didn't
smart
even chance
Drayden.
it.
Has there been any word on the rotary wing drone on Mars?
Oh
are they
yeah,
done?
it's flown 4 times.
Successful. Okay, I guess
Yeah.
I forgot to look.
And
After the first failure, so
My
what
roommate-
what
No,
did he turn the failure?
No,
was?
not
But
a
they're on
not a failure. They had one where they
Test that they didn't like something on it, right?
They delayed
mean,
it a little
nobody
bit.
agrees on
Not
the color.
actually long. It was not delayed long. Actually, it was a slight delay because like we had these weird. So it was essentially an error with the software. It was basically, I don't know exactly what error went off, but there was some error that. I'll keep these on because they actually don't mess with my vision. I sound smart. So there was an error with the software, and they looked at it and they're like, it's actually not an error with the machine. It's just the software had this weird.
The math we programmed into
No,
it.
not the math. I think it was like some weird input that came in, and they're
Were
like,
they blaming it on the machine and not their code?
no, it was the coding.
That's-
The coding was a
That's
problem.
rude.
It was 100% the coding. It was
That
essentially,
makes sense.
and
It's
they're
the
like,
coder's
let's
fault.
be safe rather than sorry. And so they got this error message. They found out that the error message was bunk, and they're like, okay, we got an error message, but there's nothing wrong with it, and it's because of this. And so they essentially re-uploaded new coding to the spacecraft,
Hot
and
fixes.
it fixed it. And then they did their first flight, and that was like a month ago. So they did their
Nice.
first flight, and it basically went up and it went down,
Sure.
and they're like,
like test
success!
basics.
Success! We flew our first aircraft, not rocket propelled aircraft, like
Sure.
aircraft powered by
Neat.
aerodynamics and lift, as opposed to rocket propulsion exhaust. And so this is the first time we've ever done it on another celestial body, which was a milestone. And then they've done multiple flights since then. And the last flight, the 4th flight, they went up and they went over, I think it went like 400 and some odd feet off in the distance, and like circled around, came back. And the funny thing is, like, the aircraft was only designed for 4 flights. And then they're like, okay, after that, it's probably going to die.
Worn out,
or we
really?
won't have the battery. But if we can do it's like the. It's funny because Mars always has the luck of. We don't think it's going to work
Longevity?
past this point, but then it just fucking does. Because
say
if you look
always,
at
but
the
we're at,
Spirit
like,
and Ingenuity.
You like
no.
2 or 3 things.
Spirit and Opportunity rovers.
Yeah.
Those
Correct.
things were supposed to run for
Like
about
6 years past their lifetimes each.
Well, 6 months. 6 months was their expected lifetime. And then you have Spirit that goes for like 6 years, and then Opportunity goes for like 10 years or whatever.
Yeah.
Opportunity actually just died like 4 or 5 years ago, and they launched that in like when I was in high school, like still got early 2000s, and man, it was like tragic. Like they poeticized it. They changed the words a bit, but it was like one of the best rovers we ever had on Mars, and it sent the message of like the AI or like some poet changed the words, but like, it's basically like I'm losing light and I'm shutting down, and so like the poet was like it's getting dark.
Bowie-esque
Yeah,
stuff.
it's like it's getting dark, and
It's Major Tom.
Yeah, it's what was oh fuck. Someone look up the last opportunity word is getting dark and I'm tired. I'm tired and it's getting dark. I think something like that was like the last words of it, and it was
That
just
sounds
like
like
Sounds like
people
Conan-
crying in like
sounds like
Mission Control somewhere in Houston.
yeah, it's like, and it's like the rover that just kept going past its date. It's like it's like
a testament.
you
to
shouldn't be able
all
to go
their
past this.
long hours.
Don't strain yourself. It's like I can still fucking do it. It's like the one that just keeps pushing and pushing
Don't
and
stop me,
pushing
bro.
and pushing, and it gets to the end, and it's like I'm at the end of my
Remember
rope.
me.
It's like I actually like I cried some tears for his fucking opportunity. It's like
Oh, absolutely.
it's like I'm at the end of my rope. It's like it pushed
It's-
on like for like 20 times its expected life expectancy, and it's just like got to a point where it's like it's getting dark and I'm tired or
It's
something
human
like that.
poetics, but
And
it's
it
literally
like and it
human
was just like
ingenuity
and then it died. It's
engineering.
like oh fuck. Is that what it really I had to like look it up. It's not what it really said, but like that the media made it sound like that's what it really said back to NASA. It's like it was so poetic and sad, but at the same time it's like you achieved so much more than you were expected to. So don't worry, opportunity. We love you. You've done way more than we thought you ever would. So but now we have curiosity and ingenuity and perseverance. So, you know,
we don't have to think about that anymore.
yeah, so
sadness is behind.
fuck
us.
opportunity. I mean, not really, but you know, fuck
It's
opportunity.
it's full steam ahead, and we're winning.
Yeah. So I mean,
we never die
it's,
now.
I mean, it's just like I love NASA programs
It's a
with that.
beautiful thing.
And it's I'm always like looking at what's going on, and I was sad that like earlier this week, Wednesday I think, Mercury was visible, very
Oh, yeah?
visibly. If you were in the northwest hemisphere or western hemisphere,
I was trying to get gas.
well, I mean, like, so Western U.S., I think you had to be, like, West Coast, maybe Mountain Time to see it. So East Coast, you're shit out of luck. But I forgot. I was, like, looking at it, and I was like, I set an alarm on my phone, like, yeah, check out fucking Mercury. But I was driving home from work, so I couldn't see it, and I also didn't look at my phone because
Responsibly.
my phone is set to, you know, I don't read shit on my phone while I'm driving on the freeway because it's a bad idea. So
It's very responsible.
I mean, like, responsible. I was sad, but you know, it's worth being a little responsible. If I could have pulled over and looked at Mercury,
You wanted to know.
I wanted to know, but my
Yeah.
phone apparently didn't tell me because that's why I set the
Play.
the breakpoint alarm where it's like, hey, when this is visible, go check it out.
When do I really need to pull over? Like,
Yeah, when
just
do I really
don't
need to
bullshit
pull
me, tell
over?
me.
And I didn't. And so I got home like 3 hours later. I'm like, well, now it's fucking down. So Mercury on Wednesday was visible. If you looked at the setting sun and you're on the western U.S. Sorry, East Coast. Sorry, Mountain. Or sorry, probably half of the...
Didn't see a lick.
Central, yeah.
it's probably
nothing.
half of Central. It's basically
Yeah, Central probably got
some
fucked
of
too.
Mountain and mostly Western time zone. If you looked at the sunset with the moon in the sky, crescent moon, Mercury was right next to it. You could have seen it.
Yeah.
It's
Was it,
usually
like,
it's
pretty
usually
visible?
not very visible because Mercury is so close to the sun that usually when it's in the sky, the sun is in the sky, and so you can't
Sure.
see the light from Mercury. So
A clue.
it's there, but you can't see it. So
But like, was it pretty visible in your experience?
I never saw it. I forgot
Oh,
to look
shit.
for it. So that's what I'm saying. Like I set an alarm on my phone to go look for it, and I didn't see the alarm, and I didn't actually look for it, so I missed it.
I was like,
And
you're selling
I
it
was-
so well. Like, I'm wondering.
Yeah,
how
I was
easy it to
very
see.
I was very sad. I was like, oh my god, I even set an alarm to go look at this thing, and I fucking missed it. Shit. I love space stuff. But
I believe
um,
that.
yeah, I do have
Do
some
well.
other.
Your glasses tell me that you know as much as.
Yeah, I'm
possible.
like, you know, trust the glasses. I'm like, that adds like what 10 intelligence on any
You
game.
look like the guy my mom dated when I was growing up. near NASA.
What was his name?
Don Barker.
Oh, that's me.
Look him up on LinkedIn. He's
No,
a
that's
talented
that's
gent.
me. I'm your dad.
No, he was a guy my mom dated. at one point.
Oh! It's not your
He was a
dad.
very fascinating guy. He had a
Oh.
ton of like masters and.
Oh,
various
okay. So
degrees.
I'm not your dad.
He wanted to be the first man on Mars. You are not my dad,
Cool.
but you might have gotten me into Age of Empires.
Nice.
Sweet,
That was
yeah.
kind of like your dad there.
And I was fascinated how well you spoke Russian.
Psychobliat. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, like, I could be proud of that.
I think you should be.
So
I grew up in the Clear Lake area, and I met quite a few people working at like JSC and like actual astronauts and astronauts' kids and stuff. I went to school with a bunch of astronauts' kids, which is nothing impressive because they didn't do anything.
No, that's
But-
impressive because I never went to
But
school
you
with an
eat
astronaut
dinner
kid.
once in a while with the people, but they're very real people, and that was fun. Very nerdy people, but like, actual, just normal, real people.
Oh yeah. Liz quoted the theme for me. My battery is low and it's getting dark. That was the last words. Although it wasn't the
It hits you right in the
it
feels.
wasn't the technical last words from the rover. The last words were like code, right? It's just like generation code.
I think it was out, bitches.
No. Because when they got their signals from the rover, it was never in like words, right? It was in.
You don't know that for sure.
It was in data.
Rovers are not.
You're
No,
just
no, no,
you're just
no.
listening to what they're telling you. They could
What are you
be
trying
No,
to
no, no.
project on this rover?
fuck. He's a
No,
dick.
It was Scott Manley had a
For
video
a
on this.
smug little fucking bastard.
Scott Manley had a video on
You
this.
don't know
But
he's even
Scott
nice.
Manley he brought a thing out where it was like they essentially had a poet come in and maybe not a
He's-
poet, but
he's
someone
whitewashing.
make poetry. May not have been a poet, but they basically
And that
took,
fucking rover made fun of him.
they took
and
the
called him a
last
jerk.
signal they had from Opportunity, whereas like basically it was just data saying like light is low, I'm shutting down, and they had a poet come out and say,
It was David Bowie, but it
no,
was
it's,
lyrics. We
yeah,
know.
but they
It
basically
may not have been, but I'm gonna say it was because it seems.
yeah, so they basically had a poet come out and like interpret it like my battery is low and it's getting dark, which was basically a heartbreaking set of words. You can like just dissociate it all you want to like make it it's a machine, but at the same time it's like this is the machine that has spent more time on Mars than anything the world has ever made, and we've gotten more information on close range Martian surface other than like the Mars orbiter and like the mapper or that, but
Those assholes.
like they
fuck
have
that
more
asshole.
like surface maps than this does, but this was on the ground.
Yeah.
And it
It was
took
an RC car.
samples, and it was like getting in
Which-
there and going and traveling and going in places,
Tracks and the scooper.
and it had setbacks. It had the fucking.
This is the one with the attitude, right?
This is the one that had the
Yeah, the second one
the
was an
dirt
asshole.
pit that
Yeah, okay.
stuck it. They unstuck it, but then had a wheel that locked up, and they like it was like the thing like they constantly had this like back and forth like we fixed it.
That was
And
for the
now something's
reality
fucked
show.
up, and now we fixed it again, and now something's, and it was like it just kept going, and they're like, it's way past its due date. It's like Opportunity
Pass.
should have died years ago, but we still keep trucking, and then it's like something gives out
Quite
on it. It's like
opportunistic of it.
we'll fix that. Excuse me. We'll fix that.
Sorry. it's
And
bad.
they fix it, and then like we keep trucking, and then something else goes wrong. It's like we can figure out a way around that. We'll just angle the wheel back and forth like this, and then we'll fix it, and it
Bouncing
fixes
grip.
it, and it makes it slow down, but they fix it, and then this happens, and it gets to a point where it's like they just won't give up on Opportunity.
I
They
mean,
won't do it. And
they
they just
called it
keep going.
Opportunity.
And it's like a 6-month mission turns into 6 or 7 years worth of data. And
oh,
so
they
it's
did.
like,
they over-engineered the shit out of that
Opportunity and Spirit, even Spirit was 6-month mission. And that died way early. It was like 3 or 4 years, I think.
stuff. But we spoke about that earlier. Like, you under promise, over deliver.
Well, that's the thing. So that's
that
the
is
thing
a
with NASA,
100%
and that's
patented
why
strategy.
with these Curiosity and Perseverance
but-
missions
Bunch of bitches.
are
how
I
well
feel
our
like
work is doing
they are
all these years
so
later.
over
Let's give 'em some budget
prepared
work.
for the missions they have ahead of them. And the things like they're like, oh yeah, the battery on Perseverance and Ingenuity is like Curiosity and Ingenuity, or no, Curiosity and Perseverance. Ingenuity is the chopper. Sorry, I'm getting stuff mixed up. So
Look.
Curiosity is the first rover. Ingenuity or Perseverance is the second rover. Ingenuity is the chopper. My bad. So they have on the Curiosity and the Perseverance rovers, they have this nuclear battery that is basically fueled by nuclear decay, but it's not a fusion or fission reactor, so it's not running on that, but it's basically running on molecular decay of fissioning materials, and the energy from that is fueling the battery, and so it should
I knew
fuel it
this
for at
would
least
come
10
back
to
the
20
nuclear
years, I think.
Science world, and I appreciate it because you're wearing your glasses now.
Yeah, it makes it
fucking
sound
adds
more
a lot to
it makes
it,
it sound
I'm
more
telling you.
credible, right?
I know that you know
It
what
does,
you're
yeah.
talking about
Yeah,
because you're wearing your
if I
glasses.
took
already
these off-
thought
if it-
you knew what you were talking
if
about.
I took
like
these
weeks
off,
past.
I'd be full of bullshit,
No,
right?
I already thought you knew what you were talking about, but now
Well,
I
yeah, but if I took
know
them off,
I
you
would
I'd
know
know
what
it.
you're
Yeah,
talking
I'd be
know
full
it's
of
true
bullshit.
now.
I'd be full of bullshit. So
No,
We
no.
don't know. That was glasses.
I
you're
would
not.
just have doubts, but now I know.
We actually should be taking notes. We can
I
pass
would
tests
have
and shit.
doubts.
Continue, please, but now I know.
So the thing is, like with these rovers, they are meant to last like what 10 to 15 years, I think, or more, with the decay of the battery fission, and so they are not beholden to solar power, which was the downfall of the Curiosity and Spirit, or not, sorry, not Curiosity, Opportunity and Spirit rovers, is they had no way to clear their solar panels of dust, and
Okay.
dust storms were prevalent on
Sure.
Mars, and so the more dust storms that happened, the more
Less
dust would
efficient their
accumulate, and the
solar
less
panels would be.
power they would get. And there was actually, I think it was with Spirit, but also with Opportunity, I think as well, had to do the same thing. They with Spirit specifically, they literally had to they're like, we're getting too much dust, and so we're not getting enough power, and this thing is going to not get enough power to survive the Martian winter that's coming up soon. And so the best chance
It's
we
gonna be a
have,
bleak one.
That'd be bad.
Get
Yeah,
inside, Henny.
so the best chance we have to save this rover is to drive it up this hill and bank it up on a ledge that is
Off the
more
road.
angled towards the sun than it should be, which might give it just enough power to survive and keep its vitals internally up to temperature, the processors and all that stuff, to where it could survive until the next season. And
So
they
we
did
risked it
that,
for the
and
biscuit.
it worked, kinda.
Yeah, it did.
And then, but then, because the thing is, like, with the Spirit and Opportunity rovers, they had this great setup, and they were way bigger than people thought. Everyone you look at a picture of the two rovers, and it looks like something's like, oh, it's like the size of my computer case. Like, no.
It's probably about the
This
size
shit
of like
was
a
like this-
Corolla, right?
No, not quite that big.
Well,
This shit was like the size of your, like, computer chair times 2, width-wise.
no, a little bit bigger than that, right?
Bi-
The Rovers? I guess about 4-ish feet long.
The first Mars rover, I forget what it's called, was actually really tiny. It was like, a few feet across, pretty small. And
Okay.
then it didn't work well. And then they made Spirit and Opportunity, and those were bigger. Those were like about 3 or 4 feet by like a couple
I was
feet.
gonna say, I think at least about 4 feet long.
Yeah, about 4 feet long, a couple feet high.
Not huge.
So
My Corolla thing was
not
a little
huge, but bigger
embellished.
than you would think. Like most people think of rovers like RC cars. It's like no, it's way
Okay,
bigger than
yeah, I see what
that.
you're saying.
It's bigger than that.
Right. Got sensors and scoops and arms. that
So
can-
the big
take a little
the
dirt,
big
shake it.
misinterpretation of like the current rovers on Mars, like Curiosity and Perseverance, Those are big. They're like the size of a minivan.
How big? Really?
Yeah, they're big.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
shit.
like. Well, I mean, like
He grabbed his glasses and he said, "Yeah, like real big."
yes, yeah, like a car. So I mean, like, so their visual masts, the camera masts are up a bit high. So I mean, if you take that out of account,
Perspective-wise, yeah.
it's probably more the size of like a car.
Okay.
Imagine like a Corolla or something like that. Like that's the
As
size
long
of
as
the
we
Rovers.
stay
And then-
Toyota.
so yeah, so or like a Kia not a Sophia. Kia Rento? No. What's the Kia bullshit car?
Oh, I have no idea of that.
Sorrento.
No, that's like the SUV.
It's not
No,
the
Se-
Veloster.
Sedona's
Those
the
things are pretty
van.
cool.
Sorrento's the SUV. Yeah.
Kia Rio.
Throw a little
It's a
turbo.
Rio.
Rio,
It's a
there you go.
Rio. So
It's a
imagine
river.
imagine a Kia Rio,
I can't.
but with a, I can't.
I was
I-
stuck in Toyota.
Don't make me do this. I won't.
Went from a Sienna to a
I
Corolla,
can't
and it
imagine a
was both
Kia.
Toyota
I
based.
refuse. I've been contracted to never give Kia any.
fanboy.
So imagine just a fucking car, like a Kia Rio or a Toyota Camry or
If
a
you will,
fucking
just a car.
a Honda Civic, whatever. That is the size
I can do it.
of the Rovers we've been sent the last. So Curiosity and now Perseverance. Those are the size of the Rovers, plus a camera mast that goes up, a few feet past that. That is
So we're
what we've
talking
been
like
sending.
roughly like compact car size, though. Really? On the recent ones you're
compact
saying?
or even mid-sized car, yeah,
Really?
like that.
So
yeah,
like they
they're
might even
big.
be like 8+ feet long.
A Nissan Altima Strike. I don't know what the fuck that is. I've heard of that
It's a
car,
Nissan-
but I don't know what it looks like, and I can't
It's a
even
sedan.
imagine the size. I'm assuming
It's
it's
not big.
a mid-sized car, so I would assume
Average sedan.
a very, very, in that particular car's case, reserved opinion on size.
Look at it. I don't want
I
to
don't
throw
know.
shame upon the stream,
Just
but when you drop your bits and your subscription, these people are driving Porsches. They're driving BMWs. They don't understand what your Nissan Altima is.
I don't
You know,
know.
the length
Like,
of
I
the
know.
like. what
I
are
didn't
you
even
gonna-
fucking have a Nissan Altima, dude.
I
gotta
really like
fucking-
these glasses.
I'm driving.
I
a
like
car
them. I
older
like
than
them. I
multiple
Oh,
coworkers.
What was the
Do I just
three-wheel
wear
car
these
Russia
anyway?
had
Like,
back in the
just
day?
wear these
Trabant.
around,
Drayden, I think they're pretty good.
dude. Like
I already
Chat-
believe
chat-
you because
chat
you knew plenty
consensus.
about the nuclear sciences.
glasses or no glasses, what looks better?
I like glasses better.
I
Actually.
just,
Really?
I just believe
think
them.
glasses.
That's true.
I don't know if
I'm
it's
actually,
better or
dude,
worse.
I got a
this
chubby a
had
little bit.
character,
I got a
right?
chubby.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it. So I'm turning on.
Glasses. Okay, we got.
Here's
one
the
vote.
thing, though. Here's the thing that I feel like is worth leaning into as far as the glasses is that if you choose to employ the glasses, you can still do the same thing you're doing all the time,
But then
but
people
you
think I
re-
need them.
I got
but
to something.
but you reserve the right to whip them the fuck off and tell people some shit. And you never need them
Oh,
to begin
you can
with.
pull them off and point
so
them at
you
people.
can
But
just
isn't
wave
the-
whatever you were gonna do with
Isn't the
glasses
point to like
and then
put them
whip them off
on?
and then tell people some shit.
Isn't the point
Be
to
like,
put them
Look,
on
I
and
don't
tell
need
people
vision
shit?
for this because I know this.
I know, but like, isn't the point to like
No,
put them on and
You-
then tell people shit?
no. If you put them on, that means you needed to see something. Taking them off means you don't need to see it because you know it.
I
It's-
know the
it's-
truth. I
it's
know the
symbolic.
truth. You just don't see it. Let me see it
It's
for you.
symbolic.
Boom.
Like, look, this was never about glasses. This was never about seeing what you're talking about. This was about knowing.
I like
and-
them actually. They look good. I just don't want to wear fake glasses because I want to look like I wear glasses.
You probably should not. But
I probably should
It's
not
fun.
because people are like, you're fucking stupid.
it is fun though. I feel like you probably helped make sure my internet worked recently.
But they are fun. They are fun. I literally got them.
Keep it nearby is all.
Yeah, I literally got them for a costume prop. But I
you
like
need
I
to take
like
new
them.
photos
I
for
like
now.
them a lot actually. So I might use them in certain situations if it feels appropriate.
When some people get a little bit loud on stream and you want to just butt in, you
Hold
just
on,
put them
hold-
on.
Yeah,
You
it's
just
it's
put
like
on and you just stare for a moment.
when I need to read on the fucking adulthood in stream, and I need to bring the chill.
Let me tell you, sir.
It's like, yeah, just bring the disappointed teacher, because everyone shuns before that.
I'm
It's
not
like,
even mad.
It's like, excuse me.
I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, it's like, I know you had a point, but would you be willing to hear me out?
And just like, wait,
But
you
here's the
gotta
thing, I'm
take them off.
telling you,
And
you got to do this,
I hope-
Graydon.
you already bought the hat, you bought the glasses. I get that you're into leaning into a character. You got to get like a little like microfiber towel or something to just when you
Oh,
take
I
them
got
off.
those. I got.
You got to take your glasses
Wait,
off when you
I
yell
have
at
off,
somebody
though?
I actually
and point
got
them at
four
like this.
four microfiber towels with my glasses.
You take them off and you're looking down. You're like doing the whole I'm so disappointed, and then you gotta like wipe your brow. Like you gotta.
You yell
Yeah.
at them and you point your glasses at them. Watch me stream. This is what you do.
It's just like you gotta.
Yeah, because I
Just gotta let 'em know that-
I was afraid. It's like
That's
don't-
always scary when
I
a
don't
person
want
has
my
glasses does that.
I
You
don't want my
to do
glasses
that.
to get ruined, so I ordered 3 microfiber plus the one it came with, so I got 4 microfiber wipe towels for my glasses.
I buy the $10
That are
glasses so that I don't
non-pres-
spend the money
They're
on the
non-prescription
wipes and
glasses,
sit on them. and
so
brush
they're
them and-
literally just pieces of glasses in a frame.
But you spend a lot of money on your props.
They're $20.
And I respect that.
It is $20.
He's
I kind
dedicated.
of do too. I kind of respect
Like,
that too.
prescription
Well, you've got an
glasses-
entire
You go all
spaceship
in,
interior.
baby. You go all in.
Prescription
how much
glasses
that
are
would cost.
hundreds of dollars. This pair of glasses was $20 for me, so it was cheap because it's non-prescription.
But would you spend at least like $6.99 on those wipes?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a lot of money.
I'll spend $6.99 on anything.
That's because you're 6'9". Well, no, you're like 7'2".
Yeah,
aren't you?
I mean, like,
7'4"?
it's 6'6", but we can always add
7'4".
3.
Okay.
We can add 3.
Okay, 6'9". Yeah.
I mean, like, what's
You know,
metric?
when
What's
I'm
metric?
Duncan, I was already.
Yeah, I
in
mean,
the
like,
air.
you know,
When
fucking-
I was actually surprised how tall
Fucking
you were
Duncan.
and how tall Matterall was the first time I met you guys.
Is Matterall pretty tall?
He's like
Yeah.
he's like 6'3".
6'10".
No, he's shorter.
7'3"?
He's shorter than
7'4"?
me.
Is he like
He's like-
6'3" though?
He's like
He's
6'3".
big, he's
He's
tough.
like 6'3".
Matterall looks like a modest guy, and I respect the
Yeah.
hell.
Oh
out of
no,
it because I just
Brisk is
like
the other one that
him.
surprised
He
me how
seems like
tall
a
he
really
was.
nice
I didn't realize he was
Brisk is like
tall's Brisk? I've heard
6'3",
Brisk was
6'4" as well.
same height, yeah.
That's
like
not
6'4".
amazingly tall, but that's still pretty tall to me. So
Yeah,
I
like-
When he used
accept
to
that.
sit at his desk though, he didn't look that tall.
I get that.
Right?
yeah.
I mean,
Brisk
like,
looks average.
honestly,
I'd
when
say,
when
but
I've
yeah.
gone to Vegas, I think
Tall
there's
dude.
only been like 3 or
Brisk seems
4
like a nice
people
guy.
that I've seen
I-
taller
I-
than me.
no- Well, Urzul's the only one I can think of.
Urziel is about an inch taller than me, and then there was oh fuck, I can't remember his name. He's a goon guy. Is it Senao? I can't remember.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I don't know who it is though. I do know who you're talking
But,
about. He's one of like inner circle big guys.
I'm like Zenuria, I think is an inch taller than me, maybe.
Zenuria is? I did not
He's
know
tall. It might have been just his hair in a poof, but he's close. I'm 6'6", so
Stylistic height.
like 6'6" is tough to beat. I think
that. So you're
that-
not like Fletch,
6'6".
5'10", 6'4"
Yeah,
with the afro.
No, like 6'6". I think there's only been like 3 or 4 people I've met at Eve meets that were actually taller than me. So
Yeah, Urzul's I
There you
think
go.
6'7".
Urziel was
That's right.
one. I think Zenuria was either just over me or just under me, and then
The Dominarch. Of course. I mean, I'm 10 foot tall, so.
yeah, right, Dom, and then I think
What are you,
I
like,
don't know if
6'4"
it's Senao? I don't know if it's Senao,
No,
but there was
no.
someone in Goons.
I'm much shorter than
There
you.
was someone in Goons that
Oh,
was
6'2".
like an inch or 2 taller than me.
Drayden is actually a foot taller.
Is it
than me.
Dalek?
No,
it might have been
almost
Dalek.
foot
No,
taller.
I don't think I've met Dalek actually.
I'm 5'8" on my license because they ask you, but the
Yeah,
doctor tells me
they made
5'7"
me
and a
change
half.
my hair type.
I'm
I
5'8"
used to
also,
be
yeah.
blonde, and they made me change my hair to red.
Because it's
I'm-
red.
Is it red?
I'm
Does
not
it look
trying to
red?
be rude. Yeah.
I
It's
have
red.
no
I-
dye in my hair.
Drayden and I get no satisfaction out of joining the other side on this discussion, but I agree.
Is it red?
I don't want you to feel shame. In
My
your red
beard
hair.
is
No,
red.
it's a
I
good
know-
red
my-
hair.
My
It's a
beard.
sexy
You were
red
a
head.
tall, very likely.
My beard
like,
is definitely red, but I
Slavic
feel
or
like my hair
something
is like
rooted beast.
blonde brownish.
It
and
may have
not
used to
red,
be, but it's darker now than even
In
since
another
I've known you.
era, you would have owned things, and you would have just raped
And
and
take you have
pillaged and-
taken them.
I would have just
Like, you're
owned
fine,
things
do
by
not-
being born earlier.
No, just being tall and Nordic and whatever.
Oh yeah, no, I have a lot of Swedish in my blood.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like you seem to exhibit a little
I,
bit of.
I, I
whatever
have like
Slavic
I have like a
things.
mix. I have a mix of like everything European, but I think I'm like 1/3 Swedish or something like that.
I get
Because
like,
my
the
my
whole
mom's
soulless, like,
grandma,
ginger jokes.
my
I don't
mom's
think it's
grandma and
great,
her
but-
husband were direct immigrants from Sweden.
And you're a very tall beast, and
Yeah.
so why would you give a shit what anyone? thought
Yeah,
about
so
you
so
because you could
I
crush
have a
their
good
skulls
portion
together,
of
which is
Swedish.
what I'm selling.
But then
if
I'm
that
also
makes
a
sense.
mix of like German, Irish, English. Just I'm like good
Also
chunk of,
fun
good chunk
cultures.
of Swedish and then just a mutt of everything European.
That's what most of us are, though.
Pretty much, yeah. But
I mean,
everyone's
English,
like
Irish, Czech,
most
and
everyone's like a
American
mutt
Indian.
of everything European, and then like one predominant thing. My predominant thing is Swedish,
And you're huge, and you have some
and I'm
red hair.
huge and red haired because I'm Swedish, I guess.
Well, so what I'm leaning towards is don't be afraid of the fact that some people perceive your overall hair, not just your beard, as red hair because you're a huge, kind of seemingly, and I called it strawberry blonde, I think last week.
I mean,
but
yeah,
you know,
it's
you got some kind of reddish hair, and you're a huge beast. And why would you give a fuck about what anybody thought about you? Because you're Nordic rooted,
because I can
and
crush
you'll
them.
crush their
I
skulls.
can crush
exactly.
it. Because I can crush your skull, I give no fucks about your opinion.
I know it doesn't work out that way in your psyche because I'm a human and we all have
Yeah,
insecurities.
humans
but,
have psyches.
But that being said, I've never been 6 foot anything. So I would
Well,
say,
if I'm standing on a ladder, I
based
am.
on what you have going for
there's
you,
benefits and downsides to everything, and
I
You,
believe
you hit your head, so you're less intelligent. I
believe
get
that.
that.
has it.
you
I
have to
has it.
duck. You have to have crappy posture in some situations because you're too tall.
Yes,
But you can reach things on the top
That's-
shelf.
that's a
I get
problem.
that. That's a good thing.
And that's
I
also
have
awesome.
I have saved many of ladies from having to get forklift help at the grocery store at Walmart because like
You don't need to push that.
and they look
button.
like
I'll just get that.
like, you're tall, can you hand me that? I'm like, yes, I can. Have you ever seen that comic it's
Why,
got the
yes,
aliens? It's always like the
Okay.
4-box comic. And there's one where man, I forget the name of the comic, but it's like where it's like, excuse me, tall being, you're very tall, and the tall being's like, they're all aliens. They're like, I'm assuming you need me to reach something for you. Yes, how did you know? Everyone needs this. Oh no, they're like, this must be very inconvenient for your life. It's like, I've accepted my role in society. Here's your thing. It's like, thank you. And then there's someone else in the back was like, excuse me, tall being. It's like,
Like the next one in queue.
yeah, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's
I think I'm
not quite
familiar with
like
the one
that,
you're
but
talking about because I think my mom sends them to
yeah,
me.
it's
And
not,
they're pretty good. so
yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
not
knock
quite
it.
like that, but there has definitely been many times in stores
human
where someone's like
needs.
sitting there going like, I'm like, I got that for you. What are you looking for? They're like, oh, that thing over there. I'm like, I got it. Boom. You like reach to like the back of like the fucking like forklift shelf. You're like, here you go. And they're like, oh,
An
thank you
experience
so
I'll
much.
never
Like,
have.
yeah, you know, you're welcome that I'm like a giant, I guess.
I was literally just going down to get my pet food, but
The
you're
aliens
welcome.
comic. Oh, what is the aliens,
The aliens
comic?
comics are really cute.
You've
My-
seen
like I
those,
said,
right? They're so good.
My mother sends them to me, and they are not bad. Like they are very cute. In
Th-
that
they're
they live a
excellent.
human
They're,
life
they're
with,
all
like, a,
good. They're all
like
good.
a little bit of a spin. Like but what if we were? Not from
what
Earth?
is that comic? It's a.
It's adorable. I said
It's
it.
not Otherworld. It's like
The Outer Worlds.
I'll look it up if I need to, but I'm hoping somebody provides it before that because
What is
why
it
would
now?
people chat otherwise if you're not going to just correct us when we're wrong.
Oh, they can't do that. They'd be fucking chatting up. They'd be like smoking
That
going through there.
that happens
It's
quite a bit. Like, I thought
Nathan
that was the
W.
whole point,
Pyle.
that they
No,
were
I
just correcting.
it's
I know, but I don't think they can keep up with all the things we say.
I
that are
found
wrong.
a bunch of these already on
There's only 3 of
Google.
us.
We all say things that are wrong all the time, though.
Just trying to fathom how many.
I think
wrong
Liz was
things I could
taller than
spout
me,
in a
actually.
short amount of time.
What are we looking for?
Stranger Planet. That's the name of the comic. By Nathan.
Please link it, because I want to make sure that we're thinking about the same thing.
Okay, no, it's Nathan W. Pyle by Stranger Planet.
A lot of them are like Nailing going to bed or something, and them talking about shit that is ironic or realistic. I hope I'm thinking about the same thing. That's my main hope.
Like this one. You want some plant liquid on your hot dough slice? No, thank you. It's been partially digested by some insects. I'm listening. They spit it out, so I stole it. I'll take it.
Did you link this? Link it.
I'll leave it. If it's almost good enough for them, it's good enough for me. It's like honey. It's like honey. How do I link just the image?
Is it a website you're looking at? What are you looking at?
All right, I put it in chat. There we go. Does that work? Yeah. There we go. I put it in chat.
Oh, it's PBS.
Like that. So that's Nathan W. Pyle. That's
Yeah,
the
That's exactly what I was thinking
Strange
of.
Planet.
And it's too close to humans for me to write it off, so I assume they're already amongst us.
Yeah, and like I love that whole comic series. I've seen a bunch of them, and there's one specifically for tall people that I read that was literally like, it was like some person's like, "Excuse me, your person is very tall," and it's like, and the person turns around that's very tall. It's like, I assume you need some help reaching something. How did you know? I've encountered this before. I've accepted my lot in life. It must be very difficult for you. Oh no, it's fine. And then they give them the thing, and it's like, and they're like, I hope you like enjoy yourself. It's like, thank you for the help. And then someone in the background's like,
Enjoy the top shelf jam.
Someone in the background's like, excuse me, tall being. And it's like, yes,
Yeah.
yes,
You're the door holder.
yes. It's like
That's what that is.
That is not as insistent as that comic incentivizes, but yes, if you are that tall,
And not
you
a
have
piece
definitely been asked for help to reach something on
might get
at
queued
least a
up on it.
bi-weekly basis. At least a bi-weekly basis, someone's like, excuse me, can you get that for me? I noticed you're very tall. It's like, yeah, I got you. And you just reach up and you're like, here you go. They're like, oh, thank you. Because they would have had to like climb up the shelves literally to go get what they want to buy.
My
from the
hope for
store.
humanity is
I don't
that
get it,
you
Jordan. It doesn't make-
perceive it and
It does not.
understand that
It doesn't make any sense to me.
If
You
you
need to
wear,
find
like,
another cartoon
and
that
call me
explains
out
your
and
point.
help.
If you wear like 3-foot stilts, you'll get it.
I'm not gonna do
I'm
that.
not
to
gonna
you.
Wear
do that
wear
at my grocery
3-foot
store. I
stilts
have
everywhere
a
you
lot of
go, and you'll
self-respect.
get it.
Why
I
would
don't
I
think
do
I
that?
will. I don't want to do that.
I don't
Exactly.
think I will. Tell me about that lady. I don't think I will. Okay.
I want you to help me in the grocery store. I don't want to wear stilts.
Can,
I think Liz. I
can
think
you
you're a
get
little
me
bit
those
taller than me,
cinnamon
actually.
rolls?
I feel like you're putting me in a
Dude,
weird
I
place,
meant
making
like
me
imagine
walk
if I
around
was
in
like
stilts.
imagine if I was like an evil like a Waluigi or like a Wario like a
What
I
the
can
fuck
reach
is a
it, but what if I
Waluigi?
throw it?
a Waluigi is an evil Luigi, a Wario is an evil Mario. So what
They're
if it's like a
Italians. They help you through pipes.
Shut up. This name's Waluigi.
what if it was like a
Well, he's an evil.
what if it was like a Waden that
That's
just like
fucking great name.
of Waden that came into
Waluigi.
Eve and just stole shit from people for fun. They're like, how
People
do I
do
like
that. That's what I
undock
do.
and enjoy this game?
It's like fucking 80% of the people
That
in
sounds
Eve.
like one of those mechanics we're asking
you
for. to
send
keep
me
from-
your
like,
fucking
from
warp core
AFK.
stabilizers. And
I want to be able to break into
Like
somebody
you want to
else's fucking
open
hangar.
Havens? Well, every half an hour I'm gonna come.
Yeah,
and
you
try
want to
steal
get in
your
a
money.
low sec?
I fucking love that.
How many warp core stabilizer modules do you
How
own?
much you
There's
72.
3. Like, send me all 3 of those and don't fit them to your ship, and then warp to null sec. And then like that's what they do, and then that's Waden. That's Waden.
Seems pretty heavy.
I want all 3. Bring 'em
Because
to
of
high-
the
bring 'em to
implication.
no
Give
sec.
me all 3.
Don't you
of
dare
those.
fit them. They need to be virgin modules.
You need to buy them first and then
That's
send them
creepy
to
as hell. I
me.
love it. That's fucking fantastic.
Fucking
Like, you're
what?
gonna hurt these girls.
Waden's a fucking
No,
asshole.
That's the implication.
Oh my god, that's awesome. I just pulled up like all the images of it. There are some funny shit on here.
The alien
And this
comics
guy's
are
always
really
on
good.
PBS. That's where shit's at. That's weird.
I don't know if that's true, but it seems like it is because I don't understand URLs. I don't think it's based on PBS. But my mother does send them to me, and they are very relatable because we're all aliens, I'm pretty sure, at
That's
some
true.
level.
Yep, definitely a pirate.
Drayden is a very experienced nuclear physicist alien.
Absolutely. I worked on Chernobyl.
I believe you. And you put on glasses earlier. And
I
had
think you
no
might be able
trouble-
to tell us everything about
I had
Chernobyl
no
and be
trouble
correct.
just subscribing to your newsletter.
It wasn't great. It wasn't terrible. It was like
It wasn't my fault.
It was like a chest X-ray.
I told
heard.
them to.
What?
It was like a chest X-ray. 3.7.
Basically that.
3.7 Roentgen. Not great. Not great. not
That's
terrible.
all our equipment's detecting.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
That's
you guys
fine.
are quoting it on phone. Get it? Okay.
I'm
I
actually
thought you were talking- I
halfway
thought you were
again
saying
through
something there. I was
episode
like, what?
4 because I'm
Oh.
watching it over and over again because
Yeah, no,
I
it
did
was-
watch Drinking for a few sessions, but also like I don't know. It's a pretty hefty series, and I feel like there's a lot of
No, okay. So also
Underlying things
speaking
going on
of Chernobyl, a little bit of news came out recently about that. So neutron levels have been building apparently in the core, at least in some of the areas, and that's not good.
well.
So essentially, with the fuel that is in there, it's uranium fuel, and essentially what they use to cause reactions is increasing neutron generation and neutron bounces between, which causes because essentially when
Crashing
neutrons
off each
shoot in,
other.
they cause decay in the
Fission.
fuel, and then the fuel causes neutrons to shoot out as well. But then so that's essentially how they moderate the reaction in the fuel rods is neutrons essentially bouncing around is how the heavier the concentration, the more heat that's produced, which means the more power that's produced, because more steam is produced, more fuel is spent, and more power generation is made. But it also increases heat, increases a bunch of shit. So if that needs to be degraded, they then introduce the inhibitors, which was the
was like
control
the graphite
rods. The
rods
control
and things like
rods
that, yeah.
are essentially meant to absorb neutrons, and
And
so
slow down.
instead
You know
of
what? You don't have to be mean to it to make it work, right? That's just not right.
right. So
So stop degrading things and be nice.
Well, right. You don't want to
It's
degrade things.
2021.
But
And
so
we wanna be
since
positive
they
here.
put the
That's right.
control rods
Why are
in,
you
which then
degrading things?
absorb neutrons.
They can't help it.
And that would cause the reactions to slow down. So the more control rods that you pushed further in would then
moderate
absorb
things.
more and more neutrons, so it'd slow the reaction
Sure.
down. So that decreases the power generation, right? And then you pull the control rods out, and that increases the power generation. So essentially, neutron redistribution is what increases and accelerates the fuel growth, or the reaction growth in the fuel rods. And so water localizes the neutrons. Now, heavy water is used because heavy water can. That's what I know. We always joke about me saying
That's
heavy
that's
water.
the thick water, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
Correct.
thick booty water.
But it has actual benefits.
So
in
the
science.
thick water, the heavy water
And
is
cells.
deuterium. Water with
Amazingly on the
deuterium, so
internet.
it's less likely to
Which one
absorb
has deuterium, thick or heavy?
both. They're the same thing.
Okay. Got it.
Which one are you planning on?
So the
marketing
thing is, like,
most?
Thick water. That's what I'm
heavy
looking for.
water is used as a coolant that also doesn't accelerate neutron reabsorption, because the thing is, heavy water is it's hydrogen with a neutron as well. Normally hydrogen is just a proton and an electron. So if you have heavy water, which is deuterium, which is a proton and a neutron plus an electron or maybe, which means that it's twice as heavy as a normal hydrogen atom, but it's still hydrogen because only one proton. And then you have water, which is 2 hydrogens. So it's basically, instead of a 18 molecular weight or molar weight, it's I think 20, because oxygen is about 16, hydrogen, which 2 of them about 18. So I think it's about 20 kilograms per mole, or 20 grams maybe per mole of weight per heavy water molecule, I think. So it's heavier. So, but also it has neutrons. It's less likely to absorb neutrons. So it's a better coolant source for mitigating neutron. I don't know. I'm not a nuclear physicist, but that's why they use heavy water.
Don't say that.
But the thing is, like, so essentially neutrons, like accelerating neutron generation and bouncing between the fuels, is bad, because that accelerates the heat and the breakdowns of the fuel, which, drives the temperature and makes it, hot and very unstable. And that's what they usually use the control rods and a bunch of other stuff to control and, like, decrease when it gets too high. But in these enclosed sarcophagus of Chernobyl, they don't have any way to do that. Now, there's a chemical, I forget what it's called. I mentioned it on Twitter or in Discord earlier, like either today or yesterday. I forget what it's called, but they used to spray that shit, and it was basically a thing to decrease neutron spreading in the reactions. But the thing is, like, they couldn't get it everywhere. It doesn't work. It's the enclosed sarcophagus is just, there's way too many rooms and caverns in the complex that are just inaccessible by just spraying shit on the top. It won't get down in there. But those areas are generating the higher neutrons, and so it's building, and so heat is being generated and increasing, and they just started noticing this recently. And so there is a worry that now it's a slow build, and so they say, like, it's going to be at least a couple years before it's like something serious, but it is building. And in the next couple of years, they need to figure out something to, like, reduce this neutron generation rate, and so they're thinking about developing a super high radiation resistant robot, kind of like the Chernobyl show, but it's like that moon rover was not even good enough for the roof of that thing. Now, this is having to go. This is not like it's on the surface where there's, like, gravity. This is, like, literally having to go into the core that is sarcophagused around. This is, like, the highest radiation levels ever in the entire area. This is, like, literally an open core exposed and full radiation blasting all over the place. And they somehow need to make a robot that can go in there, resist the radiation, still function, and they are thinking about drilling holes into these areas that are inaccessible by just draining the neutron absorbing concoction. I forget what it's called, something like gallium, I believe, or something like that. and they're looking to drill holes and stick boron rods in these areas because boron will absorb a lot of the neutrons.
Neutralize, yeah.
Yeah, it will absorb a lot of the neutrons. That's like kind of like the thing in the Chernobyl show. Like they're like, we need to drop boron sand, and, and stuff like that. So boron, which had its own issues because of the water and the melting core. But now that that's done with, boron is safe to use. So they're thinking about drilling holes with a robot and sticking giant boron rods in there. But now the issue is like, we have to figure out how to build a robot that can do that in radiation levels that are beyond excruciating and should disrupt any electronics that ever come into contact with it. So they need to figure out a way to like make something that is that shielded from radiation but can still function remotely, which who knows how to fucking do that.
I just want to briefly highlight how baffling and fascinating that is. That
it's excellent.
They
it's
are
scary.
controlling things on
it's
Mars
cool to think about, though.
Loosely, and struggling with the complications of things that have been created on Earth as far as the same, potentially robot technology.
Yeah, I mean
that's a really baffling but also like amazing concept.
I guarantee they'll figure it out. It just
it's
absolutely going to take a lot of money and effort, and it kind of comes down to Russia already spent a ridiculous amount of money on building that new sarcophagus, and they're not.
And
keen,
it was hated.
They are not keen on spending more money because like we just fucking spent so much money on this, and and the rest of the world's like, yeah, but you fucking made this mess, so it's not our fucking fault. So it's kind of it's a back and forth of that.
Sure.
It's like, yeah, like we understand it's expensive and it's shitty, but you guys built the RBMK. You guys built the RBMK reactors. It's not our fault.
And then fucking lied about the problems.
It's like you fixed your mistake, and then like Russia's like, that was the Soviet Union. It's like, yeah, but you guys were the Soviet Union. So it's like
I don't even know those guys.
I don't even know those guys. It's basically that. So it's kind of just one of those shitty things, but it's literally one of those things where it's like, shit's happening in Chernobyl again, and it shouldn't end up. It's not going to end up in a giant explosion like before. Like that's not the risk. That's not the risk. The risk is it's going to cause a bunch of issues with their whole plan of like safely dismantling this thing from the inside out, with the protective covering. Because if this shit starts building, it could get hot, and if it gets hot, it could cause other issues. It's not going to explode like before, but it could cause melting issues, and it's I don't know the full extent of the risk, but it should just it's bad, I guess.
Put your glasses on?
Hold on.
I feel like you do know the whole extent, but you need to make sure you have your glasses on.
It's going to cause another issue in the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
Well, I think
if
we
don't take care of it, it's going to be an economic and health drain on the European nation.
Did you answer Strig's question?
I'm sorry.
What if we just pour light water on it?
You can't pour light water on it.
Why not? Why wouldn't that work? Just mix it together.
Because it'd make it heavy.
It's already heavy. Put light water on it. It should equal it out.
No, thick water.
But you put thin water in thick water.
Thick water would cost too much because Putin was asking me about prices. I was like, dude, you got to pay like $4 per bottle of thick water. He's like, yeah, but what about $3? And I said, no. I said, no, we don't do that shit here. You go in 4. Okay. And he said, absolutely not. And so he refuses to go with thick water. And so this shit's going to run out of control. It's not my fault.
That fucker. Why? It's not your fault. That's his fault.
It's not my fault. He doesn't take his neutrons into account. His neutrons are his problem.
And they fucking don't taste
my
good.
Fucking thick water's my problem. Shots.
Everything thick about you is great.
It's super. It's dummy thick.
Did I make it weird?
Nope.
Damn it. I was trying.
It was still nuclear based. So
I like these glasses. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna start.
Look,
I'm just gonna start fucking wearing these things.
If you need people to trust you, say some things.
Dude, if you just
and
like have
then
glasses on, people just trust you.
put
They
them
see
on.
that you know what you're talking about, right?
You don't start out with the glasses. You need to spout some theories.
I got
You
glasses too,
Just
but
throw some shit
I
out there
can't
in
wear
the
mine
void.
because they
Yeah,
hurt.
but
you
you
know?
sit down on your nose.
Because
Maybe
they
things are
hurt if I
upside
look
down.
through them.
I don't know. It could be
Yeah,
fact.
see,
and then
you should get
then the
some
glasses come on.
get some non-prescription glasses.
These are not prescription. These are fucking readers. So I just have magnifying glasses. They
No,
hurt
no,
a lot
no.
when you put them on.
Not non-prescription is literally just pieces of glass with no
Truly
no
intelligent
amplification,
old people
anything.
put them on the end of their nose.
like
That's the way all
Like-
scientists do it.
Well,
this looks the same as this.
But those
It's
are
just
also
this has
useful
glass in
glasses, I
front of it.
think.
It's literally just two pieces of glass.
These are actually useful, yeah, and they hurt.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
if
you
you
shouldn't use
have
those.
reading
That's not
glass,
what
reading
this is
glasses
about.
have a prescription.
I tried. I failed.
Reading
This is a
glasses have
narrative.
a
I
amplification.
quit.
Just, they're not prescription, but
I'm
like
not-
non-prescription.
You're cool. And
is,
I'm not. I get it.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Non-prescription is just literally pieces of glass in a frame.
I'm not.
the
gonna
important
go
thing is
knock
that you
my
don't
head
try
off.
to see with them. You're just trying to tell things.
I just try to tell a tale.
He does. He sees the fucking. The
I try to
truth
tell
when he
a
wears them.
tale. You know, it's. Wait, who's gonna fall into a closet?
Do you remember that? Liz? Scooter
wait,
did.
wait,
Don't
did
you
someone
remember?
fall into a closet?
Scooter. Remember Scooter?
Scooter?
Rhodes? He was sitting on the bed, and all of a sudden he just launched forward right into the closet. It was terrible.
I like these glasses. I'm not gonna lie.
He was fantastic.
I-
I'll probably be
think
the one
they're a
fall in the
selling point.
closet tonight. I'm sorry.
But I think you need to weaponize them.
I think
that-
I like them. How do I
Like, I'm not trying to be evil, but, let's be
I
honest.
like it.
how do I weaponize them?
Sometimes
Like,
you have to weaponize things.
I showed you
Like I
earlier.
said-
You didn't pay attention, so I'm not telling you
Do I-
again.
do I
You got
put
to
on
do
a-
it.
Tell a point.
do I put on a pork pie hat?
No, you just
That
tell
could
a
help.
point, and then at some point you have to, like,
Quickly remove your glasses like you're
I
pissed at
can
him.
I can put on a pork pie hat.
Yeah, Shooter did. That was funny as shit. It made me laugh a lot. I mean, we were worried about him, but then when we saw that
Here
he
it
was just
comes.
he was just dumb, we were okay. We laughed then.
I have a Walter White hat.
let's see how it goes.
You make good meth.
The best.
He doesn't know that.
I don't know that.
Well, if he tells
Sounds
us,
like-
if he tells us
It
that,
sounds
we know it.
exciting, but I've never tried this
I mean,
stuff. I'm
to
I think
me,
it's
it
pushing
just,
my weight.
not
to me,
good,
it just looks like a fedora, but it's a pork pie hat.
It's not a fedora. That
Fedora.
I feel
It's
like
got
you
like a bow
Fedora. I
tie
feel
like
on
you
the
missed out on
side. Does that mean
fedoras.
anything? I don't know.
That's not a fedora. Yeah.
A fedora has more of like a point on the front, I think. So
Fedora-
has
is like
more of
what
a
Frank
cringy
Sinatra
dude
wore.
under it.
yeah, but I got this
I have a
like to
fedora
be
upstairs.
Walter
I can
White,
get it if you want
but
me
I
to.
have to wear like the jacket and the suit and the tie.
You could pull off Walter White otherwise, but
I think I could
I'm
get
not a-
it. I
I'm
have
not
the
a fan.
goatee for it. I don't have to change
I
my
only
facial hair at all.
lightly know.
But yeah,
But how tall was he?
kind of tall, but shorter than me for sure.
Well, you know the
I
Cancer
need
in the
more
chemo,
New
like,
Mexico
breaks
sun.
down your
That's
bone
probably
structure.
true. Yeah, I probably need more sun. But if I get more sun, I just burn.
that computes.
Maybe an RV.
What?
No, I'm not tossing the hat. It's a Halloween costume. I'm gonna be Walter White for
No.
next. Although
That was a good.
I
buy.
keep thinking, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do this for Halloween next year. I have multiple. Next year I could be an inmate because I got my fucking orange jumpsuit that I ordered. It's a
What? I can't remember what did Shooter do to get hurt.
it's a
He just
contract.
fell down, right?
Oh, you mean last year in Vegas?
Did he fall down or something? What
Oh,
did he
just
do?
fucking everything. No,
He
he
kept-
he fell
fell
down.
down multiple times. He got hurt though, right?
No,
What
he
happened?
got hurt multiple times. It wasn't last year's, the year before, because last year was in Vegas. But year before,
There was a Vegas last year. Stop saying that.
okay,
2 years ago, maybe.
he wasn't there,
2020?
and we weren't
Yeah.
there, so this wasn't the Vegas.
Really?
I was there.
in 2020.
I know, but
Yeah.
like so
12 of us went.
2019 Shooter went to Vegas, and we partied hard. We all went to bed. He kept partying hard, and he
What night was it? Was it Wednesday or Thursday night? It was
I
early.
think it was Thursday. He face planted hard, and like I think he said he did, but it looked like he broke his nose. It was like bruised and busted, and then like we're okay. You gotta chill, and then we went and partied for the pub crawl, and then we did the Saturday night party, and then Saturday party night. He shows up Sunday and he busted his nose again. It's like, imagine breaking your nose and then breaking
Rambo?
your nose 2 days later on top of that again. And
That
then
would
he
hurt
had
some-
like,
that would hurt a
Sylvester
lot.
Stallone shit.
A broken nose is very
yeah,
common.
and
I
like,
can't
and
imagine
like
Yeah,
it was
that.
like,
great.
now I don't know if he broke it again, but it was visibly like,
Huge and
Cut.
swollen and
so if he
uncomfortable looking.
didn't break it, he got a big gash on his, so I think he broke it and then broke it again, and like when he broke it a second time, the cartilage is like, I'm out, and just through the skin. I don't know, but
Perhaps
something like that. So
Something exploded through the skin. What?
just angry.
I mean, it
broken
didn't.
nose.
It wasn't quite
Fuck
that bad.
you!
But, I mean, like,
explosion time.
The nose can bleed like mad.
yeah,
but it doesn't explode.
No, he had like a
Definitely-
visible
well, no, it can
outside.
explode,
He had a
but-
visible outside
can
like
you?
gash on his face.
But it can bleed.
So like, either he didn't break his nose, but he like smashed into something. I don't know, but like he basically like, and then he had like an
Bled a lot,
elbow that was
sounds
all gashed up, and like he was a fucking mess. Like
Sounds like the
Shooter is
equilibrium.
just like,
Was
he's like the guy that was like, okay, we're gonna party hard. He's like, yeah, I'll party harder than all of you, and then
And
he
proved
parties
it.
harder than all of you, and like,
Yeah, he proved
okay,
it.
you gotta chill out the next night because you got hurt. He's like,
Fuck that. Going
challenge
harder.
accepted, and then like he just like went twice as hard the next night because of no reason, just because he decided,
No, 'cause
he's
we were
like, yeah,
hanging
I'm
out.
doing this, and this is me, and so he did it, and we're like, okay, we're glad you lived, but we don't know how, but you did it, and so we went to In-N-Out Burger, and we got some burgers, and they were pretty good.
and then we just went out and got burgers.
We just fucking got some burgers.
And then
Look
drank
at-
more, didn't you?
you know, I noticed he almost killed himself.
And
but,
they were
but
pretty.
afterwards, we just got some beefs.
They were pretty good. They're pretty good.
I mean, you know, it was my best burger, but you know, it was pretty
I'm,
good.
I'm excited for Vegas this year. Are you going to Vegas, Agaroth?
I'm gonna try my best.
Where are
And
you
what
at?
part of
I
the
have-
country are you in now?
Where are you at in the country?
I'm in
Texas,
North
right?
Carolina.
Oh, you used to be in
I'm
Texas.
from
though. Yeah.
Texas.
So,
I'm in North Carolina at the moment.
how many
We're in North Carolina.
How many hitchhikings is that? How many hitchhiking risks is it? Like, we got to
4.
figure out like how many roughly truck driver trips you can go on, and then we have to
My
figure
dad's
out
drove a
what's
lot
the
of
risk
trucks.
of how many truck driver trips you can go on before you get like harvested for your kidneys.
Look, I know the rules.
And then
of
we have
the
to
road.
figure out,
I'll
does
figure my
that
way
measure
out.
up to a worthwhile statistic to get you to Vegas?
Why does he have
Because-
to get raped by truck drivers to get there?
No, he doesn't
I
have to
think
get
we
raped. He says,
I hope
That
there's
seems
some
awful.
Jay and Silent Bob.
no,
rules
we're
the
not.
road
We're not talking
somewhere
about
here.
rape. We're talking about harvesting, Dom.
I know
None
if
of-
you're
we don't
involved,
want- we don't
these are
want to get
laws.
harvested.
I get that.
I want to
I'm-
pre-warn that most of my organs are not worth harvesting. You watch
Oh,
me act.
Drake,
Yeah,
he-
you think
Drake
that-
can smell you. He knows what. Fucking
You think
organs are
that? You
good and
think
takes
that?
them,
But
I'm
they'll
telling
take
you.
it. They'll take anything these days.
It's not they. It's you.
people are putting gasoline in like fucking grocery bags these days. You don't even know what people are
Why
capable
would you
of.
do that? To sniff it?
These organs are not worth harvesting.
They don't know.
Mine
that.
are.
They
Mine are
don't-
fucking
they don't
well
know that.
trained.
They
But I'll
s-
give you a great smile.
They
My
see
ar- my
they see
organs
a
are well
working
trained.
they
They
see a
fucking
working
put-
set
they
of
put through the
lungs
paces.
and they're onto that. So
Expiring. That being said,
What you
so
said?
I mentioned recently to you guys, I work in the motorsports industry, and that is the same weekend as the F1 race in Austin, Texas.
Oh,
Which-
yeah.
Would also
Wait,
be
are you
really
gonna
cool.
be? Are you gonna be in that race?
No, I will
Do
absolutely.
you have any assets in that race?
I would be providing parts in that race to cars.
Not during
in
the
that
race, though, right?
I-
Before the race.
I would be part of the parts in those.
Yeah,
like
but
cars
you
in the
you
race.
provide them before the race, correct?
Oh, yeah. Not
Yeah. So
during
fuck
the
that.
race.
You can be in Vegas.
They were already there.
Your fucking job is done.
right.
Come to
Distribution.
Vegas.
That's correct.
We can watch the fucking. We can bet on it in
Parts
Vegas.
distributor, not parts inventor.
We can fucking bet on that shit in Vegas.
No, so I would really like to go, and I'm gonna make an effort to go.
This might be the last one. You never know. It won't be the last race. I
kind of
guarantee
get
it.
that feeling. Well, that I also
It's
get
possible,
that feeling
yeah.
because next year I feel like they're gonna show up in Miami, which
Ooh,
is
or Charlotte.
I don't wanna go
Isn't
to
that a
Miami.
big thing in Charlotte?
they
I'm
don't.
pretty
have
sure
an
North
F1
Carolina has some fucking racing going on.
They don't have an F1 capable track,
But
to my knowledge.
I thought
in
Charlotte did.
F1 capable?
I swore they've got 2 or
I
3
don't know. You
tracks
have
there,
to
don't
have a
they?
really like high end
I honestly I thought they did do
maintained
that
track.
because they used to run a kart
It's
series
only a
race
few.
there.
Karts are exactly like F1 cars.
Yeah, they used to run a kart race there. I know they did. I don't know if it's at Charlotte Speedway, but I know in Charlotte they ran a kart race there. That kart race.
Absolutely, I'm
Yeah.
sure they did. That being said,
Is kart still a thing?
I would
It's
like
gone,
to
right?
go to the race because the line of work that I'm in, and also bring me back to Texas, which I've not been back to visit Texas, and
You don't ever
4 or
really
5
leave Texas,
years.
do you? It's always part of you.
I'd like to
It's
say
the
that
thing.
for the meme or like a T-shirt or a bumper sticker, but my family's in Texas and I haven't seen them in about 4 or 5 years, so I would like to go back to Texas. That being said, I think it would be more momentous to go to
You know what you
Vegas
could
because
do?
I think it's maybe
Hear me out here.
up in the
What
air.
you could do is take 2 weeks off. Go to Texas first. Blah blah blah. Have fun. Fly from Texas to Vegas. Have fun with us. Go back to Texas. Blah blah blah. And then go home.
It sounds like you make better money than I
No, probably not.
do. I'm kidding.
I'm not saying I could do this.
I
I'm saying
actually,
you
I'm
could do
not
this.
kidding. I'm pretty sure you make better money than I do. But I do have 2 more weeks off because I'm taking this next week off. Like I mentioned to people, I was like, hey, we're trying to burn up time off because last year fucked up time off. Everybody was like, at the end of the year, they were like, hey, burn up some time off. Like, we don't save it at my company.
Oh, that's
So it is what it is.
yeah,
I
no,
work for a
people places do
pretty
it, yeah.
small and nice family-owned company, so it's it is what it is.
I really
but,
want to go back to Texas too, but man,
So last year we all crammed things into the holidays, and everybody just hated each other because it was like, well, we're understaffed, and it's not as busy as ever, but we're understaffed, kind of thing. This year we're trying to spread it out, and everybody actually try to semi-live their lives while
That's cool
also
of 'em.
juggling whatever's going on in the world. But so next week I'm actually just taking a week off. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to stay home. I'm going
Those are some of
try
the
to
best
clean
vacations
the
in the
house
world.
and like wash some dishes and do
honestly,
some chores. But
vacations and staying home and doing stuff are sometimes the best fucking vacations. You're not wore out and dead after they're done. It's just I do like doing that.
I'm hoping for good things. I've never done it. I'm not going to say never done it. I haven't done it recently. I have not lived on my own in many years, and now I am again. So I actually, on one hand, it's an opportunity. On the other hand, it's an obligation. But I should do good things and clean my house. And
Good way to get your fucking mind right.
Yeah.
Because every time I've gone on like a vacation, planned vacation,
yeah,
you come out and just so fucking wore out and beat, and then you need a vacation because you took vacation.
It's funny you said that. I read somewhere not terribly long ago that like you should always plan trips to where you come back like a day or 2 before you go back to work, because it's like you don't want to like literally be recovering from a flight or something on the way back into work. Like
100% agree with that. Yeah,
But
because I've done both, and I
ease
tell
back
you, it
into
does
life,
suck to
then
come back.
it's not bad, and you still enjoyed all the benefits of, hey, I escaped, but then I didn't abuse my sleep schedule or something right on the way back in.
Actually, 3 Vegases ago, when I came back. I always come back on Monday, and usually I take
Okay.
Tuesday off, go to work on Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
It's good. I couldn't get it. I had to work that Tuesday, and I flew out of Kansas City. Flew into Kansas City late.
Which I
It was
heard
pre-
sucks.
Oh, it's an awful airport.
You told me you were there.
Well, the city sucks for the roads. The people probably suck too, but I won't say that. The
I know a
roads
few.
suck in Kansas
They're
City.
nice.
But the airport's on the north side. I live in Iowa, so that's fine. It's a good thing. So I fly back. It's October, but it's colder and fucking the Midwest. Come back, get there. I had to work Tuesday like at 10 a.m. Not real early, but 10 a.m. Get out of my car, it won't fucking start.
Oh yeah.
Takes
Like dead battery?
Dead battery. 2 hours for
Okay.
them to fucking get somebody there to jump it. Fine, jump it. Get going. Had to stop, get gas. When you get gas, came back, the car fucking wouldn't start. So battery's fucked, right? It was working well enough to where it wouldn't die on the road, but it wouldn't restart the car. So
On the way out.
I was on the way back. I'm driving on Interstate 35 north toward Des Moines or Kansas City. Get to about the Iowa border, and there's a massive massive wreck, like 30 car pileup on the fucking on there, and I'm like 4 miles behind it. Traffic stopped. Right, we're not moving because it's just it's been going on for a long time, building up. I luckily happened to be sitting right next to the exit for the rest stop.
Oh yeah.
So I pulled off on the rest stop and was just gonna wait there.
And they have a snack machine.
I sit there,
monthly
I
coffee.
lean the car back and take a little nap, stuff. What the hell? This is like it's probably midnight at this point, right? It was late. I got working this morning. I fell asleep, woke up, it's like 2 a.m. now. Thinking, okay, well, fucking wreck should be cleared. It's not. Road's still closed. So if I gotta go to the bathroom, we get out of the car at the rest stop. It's a fucking rest stop. Going to go to the bathroom. What do you do at a car at a rest stop? Do you leave it running? No, most people turn them off. I did too. Wouldn't start.
Oh shit.
So like 2:30 in the morning, I'm like, I begged. I felt like a fucking panhandler. I'm telling you, you got jumper cables. I don't have jumper
wake
cables.
Up and jump me. Yeah.
I don't have jumper cables. Right? So I've had 2 people so far this night. I have 2 different people have jumped me.
Even if
One
you
was
did,
the service at the airport.
it's
the airport.
2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, but
So you have to get
rest-
someone to
rest
help
stop's
you.
full because the road's closed. So there was
Right.
lots of people there. I finally found somebody that was willing to come over and jump the car and get going again. Road clears at about 3 o'clock in the morning. I take off. I'm still like 2 hours from home. So I get home. And I'm like, what's something else happened? Because I didn't get home till like 6 in the morning. I don't know why. Maybe I just I don't know why. Nothing else major happened. But I get home at 6 in the morning. I got to fucking work at 10 in the morning at a hospital that's 2 hours away from where I live.
Oh wow.
That is not the way to end a vacation.
Sure.
I was so fucking. Of course, it was the year that what the fuck's the name of that movie? Blade Runner, the new Blade Runner came out, and the CCP
I
paid for
didn't see
everybody to go. CCP paid for everybody to go if you signed up for it, right?
Really?
So all of the people who were in Vegas went to watch the
Oh,
movie,
okay.
and I left right after that. So there was like no downtime. It was just dumb as fuck. Yeah,
Pretty
so
good story, if nothing else, but also rough.
well, that's right.
In
My
your
point was,
real
is
world
you don't want to end a
experience.
vacation like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
No,
Two
I hope
days
to
off.
not.
No, that wasn't planned that way. Well, it kind of was, but
My thing is, I wanted to buy a mower, which is very domesticated and bullshit basic. I don't want to actually.
Good mower, you
I
need.
need no. I don't even care if it's good mower. I just need a mower because I bought a house in February and now the grass is growing.
Can I
and
give you some
it's
advice?
May.
Get a good mower.
What's up? Okay. I'm hoping to not spend more than $200 on like some sort of push job.
Okay, so you're
but
not getting a good mower. Okay.
my lawn is very small, but it is there's elevation change throughout.
I'm an elder, right? So I'm old. I've gone
I
through the
would love
gambit.
a
I'm
good
telling
mower.
you,
I
get a
want
good mower.
0
It makes
degree.
it fucking makes. Well,
I
not
want
even just a riding
pod
mower,
race.
even a good push mower. It makes a huge difference.
I was originally planning on just using a weed eater to like walk through because I do not have a very large yard.
Oh, okay.
I have a respectable yard if you include like the back, which is very wooded and there's not any mowing.
It takes me an
gonna
hour and
happen
40
there.
minutes to push mow my lawn. So
I have a much more modest situation going on, but I don't know yet because I've never mowed it because it's been from February to now, and now we're seeing what looks oppressive to the yard and possibly neighbor opinion, but I'm not in like a very flashy area, so I'll probably be fine.
well, I've let my grass grow to the point where after I mowed it, I had to go back with a fucking hay baler.
I was gonna say, the ones that look like they're like grain, like they have a little.
They've gone. It's called gone to seed. Your grass has gone to seed. That's a bad thing.
So there's some grass that has like a little like grain wheat thing at the top. You know what I'm talking about? It's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Those are that's
fescue
bad.
and I have like another variety, which I assume is that variety, but it's at my height now. It's like 4 foot some
Yeah,
odd,
you need
and
to
it's
mow
been
it.
3 months. It's not all of it. It's a few of them, but it blows in the wind real nice. So I'm like, that's nice to
Now,
watch.
okay, so that is actually soothing and shit that people like have stuff like that. But I don't think you could do your yard like that without getting in trouble. Could you have
That's
like?
the thing is that I don't have a hoa, so I don't care.
Nah, but even though city,
But I
usually-
care
the
because
city will
I
usually
have
say
a new
something even.
homeowner. I-
Well, in
I
Iowa, the
remain to
city will
see.
say something about your yard, even if your neighbors don't.
I don't think it's going to be a situation. My neighbors have like a few cars in their yards because it's the way the world works, I guess.
That actually improves your property value. You want your
My-
neighbors. That's
I'm not sure how
sarcasm.
property value is going to work out yet. This is my first home, and I'm just happy to have a home. But
Now, is it fixer upper or is it?
no, my
Moving
home
ready.
was like taken down to. It's like a 19. I'm going to say 30s to 50s. I don't remember the exact year of the home, but they like took it down to studs and redid everything. So I have no
Oh,
appliances,
nice.
new
Good
walls,
deal.
new everything. But the neighborhood is
Older.
on the way up. And, there's local municipal plans to, like, renew the area and things. So ideally, with all the various home things, things should look up. But if
That's
nothing
good, yeah.
else, it's a house that I live in.
It's going to be yours once the bank gives it to you.
As long as I keep paying it, we'll
Yeah.
see how it goes.
We got 8 years left on my 30-year mortgage.
But from what I can tell, because at least from what I see, I don't think anyone can tell me to mow my lawn yet.
Yeah, the city can, and they
Well,
will.
Based on what I see, though, from my surroundings, and granted, I don't see vastly overgrown lawns, so I'm not going to say that. But based on the other various things in lawns, I'm not sure that that's.
Well, let me
I don't know
phrase
if
it.
it's
They
a thing or not.
can. I don't know if they will or they will or they won't. but
Right?
They
Yeah.
can.
I guess
yeah,
that's
okay,
what I'm
yeah,
boiling
okay,
down
yeah.
to. I'm
I
I'm
imagine
not
there's
better
probably
than
neighborhoods
anyone, I
everywhere
just
that
have
like that.
less
Yeah.
used vehicles that don't run than anyone possibly
Are they on blocks?
in my lawn. No, they're not actually. So
Is there a
maybe
couch
they're
on
running.
their
I don't
porch?
know them.
No couches or any furniture out there.
It's an elderly lady. I
Oh,
feel
okay.
like there's probably like a family situation where it might be multi-generational.
You need
I'm
to
not
yell
trying
at
to be
them.
judgmental. I literally just moved to this area 3 months ago, and I'm not.
Should
better
get a
than
big
anybody,
spotlight
so
and shine it on them the whole time.
no, because then they'll try to watch me jack off and stuff. Like, I'm just trying to keep the peace.
Yeah, I don't know about the, if they'll do anything, but I think it'd be kind of cool to have a yard that has that like tall prairie grass and stuff. But rules usually don't allow that.
I felt embarrassed about it until recently, where we had kind of like rains blowing in the next day kind of thing, and we had kind of a gusty day, and it was very like Tuscany. I'm not gonna sell that because I've never been to Italy, but I have grass kind of getting respectable in my
and
yard.
the sun probably
and,
sets where you're at too.
and
Right?
it was like blowing and having a good view to it, and I was like, oh, I'm sure somebody around here hates it. I don't know if anybody does. If they did, I've almost kind of been leaning on like, I wonder if anybody's gonna mow my lawn because they hate it, but I don't think this is that neighborhood. But it might be. I don't know. We'll find out.
So I wouldn't be able to wait to find out. That would eventually drive me crazy. So I was like,
Well,
I gotta go.
I'm gonna have to buy a mower, but at the same time, here's the fun new modifiers. I'm in North Carolina, and apparently people freak out about whatever the pipeline shutdown was, and they fill up cardboard boxes with gas because they didn't even go to public school or something. But
They probably smoke
So-
around it too. I guess. Be my guess.
and they burned down their Hummers. I also saw that article, but it's
So have you noticed a huge problem with gas since you're out in that area?
I have not, but at the same time,
It's now spreading to North
at
Carolina,
this-
right?
well, at this point, it is. I don't see a bunch of gas around, which I didn't like run out and get any because like 2 or 3 days before all that kicked off, I actually just filled up my tank. And so whenever I was talking about it, I was like, oh, that's weird. And I just filled up my tank. So
So
hopefully
the,
we're good.
the pipeline's going again, but they
We
said it was
haven't had
2 to
any
3 days to
gas
fill all the
issues here.
stations up. No, they had the pipeline problem with the,
Well,
the
that's-
company that got hacked.
Well, pipeline.
The sad reality here is that the only issue is that fucking idiots decided to go fill up like Rubbermaid buckets instead of like actually just filling up their tank.
Everyone,
It's
it's literally,
human
the,
perpetuated.
toilet paper crisis again.
It
Just
is
gas this
literally
time.
the toilet paper crisis.
It's people thinking
Except it's
that
flammable
I
this
bet I
time.
could sell it to my neighbor.
it's people
because I'm a piece
thinking
of
like,
shit,
oh my
and I wanna
god,
make sure I'm covered.
this thing is going up in price. We have to stockpile it. It's like,
I don't want
Oh,
bad things
that's
for
what I get
people,
what you're saying, yeah.
but
didn't treat it
I
like
do
anything
think the Hummer was
of an emergency.
slightly karma.
Yeah, the price would go up a little bit,
Yeah,
but
I would
like,
agree with that.
it would go up and then it would stop, and you could buy gas.
That's 'cause the
all
government
these
does not let
people
you continue raising the
panicking,
prices
all these
in
people
situations like
panicking
that.
and like, I gotta go stock
Which
up on like
is not a
shitloads.
terrible.
No, it's
I
not
gotta-
terrible.
I
thing.
gotta
It's
go
actually
buy
a
like
good thing.
20
The
gallons of
living prices
gas
is bad.
and put
I'm
it in a
from
storage
Hurricane
tank.
Couch.
They're the ones
Country,
that are
sorry.
driving up the gas further because it's like, you know what you're doing? You are doubling the demand
You're fucking your
on
neighbor.
gas, and the
It's
supply
called blue
is
fucking.
not
We
going
frown
up.
upon it. I'll blacklist.
And so, by all of you stockpiling gas, you are driving the price up. The reason the price is going up is, well, also, here's the thing. It's summer. The price of gas goes up in the summer.
And people are actually starting to go back out.
It just
again.
always does.
We have a
because
domino effect going on.
more people drive in the summer. Also, here's the thing.
People are starting to.
Lots
release
of
themselves.
businesses are not just opening up because of COVID. They're opening up fully. Like, they are fully open. Everywhere I go up here, like, literally every
We're getting their
business has...
shots. I can't pull myself.
Every business has a "we're hiring" sign on it. There are so many places now just like, okay, we can fully fucking open up.
Hey.
Like, everyone's going
Mine's in my car.
full open. And so the thing is, like, lots of people getting hired now. That's way more
Well, that's not
people-
true, actually. That was proven just a little while ago that lots of people aren't getting hired right now. It's a problem.
Well, up here, okay, maybe wherever that's at. But up here,
The country.
That might
That's
be
the country.
regional.
up,
yeah.
okay, up
Oh, it's the
here. Okay, so maybe it's up here, but I'm saying up here, it's like every other door you look at, it's like, we're hiring. We need
I have
people.
seen
We need.
quite a bit of
It's
hiring
like,
stuff.
if you want a job, if you move to
The jobs.
now, you might not get like a high end, like, you know, career job. Like, if you want a job and you're in the Northwest,
There's a job.
there's a job. If you are
Right. I agree
unemployed
with
in
that.
the Northwest right now, it's because you just don't want to work.
Choose to.
that was my that is
And
actually
that's
my
a
point.
government
The
benefit.
jobs are available. People aren't
No,
taking them,
there's,
or didn't
and
take them
that's-
as much in last
There
month,
are-
right?
That's a
That's
shaky
not necessarily
road.
a job situation.
there
It's
are
people-
shaky road.
ridiculous amount of jobs available where I'm at. And that's like Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls, Spokane area. Like, if you want a job, you can get a job. Now, if you want a job that pays $20+ an hour, I don't know if you can get that, but you don't have to have experience. If you want a job that pays probably $15 an hour, and you have zero experience, zero training, zero whatever, doesn't matter. If you want $15 an hour and you want a job and you're up here, you can get that fucking job tomorrow. Like, everywhere is fucking hiring. Everywhere. It's like, literally, I work in a job where I go from business to business and I work on the water coolers that people have, and it's like every single fucking door sign I see going into places, like, we're hiring, accepting applications. Like, everyone, like, there is not enough workers in the Northwest.
There are.
Well, there's enough people that can fill the jobs,
Absolutely
but there's
there
not
are.
enough people
There's
willing.
people, not
there's
necessarily
not
workers.
enough-
Not enough
There's
people
difference.
in
Not
those
enough
jobs
people
currently.
willing to take the jobs that are open, but the thing is, like, they would rather be unemployed than work for, you know, $15 an hour,
Which is
Whatever.
interesting in some places.
which is
I
sad.
don't know the
it's
cost
it's
of living
I
there.
hate that, but it's like,
I have made that argument to people myself because I
I
don't know the cost of
understand
living there.
unemployment, but it's like,
$15 an hour, in my opinion, is not terrible. I've told a lot of people, look,
up
I've
here
spent
it's not
many
bad.
years. I've spent many years in the service industry,
Here's the
working
thing.
in restaurants and bars. Those people are not paying your bills. The customers are paying your bills. But
$15 an hour is not, now in these days and age, is not a great wage. But up here,
and
housing is not, it's not like New York. New York, you're gonna spend $2,000 a month on like a 700 square foot apartment. Up here, you can get a 1,000
Yeah,
foot.
your house prices are going up way up lately.
say, I don't think your housing
They
looks all that
are,
great
but
either.
the house prices are
You're
going. But the thing
kind
is,
of
like, you can get an
popular.
apartment, 800 square foot, 1,000 square foot apartment up here, $700-800 a month.
one bedroom?
You can probably 2-bedroom actually, so you can
Really, for
split
$700 or $800 a month?
yeah.
That seems decent. That's
Me-
Texas
me,
5 or
like,
10 years ago.
3 or 4 years ago, me and my brother were sharing an apartment. It was 850
California heard about us.
850 square foot, 2-bedroom, and me and my brother split it, and it was $725 a month total. So we were spending
Nice.
about $370 each a month.
That's respectable.
For
I feel like at this point you would
That's not
surely
that
spend
expensive,
less
yeah.
than
now it's
500
probably
bucks
a
month.
bit higher than that
per
now
person.
with the prices, but I'm saying like,
which is not terrible either. But
Now, buying a house up here now has gone way the fuck up. It's
Sure.
doubled because everyone
Well, in
in
the
apparently
moment.
New York, Texas, and California are all selling their houses and moving up here.
we ran out of houses.
Yeah, you guys have
Gotta
all
find some
rented
more.
houses. They're all selling your shit, and you're moving up here, and you're buying
Look.
our houses.
I've got a ranch back there, but I need something here.
Yeah, so housing prices have gone way the fuck up, but still, you could still find apartments in reasonable ranges to where even $15-16 an hour, which seems low in certain areas, but like up here, trust me, $15-16 an hour is livable. And if you just fucking need a job, they're there.
I would agree based on those rental rates. Now, when I lived in Houston, I was paying. Last I remember, I was paying $830 a month for my like efficiency
Well,
of an apartment, and
Bel-
that's rough.
Well, I was saying Belty, $21 an hour. That's Australian dollars. I know that's not super low, but I would assume that's like probably $18 American. I think.
Oh, I don't
'Cause-
convert. What are those dollar dues?
What dollar dues?
Dollar dude.
I know. I no.
Sorry.
I know that Australian dollars are slightly less than the US dollar, but
My kid's got a
not exorbitant amount. So it's like 21 an hour is probably like 18 an hour, I think, US, which is not bad, not a bad wage. Although
No, it's
minimum
not.
wage
Depends
in
on where you live, though. I mean,
minimum wage
obviously-
in all of Australia. Now, minimum wage in US is there's a federal
Fucked.
minimum wage. Oh,
An
1633.
offset to the consumer.
Yeah,
oftentimes
1633.
with
Okay,
Russia.
so 1633. I think the federal minimum wage is actually lower than that. To be honest, I don't know what it is, but the federal minimum wage is set, but then every state has its own state minimum wage, and there are several states that agree with the federal minimum wage. They're like, we're gonna go as low as we can go because this is what the federal government will allow, and then there's other states where it's like we can't do that because we're too populous and the
Wouldn't
prices are too high that we can't just like make it the minimum wage because the even the most lowest class workers would basically be homeless, so they just can't do that. So 1633, I think that is actually higher than I think what is the federal minimum wage?
They're proposing
I have to
$15.
look.
Right now, it's like $8, I think.
No, it's higher than that. It's gotta be.
I
Higher
don't think
than
it
that.
is.
All right, federal minimum wage 2021. Holy shit! It's $7.25.
$7.25. Yeah, obviously didn't listen to that, yeah.
$7.25. Oh my god. That's fucking low. Yeah, well, of course, Idaho is $7.25 straight because Idaho always
North Dakota,
Idaho
Wyoming,
always
Utah,
conforms with
Kansas.
the lowest minimum wage the federal
Here-
government
here,
will
I'll give you-
allow.
I'll give you the ones that
Always
are the-
has been, always will be.
Here
So
are the
what-
ones that agree with this. The
whatever
federal
the-
low wage:
I remember
Idaho, North Dakota, Wisconsin,
when
New
I was
Hampshire,
15.
Wyoming, Utah, Iowa, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Puerto Rico. They all have the same, the 725.
Yeah. So, man, I remember like when I was 16 years old, I worked at Check It Out Video. I worked for a minimum wage. It was $5.25 an hour. That's what I made there.
When I first came into the working world,
But
Minimum wage was
$7.25 after
$3.50.
20 years, you'd think it'd be higher than $7.25. $2 per hour higher minimum wage after 22 fucking
it's been
years.
$7.25 for a long time.
Yeah.
That's
Inflation is
low. That's so low.
not
The
following
District
many
of Columbia
You-
has
you
the
can't-
highest at $15
You
an hour.
can't live on $7.25 an hour.
Well, and here's the thing, and I've spoken about this.
I can understand like 16-year-olds working for that and they live at their parents' house
I
and
was
they're
gonna
not
say-
paying rent, they're not paying bills. That's just all money in their pocket. I can get that, but like $7.25 an hour for someone that has to pay rent and the phone bill And like, even if they don't have kids or a wife, like, anything, if they have minimal expenditures like phone, rent, car insurance, gas, food, $7.25 I don't even think is enough to even pay for that.
So here's the thing that I've heard recurrently is that fast food and or let's say maybe grocery store and a couple other things are, quote unquote warranted for younger people. And that's what young people do, and they don't need money. And
But
so
even
it's like,
fast food anymore most of them pay more than minimum wage. Pay more than $7.25.
Yeah, most.
I don't
like,
think
if you look at, like I said, like I looked at McDonald's, like now
They start at
hiring
10, don't they?
now hiring $15
maybe
per
in the
hour.
moment-
So I mean, like
in the moment, sure.
even McDonald's and like fast food, they're gonna pay like $12 to $15 an hour.
Not
So-
generally. In the moment, yes. Not generally, no. They're going to pay
No?
you the general minimum wage if it
Pay
was
you
not
minimum
a
wage if they
circumstance.
say-
If it was not a circumstance where they were hurting for labor, they would not pay anything above the minimum wage in those situations. I feel like that's probably understood.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I've seen like now hiring $15 per hour wages.
I think McDonald's
Recently,
I think
maybe?
they're I mean, I think this is
And
recently.
it's-
But places
it's
have
not-
gone
it's
from
like,
paying minimum
like
wage to a little bit more,
Walmart
so they
and
get off that list
McDonald's
of.
and they're paying way over.
So-
If $7.25 is a minimum wage,
They're doing it to
paying
get
way
out of
over
being
that,
looking bad, right?
which I
So let's
That's
which I
what
would
I
hope.
Not altruism.
I would
Actually
hope.
Let's
look
talk
bad.
about for a moment too, as well, like the way you make money and the benefits that come from labor. So you can make, let's say they're paying $15 an hour, and they're like, yeah, we're happy to pay you $15 an hour. You get no benefits or anything, which is understood. A lot of restaurant jobs you're not going to get any benefits.
most
A lot
don't-
of
don't give you
retail
benefits
jobs
of that
perhaps.
side.
Part time, yeah.
But let's also say that they cap you at 35 hours a week. So you couldn't even apply for various benefits because you're not, quote unquote, a full-time employee. They would rather schedule multiple employees for 30, 35 hours a week instead of scheduling a few employees for 40 hours
No, a
a
lot of
week
companies
to where
do
they
that,
would
yeah.
be obligated to give you those benefits.
A lot of companies.
If the
do that, for
company's
sure.
going to find a way to protect themselves, and I understand it's the system, and people are going to play by the rules, and they're going to exploit the rules, and it's just Eve in the real world. We understand how things work, but I'm not going to say that anybody offering, hey, we're giving $13 an hour, we're getting $15 an hour for, a fast food employee or a, Walmart employee or Target or, whatever. Some sort of, let's say you didn't, either go to college or you didn't accrue some sort of skill set or whatever. Maybe you're from a small town. I don't know, all sorts of various opportunities and walks of life. But I don't think that it's as clear cut as, hey, we're offering a respectable wage, because if it doesn't come with anything else that comes with that wage as it should, then you're really just kind of, just towing the
If
line.
a company has to pay a wage higher than they can afford currently, two things happen: they cut their employees' benefits somehow to make up for that, or they charge it to their customers.
Correct.
The company itself is not
They
going
don't
to pay
fail.
for that. They're not going to pay for
Because
that.
Yeah,
America
yeah.
doesn't allow companies to fail anymore, which is unique.
I mean,
I say
it's not
companies,
100%.
they allow
yeah.
small businesses to fail. They
Yeah,
don't allow
okay, good.
corporations
That's a
to
good way
fail.
to. Yeah, I was waiting for a caveat there because small businesses aren't considered companies, I guess.
America doesn't allow corporations to fail anymore because capitalism is a silly beast that you don't understand, but we understand, and don't worry about that. We'll make sure it's all works out
GameStop.
at the end.
Invest everything.
That's
The
wise.
moon.
Yeah, don't listen to me. Actually, don't. Don't.
I'm not a financial advisor.
I'm not, and
I play one on TV.
I would
though.
also. I was joking. Don't.
I did stay on the Holiday Inn last
Don't
night.
listen to me with investing.
Holiday Express. If I go to, to change the subject completely. When I travel, if I get the opportunity, I stay at Holiday Inn. I like their hotels.
I like Holiday Inns.
I do too.
Okay.
Recently, they had a national campaign where they went and updated a lot of their old stuff.
I don't mind traveling. I like to travel, and I like sleeping in beds that look. I've never been in like a terrible place. I've been in some shady places, but they were not like, to my knowledge, I've never been in a place with like bed bugs or something. Just shady.
Oh, I have.
There might have been gunshots.
I did once
there
in
might have been-
Florida.
I have.
There
Daytona,
might have been
Florida.
drug deals going on throughout the building, but I
No, we
didn't have a terrible experience. And
I've
had some really bad ones.
I'm
No.
just saying, I appreciate. I set a respectable and attainable bar in my experiences, and I feel the same way about food. You know, I work with a handful of coworkers that are very
Well, I like food.
just choosy about places they'll go or food that they'll like have people bring them back to work and stuff. And I'm like, what? You know, food? Is it warm? Did someone else cook it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm all about it.
As long
Like,
as
what-
as
what
long
are
as
you
it's
bitching about?
as long as it's done right. I'm not super picky about food. I'm just like, as long as it's like, you know, not dangerous to eat, I'm
Well,
totally fine
I'm not
with
trying
it.
to sign
basically,
up for
but
danger.
but here's the thing: is like,
I like a little danger.
I'm okay eating food that's like, you know, it's like,
I
I'm not gonna
usually
get sick from eating this. I'll eat it, but like, if it's delicious, there's an
I want
extra
to eat a
level of like.
half-eaten sandwich out of a fucking
Of course.
bus.
If there's an
bus-
extra
uh,
level, like,
shop.
okay, not only is this
But it's
like
so
gonna
good.
fill my stomach and not
It's so
kill
good.
me,
Sitting out
but
for
it
8
tastes
hours.
excellent. That's what I'm looking for. That's
hope
what
it
I'm
tastes excellent.
out for. And I am not a professional cook. I mean, I was a cook in various restaurants, but they were chain restaurants. But at the same time, I learned a lot of shit in those restaurants of like, you know,
Sure, food safety.
food safety, that is more important, but I mean also like just like how to prepare various things. It's like, okay, so this recipe, they want you to do this and this and this, and then you add this to it. But what if instead of like doing it this way, like this is how you prepare, you know, potatoes for a broth, or you know, I learned things. It's like, okay, you do this, but what if I added this instead and then did this to it and then put this spice in it, because I don't want it to be like an American, like, you know, like general potato recipe. I want it to be like more of like a spicy, like a Cajun type style thing, but with potatoes, or, you know, as I started like, you know, experimenting in my own thing. And
It's good.
so
cooking,
I'm not a chef. I wouldn't consider myself like a chef, but it's like, I like food and I like cooking food, and I think I've learned enough techniques on cooking various things that I can cook enough different things that it's good. So
Yeah. That's fair.
so it's like, I like
I'm not saying
messing
you
around
need
with
to
shit.
be
And
professional.
then there's also things where like, I know how to cook this and this and this, but you know, I got this ham and I got this other thing over here, like, you know, like I got some bread item.
I can make really good crepes. That's about
It's
it.
kind of like one of those things where it's like, I want to like, what if I do this to this and then mix this in it, and it's like sometimes
Put an
I'll do
ham
that.
and
It's like
bread together? Not hard
it's like
at
a
all.
fucking abomination. It's like, okay, that was fucking awful. I'm like, I ate it. It wasn't like, you know, like toxic, but it's like it was like, okay, the flavor was okay, but the texture was fucking weird, and this was weird, and this was it. But it's like, okay, experiment, acknowledged, not a good thing. But sometimes it's like, what if I do this and like add this to it, and then what if in that process, while that's cooking, I put this and wrap it in here, and you know, like just weird shit. It's like, sounds weird, but when you know, it comes out, it's like, it tasted good. It's pretty, you know, that was pretty good. Like, maybe not something that, you know, be like, you know, make Gordon Ramsay ecstatic, but it was edible and it was pretty good. So sure, I like that.
It's always nice feeling.
It's like one of those.
I've
It's
been
not
there
like
a
I'm
few
like
times.
creating like a new dimension.
Slice
It's
up
just
some vegetables,
it's-
throw some
yeah,
spices
it's
on it,
just-
and make it work.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it's like I just, you know, I want to
It's
like
the spot.
I want to fuck around with some shit that's different. Like my roommates.
By contrast,
My roommates, they hate fish. Anything seafood or fish, they hate. So they usually on Saturday nights, they're out for the night. They go to their parents' house.
you feel the smell of the apartment
And so
with
that's
fish.
when it's like, okay, time for me to make a shrimp dish, or like. So this week,
To boil.
so this week I got some tilapia in the freezer.
Sticks to the walls.
Tilapia is, it's not like
Trash
a
fish.
soup. Well, I mean, tilapia
That's
is
what they call it in Hawaii, trash fish. I like it. I love
Tilapia
tilapia.
is a big fish, yeah.
It's a trash
tilapia.
fish,
It's a nice, easy.
I'm not gonna knock
I
it.
like it.
It's a nice,
I've
easy
done
white
a ton
fish.
of cooking with tilapia.
It's
It's
nice.
very easily cultivatable. and
Yeah.
Not super expensive.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you said.
Yeah.
It's very cultivatable.
it's
You
a-
can
it's
really
a-
do a
it's
lot
the
with
chicken
it.
of
Yep.
fish.
It's a
and I
very
appreciate that.
easy white fish.
Yeah.
And so my thing is like, but it's like I've always been doing shrimp and shrimp and shrimp and
Hydroponics.
shrimp and shrimp. So it's like, it's not a shrimp week. I've done enough
You
shrimp.
got tired of your bougie shrimp
I
life.
got tired of my bougie shrimp dishes. So now I got some
From the
tilapia.
South, that's like hit and miss between like
It-
high end,
it's
but also
basic-
low
it's-
end.
it's like-
shrimp is quite.
It's like a cod, but like in an easier fillet. Basically, it's like a bland cod, right? But the thing is, like, if you season it, tilapia can be really fucking good.
Oh, absolutely. Tilapia,
So,
like
my
I said,
thing-
it's the chicken breast.
Right.
Like the fish
It's
world.
like a chicken breast of fish. It's like you got your cod and you got your
Super versatile.
tilapia. But so now I'm sitting there going like, well, what do I season it with though? Like, I mean, like I've never cooked tilapia.
Tony Cheshire.
Tony Cheshire, what's that?
I
Tony
make good
Cheshire
toast
is
too.
like a Cajun spice. It's
Cavender's is like.
I
a
mean, like
Greek
I
spice
got
fish.
all
We
kinds of
must do,
spices. I got all
some
kinds
other,
of
like
spices.
blackening
But
seasonings.
But Cavender's is awesome.
I
It's
would
like
say
Greek-
Montreal
Greek
steak
spices
or
for fish are really
Brazilian
good.
steak because McCormick's makes
yeah,
great.
yeah, but Montreal.
Oh,
I
McCormick's
put
makes good
that.
shit
I
too,
put
yeah.
that shit on steaks though.
But
I don't want to put it on.
but
just
here's the
on
Cavender's you
fish.
put on steak?
I put Montreal.
I think
and
Cavender's is
Brazilian
made for
steak
fish,
on
isn't it?
almost anything.
I mean, I know
cook because
salt,
they're great
pepper, and
spice
like even
mixes.
lemon. Salt, pepper, and lemon. But I don't want lemon fish. I'm thinking like
Lemon's great
something.
up there.
I like put like salmon
I'm
with
thinking
oranges
something
on
with
it.
like a
That's good.
garlic and a salt, and maybe like
That's
some
fine.
paprika, and
Do it
maybe
with some spice. I do a lot of
some
cooking
Ca-
with like
some
serranos
Cajun,
and
maybe,
jalapenos.
No,
maybe,
Cajun spices.
maybe some
and
maybe
fish go
some
well with
some
spice.
cayenne and a little bit of I know it
I
sounds
love
weird,
to,
but like
Jimmy.
I know it
cracked
sounds
black
weird,
pepper.
but like
Just heavy.
poultry seasoning is not only for chicken. I will say that.
I don't
for
know what
turkey and
poultry
other
seasoning is
turkey and
because
goose too.
Tony
duck.
Chachere's is one of those that says you can use it on fish.
You
use it
can,
on
yeah.
chicken,
I'm saying
you
like
can use it on
just
beef.
not a lot, just a
I
slight.
don't know a poultry seasoning.
Just
What is
Poultry
that?
seasonings for poultry.
I've never heard of
Chicken,
such a thing.
turkey,
just
duck.
What's the brand?
I don't know.
No, it's
Cabbages.
an
Somebody
actual
make it.
its own spice on its own. If you just go to the store and look for poultry seasoning, and it's its own
That
thing.
sounds like Tony Chachere's.
No, it's its own thing. But I'm saying, put a little dash of poultry seasoning. It gives it like that thing, and
I do Jamaican
little bit of
jerk,
taste.
like a
But
little
I'm saying
dash
like
in it.
put some cayenne, maybe some red pepper flakes, little bit of paprika, some salt, some pepper,
Heat.
some
Slice
garlic,
of
some
serranos.
butter. I don't know.
Definitely
Um,
garlic, though. Yeah. A little bit of onions.
garlic goes on
if you can
everything.
tolerate it, and you're not allergic.
Oh no, I'm not allergic to spices at all.
No, I'm saying, but no, onions. You know, add
Oh,
a
I
little bit of
fucking
onions
love.
If
Oh
you
yeah,
can
yeah,
tolerate
yeah,
it
yeah,
and you're
yeah.
not allergic.
Oh, some onions. Like
If you're allergic, obviously
Are you
don't.
thinking, like,
if you can tolerate
saute-
it, go for it.
saute onions
Oh,
and put
I
it on
caramelize
top,
the shit out of
or
it
like just
every time.
saute
Not
onions,
on top, just in it.
garlic,
Just,
garlic butter,
just cook
saute.
things in onions.
Hell yeah, I love onions. I love onions
And let
so
them
much.
burn if they have to. They're fine. They have
No,
lots of
it's good.
juices.
Put a little onions on top.
Caramelize them.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I like corn.
Corn's fun. I don't do as much with corn as far as cooking, but
I'm
I'm
thinking
in
like
things.
also because also my roommates have
Oh,
begun
fuck!
like
You got some
um,
fresh Iowa sweet corn and just
Corn-
put butter on it.
it's-
Oh
it's
my
corn
God,
is not
so
as
good.
versatile in my opinion as far as
It's
just
it's the
slicing
one.
a vegetable
It's
into
the one
meals.
vegetable. Well, not the one, but it's a vegetable they don't like, but I love it the most. I'm gonna make some asparagus. I
There's a
think.
reason there's always corn in your
Oh,
shit to
asparagus
eat
is
it too.
fantastic.
I'm gonna do
Humans
some.
don't digest
I'm
it
gonna do
very
some like garlic butter
Oh.
asparagus grilled.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Put it on a cookie sheet.
Sunny salt.
Yeah,
No, I
Just
never
let
heard
it
that.
sit there and just get
Yeah.
soft with butter penetrating its.
Yeah. Like I mean, like I love broccoli.
I don't know science
broccoli
terms,
is
but
really
it's
good.
outer shell.
I
That's-
love broccoli.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's also. that-
broccoli and cauliflower are two of my
Ne-
favorites. I like green beans though
Neither
too.
of my
I'm a
roommates,
zucchini and squash fan, but same
Neither of my
difference. You
neither
put
of my
butter
roommates
on them.
like.
I'm
they
not a
don't-
fan. My wife loves those, but I don't like these.
Neither-
Zucchini and squash, butter and pepper and salt.
I don't like
Just
them.
fucking throw a bunch of it.
No.
in.
So neither of my
I was
roommates
touched
like,
at an early age by them. I don't like it.
They don't
Put it in the
either.
oven.
They don't either like asparagus or broccoli.
See, now I don't think
well,
those two
they're
are
Which
alike.
is like
though,
my,
at all.
my two favorite veggie sides.
Did you wrap them
ever.
in bacon?
I've tried it. No. They
No,
don't
I'm
like
saying for them. Like,
No,
if you
they-
wrap it
they
in
don't
bacon,
like it.
could
They don't
you
like it.
lie to them and let them eat bacon while they're
No.
asparagus?
No, they don't. No, so that's my two favorite. I love cauliflower. Oh no, broccoli and asparagus and cauliflower. I love
Do
cauliflower.
it with a little like prosciutto. Is it like Italian bacon or whatever? You know, like that,
Oh,
that's,
that's I haven't done that, but
I've done that with Brussels sprouts a few
Dude,
times,
I-
like balsamic vinegar, some prosciutto, and
I actually
Brussels sprouts, and
I-
convince some people who are not about Brussels sprouts.
I
you know.
don't like Brussels sprouts. I've tried
And that's
them.
fine.
I've tried.
But put prosciutto and
Okay,
balsamic
so
vinaigrette with them.
so Brussels sprouts are in the range of like they're not like horribly disgusting, but I don't enjoy them.
The Brussels sprouts,
I can accept that.
Yeah,
right? Is that what you said?
they're kind of one of those
They're
things
not
where it's
for
like,
everybody.
I like Brussels
Yeah,
sprouts
Brussels.
like grilled on like grilled,
It-
but I don't like them
that's,
steamed.
That's the winner, actually, is if you put them to fire. In my opinion,
if I had
you have
to
to like
eat,
sear them a little
like
bit.
if I went to a friend's house and I had to eat them like
If you
out
do them
of,
steamed,
out of politeness, like
Yeah.
just to like be like, oh, I
and your
would.
kitchen smells.
Yeah,
No, if
it's
they
like-
steam them, I'll knock the plate
It's
on
like,
the
I
Also,
floor
your
would-
dog
would
was
and
staring at
fucking
me
kick
weird
them
while I was
and
eating.
walk out.
I would eat them, but
I would not.
would I ever choose to ever make Brussels sprouts for myself? No,
With
absolutely.
prosciutto and
Like it's like
ample amounts
I
of butter
don't
and
I
garlic,
don't like
yes.
them. Like I can make myself eat them if someone else prepares them and they're like, "Hey, I have Brussels sprouts." I'm like, "Oh, cool, yeah." But I wouldn't like them. But I could eat them.
do you enjoy like steamed cabbage or anything like New Year's cabbage kind of thing, which is basically cabbage like with a
No.
bunch of pepper in it, like pepper.
Not really.
But I like
no.
fucking
that's fair.
coleslaw and fucking sauerkraut. So I mean, I do like cabbage.
I don't like
From an
okay,
early
sour
age-
so, like, pickled anything. I can't
I don't
eat.
do pickled.
I don't
and
like
do
sauerkraut. I
vinegar-based.
don't like
Yeah.
pickles. I
I
don't
don't
like
like vinegar-based stuff either.
I don't like
agree with
no,
you there,
no.
but I like pickle.
Here's the weird thing. I love vinegar.
I like
I-
vinegar in certain
I
occasions.
hate pickled anything, but I
Vi-
love
vi-
vinegar.
Pickled is not vinegar though.
I know, but vinegar is used to pickle
Sorta
things.
So
kinda.
when I say I don't like vinegar, I don't like Tabasco sauce, like that heavy vinegar
Oh,
Oh,
well,
hot
no,
sauce.
that's its own
I don't like that
category.
flavor. Well, I like pickles.
Vinegar-based
I
hot
like
no,
all
I'm,
pickled
I'm,
shit.
I'm
Not
fine
a
with that.
fan.
Like,
As a
I,
Texan,
I,
even.
but vinegar
not
is used to
representative
pickle
of the
things.
South.
Like
It's
use
not, yeah.
vinegar to pickle pickles
What?
from
No, you don't.
cucumbers.
Yeah. Well,
Use vinegar to
Use
pickle.
To pickle
What?
them.
Dill
It's
is
a flavor.
Dill is the flavor, but the
That's
vinegar
the
is what
flavor of
spice,
it. Yeah.
actually.
Well, dill is a flavor, but the pickling, the
taste
pickledness
vinegar.
is the vinegar doing it.
I
the
think you
work.
have to have the vinegar, otherwise you could not.
The
make
vi-
it.
They don't
vin-
taste the vinegar.
No.
vinegar is
mistaken.
what pickles it. Dill is just a flavor spice
Yeah,
put in there.
dill is a spice.
That's what you have.
It used to have a
There's
little,
been
like,
sweet pickles and
screw
dill
top
pickles and
thing that had weed in it. From
Yeah,
a
yeah,
buddy
like-
that
like-
it said dill on it.
dill pickles are pickled cucumbers with dill spice.
Yeah, that's what they taste
Take
like.
out
They
the
don't
dill
taste like vinegar, they
spice, you
taste like
still
dill.
have pickled vinegar. Pickled cucumbers.
They don't taste like vinegar though.
That
So
being said, you can make pickled and vinegar-based things work
Yeah.
with certain spices, in my opinion, but
yeah,
in their own
Pick-
right. I
pickling
don't
something
prefer
is
pickles,
generally
olives,
vinegar, and
berries,
then you
pickled
pickle it
things.
with. You basically are soaking it and fermenting it in vinegar.
Just overpowering it with the
Yeah.
flavor of.
But
what
I
it's
I
doing.
love
marinade
vinegar. I
that
hate
is not the
pickled
best.
anything. I don't like pickled shit. I love
Not my
vinegar.
flavor.
Here's the thing. I love
Pickled green beans are fucking one of the
I
great
love
grapes on the face of the
vinegar
earth.
and cucumbers on a sandwich, but I hate pickles. It was just basically almost the same thing, but not quite because pickles have aged more, and they have the. I hate dill. I don't like dill, but I like ranch seasoning. I
Hating
don't
vinegar
like
and
ranch
dill
dressing. I don't
would
like
actually
ranch.
make it so pickles are
I
probably
don't like
gross for you. I
goopy
get it.
ranch dressing, but I like ranch flavoring on. I'm
Ranches-
fucking weird. I'm fucking picky.
It's
I'm picky as shit with certain things.
it's applicable to many. It's a vastly marketable product. Don't feel bad about that.
But I love ranch
dialed it in.
flavoring. I don't like ranch dressing.
I think that's bad advice telling you not to feel
And I
bad about not liking
love-
pickles.
vinegar a lot, and I love vinegar with cucumbers, but I hate pickles. So I'm
I'm not a pickle fan.
weird. I'm weird.
I can
like
do
that.
sandwich pickles on occasion. Like
When I was a
the
kid,
firm-
I'd go to the movies,
is it?
and I'd be one of those people who bought
that
the
a
big,
dill?
huge dill pickle to eat it during the movie.
I don't
fucking
like
love
the
those.
big like baseball park movie pickle.
Oh, I
Like,
fucking
so
love those.
so
They're great.
there's a lot of things that I don't like that I can just make myself eat and it's fine.
Oh sure.
Pickles and mustard are the two things where it's like I will not fucking eat those two
Are you
things.
telling me you don't appreciate mustard?
I hate mustard and I hate pickles. If
So
I
bratwurst
tried
and-
to
and
make
cra-
myself,
Good, I
sauerkraut's
guess.
not for you, huh?
oh, I
You're
hate
rude,
sauerkraut.
but-
No, I couldn't. Sauerkraut. No.
Well, because you put mustard on bratwurst and you have sauerkraut. That'd be not be a meal you'd like. Yeah.
So sauerkraut is another one. So
I've never done sauerkraut,
pickles,
yeah.
Oh, we should make our own
mustard, and sauerkraut. Those are probably the three things. Like, if I even tried to make myself eat those, I would probably puke. Like
sauerkraut
it's
is
like, I
super good at
can't, I
tasting,
can't,
yeah.
I could not even
Very good for
force
your
myself to just like eat those and just be
digestional
like,
tract.
because there's a lot of things that people are like, I don't like that, but I could eat it if I had to. I can't eat mustard, sauerkraut, and pickles. I can't fucking eat. I
No,
can't.
you know,
I
what, and
can't
the
do
way
it.
you feel about those,
I
Any
can't do it.
variety
If,
of
if
mustard?
I
get
if
it.
I
That makes
tried
sense.
to force myself to eat those, I would puke.
Any variety of mustard, like honey, Dijon, whatever,
I like them
brown,
all.
spicy.
I like them all.
Whatever. I'm asking Drayden though.
Oh,
like
okay.
you, like no mustard works for you.
No, doesn't matter if it's yellow mustard or Dijon. It doesn't matter. I can't fucking eat mustard.
2 types of mustard.
Yuck.
No,
I just I don't like
That's fair.
almost
Mustard is
any
powerful.
condiments. I don't
It
like
is
at all. Like
powerful.
I don't
It
eat.
is.
I'm not a ketchup guy in that.
I don't
what
like
baffles
ketchup.
people.
I don't
Like,
like
ketchup is
mayo.
the
No,
least
I'm the same with you.
exciting
I don't like ketchup
sauce
either. I like
ever.
mustard, but I don't like ketchup.
I don't
I
like
love-
ketchup. I don't like mayo.
You can
I
have
don't
mustard
like.
in like 8 different ways.
I don't like
Mhm.
anything.
Phenomenal.
I mean, I can eat.
Ketchup is.
I
only
can
the
eat
ketchup
barbecue
kind.
sauce, but I will not.
Yeah, I hate
ask-
barbecue sauce.
I will not ask.
I like some,
I like barbecue, like dry rub.
I will
but hate
not
barbecue
ask for
sauce.
on things.
like brisket.
Like if it's like a hamburger, I will not ask for barbecue on a hamburger. But if it's on there, I'll eat it. Now, barbecue chicken, I like barbecued steaks. I like all that stuff. But I'm just saying, like ribs, it's good. But I'm saying, like I like
prefer
barbecue
dry rib.
sauce, but I do
prefer
not
dry rib also, yeah.
actively put it
Yeah.
on. I don't dip stuff in barbecue sauce. So
Right.
if barbecue sauce is on
Prefer
something,
the taste of
it's
like the
good.
meat.
It's good. I love it. But
Not for
I
me.
don't sit there and go like, "Ooh, barbecue sauce," and just start dumping
Yeah.
barbecue sauce on shit. But
I think that's fair.
I don't think Striker is wrong. I think.
when it
condiments
comes
is a
to
food
like
group.
condiments, it's like
Yeah.
ketchup,
Oh, I do not like
relish,
sauerkraut on pizza. though.
mustard,
I tried it once. and it didn't.
mayo, ranch, like blue cheese. I don't eat
I don't do most
condiments. I don't
condiments, yeah.
eat condiments.
I
Like
agree
when
with
when
that.
I get chicken strips, like, well, what do you dip
Mustard's
your chicken
an
strips in?
exception
And I'm like,
because it's so
I don't
versatile.
dip my chicken strips in anything. I just grab chicken strips and just fucking eat them.
Hopefully gravy.
I eat them plain. Like, what about
Oh,
your
no,
chicken
curry is
nuggets?
gross.
It's like
I mean,
chicken
I
nuggets I
mean,
eat
stuff here.
plain. Fries I eat plain. I just
Kimchi's weird, yeah,
eat that
except
shit
for that,
plain
yeah.
because I like it. So
Yeah, that's fair.
like weird like people that require a sauce for flavor is weird in my mind because I don't require a sauce for flavor. I'm like, the
I can
food
appreciate
itself
it,
is
but yeah.
delicious. I don't need a sauce to change the flavor. And they're like, but isn't it dry like cheeseburgers? I'm like, no, because I have
What?
cheese on there.
So
There's
How
Talk
long
about
did
this
you
there's
kimchi.
the
People
grease
talk
of
about
the,
kimchi
there's
in
the
chat.
grease of the burger and the
I've had it
cheese
one time, and
is
I don't
all
think it
the
was real kimchi.
is
Though. That's why it
all
wasn't
the
very good.
like hydration I need, and it's like a cheeseburger. It's like I want cheese, burger, bacon, lettuce, and onion, and that's all I eat on it. I don't eat any ketchup or mustard or anything on my burger.
What about crickets?
That's great protein.
I mean,
Chocolate
no,
or cheese on them?
I've watched the thing. You wanna
It's only a matter of
cook your
time till
crickets
we're
because
doing it.
crickets usually have this is a weird thing I saw on Bear Grylls fucking survival thing.
I
Crickets
100% believe this.
have a bunch of parasites, and you will get those parasites, and it will fucking dehydrate you even more. So if you find some crickets, don't eat them raw. Cook them over a fire to kill the parasites, then eat the crickets.
But they got to
That-
wiggle in your
well,
mouth.
yeah,
That's
you
what I
gotta-
like about them.
You gotta
Yeah,
cook
but
everything.
if they wiggle in your mouth and you eat them, you can actually end up getting dysentery. Not dysentery, but you will actually get like,
Something similar
diarrhea,
in
and you
shit
will
for
end
a
up
while until you
shedding
are
more
terribly
fluids than you're taking in, and you will get sick, and you could die from dehydration because, sorry, you ate
I believe it.
food like bug like. People are like, oh, eat bugs because it's high protein. Eating bugs can be dangerous because there's a bunch of protein or
I
not
don't
protein.
think
There's a
eat
bunch
bugs
of
is a blanket
parasites.
statement.
There's a
It
bunch of
just-
parasites and bacteria
Just
in
start
bugs
picking
that
them
you
off the
don't know
ground.
that are there, and they can actually be worse for you than just starving.
They're not worse for you in the sense of eat bugs versus.
Now, if you're about to
Which is
starve to
cooked
death, and it's like if
with
I
I was
plan.
talking about crickets as a condiment.
it's
not
not
really
like
as a meal.
if it's like
Which
if
put
you
them on
don't
burgers?
eat
also be
I think
fine
it's
if you don't
fine,
eat
yeah.
these crickets, you're gonna
So
die of
agreeing with
starvation.
people.
Then I guess eat the crickets. But honestly, there's a lot of times where eating raw bugs will be worse for you in the long run unless you don't ever get help
Just
and
cook
you
'em.
never
Take
find
the glasses
civilization and you
off.
do starve to death. Then I guess
Take the
that will
glasses
kill
off.
you.
Take
Please.
the glasses off. No more bug talk. I'm
Okay.
sorry I mentioned it. Take
Okay,
them off.
let's get dumb.
Yes, get dumb. You're killing me. This bug. You know way too much about bugs.
I don't
And
know
cooking
enough
and
about
eating them.
bugs.
Look, I'm gonna
You
cook
do.
'em before I
You
eat 'em.
know a
Don't-
lot
don't
about it. I
judge
didn't
me.
like it.
I don't know.
I got a little scared there. I'm not gonna lie. I was creeped out.
Mama, bugs are in my head movies now.
Never go.
That's
Uh,
not fair.
That's
funny.
It's not.
I've had snake, but I've never had eel or sea urchin.
Had eel and
Eel seems like it'd
maybe
be
sea
similar to
urchin, I
snake,
think,
but-
I don't think I've ever had snake, which is interesting. My dad had a horse, and somehow as a young child, I convinced myself that a horse that he once owned that I didn't see at some point he had eaten, which was interesting.
So
And
you
I
know-
found out many years later that he was like, "What? No, I didn't eat my horse. Like I
You know,
sold the
it's
horse.
illegal
I
to.
have eaten horse. Like
Oh,
I've
no,
worked
It's
in
actually
Asia
illegal
kind of
in
thing.
the United States to sell horse, right? To eat. That's illegal.
I was gonna say my dad.
It's
worked
also
in
illegal in
Asia, my dad worked
Australia.
in Africa, and at some point as a child, he told me like I've eaten horse or something. You know, like,
No,
in my,
it's
like
fine. I'm
what have
saying
you
you can't.
eaten,
You
Dad?
can't go out and buy a horse right now if you
Oh,
want to go
okay,
out and buy
wait,
horses.
I didn't see
You
that
can't.
horse
It's
anymore.
illegal.
and I
At least
convinced
it's
myself that
muscle.
he
Okay,
didn't
so
eat
Belty and chat saying urchin. Belty saying I also ate eel, snake, and sea urchin. Okay, so sea urchin.
It says it's awful.
Okay, so it's not. I think fugu is pufferfish.
mackerel.
I forget what the term for sea
Tastes like
urchin,
cat food.
sea urchin is, but it's for sushi. But it's gross because here's the thing. Also, Belty, you're not wrong. It's sea urchin sounds gross as fuck, just as much as you like it. But because here's the thing. The only edible part of sea urchins is their gonads. And they can't be cooked. So essentially, I've watched a video. What
They
they
mean
do
Lou
for
Gehrig's is associated to
what
fucking
they
eel.
do
I don't
for
get
sea
that.
urchins is they literally take a
Can you get it for
live
this?
sea urchin out of the tank and they sit there and they break it open through the mouth and they cut a part away and they literally scoop out the gonads, like the literal like balls of the urchin. They scoop the gonads out with a spoon, and they can't cook them because it'll dry them out. So they literally just soak them. They just dip them in some water with a little bit of salt to wash them off a bit, and then they put them on your plate. So you're literally, when you eat sea urchin, you're literally eating the gonads of a sea urchin. Dipped
I
in
like
some-
eating fucking
dipped in
animals'
some
balls,
salt
so I'm
that
okay
was
with that.
alive like
Sea
10
urchins
minutes
sound gross.
ago. So you're literally eating like fresh balls of a sea animal that just recently died with a little bit of
That sounds
salt.
awful.
A little bit of salt in the water. That's what you're eating.
Nope, not gonna. I actually just
Roasted.
made a
Okay, you're eating
determination.
roasted
Not gonna
bull's
do it.
balls.
Not
Oh yeah,
gonna do
that's Rocky Mountain oysters. That's a big,
Fucking like Rocky Mountain oysters. They're good.
no.
I like them. My
That's-
dad.
It's
My dad used to use a butcher
Why are
and
you eating
growing up.
balls? Why are you eating
He
it's
would
like-
go
why-
out to.
It's like
we did
test-
mostly pig, not
It's a
necessarily cow all the
delicacy in
time.
some places.
He'd go out and cut
Yeah.
hog balls off.
Like,
it's,
why
for
would you
different
like,
farmers
yo,
and stuff.
This is
And I
this
would
is
shuck those fuckers in 5-gallon buckets of fucking blood and be shucking the goddamn hog balls, and then we'd have a fucking hog ball fry later on.
Why
It was
would
fucking
you?
good
Why would you
times.
be like, this is
Oh, they're
testicles?
good. Yummy.
This is testicles. Let me eat this shit.
No, they're
Why?
fucking
What
good.
if they're delicious?
They are delicious, dude. Now
Why?
I don't. Cow balls
But
are not as good.
Drayden-
They're too big and meaty. So
Why is what if they're delicious?
You'll never know.
I'm
'cause
not,
you won't
I'm
try
not
'em.
suggesting
I-
they are because
No,
I've
they
never had
are
them.
delicious. I'm telling you right now.
I
they
think-
are
I
good.
would believe you, but I'm just saying you're between what you're saying and what he's saying is why, and here's why. What if they're delicious? I understand.
I you want to try
the
something one
aversion.
time, right? Yeah.
I understand the aversion. You know,
That sounds
mean,
gross. Yeah.
Sure.
They don't come
I
all
mean,
over
like-
you.
down in like Central South America, you know, they're eating like guinea pigs, and you're like, oh, you know, that sucks. I had it in my, you know,
I mean,
Okay,
so,
it was
so,
an
hold on.
aquarium.
so
Millen-
But what if it's
I
from
get
the
sheep?
people.
I'm saying it
I
wrong.
get people.
But you're
eating-
you're
little
saying you
pig.
can get Lou Gehrig's disease from eel? Is that true? Is that what you said?
I get people eating things that I would find gross. I get it. You know what? I get it. I would
What if it's
never
delicious?
eat them, but if people think they're good, then
I won't eat things that are gross either.
have
Now, I'll
at it.
try
Then have
things
at
that
it.
may be gross, but I won't continue to eat it if it's gross. I just stop
If-
eating it, right?
If
I mean,
people want to eat some Rocky
If
Mountain
it's-
oysters, I think
If
they're
it's really
disgusting.
good, would you
I did
consider
not
it?
know that. No,
If they
no,
want
Like,
to
if
eat
it's-
them,
True,
that's
sorry.
cool with me. That's cool with
If it
me.
was notoriously good, would you consider it?
No.
Like if people are really, you wouldn't at all,
No.
just knowing
No.
knowing what it was.
I do have that like mental block of like
That's fair.
I'm not
I
gonna
understand
eat the
that.
testicle of any animal. Period. Like it's just
Even
too,
if it was like delicious.
it's too gross in my mind. I couldn't get past
you
the
gotta get
mental
out of
block.
your head.
It would be one of those things where like it didn't matter what the flavor tasted like. My
Right,
mind
yeah.
would it be better if the,
You
my
were-
the
mind
cock
would
was still
my
attached to the
mind
balls?
would instantly say yuck,
I understand,
disgusting.
yeah.
And so
You put up a barrier.
it's like it could taste like fucking ice cream, and I'd be like gross, yeah, bleh, and I'd like puke. So
Gag reflex. Like I understand.
Yeah, I
that,
get it.
but
Yeah.
yeah, so
I would like to think that I will be
Ochre is that
open
for
to
me?
most-
I
I'm
think
not-
ochre is
I'm
so
not-
gross. I
I'm
can't
not
stand
Ochre
that
judging
slimy.
you.
Oh, fried ochre is
I'm not gonna say
so
ochre
gross.
is like
I
amazing
don't like
or
it.
for everyone,
No,
but like
it's-
that's
the only time
impressive
I've had
that
it,
like
It was
turns you off in
fried and
such
it was
a
like
way.
slimy and gross inside. Maybe it was done
Sometimes
wrong.
people don't
Yeah, I
fry
wouldn't do it
Yeah,
that
It might be
way.
done
they
wrong.
don't fry
I
well.
admit that. But
It
that was
can
my
be a little
experience with it, and
slimy.
I will never try it again.
yeah,
It was
so
that
so
gross.
my thing's like I'm
That's
not
fair.
against people eating Rocky Mountain oysters. I think they're disgusting as
I
fuck.
want them
but
grilled
if
with some
other
heavy pepper
people-
and spices.
I
Maybe
understand.
some vegetables on them.
I
Sauteed.
understand there's a bunch of foods that I think even just
There's a chance I
hearing
won't
what they
even know they
are
were
is
there.
like super disgusting, and I would never even want to try them.
I
But
can
there's
tell you one
people
that you
like
probably don't
them.
agree with.
There's
I'm
people
that way with
like
pumpkin.
them, and I'd be like, "That's cool. You can like that, but I won't ever eat it."
I'm like that with pumpkin. I've never tried it, and I never will.
Like
It's
fucking
pumpkin,
gross.
any
I've had-
form.
Anything pumpkin.
Really?
Can't stand it. Can't stand the smell of it.
I've had pumpkin
never try it.
seeds. That I don't think they're great, but they're
I can't
they're-
stand the smell of
a
pumpkins.
little bit of
and
pumpkin
It's
seeds
like,
with
oh,
some salt and
sunflower
some
seeds
salt and
kinda thing,
pepper
yeah.
is fine. But
That was making me sick to my stomach thinking about it. Oh, it's so gross.
yeah,
I could take baby poop, put a little thickener in it, and slap in some fucking in a pie pan. Fuck yeah, pumpkin pie, baby.
yeah,
Oh,
I can see that. I can see that. That's the thing is like I mean like I love things that I've heard people that are like they can't stand. So I understand that like
I
you know what,
respect people
everyone's
eating
got their
things
own
they can't
taste.
stand.
Everyone's got their own taste, but like you know,
But I am a
weird-
firm believer of you can't decide whether you like it unless you try it or not.
when it comes
unless
to
it's
fair.
weird,
Unless it's irrational, like my hatred of pumpkin, your hatred of fucking balls.
Yeah, right. When it comes to weird organs,
It's irrational, but
weird
it's a thing.
organs
People
that
have it.
aren't muscles, I don't really want to eat them.
Okay, so
there's-
do you like turkey hearts and gizzards and stuff like that?
No, no.
You cook
I've
them
had
up and eat
chicken
them?
gizzards.
hell no, I won't. I won't.
Oh,
eat
so
it.
we always cook those up and fight over them because we
no,
all
hell
love
no,
them.
I won't eat any of that stuff, but I will eat muscle tissue. Like I'll eat a fucking.
Well, all
sirloin.
muscles is muscle tissue.
I
All-
know it, man.
All meat is muscle tissue.
Well,
Yeah, I think so.
true. But
No,
okay.
not well. That's a
Okay,
fact.
but not
That's how
like weird.
most
You mean
organs work as
muscles?
well, I think.
Not,
You mean muscles or just meat?
Not weird organs. So like, I don't want to
clam?
eat hearts. I don't want to eat like foie gras. Which is
Like,
like duck
smooth
liver.
muscle, not.
You don't want to absorb my power?
I don't want to eat anything weird like that. But it's like it's like
That's fair.
oh, some chicken breast.
Most organ meat it tastes different and it has a different texture. It absolutely does. That's not an uncommon thing for people not to like
Yeah,
organ
I
meat.
don't want like weird organs. I like just not like technical muscle. I mean like muscle tissue. Like a sirloin is good. I'll eat a
See,
chicken,
before I
I'll eat a
die, I
chicken
want to try
breast.
human one more
I'll
time.
eat a chicken
So I think
thigh.
that's
I'll
fair.
eat like like a round steak or a rump steak. That's fine, but I don't want to eat like a heart or a liver of something. I don't want to eat like a
That's more organ meat. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, I
that,
don't
it
want-
definitely
I don't want
tastes and
organs. I don't
it
want
tastes
organs.
and feels different. Yeah.
I don't.
I just
I don't
wanted
want
the
cow
sweet little
tongue.
cow that it came
I don't
from
want
before
testicles.
I eat it.
I don't want to eat that weird shit.
Oh, I do like veal.
I like veal.
I know it's bad. It's mean.
I've had a
it's terrible.
veal meatball
A fuck-
sandwich. That was
milk-fed
good.
veal? Give it to me, baby.
But
I'm okay
that was
with fucking
veal,
torturing
like
those
you know,
little
like
calves.
veal, like like
I want
you know,
venison all day, every day.
Venison.
I
is
like venison,
I
too.
love
Elk
venison.
is better than
Venison is
deer, though, I think.
delicious. That's like normal meat.
That's delicious meat.
Yeah, I love
Veal is
venison.
so
I've
great.
had
Invasive
veal
animals
meatballs.
that-
I like.
Their livelihood
There-
is
there's
on
an in-
survival and running away from
There's
people
an
who wanna
Indian
kill them and
restaurant
makes
near
them
here
lean
that
and
does lamb korma. I know
yummy.
lambs are like baby sheep. I know that's like fucking horrible with.
I don't think that's true.
I've never seen that proven.
Well,
I'll eat them.
well,
Aren't lambs just they're different, aren't they?
a lamb is a baby sheep. A lamb is a young
I
sheep.
thought you was a
You-
baby sheep.
No,
I don't know that to be a
there's
fact.
sheep and rams, and there's lambs. Lamb is a young sheep. That's like the definition.
You seem
Don't
to giving you the
taint
look.
my lamb.
And it's more tender. That's why they
I want to
go with
enjoy my
lamb.
Mediterranean restaurants.
So, a ewe is a ewe is a female sheep. So a lamb is a
Oh, I
baby
knew there was
sheep.
something with sheep. I don't fuck with sheep very often, so I
Yeah,
didn't
a
know that.
lamb is a baby sheep, but it's like I love lamb. When I go to
It's
an Indian
delicious.
restaurant near here, they have lamb korma. It's fucking delicious. It's so.
Well, I can
good.
tell you right now,
Lamb
I'm never
and
gonna
goat is
order.
prominent.
I'm never gonna order sheep chops, but I'll order fucking lamb chops.
I know there's sheep.
I
Yeah,
fucking
but
like
I'm saying-
lamb chops.
So
I need it.
I'm not worried about like the age of the animal of like humane stuff. I'm more just like I don't want to eat weird.
You're not trying to soapbox too hard,
I don't want
but
to
at
eat.
the same
weird.
time, you don't
It's
want
like,
to eat delicious if your mind.
I mean, like, I'm not
questions it.
saying like that people can't enjoy it. I'm just like I don't want to eat a heart or a liver or
even if it's
a
delicious.
What about
brain
tongue?
or
What
like
about
the,
tongue?
the
I'm
like
not
the,
saying they are. 'Cause
like
I don't
the-
know
What
that.
about creamy goodness?
the boiled sheep faces in
If you put it in
Iceland.
cream, it's
when they have
probably
that like
delicious.
in Iceland they have the boiled sheep faces. I don't want to eat that.
Nobody
No.
wants to see the face. Well, I'm not going to say nobody. That's
No, they do.
insensitive
Straight-
to
I did
certain
not know that.
cultures.
So you don't eat old geese? I did not know that either.
When I
People
hear
should not
people
eat
say,
this.
"Oh, it's a delicacy," so I'm like, so it's some weird shit that most people don't want to eat, but you call it a delicacy because it's kind of hard to
Delicacy is
get.
a broad term.
A
across
delicacy is generally
millions
some
slash
weird ass
hundreds
fucking
of
shit that
millions
most people
slash
don't want to
billions
eat.
of
That it's
people.
rare that it's made because most people don't want to
Delicacy
fucking
means
eat
it's
it.
coveted
That
by a
is a
certain group.
delicacy to me. When they're like, "Oh,
Doesn't
it's
mean
a delicacy,"
it's
it's like,
outlier,
okay,
but
yeah, it's like, "Oh, this is a delicacy." It's like, what is it? It's the boiled sheep face. Like, okay, so that's a delicacy because no one wants to fucking eat that, except
it's
for
goat jizz. but we
people that
saute
just
it.
like grew up
You don't want
eating
some?
goat faces.
Oh, hold on. Okay, tuna fish cheek meat,
Or
and
like
that's
the-
really what you're talking about. Is actually the cheek meat of a tuna, right?
I don't think tunas have.
No, a
cheeks.
Well,
sheep, like,
look,
like
look,
a
I think
it's
literal
a mouse.
lamb, like a sheep.
I don't know.
but Then you have like
Trooper hasn't
like
been
in
wrong
Japan.
so far.
In Japan, they have a delicacy where it's like it's a pasta with like squid ink, like squid ink as the pasta sauce. It's like that's gross.
I don't appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's black. It's literally just like pasta
And
noodles.
I've seen that. Yes.
It's literally pasta
I
noodles
don't
with like black squid
appreciate
ink
that.
as a pasta sauce instead of like a spaghetti sauce, and it's like.
That's getting pretty primal though, and I do respect.
It's
that.
like that's
They
a
do
delicacy.
have-
It's a
tunas
delicacy.
do have
It's a
cheek
delicacy.
meat.
It's like,
Oh my
it's like,
God.
that's gross. I don't want to eat that.
You can't prove to me that tunas have cheek.
I'm reading about how to cook one right now.
You cannot prove to me that tunas have cheek.
There's pictures.
There's pictures of a tuna's cheek.
Cheek
Are you
meat.
trying
Yeah.
to personify a tuna?
I'm just telling you.
Cheeks are a human construct. Nothing else has cheeks.
Yeah.
That's not true. My dog has
except for
cheeks.
chipmunks.
Chimpanzees have cheeks.
Yeah, like for
Spring
me,
chicken.
it's like I will eat like just regular steak cuts or like ground beef is fine or like
I appreciate your safety.
like a lamb
I do hope
chop
that you would
or
make sure
or
you
like
where
a
possible.
pork chop or like a pork loin. Like those are good, but it's like weird
Any of three animals.
weird organs, chicken breast, chicken thighs, chicken legs.
What
that's
about
fine.
meat flavored substances?
Love anything flavored like meat.
Really? Like a paste out of a tube? Would you eat that?
If it was
no.
flavored like meat, there's probably a chance I would.
You would fucking love Sweden.
I
then.
don't know if I'd eat a meat.
They have lots of
flavored
meat
goat.
pastes in tubes.
I don't know if
I,
I'd want.
I
meat
probably
flavored goat.
would if it was. A
But I
good
don't think it's
flavor.
flavored. I think that's actually meat. I don't think it's flavored. It's like
could just
meat
be
in
paste,
tubes. Yeah,
yeah.
paste. Yeah.
Like
I-
a
I-
high-power
I
blender.
wouldn't
I just
want-
I don't know that I could take a tube of meat paste and
Look,
squirt it
I'm
in my mouth.
lazy. I've considered blending all my food.
I wouldn't
like
want
meat
that
in
because
in a paste form
I-
wouldn't shock me.
I don't want
Okay, so
like,
I had a friend who had a broken jaw.
weird
He
meat
did
like,
that with
like
a Big Mac.
spam. I
It's
don't
not
want
the
good.
spam.
thing, yeah.
It's not good.
I don't
Spam
want to
is
eat. I don't want to eat.
comparable, but not the same.
It's actually what I was thinking of when I said flavored, flavored
Meat product.
Meat products. Yeah, but I love fucking spam. So I don't want to talk
Alternate
shit
meat.
about it.
When I grew up-
I don't want to eat spam. It's like
Oh, we
weird.
should use
Can't
that jelly shit that comes out with it. Oh,
I've
So-
yeah.
I've tried.
Lick that shit
canned-
right off.
I've tried
Yum, yum, yum,
canned
yum.
meats and I just can't get behind them. I don't like them.
I mean,
Scrapple?
being a
Are you
sausage on
serious?
occasion,
I
it's
just
basically just
don't
like
Can you
like
buy Scrapple?
soft hot dogs.
I
but
don't like canned meats.
Oh, like Venet. But
Vienna sausage. Yeah.
Vienna sausage. Yeah.
So
yeah.
when I was a kid,
I love to
though,
put those in
I
squish them
mentioned
between my
like
teeth.
fresh
Oh,
meat.
yeah.
I mentioned
do
that my
like that
dad and my
shit.
brother work on tugboats. When I was a kid, my dad was a commercial fisherman, which was essentially Forrest Gump. I grew up on the Gulf Coast. You know, he
Like
did
outside of
shrimping.
Houston, yeah, there's a ton of
Yeah.
fishing down there.
Yeah, did shrimping, oysters, and I think turtling, based on seasons and stuff. But
Swish that meat around, yeah.
I so I went out with him a few times as a very young child, and I got very seasick, and it was terrible because I'm not a boat person. My dad is a boat person, but I remember that's how you eat on a boat: is you eat canned meats and things like that. And in the right circumstances, you could have spam, you know, thrown on a frying pan and put with some, you know, let's say cheese and bread, and done decently enough. That being said, I tried it again in my early 20s, being like, hey, I remember that one time, like, I had a good time with spam. Was not the same experience. It was very situational. So, yeah, I wouldn't vouch for it by any means, and I feel bad for, like, the state of Hawaii that just has to deal with, you know, meat that is in a more rational sense than they could mass produce. But
They got a lot
Yeah.
of fish though. They had some good fish.
well, and fish is great, but sometimes you want beef. And
Sometimes you just want a
red
fucking
meat.
steak though.
Sometimes you want ham. Sometimes you want just
Hell
fatty,
yeah,
fucking
ham.
terrible meat, and
But
that's American.
Ham, you can get cured ham shipped there, I bet. Cured ham stays
Yeah,
for a while.
and it probably tastes perfectly fresh and delicious. Like I said, I'm not like knocking
but I mean,
anything terrible, but
but I mean, it's better,
spam
like,
is not terrible if you don't have a lot of
I
alternatives.
mean, I
and
bet like a
it's
beef
terrible if you do.
sirloin is probably not super fresh in Hawaii.
Certainly not.
They
Or
don't have much
very
cattle
high-end.
farms there, I'm sure.
Very high end.
Yeah,
I'm sure they have cows. It's got to be very high end.
it's probably well. Also, they can get shipped in too, but it's probably super expensive because it's probably like overnight air like shipping. Like you gotta fly something into Honolulu and get.
I worked for a restaurant that had seafood shipped in every day. From
Yeah,
Costa Rica.
that's things like,
It
I'm
was
like
impressive.
there's restaurants that they'll get
It
shit like
flew better than I ever have.
yeah there's restaurants that like it's like, oh, this lobster we were cutting up for you, this was like, you know, in the ocean in Louisiana today, and we're in New York.
Oh,
And
it's covered in oil.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's like they literally caught this morning.
Sorry.
And then shipped it up to us in New York tonight for you to like, eat tonight. But that's like a $60 lobster, you know. It costs, you know, what it is, but I just like
What's the cinema for tonight?
oh, do we have a movie? Fuck, it's already almost.
That's what I'm asking because I figured we should segue because how much can we bitch about food?
I'm like
before...
ready to go to bed. Can we do a movie
I'm not either.
tomorrow?
I can't do it
I'm
tomorrow.
fine with whatever. I'm not
Because
trying
like
to
I'm
force
like
anything.
I'm like ready to go to bed. I don't know if I want
I'm
to
just
do
gonna make food and probably
we
not
can't
pay
start a
enough
movie at
attention.
1 in the morning, but I'm ready to do a movie
Can.
tomorrow. Well, I mean, we could, but I'm gonna fall asleep.
That's fucking weak ass shit, dude.
I know it's some weak ass shit. You doing
Weak
some on
ass
Sunday?
shit.
You got
I
kids
don't
though,
know.
like you know how to face adversity and stuff.
I mean, it's like I'm like
I've just trained my fuck. See, I train my liver hard. I'm a firm believer the liver is evil and it must be punished.
I don't eat well enough, and the stomach is evil and must be punished
I'm
as
ready
well.
to go
But
to
that
bed.
results
I'm
in the
just
rest of
like,
the
it-
body.
There are people
I mean, like-
following us. Look at this shit. Man, you
yeah,
can't fucking end now, man.
I
It
got
would,
This is
disappoint. Who was that
backcountry.
name?
I got
What was that
time
name?
for
Lily
tomorrow
something
or
or other.
Sunday. I can do a movie, but like tonight, I think I'm just gonna go to bed.
I'm gonna drink more, do more drugs. I think.
God damn.
I mean,
what a
probably drink
monster!
more
What a monster!
I don't think I'm gonna
a
drink
little more
more.
drugs, but
I'm not gonna drink more actually. I don't want to go back upstairs.
I have to finish this, but it's not much.
I'm gonna give old Ferryman's Fuel fucking 2 thumbs up. This was really
That's
fucking
fair.
good.
Was it
Who,
good?
who puts it out?
It's a local brewery called Confluence. It's an imperial stout. It was 12% alcohol and it was fucking good.
Is it like exported?
No, sorry,
to your
Russian
knowledge?
imperial stout. What?
Is it exported? Like, is it only local, or is it? Can you find it other places?
Slightly regional. You
Okay.
will, it's more than it's in the state. It's statewide for sure, and I think
Okay.
I've seen it in Minnesota. The
Oh, okay.
the
So
label
fairly local, yeah.
fairly local. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 states. Maybe Nebraska, maybe just because Omaha and Council Bluffs
North
are right
Carolina
next to each
has
other.
really weird like craft beer laws as well, to where it's like a craft beer haven. But if you try to expand outside the state, they like cut your legs out from under you, and you get bought out by Budweiser and some
Mm.
shit.
I wonder if that's common in states because it seems like most states
Texas
have a bunch
doesn't
of
do
beers.
that shit.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
Well, Texas fucking loves beers. Why?
Well, Texas hates oppression. That's probably not true.
I like to oppress people in El Paso a little bit.
They oppress people everywhere.
I do. I enjoy my time in El Paso. I mean, it's a
I've
it's a
enjoyed
war.
my
is-
time driving into El Paso in the middle of the night. Like
I would never
on
live there.
I-10, because if you
Yeah.
come over the mountain-esque hill drive and you just see the sprawl of lights, it's very beautiful. In the
Oh,
same
coming
way
from the
that
west.
in the same way that LA is. Like when you
Oh, yeah.
drive into LA, like in the middle of the night on I-10,
Oh, that was
it's
one
just
of-
like it's like a phenomenon of lights.
One of our
from
favorite places
coming
to go
from, like, the
tripping is
desert.
in the mountains outside town. To look at it over,
And-
it's cool. Yeah.
Also, like northwise, like coming into LA from like Grapevine or whatever from Northern California, and
Only
just coming
flown
down,
into LA,
you
never
come
drove.
over and then it's just like lights, and it's a beautiful phenomenon. Like I said, El Paso does the same thing.
El Paso is very pretty at night. It's awful during the day. People are pretty cool.
I've been to
But the day is awful when the sun comes out. It's not
I've
good.
been to the largest, I think, Harley dealership maybe in America in El Paso, which was
Yeah,
an
oh.
interesting
I didn't know that.
stop off. But also on the way, I think, to Sedona, where we mentioned earlier, Red Rock, Sedona, where I think my mom's boyfriend at the time like picked up a Harley, which is pretty cool.
Sedona is no, Arizona,
Arizona,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
We were talking about Arizona
Yeah.
a couple hours ago, yeah.
Yeah, the Tucson
Beautiful
Bottle Shop.
spot.
Just remembered it. Yeah.
In Arizona, I don't know much about Arizona. I've driven through many times, but I went to Sedona / Red Rock to my mom.
I think outside of Phoenix, it's a nice state.
Picked up a Harley.
Southern Arizona is pretty good. Flagstaff is pretty nice. Like, Flagstaff, you would not think.
Tell me
is-
about Lake Havasu.
I've never been there.
Havasu.
I
Havasu,
just want to see
yeah.
naked people.
I haven't seen
sorry.
it, but
Is that the ones outside of?
Flagstaff. Here's the thing, like, because Flagstaff is
I thought that was in
different than what people think. Flagstaff is like kind of like up in a. There are some mountains in Arizona, and Flagstaff is kind of up there, and it's like forest, and like it's not temperate forest, but it's like it is like a foresty area that you would.
Well, you're outside the.
You
what
would
is it, the
not
Sonoma
think
Desert,
would
right?
be part of Arizona. And
in Arizona, southern Arizona, and southern New Mexico.
yeah,
the Sonoma
like
Desert.
Flagstaff
Yeah.
and up and around the area, it's like it's
To get
actually
north
kind of
of
like
that,
a
it's
nice
different for
area.
sure.
It's a nice, beautiful area. And then you get to Phoenix and Arizona, and Phoenix and Tucson. It's like it's fucking desert as far as you can see. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's like saguaros, and you get this. It's a nice, cool desert landscape, and I liked it for a while. But it's like when I went back there. I went back there when I was like 20 something. I helped a friend move. I drove her down to Phoenix because she was afraid she was going to get lost. Dropped her off to her fiance, and then like they paid for my one-way flight back up here. So it was like kind of like a vacation road trip thing.
Yeah.
And it was fun to go. I was like, man, I haven't been to Arizona since I was a kid. And I went back there and I was like visiting. And it was like, it's cool. It's nice looking, but it's like I wouldn't want to live here again ever. I mean, it's one of those things like I liked getting back to the area to see it, and it was fun, but at the same time, it's like I'm glad I spent 2 days there, and that was it, because it's like that was enough to get my nostalgia out of the way, and then to realize that it's fucking Arizona. So
I saw for the first time ever like neighborhoods, like suburban neighborhoods with kind of like lava rock or like pumice stone kind of based like lawn. Like they didn't do grass, it was like rock based, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like I get it, you don't have a ton of water or whatever, but it was also still like confusing to me. I was like, you don't have a grass yard, like you have stones for your yard.
yeah. I mean,
It was their it was their front yard. I don't know what their entire yard.
Yeah,
looked
it
like,
has their own charm. It has its own charm. I mean, like Arizona, it is a desert, right? I mean, like most of it, not the entire state, but most of the state is a desert, and it's got its own charm because it's like a unique environment, a unique habitat type of thing.
Sure.
And it's some cool shit. Like there's some cool shit in Arizona, and like it's got some unique stuff to it. So it does have its own charm, but it is a desert, and I'm just more one to I like mountains, I like lakes, I like forests, I like and that's what we got up here in the
Pacific
Northwest.
Northwest.
It's like everything is mountains, everything is rivers and lakes and
It
forests.
sounds gorgeous. I've
Yeah,
not made it yet.
It's just like, I mean, the stuff that people post pictures like, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Like, look at the landscape. I'm like, I fucking
Look at this
see-
tree that's like.
There you
it's
go,
Like, it's like I
both
see
of you-
that shit
both
every
Akaroth?
day. It's like that's
Sorry.
like
Akaroth and Drayden, I've just posted in chat. There you go. Proof of cheeks. That's my
I was
fucking
just
final
it's like
thought.
that's like my fucking backyard, and everyone's like, oh my god, that's like the most amazing shit I've ever seen. And
I'm
it's-
the most amazing shit you've ever seen. And
well,
on that
not
note,
this pork thing. I'm just saying
we're gonna go.
that looks like a mustache of meat.
It's 3:00 in the morning. I'm gonna
Wait,
get
where are
ahead.
you going?
That's a fish.
I don't know.
That's a
You
fish.
can't
That's
go.
A
You
shrimp?
just said you were gonna watch the show with us. And
Are we watching
you were
something?
talking about-
I wasn't
don't
listening
think
to
I'm
anything you
watching
said.
anything.
No, I mean Drayden. He was like, "Well, with that, I'm gonna go." Like,
I said that.
Oh
right
no,
here.
You were the-
yeah.
no, sorry,
I linked it.
sorry, Dom. Dom was like, "Look, I'm gonna go," and
I didn't know what I was talking about.
He was talking about staying up and watching things.
I'll watch things. Yeah, I just don't talk about fish feed anymore.
You just linked the thing about fish though.
Not feet. I
He
gotta
said,
get
"Well, they
higher.
don't have any feet." I've never seen a fish foot in my days. But
Oh, I did link fish feet. I linked fish cheeks.
is that? I see pan-seared tuna cheek, and I paused it because they were talking and you guys were talking, and you were like,
So I just
with
pointed
that,
it
I'm-
out.
You
They
were like,
show
"With
you
that, I'm
cutting
gonna
it
go."
off.
So I was like, "Well, pause the video. Like, where are you going?"
No, I didn't know what I was talking about. I drank
I-
lots tonight.
I think a cheek is a human construct. This is probably a controversial belief.
I love the Macario too.
I'm
That's
not
one
a
of my
sushi
favorite
chef.
ships.
I've not slaughtered a ton of fish in my day.
And
I'm
you don't
not
need
gonna-
to. I just provided
I'm
you
not-
proof.
I'm not gonna.
Here we go.
And I'm a naysayer
I provided proof, man.
because just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true.
That is absolutely untrue. If you've done the internet, it's absolutely it's fucking true,
It
right?
would
It's on the internet.
absolutely be true if they also presented it to me to eat, and then I would be like, "Well, that's awfully convincing."
I think this is ridiculous.
You don't think it would
Okay.
be more convincing if they fed me at the same time as they were convincing me? That's
No.
like how shilling
You
works.
need to fucking be convinced, and then they'll be happy and give you a hug.
All right, so you guys see that picture on stream if you're watching the stream?
I know. I don't see a picture.
Oh, well, it should be.
Oh
there.
yeah, it looks like
So
a beach.
that is
complex.
that's Coeur d'Alene. That is like basically.
That's pretty.
Now I don't.
That's
live,
ween where you live,
Yeah, that's
I feel
the,
like I've seen
dirt
this picture
ball.
before.
God damn it! Now I
yeah,
don't feel
like
bad
that,
for you
that's,
anymore.
That's
feel
like
like
the
you
town.
should.
I
that
thought you lived like in a
videos of that.
hole in the ground.
No,
in the
no,
middle
that,
of fucking
that's the
some
Coeur d'Alene
Idahoan
that-
wilderness.
so that's the Coeur d'Alene Resort and the marina. That's
beautiful.
Hagedon is like the big tycoon in the area. So
I'm jealous.
he's like the owner of all the
pretty.
resort like lake
What
tourist
a
stuff.
dick.
What a
But
dick, yeah.
now I live in Post
bet he's an
Falls, which is
asshole.
like 5 miles from this town, but it's pretty much right there. But yeah, this is Coeur d'Alene. So this is that's like the waterfront like attraction
But he is a
site. That's
dickhead,
the
but
Coeur
you're
d'Alene
right.
Resort. But I'm saying
I don't
that
like this
so
guy.
it's like the lake with that with the
He's no
hills
Bill
and the
Gates.
mountains, and that lake snakes like 10, 12 miles south, and it's like a big glacial lake. And I mean, like the whole area is just like mountains and forests and lakes and rivers and shit like that. Like that's where I live. That's the shit I like. Deserts have an appeal, but deserts
the
are
winter?
deserts, and like people like cornfields and
Corn.
crops. It's like okay, sure that has an appeal too, but it's like
No,
this.
you're talking about Central like
This
America.
is
like,
yeah, like
cornfields and crops
like,
are bullshit.
I'm just saying
Nobody wants to be
they have
surrounded
their
by
own
that.
appeal, but
That's
like
Canada.
this.
I think I might
This
have
is
to come
what I
out
like.
there
I
and
like
smack your
this
rabbit.
stuff. I like mountains
So,
and lakes.
but
and-
still,
I
How
like
is-
corn on all sides of me.
how is your
It's
winter?
the only way you can find the fucking
Does
the
that
beast
lake
in the
look like
fucking
that?
field.
Or that's not a lake, obviously. That I'm pretty sure that it opens to open water. But your winter is
Open water. I
brutal.
can't Idaho, can it?
No, I'm talking about Drayden's.
That's Idaho.
What? He linked a thing from Idaho?
Yeah,
That's
no,
Idaho,
that's,
yeah.
that's North Idaho. That's
Oh, I thought it was.
No,
on,
it's
the
fucking
Washington
beautiful,
coast.
isn't
I'm
it? Yeah.
sorry.
no. That's Coeur d'Alene. That's North Idaho. By
It probably
Spokane.
connects by a river.
Well, everything connects to the fucking ocean eventually.
Well,
Every
yeah,
little
I mean,
stream
that
eventually
it technically
connects to the
does,
ocean.
but
I've
I
been
mean,
Come
covered in
on.
snow, and that's my underlying point.
Oh, you like snow?
No, I don't like snow, and that's why
Oh,
I'm
you
saying,
wouldn't like
how
it
is
here,
it in
then.
the winter? No, exactly. I don't like snow. I think snow is something that people should visit for vacation.
It fucking
And-
snowed like 2 weeks ago.
And my sister lives in Connecticut, and my family's from Texas, and I'm like, that's bullshit. I disagree with any of the weather you experience because that's bullshit. That shouldn't happen in May. And that's kind of the thing, is in the very northernmost places in America, you get snow sometimes in May.
Now,
Because
to be fair,
deal.
rarely.
It-
Usually once in
happens,
April, but
but
it
it
hasn't happened. Yeah.
But it shouldn't.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with that.
I just,
I'm on
I just
board.
want
I'm on board with that
delightful
sentiment, yeah.
Caribbean
and
temperatures all the time.
Rage Dex is like, it looks cheap. It's like that. Actually, to be honest, that resort is pretty cheap.
I think it looks cheap
really?
at all. I think it's
If
cheap.
you go to that resort thing, you're gonna get like the like some fucking like 5-star. No, you're gonna be disappointed. It's a pretty cheap resort, but the area and the landscape around this area is top notch. That resort is, you're gonna overpay for what you get, absolutely. But I'm just saying, it's. I've lived in Alaska. I lived in Arizona. I lived in California. I lived up here. I've been to the Midwest. I've been to Arkansas. I've been to Michigan. I've been to a lot of different places, and it's like I haven't seen a single place that I like scenery and just environmentally wise as I do up here. And so it's like I just think that I don't think I'd want to live anywhere else. Now,
That's fair. That's a good.
the people up
whatever,
here are
vouch.
the people up here are questionable. I mean, it's not. I mean, like North Idaho, Eastern Washington does not have the greatest, like society, I guess. But
Hospitality.
I mean, it's just kind of like, there's a lot of questionable shit
I
up
don't know about
here,
the
but at the same time,
hospitality
it's like
down here.
it's like if you can disregard a lot of that and just like
If you can appreciate the scenes and not the people,
it's like
come on up.
right. It's like if you're into just like getting away from everything and just having a really nice like getaway, then this could be it. Just don't talk to anybody, I guess.
Well, that's my motivation with Montana. It's like,
Yeah.
find my way into a modest amount of acreage and just go and visit on the off months.
Montana actually oh man, like Montana has so much beautiful shit. Like, Montana's even better than like what I showed you there. That's bullshit compared to Montana. Montana's got some
Montana's
beautiful
beautiful.
shit. Yeah,
I
it's
went-
fucking great.
So I've only ever done 2 like bachelor parties, and I feel very fortunate. in
Western
that
Montana is the best though.
the people I grew up with were not the type of like, hey, let's go to the strip club or whatever in our local town bachelor party. They were like, hey, let's go hike in the mountains in another
Yeah,
state.
that's
far
what
away.
I did for my brother-in-law when he was marrying my sister.
Yeah.
He's like, it's like
a
bachelor party. He's
super
like, I
cool
don't want to go to a strip
experience.
club. Let's just go out camping. It's like, all right, fucking it. So we went
And-
on a camping trip for his bachelor party.
I want to make it clear that I do appreciate a decent strip club, and I would, I have no
Same.
qualms.
I
We
mean,
have
I,
good
but-
strip clubs here.
That being said, seeing some sort of beautiful mountainscape in a state that I've never been to, and the first one was Colorado, which I had been to Colorado, but
Colorado's
as a
fucking
kid.
great too. Yeah.
But the first bachelor party was hiking some mountain in Colorado, and then the second one was Montana, and it was just like, holy shit. I do appreciate this. This is how bachelor parties should be. Just a bunch of people getting fucked up out in the mountains.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. No,
we-
it's
We drank too much, we smoked too much, and we were in the mountains. It was beautiful.
yeah, hell of a time.
Beautiful places. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to convince my family to I don't know the financials behind it, but I want to set up like a little LLC or a trust or something where we all just set aside a little bit of money every month and then have basically a bit of property or an Airbnb-able place out somewhere beautiful over there where none of us live.
Regis has a hot springs by it too. It's
Well,
not-
that sounds nice.
It's also not too far from Missoula, which is
Oh,
a great
I liked
town.
Missoula. It was
Yeah,
a college
I
town,
like-
and I like to drink too
Yeah,
much. So
it still
appealed
is.
to
I
me
mean,
too
University of
much.
Montana's there. It's a like. Here's the thing. Like there's a handful of big towns in Montana. Missoula is like the most, I would say, more modern, like kind of upbeat, but
It's
also
a fun town.
It's a fun town. Now, as far as like, it's not like you're going to Vegas and it's like, oh, there's so much shit to do.
Sure.
It's Missoula. It's just a bunch of people living there, and it's but it's in a beautiful area, and
Sure.
it's a cool place to go. And then you
Beautiful
have
little valley.
Billings. I think Billings is a bit more like straight up, kind of like just professional, I guess I would call it. I don't know if that's the best word for it. And then you have Butte, which is just old. Butte's not great. Butte's just kind of it's a big, large. It's I think the second or third largest town in Montana, but it's just fucking old. It's like your average person is a geezer, and your average business is like a rundown brick building. So it's just one of those towns. It's like, man, I think that I go back in time like 50 years. It's one of those. And that's about it. Like other than that, like Helena is the capital of Montana. That basically just doesn't exist. You can just pretend that isn't even there. Helena's not a town.
I didn't visit the capital. while I
Yeah,
was
and
there,
then like
yeah.
you have Great Falls, which is a stinky town.
It seemed like a state that would be
Stinky as in like
rapidly.
literally smells bad, or just a
yeah,
shitty town?
parts of it can.
It
Well,
seemed
parts
like
of
a
all
state that
places
would be
can.
affected by job situations, which in the year of our Lord 2021 is a thing, but back in like let's say 2018, 19 was not a thing necessarily, and it was just. I get that the majority of jobs were like probably logging or some sort of
Butte was
resource-based,
mostly
a little bit of
mining, and things
but-
like the Berkeley.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Butte, the Berkeley Pit is what they call it. Is an old copper mine. The Berkeley Pit in Montana by Butte is in the top 10 most like emergency rated reclamation projects of the entire U.S. because it's an old copper mine that they dug back down deep and deep and deep and deep, and then they abandoned it, and it's just been because it has no drainage anywhere. It's just been filling in with rainwater and all kinds of just like table water throughout the
And then people go and explore it. And they have to rescue
throughout
people.
the decades, and it has no drainage, so it just sits there. And because of the old copper mine, there's so much other chemicals and stuff exposed and
Okay.
copper exposed. It's like full of like massive amounts of cupric acid and all kinds of other acids. It is so toxic, like massively toxic, like unbelievably toxic, and corrosive and acidic and all that stuff.
Damn.
That it's essentially like it's a hazard, and luckily it's below the local area's water table,
Water table, yeah.
but it's filling up, and they have no way to they can't just drain it into like rivers. They can't drain it
They'll
anywhere.
be fine. Louisiana, Flint, all those people.
It's like
people
Flint.
deal
It's like
with
Flint. Like it's
terrible
a
water.
crisis, because over the next now I found out about this like 10 years ago, and they're like in the next 15 to 20. So it's coming up in the next 5 to 10 years. If they don't
It's gonna
find a
hit their
fix
water
for it, and
table,
they like literally the University of Montana has a whole division devoted to trying to figure out ways to fix this hazard, but also it's on the, like I was saying, the list of reclamation projects in the U.S. The Berkeley Pit is like a thing where like if it gets the water level, it's just rising, and it's like super caustic. If it gets above a certain level, all that bullshit is going to start running into the local water table, and it's going to essentially make the entire town of Butte and the surrounding areas have non-potable water, period.
Yeah.
Like they can't even filter it. It's not even it's like no filters will be able to fix this. And Butte is like 70,000 people on top of, so it's literally like 150 to 200,000 people are essentially going to be able to
will potentially displace.
essentially being displaced to where like you have to import water for hundreds of thousands of people
Or move them.
or move
Which
them,
is more
which
likely.
is like
but also
unfeasible. It's unfeasible.
devastating. Yeah.
So
It's not unfeasible, but it's
it's
hefty.
unreasonable.
Well, yeah. I
And
mean,
so the thing is that-
unreasonable
yeah.
sounds interesting when corporate interests.
Yeah,
have
and
to
so
find
it's
resources.
funny because so they have the Berkeley
It's
pit, which is the
reasonable
old
enough to
copper mine,
spend the money to
and
get
that is
the
like
resources.
basically it's like right on the edge of their town too. I've seen it. I've gone up there and watched and looked into it and stuff, and it is their it's like their TikTok clock of doom of their town. It's like if you don't figure out how to fix this shit in the next 5 to 10 years, you might just have to like abandon everything you know. Like
Did
the
you
whole
throw
town.
some shit in the old quarry?
No, I didn't. I just went up there, and for the observation. There's an observation.
There's a lot of quarries in the
thing.
north. It's interesting.
But yeah, it's just
South doesn't have.
It's kind of crazy that it's like, look at all these people living in this old ass town that's like 20 years back in time. And they might just they don't even they keep just on going like nothing's a problem, but the biggest problem they've ever seen in their life is like right in their face, and they just pretend it's not even there. Like I've been there so many times, like all the people that live there just pretend it's not even a problem. It's like, you guys know you're on a ticking clock.
You got a strong face.
It's like you're on a ticking
What are you
clock
gonna
in
do?
crisis right here, right?
Are you the fix?
Because like when this is
common man
not
just
something
wants
that's
to go
just
to
like
his
a
job and
well
go
issue. Like
home.
well, it's just some fucking acid. It's like no. If this water level gets up above a certain point, like you will get sick and possibly die if you drink your tap water. Like the city will no longer be able to provide potable water to the entire town of 70,000 plus people, and
Look at them bottled.
importing potable
Talking
water
about
for that many
Flint,
people
Michigan?
on a daily basis is going to be like ridiculous. So
And yet the tax base will sustain.
I mean,
somehow.
like that will happen. Like I guarantee the federal government will step in.
Absolutely, it's gonna happen,
They'll
but-
step in and they'll be like, we have to provide aid, but it's gonna be
it'll be unfortunate.
it's gonna be
Absolutely.
a thing. It's gonna be a thing. Like, and they just and every time I go to Butte, I keep like, especially we don't anymore. We used to have water coolers with the University of Montana, which they had a science department in the Todd building, I think. Or maybe the Skag building, but one of the two campus buildings. And I would, there was a science division that was like working on this stuff, and I would ask them about it, and they would like talk to me a little bit about it. But also, I was like, so what do you guys, what's being done? They're like, well, we can't fucking do anything right now. Like, we're still trying to figure out what to do. And I'm like, oh, but it's so imminent. They're like, yeah. That's the problem. They're like, that's the problem. It's imminent, and we don't know what to do. I'm like, I'm glad I don't live here. It's like that's the best thing. It's like I'm glad I live on the other side of the mountain range that is safe.
Passing the buck.
Just send toxic water to the plant. Yeah, I mean that there you go.
Passing the buck.
Yeah. Millen Dark Trooper. Yeah, it's there's several places. It's not just by Chernobyl. There's that one place.
No, it's a different place. Yeah, where they did the weird try to get rid of the what do you call that shit?
Well, not
The
even that.
waste.
There's up where they did the Tsar Bomba test. There's a artificial, I think,
Nevada.
lake, up on that island up there. I think there's like an artificial lake that was kind of sealed off, and there's like a massive. I don't know if it's a Tsar Bomba one, but there was a thing with some kind of nuclear test.
Is it deployed by the Zing Zing?
I don't know, but there was
Zigzag. What was
it's
it called?
essentially
What
a
was
lake that has a land
Tsar's
barrier,
Mod?
No, the Zimzam.
but then it's
That was what it
pouring
was.
into an area, and it is so irradiated that it is like just swimming in that would kill you
That
essentially.
baffles my mind that just exists, and
Is-
that if I traveled somewhere, I could stumble upon.
Zarmazad?
Hypothetically, because ideally there would be prominent signs around something, but you never know anywhere in the world. But you could potentially just travel and enter a body of water or just a place and be like, and now you're fucked because we used to test nuclear weapons here. Like that's, sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, you can go to most of those places and
It's
visit them.
it's closed off from the world, so you didn't notice it wherever you were
well,
living in your happy
Tsar
little
Bomba,
life.
they
but you
tested up
traveled here
on
and
some.
you went in the wrong.
They tested up on one of those. It's like an island, like way above. Let me go to the maths.
The Bikini Atoll.
No, that was that the Castle Bravo
America.
test? Yeah, that was a America test
America,
for sure.
not
But like,
Russia.
I know the Castle Bravo test was like the one that we did that was way bigger than we thought it was gonna be, and it ended up
Messed
being
up
like
a lot of people
super
and were paying out
like
settlements. Yeah.
super like the radiation exclusion zone was not big enough, and then there was a bunch of like incidents of radiation fallout of people that were outside of the zone. They got a bunch of radiation fallout, and also like there was Japanese fishermen that were in the area, and like they and their catch got radiation fallout, and they were feeding that to the people in the mainland. They were getting sick. There's a whole bunch of like Castle Bravo.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Castle
payments
Bravo
based around
was
that.
a big radiation
Government
disaster, not anywhere near like Chernobyl, but it was a radiation disaster. And I'm looking at this.
I want to
map,
see that series because how could I know otherwise?
and I think it was. Is it Yuzhny Island, or is it Bolshevik Island? I think it's Yuzhny Island. I think it's this island here. Yeah, and like they did. I mean, like you're not gonna be able to see the remnants because it was like 30 years ago or whatever, 40 years ago. But they definitely tested the Tsar Bomba up on the island away from the mainland of Russia. But still, it was something else. Although the weird thing is because they did an airburst and because of how I wouldn't say complete, but like how complete, quote unquote, compared to other bombs, the fusion was. It was actually one of the cleaner detonations as far as radiation, compared to most other radiation tests or nuclear tests. One was because it was detonated so high over. It was detonated. I think it was like 2 miles high is where they detonated it, so it's really high up. But they still. So it, and the thing is, like, it also was, it had a pretty higher level of fusion compared to other bombs, but then also the fact that it was so high up, because most of the irradiated problems that you get with nuclear tests are when the test blows a bunch of the dust up into the atmosphere.
Yeah. And it could
But this one, since it
spread
was
easily.
detonated so high up and it was such a high focused explosion, it focused the explosion down and out, and so it kept all the dust and everything. Like it basically blew it down into the ground. So it did
pretty unique,
cause
actually.
it didn't really cause much of a crater because it blew up 2 miles up, and then it glassed like the surface. It basically all the dirt, it basically glassed it and turned it into like a harder surface. But it didn't really like. It wasn't like putting the bomb on the ground and like blowing debris up into the atmosphere and up into the air that was irradiated. So it was actually not clean, but cleaner than
Right.
anyone would have expected from an explosion, because it was like 50 megatons, which is still to this day the biggest
Yeah,
explosion
substantial.
humanity has ever made. And the fight, I was listening to for like the third or fourth time because I fucking love that recording. Dan Carlin's Hardcore History. Love that guy's stuff. He does a bunch of good stuff. And my favorite.
Does he wear his glasses while he's?
I think he
the
does.
facts,
Yeah.
or-
I
okay.
mean, like, I
Just making
imagine
sure.
he does. I imagine he just wears these specific ones. But I'm just saying, like, I think the best. I mean, he has a shitload of good episodes. They're all fucking
Okay.
good.
Scott
His
Manley-esque.
Recipe for Armageddon, the World War I think there's like 3 or 4 hour long episodes of it
Oh wow.
is exceptional and horrifying, and gives you like just the real terror of what World War One actually was. Like it's like I never even knew. Like I you can read World War One stuff, it doesn't give you the experience that his thing does. So I would recommend reading. I think it's called Recipe for Armageddon or something like that.
Show notes.
Yeah, it's so good. But he has these occasional things where they're quote unquote blitz episodes. They're just one-offs. He just does one recording and that's it, and he doesn't do like multiple parts. And he did one called Destroyer of Worlds. And it's essentially he does a whole, but like 2/3 of the episode is like preface information. He basically wanted to do a show on the Cuban Missile Crisis, but he's like, I have to give background because you can't just start at the Cuban Missile Crisis. So we have to give background. So it was essentially turned into a let's give a background on the entire nuclear development of the world, atomic and nuclear development for war and everything. Up until the point, and then we'll get to the Cuban Missile Crisis when we get there. So he basically is going through all the Truman and Eisenhower, and then eventually Kennedy at the end. Like the whole Kennedy thing with the Cuban Missile Crisis is like the end part, but like he's going through like Truman and Stalin, and then they have their shit, and then you have like Eisenhower and Stalin, and then they have like Kennedy and Khrushchev, or like Eisenhower and Khrushchev, all that stuff. And it's like a whole, like it's like a 6-hour one-off episode, and it's, I think honestly I would say like it is the best history podcast segment I've ever listened to. It's so good.
Okay.
And it's on Spotify. It's on a bunch of other things. So I mean, if you have a chance to look up Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, the Destroyer of Worlds episode, I would strongly recommend listening to it. It's so good. He has such a great way of narrating and dramatizing the shit, and he researches a bunch of stuff. And also, his research is not just like he brings in the facts he can find, but it's more like he kind of just brings his own interpretation and his own like I guess standpoints on it. But those aren't like superly like out of the realm of like, oh, that's ridiculous, or this guy's kind of crazy. It's not like super political. He kind of like brings a pretty relatable humanistic viewpoint on things, but then also acknowledges his own biases, and he acknowledges his own like, well, take it as you will type of stuff. So it's like it's fucking good. I mean, like I don't think I've listened to a lot of history podcasts over the last handful of years, and I think The History of Rome by Mike Duncan is the best overall series I've ever listened to. But the Destroyer of Worlds by Dan Carlin, I think is, as far as a single episode, quote unquote single episode, or at least single portion, is by far the best.
Are you able to link it? Not necessarily right this moment, but at some point.
I can find it. Yeah, I
Okay.
will find you a link for it.
Yeah, like I said, it's not important in the moment. I'm not trying to like switch over.
Yeah, I mean, like
I think it's
honestly,
worth
I'm like,
sharing.
do you have Spotify?
There you
Not
go.
currently,
Just
but
linked. I
I
think.
can
Oh, there
pay
you go.
for it in the moment if I need to.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, there's that. I've always listened on Spotify, but I know he's on other stuff like Apple Podcasts.
What was the other guy you
and-
said though? Your actual favorite?
Mike Duncan, The History of Rome. I think that is like by far.
But overall, he's your favorite, right?
Yeah, Mike Duncan does some good stuff, and he did The History of Rome, and then he also went and after that did a whole long-term series called Revolutions. It's still ongoing.
But how do you feel about HBO's Rome?
I haven't watched it, but so
Really?
he did a
It's like
great
20 years
series,
old
and
at
like
this
you
point.
can. Here's the thing with
It's
Mike
really good.
Duncan is Mike Duncan is considered like the grandfather of history podcasts now,
Oh wow.
because you listen to all these different history of Greece, the history of Britain, the history of this, the history of that,
And he
the,
does really,
the history of
like,
Persia,
well
the
with
history
each.
of Byzantium, like all these things. They're all like, I'd like to do this in this
He
style
basically
of
just
Mike
played
Duncan's.
Civ or
Like they all
Europa
relate to Mike.
Universalis.
They all basically at the start of their introduction of their podcast that goes for like hundreds of episodes. Like all of these guys, they all say like, I want to do this in the style of Mike Duncan. Like they all mention him because Mike Duncan did it back in like 17 years ago, 16 years ago was when he started, and he was like, I kind of was like looking around for a Roman history podcast and there just wasn't one. So I decided to make one. And he made one and it ended up being like the focal point of like history podcasts from then on to like the next 20 years.
Like, set the speed.
It basically set the premise of like, this is how you do history podcasts.
Interesting.
And it's excellent. And like the first, you go back and listen, and he hasn't like redone them. Some of these other podcasts have like, they started off and they were terrible quality, but they recorded them, and then they did better and they did better, and then a lot of them have gone back and re-recorded their initial versions to like put them up to their current standards. Mike Duncan didn't do that. He's just like, hey, you can listen to the history of Rome, the old shit. And
That
it's
was
like
my
just,
early days,
just
and
like
it is what it
bask
is.
in the glory of the shitty microphone I had. And like it is some bad microphone quality. He's also like very monotone. He's like, this and then it's like it's not spectacular. You got to get into like 20
Production value.
20 to
makes sense,
30
yeah.
episodes later. You're like, I'm glad I stuck with it, because the first episode's like, okay, there's information here, but it's very dry. His delivery is like very monotone. He just kind of it sounds like he's like reading a book report in front of the classroom, and he's very uncomfortable type of thing. But then you get into like 20 30 episodes down, and it starts getting better. His delivery is better. He starts introducing jokes, and then like the more information comes, and then further in the episode, it just, now you start getting like this inflection in the voice, and like it just becomes much more of like a natural listening, like reading a poem. It sounds like a book on tape that's professionally produced, and like it just gets to a point where it's like, it's like 200, I think, almost like I think it's like 180 something episodes, and it's like, and each of them are like
wow.
an average of like 20 to 30 minutes, so there's like 100 plus hours of content.
Which-
I think it's like 80 or 90 episodes.
I don't want to knock it. Like, if you're discussing the history of Rome or Greece or, any of a handful of topics, it probably warrants that, because you shouldn't just be like, and we knocked it out in a 3-hour section. Like, no. It was literally
he
a
goes
great
from,
empire.
and he goes from like now he skims like early parts because there's not much history there. He skims through, like a lot of it
Written history.
early, but he basically starts from like the mythological, like Romulus and Remus foundation of Rome myths. He goes from that, and then he moves on to and he's like, he acknowledges like this is just myth, and like this is the best writings that we have of history. That obviously is probably not what really happened, but this is what is said would happen, so I'm giving you that. And then we're going to go into what actual history that we do have that is documented, and then as the history goes further on, it's much more documented to the point where it's like, this is probably real, maybe a little bit embellished, but much more real than the fictional like dude was raised by wolves and like angels came down, things like that. It's like, okay, that.
How do you feel about a Cyclops, though?
Yeah. But he basically starts with like, like the, 800-ish BC era, where essentially Remus and Romulus supposedly founded Rome. They were like escapees from the Trojan fall, like when the Greeks defeated the Trojans, and a descendant of the Trojans came, went to Italy, founded Rome, and then he eventually gets into the point that he goes all the way through like the early eras of like the early Republic, and you get the Punic Wars, then you get Caesar and more Punic Wars, and then you get
A little bit of Carthage.
and then eventually you get like Augustus, and then you get the first emperors, and he just goes through all the emperors all the way, through the golden age of like Tiberius. No. That's not the Golden Age. Not Tiberius. Well, he goes through that too, but I mean, like, the fuck is the guy's name?
Gus.
You have, starts with a T, guy starts with an H, and then you got, like, Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius, the Golden Age. Who are those guys? Trajan, and Hadrian. Those guys.
Yeah.
So he goes through all that, and then you get the you get Commodus, and then the fall, and then you get the crisis of the 3rd century, essentially, and then you get Tiberium. Yeah, and then you get like Aurelian. After listening to that whole podcast, Aurelian is by far my favorite emperor. He was very shortly, only 5 years, I think he was in power, but like he has literally turned the emperor from like the crisis era to like the whole empire was fractioned, like everything was dissociated, and he literally just went through and conquered and reconquered the entire empire, brought it all back into the fold, and then you had the Palmyra shit going on, and he dealt with them, and then like gave them some clemency, left, and then they decided like, oh, fuck you, and he's like, oh, I have to come back here now, and he's like, fuck you. So Aurelian like just destroyed Palmyra, like salted it to the ground, essentially, kind of like what happened with Carthage, but even worse. And then he was essentially just murdered. Now what Mike Duncan was saying is it was essentially like a falsification of an underling that thought he was going to be in trouble, and the thing with Aurelian was he was a no-nonsense, like he was super serious, like if you were doing your shit right, good job to you. If you're doing your shit fucked up,
if you have nothing to hide,
you got
why
some
would you care about
splaining
a
to
search?
do, and he was ruthless, absolutely ruthless. So essentially there was some against some merchant or some person that was like in the circle there that was fucking up, and then all of a sudden he found out that he was gonna get caught with what he was doing. He was super scared, so he like put some bug in the ear of a bunch of the other close generals that they were on his hit list, and they were terrified, so they ended up assassinating him to save themselves. But then they found out that oh yeah, that was a lie, so they ended up killing one of the most capable emperors in decades. And so they ended up killing the guy that framed them, supposedly. So I don't know how true all that is, but anyway, like Aurelian supposedly was one of those. I think, he led into Diocletian. Diocletian came very soon after, and Diocletian was like, the transition into later eras of stability past the crisis of the 3rd century. But like Aurelian kind of was the necessary focal point of like transition into complete disunity in the empire, and he was able to reunite everything. Even if he couldn't fix everything politically, he kind of laid the groundwork for Diocletian very soon after, like within the next 10 years, I think, to basically come in and be like, I have a foundation to work with at least. Whereas if Aurelian was not there, who knows? The empire could have fallen. It was in such bad shape. So I am one of those people that is convinced that Aurelian is one of the greatest emperors in the Roman history, even though he didn't last very long. Yeah, that's my hot take. Anyway, that's a long
That's
story.
pretty intense.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that.
I love ancient history for
Yes, you do.
sure. But so Mike Duncan did like Roman history stuff, and then he did the Revolutions podcast, and so then he started with like various, and he went kind of sequentially. So he started with like the old British Revolution, not American, the old like King Charles I, English Civil War in like the 1600s or some shit like that. Where like a Cromwell, like they eventually executed Charles. Cromwell took over the Commonwealth, all that, and you know, like Sir Thomas Fairfax and all those guys. That was that whole period. He went through that, and then he went to the American Revolution, and then he did the French Revolution, which was like 70 episodes. Because it's the French Revolution, you can't do it in a short span.
Can't quit giving up on their
And then he
leaders.
did the Haitian Revolution, which I didn't know anything about, and I found out after listening to that, which was pretty interesting. And then he did like the whole Spanish American Empire, which ended up with the South American Revolution, which was with Simon Bolivar and all that stuff. And then he did like the 1948 revolutions, which was like after Napoleon, and then he went and did the Mexican Revolution, and now he is currently doing the Russian Revolution, you know, like the Bolsheviks and, you know, Lenin and all that stuff. So good shit. Bunch of good shit.
Lots of death.
Lots of death. Yeah.
Good for war.
But yeah, so I mean, like, if you haven't listened to Mike Duncan's podcast, go listen to him. And if you haven't listened to Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, I mean, like, all of his shit's good too. I mean, like, I think the Destroyer of Worlds is his best one ever, but he has some really good stuff. Right now, his current one is the Supernova in the East. It's essentially the World War II Pacific Theater Japanese, from the Japanese kind of point of view. That's a good one. But he also has his King of Kings one is really good. That's like Persian stuff, like Achaemenid Persians, like, you know, Xerxes and Darius, Xerxes, and
All right. There's 45 people out here right now. I'm very disappointed in, because it's super late and you idiots are still up listening to us. So
oh shit,
no,
yeah.
I'm going to bed. It's
Yeah,
quarter
I'm gonna go to
4,
bed too.
and, I gotta get up in
It's
a
fair.
couple hours. Good night, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. It's been fun.
yeah. Good night,
Appreciate
guys.
you guys having me on again.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
I
Okay, thank you.
apologize for also rambling about shit for so long,
No.
but
I love it, but I gotta go.
You have fun and cryptic
Good night.
topics
Yeah, I love
to
it.
share with us.
hell yeah. All right, guys, we're out for the night. We'll catch you later. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully, all the time. Maybe we can do a movie night tomorrow.
That could be fun.
Yeah. If I do, I'll post it in the Discord or something. So, all right. See you guys. Good night. Later, bitches.